Journal entry, June 1st, 9 AZ. We are approaching the first decade of the apocalypse, and to steal a line from an old classic, it is the best of times and it is the worst of times. First, I can proudly say that Mount Weather and our nearby communities are thriving, all things considered. Our birth survival rate is exceeding expectations, and our population continues to increase every year. We are now at a little over 500 in the surrounding area. Our crop production and livestock management would be the envy of any small country. Nobody in our community is going hungry. We have 2 fully functioning hydroelectric dams that provide more than enough electricity, and they were both built to last for hundreds of years. Thankfully, we have 2 master electricians living at Mount Weather who keep our power grid in working order. Marcus Hook, our nearest sister community, is thriving as well. Its 2 leaders, Roscoe Sidebottom and Johnny G., have a laid-back but well-organized operation. They are continuing to have success with diesel production, and we have successfully connected them to the hydroelectric power grid. They're also continuing an ongoing project of building a protective wall along I-95 with the goal of extending it all the way into Philadelphia. The southeast side is the coast, so it is hoped to enclose this area, make it a Z-free zone, and repopulate it. This could also possibly allow us to tap into vast resources located within the city which have been inaccessible due to the numerous Z hordes. With diesel and electricity, we can start using some of the industrial facilities again, and, of course, establish a safe port along with a seaworthy fleet. This is an ambitious effort, and it would include the Philadelphia International Airport, along with the naval yard to the north of it. Our timeline predicts this can be achieved within the next 5 years, but it is also hoped the Z problem will have resolved itself by then. Oak Ridge, the second largest survivor community we know about, also continues to thrive. Their current population is close to 500, which is a respectable number to keep fed and healthy. They've declined our offer of diesel fuel because they have a nuclear plant to power everything, and they have mastered the use of battery power. Almost every piece of machinery they have, whether it be a car or a bulldozer, are operated by rechargeable batteries. They share our love of country and the desire to rebuild the American society, but they have also made it clear that they consider themselves an autonomous entity. 2 scouting teams recently returned from Dayton and Cincinnati, Ohio. Both locations, once survivor settlements, are now abandoned, vacant of humans. They were once thriving, but they're lost now. The sabotaged vaccines we supplied them was the cause. This same team, led by Gunnery Sergeant Joker Lutz, also took the initiative to check out Camp Perry, which was located north of Dayton. Camp Perry was once utilized for small arms and rifle training, among other things, and therefore it was hoped to locate much-needed ammunition. Unfortunately, it was a bust. The place had sustained severe damage. It appeared that an intense firefight took place, which included either aerial or artillery bombardment. Suffice it to say, the who, what, how, and why it happened is lost to history, and Camp Perry is in ruins. This is a recurring story when it comes to military installations, most of which seems to have been targeted during the chaos that reigned when the world spiraled into the abyss. In continuing with the worst of times theme, I'll try to summarize what life is presently like. 1. We have now gone roughly 9 years without anything being manufactured and are feeling the effects of it. Things we once took for granted, like shoes, tires, toilet paper, toothpaste, medicine, they're all quickly becoming a rarity. We must rely on scavenging to replace these items or repurposing other items. We'd love to be able to start manufacturing items, but there are many obstacles to overcome. 2. Medicine. If anyone develops cancer or needs an organ transplant, their days are numbered. We simply don't have the means to deal with major illnesses or injuries. 3. Satellites. We have depended on the satellites to be our eyes to the world. Currently, we only have access to 6. As time goes on, we're unable to perform adequate signal maintenance. Their orbits decay, their programming develops glitches, and they ultimately go offline. 4. Ammunition. We are facing critical shortages of ammunition. Cartridge casings can only be reloaded a finite number of times. One good note about Camp Perry: the Joker's team was able to recover over numerous rounds of expended cartridge casings. Like I mentioned, there were 1 or more firefights, and brass was lying around everywhere. Cleaning, inspecting, and reloading will be an arduous task, but currently we have no alternative. 5. The infrastructure of cities continues to deteriorate. Without man's intervention, there is no preventive maintenance, no repairs, no TLC. Mother Nature is slowly but surely reclaiming it all. Everything from natural disasters to heavy rainfalls, an errant lightning strike. A scout team will go on a mission down a road and see a small pothole. 6 months later, that same small pothole has grown exponentially into a gaping crag in the road. We have tried to compensate, but with dwindling resources and the ever-present threat of Zeds, it's a difficult challenge. The dynamic of Mount Weather and the surrounding communities of survivors is robust, cohesive. Any disagreements have been relatively minor in nature, and almost all have resolved without further issue. We have revamped the political system of the Provisional Government of the United States of America. Our districts have been reconfigured. Senators are no longer state senators. They now represent districts of survivors. We've made repeated radio contact with survivor groups in 17 different states. This is extremely encouraging and has allowed us to get a more accurate perspective of how many people are currently alive in America. Still, we have a long way to go. In 9 years, we've only established community relations in a 500-mile radius. And lastly, there has been an uprising of sorts. Nothing violent, but significant nonetheless. A petition was started, and the overwhelming majority of the Mount Weather and surrounding communities have demanded a presidential election. After much deliberation, an election is set to be held in November. As I am writing this, President Abe Stark is running unopposed, but there have been rumblings of discontent out there. There have been anonymous flyers distributed in communities accusing the current administration of being corrupt and running a dictatorship. I've also been named in at least one flyer as being a personal henchman of President Stark. Oh, and they did not stop there. They went on to call Kate, Stark's mistress, all kinds of colorful names. The mere fact that somebody has access to so much paper and a printer with good ink is impressive, but the rhetoric in the flyers is filled with distorted and exaggerated facts, with outright lies thrown in here. Normally I would have laughed it off, but there are people out there who are believing the nonsense. It is both concerning and troubling to many of us. And finally, there are the Zeds. Many have died off, and while that is a good thing, there are still a few million of them out there. What's more, as I've noted in past journal entries, the Zeds are continuing to display unusual behavioral patterns. Here's a short list. 1. Emotions. There have been recorded instances where Zeds have displayed almost human emotions, like fear. 2. Teamwork. There have been multiple instances of Zeds working in tandem rather than as a mindless horde. The attack on the CDC is but one example. This leads to my next item. 3. Cognition. When the plague first hit, it turned normal humans into mindless killers. They had almost no cognition above the primordial level. Now we've seen multiple instances of more advanced thought processes. 4. Communication. The Zeds have been observed communicating with each other through grunts and occasional gestures, but there have also been observed instances of what seems to be telepathic communication. Nobody can explain it. I certainly can't. There's a lot of speculation about it. Some say it's merely the overactive imaginations of humans, while others believe the virus has somehow activated certain parts of the brain that allow this. I will continue to keep a record of the events as time permits. Faithfully submitted, Zach Gunderson, Director of Operations. Chapter 1. Mission Briefings. I had a quick dinner and hustled over to the conference room. I was going to give 3 back-to-back mission briefings, and I wanted to get set up before everyone came in and started distracting me. It was mostly a show and tell for the politicians and the other community leaders who lived around Mount Weather. Still, it was necessary. My beautiful wife came in a few minutes later with the kids in tow and gave an apologetic smile. "We had to take a potty break," she said. I chuckled and went back to syncing my laptop to the whiteboard. Little Frederick, who was going to be 7 soon, plopped down in a chair beside me and watched me work. Kelly walked Macy over to a dry erase board, stood her on a chair, and handed her a marker. Macy stared at it a moment, and then looked at me questioningly. "What do you want me to draw, Daddy?" she asked. "How about some flowers to brighten up the room?" I suggested. Her face lit up, and she began drawing. I was sure to catch some guff for letting her use one of the markers. We only had a limited number of them, but I didn't care. Watching her draw flowers with a big grin on her face was more than worth it. Kelly found a place to sit with Hardy on her lap. I focused back on my work, but could not help smiling to myself. Despite how things were in the world, I often thought of myself as the luckiest man alive. But as a parent, I'm often conflicted. How much do I shelter and protect my children from the horrors and atrocities that exist outside of the protection of Mount Weather? If I do, they won't know how to survive once they're on their own. I guess it's been a quandary for all parents going back to the days when mankind lived in caves. There was going to be a point in time where I would have to teach Macy about Zeds and the lawlessness of the world beyond Mount Weather. But for now, she was going to draw flowers. People started filtering in. I socialized, smiled, and conversed because that's what I was expected to do. Personally, I would have rather been doing some night fishing or out hunting Zeds. Members of the scout teams came in next. All of them were cutting up and joking with each other. All except True. He didn't joke around, and I don't think I ever saw him laugh. President Stark walked in promptly at 19:30 hours. Kate dutifully followed. He spent precisely 5 minutes engaging in small talk before taking his usual seat and giving me a slight head nod. I stood and addressed the audience. Hello, everyone. As you all know, we have 3 missions scheduled to begin tomorrow morning, so let's get to it. The first mission briefing is Operation Lake City, which will be executed by Team Mad Dog, the equipment to build our own ammunition manufacturing plant. There was assorted clapping and witty remarks, indicating everyone was in a good mood and excited for these missions. I clicked on the computer mouse, and a photo popped up on the screen. This is an older satellite photo of Lake City. It's about a year old. Fortunately, we're unable to get an updated photo. However, as you can see, the plant appears dormant, unused. If luck is on our side, the plant is still intact. The biggest hope is there is an abundance of ammunition still at the facility. All right, moving on to our second mission. Team Joker will be executing Operation Holston. This team will be led by Gunnery Sergeant Joker Lutz, and his teammates will be Joe Fitzpatrick Sr. and Joe Jr. I looked up and saw confusion on a couple of faces. You guys know them as Trader Joe and Little Joe. They currently live at Marcus Hook. Oh, okay, someone muttered. I looked over to see it was a man who happened to be sitting beside Riley. She saw me looking and rolled her eyes. I smiled. The Fitzpatricks originally lived in Bristol, so their knowledge of the area will be invaluable. I clicked on the mouse, which brought up the relevant satellite photo. His team will be traveling to the Holston ammunition plant located in Kingsport, Tennessee. Their primary mission is to locate and secure explosive materials and safely transport them back to Mount Weather. Before you ask, the answer is yes, this is also an older photograph. It's a couple of years old, but it also shows a dormant facility. It is hoped the storage magazines have kept the explosives intact. Don't blow your asses up, someone said, which sparked more laughter. Our third mission, Team Flash, will be leading Operation Virginia Beach 2. They will be going back to the Richmond, Portsmouth, and Virginia Beach area, which will include Fort Eustis and Norfolk Naval Base. Their primary mission is scouting, scavenging, and intel gathering. As you all know, Flash, Aaron, and Sully were living in Virginia Beach during the outbreak. They are intimately familiar with the area, so this will serve to their advantage. I paused and clicked on the next slide. This is a series of recent satellite photos of Virginia Beach. The photos move westerly toward Norfolk and Portsmouth. Nothing much has changed, but then we go to a series of nighttime photographs. I clicked through a few slides and then stopped on one. If you look close toward the upper left of the picture, you'll see a couple of pinpricks of light. This is artificial light, which means there are survivors in the area. There was a little bit of murmuring among people in the audience, even though this information had been common knowledge for a few days. In addition to the usual scouting and scavenging duties, Team Flash is tasked with attempting to locate these survivors. It is believed it's only a small group of people who move around from place to place, but they stay primarily within the Portsmouth and Virginia Beach area. Maybe Flash will find him a girlfriend, someone in the audience quipped, which brought more laughter. I smiled, but I couldn't laugh. Flash was a good guy, but it didn't seem like any of the single ladies around here thought of him as anything other than a friend. I also knew something that was only known to a couple of us. First Sergeant Crumby, Joker, Melvin, and I had put together an operational risk assessment for each mission. Short answer, it was determined that each mission needed at least twice the manpower, but due to many extenuating circumstances, the number was limited to 3 people each for teams Joker and Flash, while Melvin's team was going to have 4 members. I wasn't overly concerned with Joker and Melvin. They were tough and experienced, as were their team members. Joker was a Marine with ample combat experience. His two teammates, the father-son team commonly known as Trader Joe and Little Joe, were capable, and I happened to know Little Joe was an excellent shot, almost as good as his sister. Melvin was a former Special Forces soldier who at one time had been considered for the Medal of Honor. Logan and Liam were burly men and were Pittsburgh cops back before. True was the quiet type, a former soldier as well, and he was mostly a loner who never displayed his emotions. His teammates swore by him, and Melvin said he was a damn good friend. I pitied anyone who tried something against any of them. Flash and his two team members were not tough, hardened veterans. Sure, they'd survived the apocalypse, but there was no military or police experience in their background. Plus, this was going to be the first mission in which Flash was a designated team leader. He was a good guy and capable, but I was worried his lack of experience might be a detriment if things went sideways. I concluded the mission briefings and opened the floor for questions and answers. There were the usual superficial questions that were unnecessary and a waste of time. However, Dr. Salisbury stood up and requested all teams to make an extra effort to locate medical supplies, especially catheters. This was met with a small round of applause, which was nice, but there were also a couple of snickers. It was a poorly kept secret that Vice President Reinhardt was having prostate issues, and sometimes he could not urinate and had to resort to the occasional use of a catheter. Some clown had even written a few disparaging remarks about it on the stalls in the men's restrooms on the main floor. All right, if there are no further questions, I believe we can quit for the night. Breakfast is at 0500 hours. The breakfast crew is scheduled to start an hour earlier than normal to accommodate us. My advice to the team members is arrive early and eat a hearty meal before leaving. We muster in front of the motor pool at 0600 hours. When my briefing ended, the president walked to the podium and led us in prayer before ending the meeting. Everyone began talking. People were excited about the missions and what they could do for us. I chatted with a few people and listened in on a couple of conversations. Kelly rounded up the kids and said she would see me back at our suite. It took me an hour before I could get away. Kelly had the kids down and was reading them a bedtime story. Hardy was already fast asleep, and Macy was yawning and rubbing her eyes. Only Frederick was still wide awake. It took almost an hour before she finally closed her eyes and drifted off into peaceful slumber. Kelly and I did the same a few minutes later. I would have liked to have done other things before going to sleep, but we'd both had a long, hard day. I don't know which one of us fell asleep first. Chapter 2. Oscar Mike. I can't say I'm looking forward to this, I grumbled when I sat down. Yep, Fred replied. He was sitting in his usual spot, even though he no longer lived at Mount Weather. The mission teams were filtering in. Some looked hungover, some seemed eager to begin the day. Fred slid over a large Yeti mug like the one he was drinking out of. Hot tea, he said. I nodded and took a sip. We didn't have coffee anymore, but we had plenty of tea. Multiple varieties. This morning it was a strong blend with a hint of a pleasant spice I could not readily identify. I nodded appreciatively, inhaled the pleasant breakfast aromas, and glanced at the clock on the wall. Breakfast will be ready soon, I mentioned. Yep. He wasn't in a talkative mood this morning, no surprise. So we sat in silence, sipping our tea, and greeted the other team members as they walked in the cafeteria. Our resident wild man, Melvin Clark, was the first to join us. Outwardly, except for a crazy gleam in his eye, he looked like your average Joe. I happened to know he was tough as nails and a hardened combat veteran. I suppose the only outward indicator was his lean, weathered face and the way he moved, like a tiger walking through the jungle. He filled his cup from the urn before joining us. Good morning, man, he greeted as he sat. It's going to be a hot one today. Yep, I replied. Fred gave a small nod of agreement. I had to smile. Fred originally did not like Melvin, but once he'd gotten rid of his zombie wife, Fred warmed up to him. Melvin noticed and smiled as well. He gave a wave as True walked in, followed by Liam and Logan. True looked the same as always, lean and perpetually lost in deep thought, like he had the burden of the world on his shoulders. His normally tawny skin tone was currently a deep brown due to long hours in the sun. If anyone did not readily recognize the two O'Malley men as brothers, they had to be blind or brain damaged. Both were 6 feet tall and muscular, They walked with the same gait, had full beards, and kept their long, dark hair pulled back in ponytails. "Good, you boys didn't oversleep," Melvin remarked. The men exchanged one or two smart-assed retorts. Liam sat and stared pointedly at Fred and me. "So, you two got the job of bringing Clay Fleming here to stand trial." "That's the plan," I said. "Well, I'm confused. In case the leadership of Mount Weather has forgotten, my brother and I were cops back in Pittsburgh. Why weren't we assigned the job? I mean, that's our bailiwick." "I agree, and that would have happened, but the missions were already drawn up before the murder happened," I said. A couple of days ago, a man by the name of Clay Fleming stabbed another man to death at the Marcus Hook community. He claimed self-defense, but it was decided the accused was going to be transported back to Mount Weather, whereupon he would stand trial for murder. Fred and I were tasked with going to get him and bring him safely back to Mount Weather. "What are you saying? You don't like me and True any more?" Melvin asked. "Oh, no, Sarge, that's not it. We'd follow you through the gates of hell itself, even if you do have a smelly ass. But," he gestured with a finger back and forth between his brother and himself, "we've been talking. It's time the Mount Weather community has a police force, and we're volunteering." "Duly noted," I said. "And you're correct. At some point we will need to create a police force. After the missions are completed, I'll schedule a meeting. It'll be a formality. You know how the politicians are. They feel like they need to have a say in everything, but they'll agree and we'll make it happen." "That means until then I'm stuck with you two yinzers," True grumbled. Melvin emitted a belly laugh. A casual observer who overheard their frequent barbs might have thought the four men hated each other, but in fact they had developed a band of brotherhood type of friendship. Team Mad Dog was the go-to team for the tougher missions, and they always exceeded expectations. Soon the cafeteria was moderately full. In addition to the various personnel who were getting an early start to the day, I counted all the other team members present. I watched them congregate, and everyone seemed in an upbeat mood. It was a positive sign. Sometimes people did not come back from these missions, but they were still a necessity. It was the best way to find and contact other survivors, not to mention the endless need for resources. When the breakfast crew began wheeling in the food trays from the kitchen, everyone scrambled out of their chairs and a line formed. This morning's breakfast consisted of scrambled eggs, bacon, baked apples, and lard biscuits. The beverage options were water, tea, and milk. Milk was only served during breakfast simply because our dairy production crew could not accommodate enough for every meal. We also normally had orange juice as an option, but our harvest of oranges was down this year. Liam stabbed at his eggs. "One day I'm going to order poached eggs," he grumbled, "and I better get 'em." I laughed along with the others. Liam always complained about not getting poached eggs. One day the kitchen crew invited him to join them and poach eggs for everyone. That shut him up, but only for a day or two. He washed down a mouthful of milk before speaking again. "By the way, you two be careful when transporting that guy. Search him thoroughly, and that includes strip searching him. Also, be mindful that he may have friends who may get a harebrained idea of trying to rescue him," he warned. "Yep," his brother added. "We had that happen back in Pittsburgh one day. A punk gangbanger was being transported to a doctor's appointment, and his buddies jumped the two deputies at the doctor's office." "What happened?" Melvin asked. "Both deputies were shot, but they were able to return fire and killed two of the gangbangers. It was a mess. So even though my big brother is rather slow-witted, he's right. Watch yourselves and search that prisoner thoroughly. Check his clothes, his shoes, his mouth, his butt crack, everything." I nodded in agreement. In fact, Fred and I had already talked about it and decided the best way to avoid a possible ambush was to take one of our precious strikers. The vehicles were heavily armored and, when fully equipped, could put out an enormous amount of lethal firepower. I would have loved for us to have a fleet of them. "Appreciate the advice." I changed the subject. "Are you guys ready for your mission?" "Damn right," Logan said, and then grinned at me. "Admit it, you'd love to go along, wouldn't you?" I tried not to smile, but it was true. My job these days was to help run the post-apocalyptic American government. In addition to Mount Weather and the surrounding communities, we had to maintain positive relations with the other outlying communities. That meant I rarely went on missions anymore. I never said it to anyone, but there were moments when I longed for the time when I had no responsibilities, no wife, no kids. I could go out into the wilderness for as long as I wanted. I pushed those thoughts down and gave Fred a small nod. We stood together. "All right, see all of you at the motor pool in 30 minutes. Jorge and Josue were at the motor pool waiting for everyone. They had the vehicles for each team prepped and ready to go. I walked over and checked out the Striker. Over the years, some of the high-tech gizmos had broken. Without replacement parts available, Jorge and Josue had either jury-rigged them or taken them off the vehicle. Everyone had loaded up their personal equipment the night before. The only thing left to do was complete a final check and get on the road. I started up the Striker and let it idle, as did the rest of the team leaders. Once everyone seemed to be satisfied everything was as it should be, we loaded up and headed toward the main entrance as a group. Upon reaching the gate, I pulled off to the side and stopped. The other vehicles followed suit. Exiting, I walked over to the guard post. Slim and Pris were on duty and met us outside. "Today's the big day, huh?" Slim declared. "Yes, it is," I said. "Is all the info posted?" "Roger that," Slim replied. "Pris has better handwriting than me, so she wrote it all out on the dry erase boards. So, you two are going to get clay?" "Yes, we should be back no later than 2200 hours tonight." Slim nodded thoughtfully. It seemed like he had some things to say on the matter, but he kept them to himself. "All right, I'll make a notation for the next shift." I nodded in agreement. The SOP was for hourly radio checks. If they did not hear from us and we were overdue, they'd send out a search and rescue team. With nothing else to say, we watched as each team departed and radioed in that they were officially Oscar Mike, on the move. Chapter 3. Team Mad Dog. It was not necessary for them to stop at the main gate, as they already had the mission information, but Pris was on guard duty, and Liam wanted to have one last goodbye. Stopping, he set the brake and jumped out while the other three men sat in the truck and waited. The two of them embraced, whispered some things to each other that nobody else could hear, and then Liam got back in the truck. "We good to go?" Melvin asked. "Yep," Liam answered. He settled in the seat, checked the gauges, and disengaged the brake. "She said she was only going to sleep with 5 men and 8 women while I'm gone. I guess that's reasonable." "Yeah, but what is she going to do tomorrow night?" Melvin asked. Logan roared in laughter. "Good one, Sarge." "Yeah, good one," Liam muttered with a scowl. When Melvin stopped chuckling, he reached for the radio's microphone. "TOC, this is Team Mad Dog. Radio check, over. Reading you 5x5, over. Roger, Team Mad Dog is Oscar Mike," Melvin said. "Roger that. Team Mad Dog is Oscar Mike, Zulu 1000 hours. Good luck and Godspeed. TOC out." They made it only a few miles down Harry Bird Highway before they encountered their first obstacle, a utility pole that had fallen across the road. "Ain't this a bitch?" Liam muttered. Melvin looked around and pointed. "There's a family living down that road. Used to be a fruit farm. They're the ones who are responsible for this part of the road." "Well, they must be busy bobbing for apples," Logan remarked. "Or a banana-eating contest," Liam added. Melvin glanced over at True, who was shaking his head at the brothers' quips. Liam drove through the grass median and around some derelict vehicles before getting back on the road. "I have a feeling we're going to encounter all kinds of obstacles and such along the way," Melvin muttered. "Murphy's Law," True quipped. Melvin nodded in agreement. The miles went by. There were occasional obstructions, such as tree limbs or other debris in the roadway, but they encountered only small groups of Zeds here and there. The men conserved their ammunition and ignored them. Well, except for a couple of them that tried to charge the truck. Liam simply ran over them. The other 3 men did not even bother with any commentary. Chapter 4. Team Flash. Flash squared his shoulders and tried for a professional demeanor as they exited the main gate, but when Slim gave an exaggerated salute as they drove past, he could not help but grin at his friend and salute back. His 2 teammates laughed along with him. "He's not too bright, but you can't help but like him," Aaron said. "He's smarter than you might think," Flash replied. "Are you sure?" Sully asked. "Oh yeah, he doesn't have a fancy college education, but he's got a load of common sense and he'd give you the shirt off his back if you needed it." Sully thought for a moment. "Well, I agree, he's a good guy." Flash did not respond. Sully was a decent enough person. He was part of their group back in Virginia Beach, back when it all went bad. His girlfriend, Bree was her name, was Aaron's best friend. She and Sully had gone out scavenging one day and got attacked. Sully made it, Bree didn't. It changed his personality from a positive person to one who was often sullen and morose. Since arriving in Mount Weather, he spent most of his off-duty time drinking and getting high. He did not endear himself to many people, but he never shirked a work detail and kept mostly to himself, so he was tolerated. When Flash told him of the upcoming mission, he immediately volunteered. He didn't even balk when he learned Flash was the team leader, even though he was a few years older. Flash glanced over at him before concentrating on the road. He was dressed casually, jeans and a faded t-shirt, which was an extension of his current demeanor. He was scanning for Zeds and any other threats, which was the responsibility of the person in the passenger seat, but he seemed almost disinterested. Flash increased speed after leaving the main gate. Blue Mountain Road was in good shape thanks to the road crew, but after about 20 miles, they got increasingly worse, and it was roughly 230 miles to Virginia Beach. "You know, I'm looking forward to going back home," Erin said. Flash glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "I don't know. We may be in for a big disappointment. Things weren't so good back when we left," he said. "Home is where the heart is," Sully said, and pulled a pipe out of his pocket. Flash watched in consternation as Sully packed the small bowl and lit up. Soon the interior was filled with the acrid odor of marijuana. Flash wanted to admonish him. It was a tacit agreement that teams stayed straight when on mission. He looked over at Sully, who stared out of the passenger window. When he looked at his rearview mirror again, Erin gave him an apathetical shrug. Flash opted not to say anything and kept driving. After an hour, Flash swapped places with Erin and sat in the back seat. Pulling out his pad, he began going over his notes again. Erin glanced back. "Haven't you read those enough?" she asked. "Just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything," Flash replied and gave her a wink. She, in turn, made a goofy face. The truth of it was, he was scared to death he'd forget something or screw up somehow and get somebody killed. This was his first leadership position since he'd come to Mount Weather, and there were a few people who did not think a young black man such as himself was capable. Even a zombie plague was incapable of erasing racism in some people. If it were not for Zack and Joker vouching for him, he sincerely doubted he would have been chosen to lead this mission. One thing was certain in Flash's mind. He was going to prove to them all he had the right stuff. He glanced again at Erin, who was now staring out of the front window. He thought back to when the two of them first met. He was 14 and working for a lawn care company that had a contract with several of the hotels on Virginia Beach. Erin was 2 years older and, in fact, was the person who'd gotten him the job. They'd never had sex, but she and her boyfriend were the first persons, older teens, to befriend him. One chilly November night, there was a group of them sitting around a bonfire at First Landing State Park. It was the usual teenage get-together. No hard drugs were ever allowed, but alcohol and marijuana were common. Flash remembered that night vividly. There were only 5 of them. They'd all gotten out of school early due to the flu bug, and they were celebrating. The rest of their friends were home, sick. Flash had finished up his first beer and was pondering whether to drink a second one when 3 Zeds came out of the darkness. Devin was closest to them. They attacked him immediately. Flash had heard 1 or 2 news reports of sick people becoming violent, but when he saw his friend being eaten alive, he took off running in unadulterated terror. Erin was right behind him. They tried to go home, but their family members were infected as well. It seemed to them everyone was infected or dead. So they wandered aimlessly for days, mostly trying to avoid the infected and finding food to eat. They hid in the park and eventually hooked up with 4 other people. Starvation forced them into the more populated areas, and ultimately, they made their home in one of the prestigious hotels located on the beach where there was a large amount of food in storage. Flash still could not believe how incredibly high the infection rate was. Virginia Beach had a permanent population of over 400,000, and that did not even count the tourists and military personnel. Out of all those people, there were only the 3 of them left alive who seemed to have not been infected. The rest of the populace became infected or killed by the infected. They were going back now. The satellite feeds showed almost no activity. Their mission was mostly recon work. Ride around, get an idea of Zed activity, attempt to locate any survivors. He absently patted one of the kit bags. It had a couple of cameras, extra memory cards, battery packs, a solar recharger, and, most importantly, a satellite radio. Zack emphasized the necessity of good intel, and that included photographs. Lots of photographs. And most of all, don't get killed. Chapter 5. Team Joker. Joker's team was the last vehicle to exit the main gate. The trailer they were pulling rattled loudly as they drove over the cattle guard. It worried him that it was so noisy and would have left it behind if he could have. Slim had given them an exaggerated salute as they drove by, like he had with the others, causing Joker to smile. "I like that young man," Trader Joe said. "Yeah, everyone likes him," Joker responded. He thought back to one night not so long ago. After dinner, a few people had gathered in the boardroom for the usual socialization and adult beverages. The boardroom was a makeshift bar and party room in one of the unused buildings located near the helipad. After a few glasses of homemade wine, he told the room Slim was Mount Weather's version of Gomer Pyle. Everyone laughed, including Slim, but after he and Maria went back to their room, she laid into him. "You shouldn't make fun of people," she admonished. "Slim is a good man. I don't want everyone calling him Gomer." Her chastising caused Joker to sleep fitfully that night. It bothered him enough that he found Slim at breakfast the next morning, pulled him aside, and apologized, all while Maria watched from a distance. Surprisingly, Slim broke out into a Gomer Pyle impersonation. "Aw, shucks," he said with a goofy grin and bob of his head. "He's a good dude," Joker added, which was a major compliment coming from him. He normally referred to everyone who wasn't a Marine as a shithead or some variation thereof. Joker thought about Maria and their baby as he drove. Nobody ever thought they would be drawn together, especially him. He never thought he'd find love, especially after the world went to hell. When he first met Maria, he thought she was the most beautiful, saddest woman he'd ever met. He did not speak to her for several months, although he stole glances whenever he could. It wasn't until they had Terminator Week. Terminator Week was a dedication to all the Terminator movies, including the short-lived TV series. On opening night, he found himself sitting beside her. The conversation started with Joker explaining the storyline. The movie ended for the night. Maria and Joker found themselves sitting in the lounge, talking about everything. When the sun started peeking through the windows, Joker realized he'd fallen hard. When Josue and Jorge found out about their relationship, they confronted Joker and interrogated him extensively. He remembered it well. Both were armed, and he had no doubt they'd kill him if they thought he'd taken advantage of her. Jorge later told Joker they knew something was up because the day after movie night, Maria had been smiling all day, and she had not smiled in a long time. Her father and brother accepted the relationship, and now Joker considered himself the luckiest man in the world. Trader Joe interrupted his thoughts. "What are you smiling about?" he asked. "What? You were smiling," Trader Joe said. "Oh, nothing," Joker said, and concentrated on the road. The road crews had done sporadic work on I-81. It mostly consisted of moving derelict cars out of the way so one lane would be free and clear. Most of the larger potholes had been filled, but they only had a finite amount of asphalt, and used most of it for the roadways to Fort Detrick and Marcus Hook. So there were a lot of small to medium-sized potholes, not to mention the occasional obstruction. At one stretch, there were small cedar trees out of the cracks in the road. Joker surmised they were a couple of years old, and unless something was done, they'd be totally blocking the roadway within a couple of years. Joker pondered it all while he drove. Sometimes he wondered if it was all worth it. But then he thought of Maria and their child. He thought about many times in the past how he told anyone who'd listen how stupid it was to bring a child in this world, and now he was going to be a father. Joker sighed. Now was as good a time as any, he thought. He stopped the SUV, parked it, and killed the engine. "What's going on?" Trader Joe asked. "I received a frag ord about 15 minutes before we left this morning," he said. "What's a frag ord?" Little Joe asked. "It's a military term for adding something to the original op ord," Joker said, and then clarified. "That means operations order." Trader Joe groaned. It was Zack and one of his ideas, am I right?" Joker smiled and nodded. "Zack wants us to recon the various exits along the I-81 corridor. He wants to set people up to live here." Trader Joe pursed his lips together for a moment. "This will add a few more days to the mission, correct?" "Yes, it will. Couple of days," Joker said. Trader Joe thought a moment and then gave his thigh a slap. "We get first dibs on any procured goods. I must insist on it." "Fine by me," Joker said. "We're going to bypass Harrisonburg, though. That place is a hellhole." The men agreed and began their reconnoitering where they had left off last month, at a community called the 10th Legion. They confined their search to the areas around the exits. The first Zeds they encountered was at a truck stop at exit 257. It was a group of 5 of them. Joker was debating on bypassing them when Little Joe opened fire. When they were all dead, Little Joe jumped out of the SUV and jogged over to them. "Did you see that, Dad? They wouldn't even separate themselves from each other when I started shooting." Joker and Trader Joe walked over and joined him. "They look like truck drivers," Little Joe said, and pointed at the lone female in the group. "She's dressed like a waitress, and all the men were surrounding her like they were protecting her. Is that a sign they're 15s? Father and son stared expectantly at Joker, who responded with a shrug. "Hell if I know," he said. "All right, let's be mindful of our ammo count." They cleared the interior of the truck stop, searched it, marked it, and moved on down the road. They continued this throughout the day. During that time, they encountered no humans and less than a dozen Zeds. "Not many Zeds and a lot of skeletons. They must be dying off," Little Joe said. Joker scoffed. "Don't count on it." Chapter 6. Zack and Fred. After the other teams were out of sight, Fred and I got back in the Striker and headed out. We each sat in the open hatches, enjoying the morning sun as we rode. "Any recent road reports?" Fred asked as I accelerated. "When the Fitzgeralds came in from Marcus Hook, they reported one fallen tree and 2 Zeds. They said they took care of all of it." "Good," Fred said. "So, who decided on having a trial?" "Ultimately, President Stark, but only after much discussion," I said. "Roscoe called on the radio and asked for help. Since the incident, everyone has taken sides, and there's been a lot of arguments. The president called a special meeting, and there was a consensus that a murder trial should be held." Fred gave a slight nod. "Having it at Weather instead of Hook is a good idea. More of a perception of fairness." "Yeah, exactly." Fred was quiet for a moment, but his mood must have changed since breakfast, and he felt like talking. "What's your take on this murder?" he asked. "It's hard to say. A teenage girl by the name of Hermione Fleming accused a man of rape. Her stepfather felt the need to defend her honor and stabbed him to death." "Did you say Hermione?" Fred asked. "Yeah, like the character in the Harry Potter novels." I glanced over at Fred. "Do you know who Harry Potter is?" "Yep, my daughter loved that series," he said. I nodded thoughtfully. Fred's daughter was in California when the outbreak came roaring in. He eventually went in search of her, only to find her in her apartment, infected. I suspected he was the one who put her out of her misery, but he never spoke about it. "So anyway, there are rumors that she wasn't raped, but that it was consensual." "But she said it was rape," Fred said. "Yeah, a few days later. Some believe she felt day after regret." Fred nodded. Barely. "It'll be an interesting trial." "We have discussed it at length. As you know, we've never had a trial of any significance, and we've heard rumors that our government is nothing more than a lot of hot air and little substance." I held off voicing my vehement disagreement with the sentiment. If it wasn't for us, a lot of these knuckleheads who lived in and around Mount Weather would be dead. "This trial should squash some of the complaints," I surmised. "Maybe," Fred replied. "Stop the vehicle a minute and kill the engine." I did as he directed without question. I'd learned long ago Fred did not play around. If he told me to stop the vehicle, there was a valid reason for it. We were on a flat stretch of road that ran straight for 100 yards before there was a soft bend to the right. Fred pointed. "I think I saw something," he whispered. As if on cue, a dozen Zeds rounded the curve. They walked slowly, seemingly without purpose. I retrieved a pair of binoculars and looked them over. 13, I whispered. 12 of them are wearing military combat utilities. They're ragged and rotten. Old-looking, but moving pretty good. "Let's use the Marlin," Fred said. I smiled. The Marlin bullpup was a .22 caliber rifle. That ammo we still had an abundance of. The problem for most people is you had to have a good aim to put down a Zed with the small bullet. Sometimes it took 2 rounds to the center of the brain before they went down. But there were some who were respiring again. Their heart was functioning and they were breathing. A bullet to the heart could kill them. Fred ducked down into the Striker and emerged a moment later with the little rifle. He handed it to me. "You first," he said with a slight smirk, and then gave a whistle, which resulted in the Zeds break into an ambling gait toward us. I accepted his challenge and took careful aim at the closest one. I shot 5 before they seemed to figure out what was happening. The remaining 8 Zeds all began running in different directions. I was able to kill one more before their scattering required us to move closer. I handed off the rifle to Fred and started the engine. Fred began shooting as I drove. My marksmanship skills were superb, but they were still no match for Fred. He was making headshots from a moving vehicle on Zeds who ran in loping, bobbing motions. By the time I brought the striker within a few feet of them, Fred had finished them off. I killed the engine again, and we sat there, letting our hearing adjust to the silence. Satisfied there were no other Zeds lurking around, we exited the striker and walked over to the corpses. A kick to the head ensured they were dead before we began a closer inspection. "That shoulder patch is the 10th Mountain Division," Fred said. I thought a moment. 10th Mountain? That's Fort Drum, New York. "Quite a way from here," Fred remarked. "How far north have we explored?" "Binghamton," I said. "The winters have foobarred the roads, and despite the cold, there are still Zeds everywhere. If they've traveled this far south, it's conceivable the food sources are depleted." I pointed toward a few of the ones in uniform. "Their boots are worn down to the soles. I suppose it's possible they walked all the way from New York," I said. "I'll prepare a report for the next staff meeting. Perhaps it's time to send some missions north before winter." "Mm-hmm," Fred replied. We looked them over a few more minutes, and I drew a vial of blood from the freshest-looking Zed before we got moving again. Fred took the opportunity to run a cleaning rod through the bore of the Marlin and wipe down the action before reloading and storing it away. "How are things at the Ponderosa?" I asked. He had recently found a farm a couple of miles from Mount Weather, tucked in a dead-end street looking out over a scenic valley. It already had a decent horse barn, and the place only needed some tender love and care to be once again habitable. He spent all his spare time during the winter renovating the small house and moved in a month ago. Much to his chagrin, Rachel decided he should not be alone and moved in with him. "Aisha gave birth yesterday. I should be back there keeping an eye on her and her baby," he said. Aisha was Fred's favorite horse. She was a beautiful Arabian, and he spoiled her. "We're only going to be gone a day at the most," I said. "Besides, Rachel's become pretty adept with horses, right?" Fred gave a reluctant grunt, which I took to mean he wholeheartedly agreed. "How are the two of you getting along?" I asked. "The girl is insatiable," he said. I glanced over at him in confusion. "How do you mean?" Fred grunted. "You know what I mean." I chuckled. "You old dog. She keeps you going, huh?" Fred scowled and stared straight ahead. "Let's change the subject." "All right. What do you want to talk about?" "Give me more details of the case." "Okay, you met Clay Fleming back when we were doing the road maintenance." "Back in April," Fred said. "Yeah. He's a hard worker, seemed a little hot-headed to some of the younger people." "Yeah, he was. I suppose he was staying on them to keep them working. Anyway, there was apparently a secret party one night. Only a few people went to it, 4 men and 4 women. You get the idea, a little music, a little alcohol, a little weed, and soon they paired off." "Hermione was part of all this, I take it?" Fred surmised. "Yeah, she paired off with Dalton Pentecost." "I remember him," Fred said. "He seemed like a decent young man. Tell me about him." "He was 21, 13 when it went bad. He hunkered down in his school along with some schoolmates and their science teacher. They made a go of it for over a year before Johnny G found them. Out of a dozen of them, only a few of them survived." "Sounds like he had some grit to him," Fred remarked. "Yeah, he did." "All right. Tell me about Hermione." "Hermione is apparently one of those girls who's 15 going on 21, if you know what I mean. Kind of cute, overly developed for a 15-year-old. "He's 21 and she's 15, Fred said. "Yep. She's still a kid. When they paired off together, was it consensual?" he asked. I nodded. "That's what the witnesses are saying. They left the party together and went back to Dalton's place. That's the last anyone saw of them until breakfast the next morning." I waited to see if Fred had any questions before continuing. "A few days go by, and Hermione confides in a friend that Dalton lured her to his room and raped her. Well, as you know, there are no secrets in these small communities, and soon word got around and everyone was talking about it. When her stepfather Clay found out, he confronted Dalton. An argument ensued, and Clay stabbed him. The knife went under the sternum and into his heart. He bled out in seconds." "Any eyewitnesses?" Fred asked. "Only Hermione," I said. "So that's the gist of the case. Clay is claiming self-defense, but he wasn't injured, and Dalton didn't have a weapon on him." Fred's only response was a slight grunt. We rode in silence for a couple of miles before Fred spoke again. "What did you mean by 15 going on 21? "According to Johnny G, she's quite the flirt. He said that since the weather has warmed up, you can usually find her walking around wearing short shorts and a skimpy shirt without a bra. Do you think it's a fake allegation? Fred asked. Honestly, I don't know. It's not like we're operating under Sharia law. If a girl wants to wear short shorts or she's decided she doesn't like bras, I guess that's her choice. The big issue here is whether or not Clay took the law into his own hands. Some folks might say he did the right thing, Fred remarked. I glanced over at Fred. He was staring out of the passenger window at something. I thought back to his daughter. I can only imagine how he would have reacted if she came to him one day and told him she'd been raped. Yeah, I suppose. It might boil down to whether people believe it was rape or a consensual act. I'm glad I won't be on the jury, I said, and then changed the subject. When we get there, we're going to gas up, get Clay, and get going, unless you have something else in mind. Sounds good to me, Fred said. I need to get back to my horses. Yeah, and Rachel, I said. I grinned and glanced over at Fred. He merely grunted in response. How many people are living there now? He asked. 42? Well, make that 41. They recently added a dozen people who'd been trying to make a go of it from Kearney's Point. According to Roscoe, with the extra manpower, they've been able to increase production by 8%. And they have the means to store it all? He asked. Absolutely. They have those big above-ground storage silos, over 30 of them. Currently, only 2 of them are completely full. What about their crops and cattle? My brow furrowed. Do you recall seeing that big FedEx facility? The one on Blue Ball Avenue? The street that the O'Malley brothers constantly joke about? That's the one. Behind it is a sizable cemetery. They've turned it into a community garden. Fred emitted a slight, barely audible scoff, which was his way of laughing uncontrollably. They have a cow pasture on the other side of the river on Crown Point Drive, but the problem is nobody feels safe living over there. If there are any problems, their QRF must cross the river by boat to respond to any threat. They've added a few donkeys to protect the herd, but I'm worried they don't tend to them on a regular basis. Speaking of boats, has anyone seen Boner? He asked. I frowned again. Nope. Marcus Hook had ports on the Schuylkill River, which emptied into the Delaware Bay. Ensign Lawrence Boner, being a Navy man, moved to Marcus Hook and accepted the mission of getting the port set up for transportation and commerce. One day back in May, he took a luxury yacht out for a spin. Later that afternoon, he radioed in and stated he was anchored at Pearson Cove for the evening and would probably return the next day. He hasn't been seen nor heard from since. 2 days went by before Johnny G. and a couple of others took a boat down to Pearson Cove, but there was no sign of the yacht or Boner. Did he drown, or did he just leave? Fred asked. They never found the boat, so personally I think he left, I said. He was always rather aloof. You could talk to him, but he avoided forming any friendships. I bet he decided he didn't like Marcus Hook any better than Mount Weather, so he devised a plan to secretly stock up that yacht with supplies and then sail off. A smart person could live out the rest of their life on that yacht, Fred remarked. I agreed. It was a nice sailing yacht, an Oceanus brand. I could picture Boner sailing up and down the coast, maybe even making a trip across the ocean to see how Europe was faring. I hated to admit it, but I had a tinge of envy at the thought. Fred lapsed into silence now, which was not uncommon, and I concentrated on driving. The roads to Marcus Hook were in decent shape, all things considered. We had a working asphalt paver and a few dump trucks, but limited asphalt on hand. So we used work crews to fill in potholes with gravel and tar. It mostly worked. The roads were a little rougher than they were back in the day, but they could still be driven on at decent speeds without the risk of front-end damage to vehicles. We spotted no other Zeds and arrived at Marcus Hook in 6 hours. Chapter 7. Team Mad Dog. Melvin and his team made good time and were soon on the Appalachian Highway, heading west. Melvin was in the passenger seat scanning the countryside. Logan and True were on the bunks in the sleeper. Melvin glanced back and saw True reading an army manual. Logan had his handgun field-stripped and was wiping it down with a rag. How's it running? Melvin asked Liam. Feels top-heavy. Yeah, I imagine so, Melvin replied. Those 2 extra tanks mounted on the top are adding a considerable amount of weight. Lake City Ammunition Plant was 1,000 miles from Mount Weather, and that was without any detours. It was a logistical problem. If the mission was successful, they were going to need a tractor-trailer rig to haul everything back, and they needed to carry their own fuel. Finally, Josue and Jorge came to the rescue. The truck they chose was a Peterbilt Model 579, which averaged 6 mpg. They mounted two 150-gallon tanks on the truck's roof behind the cowling. With the two existing 150-gallon tanks, they should have more than enough fuel for the mission. According to Jorge, when those tanks are full, that's 2,100 extra pounds. Is that why they put those square beams across the roof? True asked. Yep, they're heavily reinforced. Barring any appearance from Murphy's Law, we'll be fine. He glanced over. Right, True? True grunted. Murphy's always around. Always has been, always will be. Melvin nodded in agreement. True was right. Missions seldom went by the numbers. Zack would have said something profound like, Murphy's Law is ubiquitous, Melvin said, which elicited a guffaw from Liam. Ubiquitous. I like that, he said. He then cocked his leg and farted. Melvin cussed and quickly rolled down the window. What would you have to do that for? He asked. Well, I must admit I did not have my morning movement before getting underway. My digestive cycle seems to be out of sync. That was a good breakfast. I suspect I'll be needing to make a pit stop within the next 23 minutes. Logan groaned. Oh, why don't you go ahead and find a spot? None of us want to smell your gas for the next hour. These things cannot be rushed, brother, he replied. A few threats from both Logan and Melvin convinced Liam to stop the truck. Putting it in park, he pulled an old rag from his pack and quick-stepped over to a hickory tree on the side of the road. The other three men got out and guarded him, but stayed several feet away, and upwind. Liam made a few exaggerated grunts and groans before finishing his business, and they were back in the truck 10 minutes later. As they rode along, Melvin's thoughts drifted back to the night before. After the mission briefing, he and Savannah had played with little Prairie until she could not keep her eyes open. After putting her to bed and ensuring she was sound asleep, they engaged in some of their own playtime. After, she clung to Melvin tightly. Be honest, how long do you think the mission will really take? She had asked him. Melvin withheld a sigh. They'd talked about this mission at length. Since adopting Prairie, Savannah did not go on missions anymore. She'd never seemed to mind him going on previous missions, but for some reason she had misgivings about this one. No more than a couple of weeks, if everything goes to plan, Melvin replied. It depends on how many survivors we encounter. He could feel the tension in her body and absently started stroking her hair. I don't want you to go, she said softly. It's an important mission, one of our most important missions in the last few years. Why can't they send someone else? You know they rely on me for the important missions, right? Melvin asked. This emitted a sigh from Savannah. Yeah, but it's not fair. I know, sweetie, Melvin said. Savannah eventually let out another long sigh and threw a leg over Melvin's lower torso. Sometimes I wish you were just a plumber rather than the legendary mad dog Melvin Clark. Melvin chuckled. Sometimes I do too, but if I were a plumber, I would have never found you. I guess not. Savannah began stroking him and eventually straddled him. Melvin cast a quick glance to the far end of the room. Prairie was still sound asleep. He smiled in satisfaction, pulled her close, and kissed her deeply. His thoughts were jostled back to the present when Liam struck a pothole. Sorry, he said. There's potholes everywhere. Hard to avoid all of them. Like you said, I can't make sharp jerks on the steering wheel unless I want to risk breaking those brackets. I understand. You want someone else to drive a while? Melvin asked. Liam rubbed his face. Well, now that you mention it, Pris and I had one of our famous marathon sessions last night. I could use an hour or two of shut-eye. I'll drive, True said. I'm sure that 3 minutes was exhausting. Liam gave True a withering stare while the other two men laughed. Stopping the truck, True took the driver's seat, and Liam crawled back into the sleeper. Chapter 8. Marcus Hook. Marcus Hook looked like a city under siege. A combination of fencing and concrete had been erected along I-95 to the northwest, and then down 322 to where it met the sea. It had been a massive undertaking back in the day, and it was completed by only 30 people. And during all of that, they not only managed to grow crops and vegetables in a heavily urbanized area, they even started producing diesel fuel. It was an amazing achievement. The inhabitants of Marcus Hook were a group of people who were rough around the edges, but they were hard workers, all of them. The southeast gate was located on Philadelphia Pike at the 495 bypass. It was a marvel to look at. They dug deep trenches on the side of 495 to prevent both vehicle and pedestrian traffic. They'd erected HESCO barriers in such a way as to create a funnel effect. Anyone who wanted to come in had to travel approximately 200 meters of an open area with no cover. It was an effective kill zone if the Marcus Hook people determined you were a threat. There were 2 guards on duty at their main gate. One of them was manning a heavy-caliber M2 machine gun. They were friendly enough when we approached, but the expressions on their faces were anything but pleasant. "Good morning, men," I said. "What's wrong, Jimbo?"
"Zach, I like you. Mr. Fred, I don't know you all that well, but I've heard about you. Clay is my friend, my good friend. Y'all are going to carry him back to Mount Weather and hang him, and that don't set well with me."
"He's going to have a fair trial," I countered. Jimbo shook his head ruefully. He had the face of a man who once weighed a lot, but now all that was left was jowls that caused his face to resemble a basset hound.
"He don't stand a chance."
"Well, I hope you come watch the trial and see for yourself nobody's trying to railroad him." I did not want to argue the matter and change the subject. "I don't recall seeing that M2 the last time I was here." Now Jimbo emitted a small smile.
"Found it a couple of weeks ago sitting in the back of a truck up north in Philadelphia."
He must have seen the surprise in my face and explained.
"We've been working on some armored vehicles and decided to take them on a test run. We only got a few blocks before we had to turn around, but I spotted it and jumped out and grabbed it before any Zeds grabbed me."
It was surprising news. The major cities in this area, Philadelphia included, was overrun with Zeds. Even after 8 years, there were still large hordes wandering around. "I'd love to hear more about it, but unfortunately we have to get back on the road as quickly as possible," I said. Jimbo nodded.
"I understand. Next time, then. Oh, and Zach."
"Yeah, Jimbo?"
"I would consider it a personal favor if you make sure Clay don't get hurt or killed."
When he said it, he hastened to glance at Fred, who sat unmoving. "You've got my word, Jimbo. That's why they sent Fred and me, to make sure he's safe and unharmed." I waved at the men and proceeded toward the main building, which used to be the municipal building for the city of Marcus Hook, Pennsylvania. Roscoe Sidebottom and Johnny G were waiting for us at the front door.
"Hello, Zach. Mr. Fred,"
Roscoe greeted. He looked the same as always. In his 60s, he was a lean, wiry man with gray hair and a constant, inquisitive expression. The man was like an old MacGyver. "How's it going, guys?" I asked. We shook hands and made a casual handoff. By design, when we had confidential information to pass along, we used encrypted flash drives that we would swap off. Johnny G had stood in such a way that other people hanging around did not see the swap. He gave me a small, somber nod once I had surreptitiously stuck the memory stick in my pocket. I was interested in what information they had for us, and I hoped they had some updated intel about Philadelphia. Roscoe had a worried expression fixed on his face.
"Our community is divided over this. Half feel that Clay is a murderer, the other half believe he acted correctly."
"It's caused more than a few arguments," Johnny G said.
"A fight broke out last night during dinner."
He then looked around. The people who were hanging around did not seem in any hurry to go about their business.
"Let's take this inside,"
he whispered. Fred and I followed the 2 men to a side room. It looked like it was once a conference room, and the long rectangular table was still there. It was currently crowded with junk and piles of papers.
"Forgive the mess," Roscoe apologized. "I'm not a very neat person."
"In his defense, we've been so busy lately we haven't had much time to keep organized," Johnny G said. "No need to explain," I said, and thought about my office. I was certainly neater, but that did not mean I had more time on my hands. In fact, I had several dozen matters that needed attention, and coming here to Marcus Hook was only going to cause me to become more backlogged than I already was. "Is everything still on schedule?" Johnny G asked. I nodded. "The sooner we load him up, the sooner we get him back to Mount Weather. The trial starts the day after tomorrow. I assume you're the one who's going to ensure all witnesses show up?" Johnny G nodded. "We'll be coming in 2 vehicles. One vehicle will be Clay's witnesses, the other will be the witnesses for the prosecution." He paused for a minute. "There's been a little bit of an issue that's come up," he said. "What's that?" I asked. "Clay has asked that Senator Van Allen act as his defense counsel." I started groaning before I could stop myself. Rochelle Van Allen had recently been elected as the senator for the great state of Pennsylvania, which included the Marcus Hook community. She and her husband were rescues. 4 years ago, she and Gil were found by one of our scout teams eking out a living in a hillside hunting cabin near Seneca Caverns. They lived in Mount Weather for 3 weeks before relocating to Marcus Hook. Gil was an affable guy and a hard worker. Rochelle tended to be the one who stood around and did the talking while everyone else worked. She had a way of ingratiating herself with people when she wanted to, but when it came time for any manual labor, she'd give a broad smile and declared she had more important things to do. Most people fell for it. I didn't. I thought she was a nut. I honestly did not know how she got along with people here. All of them were hard workers, but not her. She was lazy, and wouldn't you know it, while we were sitting there, she walked into Roscoe's office like she owned the place. She greeted us in a condescending tone. "Hello, boys." I ignored her and focused on Johnny G. "Let's get Clay secured and the striker refueled and we'll get going." "Not so fast," she said with an upheld hand. "There are conditions I insist on before anyone lays hands on my client." I glanced at the two men and then Fred before I focused back on Rochelle. "Okay, we're listening," I said. "First, he is not to be interrogated. He will not be beaten, and he will not be mysteriously murdered under the claim of he was trying to escape." "Done," I said, and looked back at Johnny G. "Let's go." "There is one more thing, Zachary," she said. "I will be riding along to make sure all of these conditions are obeyed." I ignored the mistaking of my name and pointed at Fred. "He doesn't like politicians, so no, you will not be riding with us. Follow us in a separate vehicle if you like, but you'll not be riding with us." She continued arguing, but it fell on deaf ears. Johnny G ignored her as well and walked outside with us close behind him. He led us to another room at the far end of the building and unlocked it. Clay was lying on a bunk, reading an old magazine. He sat up when he saw us. "So, they sent you guys," he said, and glanced at Fred with worry. "Am I going to make it to Mount Weather alive, Zach?" "We're not going to kill you, Clay," I said, and then gestured to Fred. Fred pulled out a pair of police leg irons. "But you're going to have to wear these. We don't want you to do anything dumb, like try to escape." "What are those, leg irons?" he asked. "Yep." He frowned, and for a moment I thought he was going to resist, but after a moment he gave a single nod. I took the leg irons from Fred and motioned for Clay to put his feet on the floor. He did so without complaint, and I fastened them around his ankles. "I know from experience it's a little hard to walk with them. You have to take small steps, otherwise you'll trip." Clay looked at me oddly. "You've worn these?" I thought back to when I was abducted from Nolansville and held captive in a cell and experimented on. "Yeah, back a long time ago. If you need to use the restroom, let's do it now before we get on the road." "Already taken care of," he said. Tried to smile, but couldn't do it. "What do you think, Zach? Am I going to get the death penalty?" I shrugged. "We can discuss it on the ride." "I said there will be no questioning of my client," Rochelle yelled. She was standing outside the door and was literally jumping in order to see over Fred's shoulders. I glanced at her a second before bending my head closer to Clay's. "Clay, is there a possibility that someone, perhaps some of your friends, may try to waylay us on the way back to Mount Weather?" I whispered. Clay shrugged. "I don't think so. Nobody's told me they were going to do something like that." Normally, I would not have been too concerned. The striker was heavily armored, but that .50 caliber could possibly disable it if someone knew what they were doing with it. I turned to Johnny G. "I think you guys should have a muster and go on lockdown for a couple hours." I gestured outside. "The striker's resistant to small arms fire, but I don't want anyone to do anything foolish." Johnny G nodded. "Agreed." He turned and hurried off. A moment later, a klaxon alarm went off. "Give us 30 minutes to do a head count. We'll know if anyone's missing." We all reconvened in Roscoe's office and waited. Clay and I had limited interaction with each other in the past, but we'd gotten along. I would have liked to have talked to him, but with Rochelle present, I thought it better not to say anything. Several minutes later, Johnny G entered the office. "All are present and accounted for," he said. Fred and I stood. "All right, we'll be going then. Please try to reassure everyone that Clay will be treated right and will get a fair trial. And if he's guilty, he might be hung." I did not say it aloud. We each put a hand under Clay's shoulders and hoisted him into the striker. "I'll drive," Fred said. I saw they'd refueled our striker, thanked them, and secured the hatch. "I've never ridden in one of these," he said. "It rides a little rougher than I would have thought." "Yeah, definitely not built for comfort," I said in agreement. "We would have brought something more comfortable to ride in, but when we heard of the possible attempt to break you out, well, you know."
You two could pull over down the road and let me out. I'll be okay, he said. I'm afraid we can't do that, Clay, I said. Clay's eyes dropped to the floor of the SUV before staring back at me defiantly. What would you have done if your daughter was raped, Zach? I'm not sure, but this isn't about me or how I would react, I said. Well, you may not know how to react, but I'll tell you this. No self-respecting man would have sat on their hands and done nothing. I did not respond. He was right, though. If someone raped my daughter, I would not hesitate to kill them. The question of the day, though, was it rape? I did not know the whole story and kept my opinion to myself. Let me ask you something, if you don't mind. How did you decide to hire Senator Van Allen as your lawyer? When I was arrested, she approached my wife and offered her services. He frowned slightly. My wife turned her down, but then she came to me and guaranteed I wouldn't be connected. I frowned. Do you mean convicted? Convicted. Yeah. I realized the man did not know much about the law, but did not mention it. Did she tell you specifically she was a lawyer? Yeah, Clay answered. She said she went to George Mason over there in Arlington. George Mason, huh? I asked. Yeah, that was supposed to have been one hell of a law school. Back in the day, he said. One of my hands found my chin and rubbed it thoughtfully. Somehow that little item was not discussed when Rochelle and Gil Van Allen were brought to Mount Weather and debriefed. In fact, she had said little about her career prior to the apocalypse, but one thing I do remember is that Gil stated he graduated from the University of Virginia and that he met Rochelle in college where she was a cheerleader. I suppose it was possible she went on to law school after graduating UV. I made a mental note to follow up on it later. We did not talk much after that and rode mostly in silence. We made good time and arrived at the front gate a little before 2000 hours. After running the striker through decontamination, Fred parked it in the motor pool and the three of us walked to the main building. We headed straight for the cafeteria. Most people had eaten, but there were still a dozen or so hanging out, drinking tea and conversing. They lapsed into a collective silence when we walked in with Clay. I saw Rachel sitting at our table. When Fred spotted her, she smiled and waved. I pointed toward the food line. Come on, let's get something to eat. Clay did not argue and was in such a hurry he almost tripped. The three of us loaded up on beef cuts, mixed vegetables, and surprisingly, they had a couple of baskets of bananas sitting out. Bananas? Clay asked. I haven't had any bananas in a long time. There's a fruit farm a few miles from here. A couple of families are running it. Must have had an early harvest, I said. Before sitting, I felt I needed to address our audience. Everyone, this is Clay Fleming. As you already know, he's going to stand trial for murder. Nobody's allowed to ask him any questions about his pending case. I hope everyone understands this. Sitting, I introduced Clay to Rachel. Rachel smiled cheerily. Fred is my sugar daddy. She then leaned close to said sugar daddy and kissed him on the cheek. There were a few chuckles from other tables. I waved my hand. This is the unofficial Tennessee table. Oh, why is that? Clay asked, between forkfuls of food. We're the ones who came here from Tennessee, back, almost 5 years ago now. Seems like a lifetime ago, Rachel said. Where are you from originally? South Philly, he said. It seemed like he was going to say more, but decided not to, and instead dug into a banana. As we ate, Cutter walked in. He grabbed a cup of tea before joining us and sitting. Heard you guys were back, he said, and then stared at Clay. So, you killed the man who raped your daughter, huh? I quickly admonished him and repeated what I had said to everyone else less than 5 minutes ago. Cutter tended to be crass, but he had matured a great deal over the past few years, and for that I was thankful. He'd come through in tight situations over the years and had finally learned how to be a team player. Whatever, he said with a half shrug and changed the subject. Guess what I heard when we went up to Fort Detrick this morning? He answered his own question before anyone had a chance to say anything. They said Patient Zed is saying words. Not a full conversation, mind you, but she's saying words. That was not new to me, but it was confidential information. I don't know how it had leaked out, but I wasn't surprised. How's the zombie baby doing? Rachel asked. Cutter shrugged. Mum's the word on the baby. Most of them think it's dead. Zach, I bet you know all about it, don't you? Rachel said. I noticed the conversations around us had once again grown silent. Everyone was listening to us and wanted to know what I knew. Yeah, what about it, Zach? Cutter asked. Mum's the word, I replied, and stuffed a forkful of food in my mouth.
Chapter 9. Team Flash. The route was rather simple. Take I-66 to Fredericksburg, get onto I-95 to Richmond, and then back onto I-64 to Virginia Beach. It was a total of 226 miles. Back before, it would have only been a 4-hour trip. Flash knew there were going to be issues, bad roads, unforeseen hazards, and most of all, Zeds. They were not issued a lot of ammo, 200 rounds each for their long guns and an additional 200 rounds for their handguns. A total of 1,600 rounds. It sounded like plenty, but he would have gladly taken another 5,000 rounds if only they had it to give. While Sully drove, Flash dutifully began jotting down the make and model of every derelict vehicle within eyesight. A scavenging team had found 2 boxes of notepads, so now every scout team leader was required to write lists of things like motor vehicles. Jorge would review the list, and if he saw a vehicle that they could use for parts, he'd come get it with a tow truck. His thoughts were interrupted by Erin sighing. She'd done it a couple of times now in the past hour. "Is something wrong?" Flash asked. "She's fretting about Kirby," Sully said with a slight smirk. Flash frowned at Sully's statement. Shortly after arriving in Mount Weather, Erin met Gunnery Sergeant Kirby Jenkins. Erin later confided to Flash that it was lust at first sight. Flash suspected the lust had turned to love, and he was happy for her. Kirby was a nice enough guy, easygoing with a ready smile, but all business when necessary. So it was a surprise to him when she volunteered for this mission. "Are you guys having trouble?" Flash asked. "I mean, I don't mean to pry if it's none of my business. Just say so." She took a few seconds before answering. "No, it's all good." Flash nodded in seeming understanding. He knew it wasn't all good, but didn't push it. She'd talk to him about it when she was ready. The one thing about the apocalypse, it brought people together. Erin was both a best friend and a surrogate big sister to him. They confided in everything together. At least, he thought they did. "We're coming up on Richmond," Sully said. "Remind me again what our decision was?" Flash glanced at Sully in mild annoyance. They'd already gone over this. He gestured at the map. "We're going to clear those neighborhoods like we planned," he said. "Just checking," Sully said and pointed. "Big jam up ahead." He was pointing at a massive snarl of wrecked and rusted vehicles, a mixture of cars and semi-trucks. "Yeah, take the next exit. There's a back way to those neighborhoods." Flash smiled to himself. He already had this detour written down in his route notes. It was his first major test as a team leader, and he felt like he passed with flying colors. He checked his watch. They'd been Oscar Mike for a little over 3 hours now, and were coming up on Richmond. "We're making good time," he commented. "Don't jinx us," Sully grumbled. Chapter 10. Team Joker. They stopped on the side of the interstate not too far from the truck stop. Trader Joe had the notebook in his lap. He referenced a page and then pointed toward the west. "A little community called Lacey Spring over there," he said. "I see a pond over there, so I guess that's where the spring is. There's a notation here saying it's a Mennonite community." Joker nodded as he scanned the other side of the interstate. "Lots of farmland. I'd say this is definitely Mennonite territory." "All right. If anyone can survive this stuff on their own, it would be the Amish and the Mennonites. The next couple of exits are to Harrisonburg, and the last time I went through there were a lot of Zeds." "Are we going to check it out?" Little Joe asked. "Could be a lot of loot." "Yeah, but like I said, the roads have been heavily damaged. If we get surrounded, we can't simply speed up and drive away. We'll have to fight our way out. I don't want to burn through our ammunition before we even reach our primary objective." "So, we bypass Harrisonburg," Trader Joe stated. "Yeah, if Holston's a bust and we still have plenty of ammo, we'll probe some of the buildings near the interstate on our way back," Joker said. Trader Joe nodded. "I like that thinking." He looked over the maps. "Let's see. The next exit out of Harrisonburg appears to be at the 240-mile marker. Let's get a move on, shall we?" Joker drove slowly, allowing Trader Joe to scan Harrisonburg with binoculars. It took them 20 minutes before they reached exit 240. "Lots of acreage, but it all appears overgrown," Trader Joe said. "Maybe the Mennonites didn't make it after all." Joker did not comment. Mennonites weren't dumb. If any of them survived, he doubted they'd continue to farm next to an interstate. Their homes and farming would be tucked away, out of sight of any major thoroughfare. He had no doubt they were out there.
The map says there's a Walmart distribution center here, Trader Joe said. Has it already been looted? It has, Joker replied. But there must be 100 trailers in the lot. I don't think all of them have been searched. We'll spend an hour or two with them and see what we can find. That is exactly what they did, and, no surprise, the place was barren of all goods. The only thing left was trash and a couple of Zeds wandering around. They took photographs and sent a satellite radio message back to Mount Weather informing them of their progress. The distribution center and the multitude of trailers took the entire day. I guess we're staying here the night? Trader Joe asked. I don't know about you, but I don't like traveling at night without night vision gear, Joker said. Yeah, about that. Why weren't we issued any? Little Joe asked. The ones we have that are still functional are reserved for the guard posts and the QRF, Joker replied. I don't like it either, but it is what it is. Little Joe frowned. He knew Joker was right, but he still didn't like it. He didn't like being voluntold to go on this mission either, but his dad told him to keep his opinion to himself and roll with it. He stretched and looked up at the sky. Not a cloud in sight. Let's make camp on the roof, he suggested. It was a unanimous agreement. The roof afforded an immense field of fire and prevented Zeds from sneaking up on them in the dark. In addition, it'd be difficult for anyone to trap them up there. The distribution center was vast in size, and there were multiple access doors to the roof. After dinner, the men laid on their blankets and stared at the sky. They'd rigged each door with noisemakers, so unless someone had a ladder truck, they considered themselves safe. You know, this is about the only good thing that came out of the end of the world, Trader Joe said. What's that, Dad? Trader Joe pointed toward the sky. With no smog and no artificial light, and you can see damn near every star there is. There must be millions of them. It's beautiful. Yes, it is, Joker agreed. I read a paper once about the Hubble telescope. Based on the data gathered from the telescope, the author estimated there was somewhere around 2 trillion galaxies in the universe. It said there were approximately 1 billion stars in the Milky Way. So if you multiply 1 billion times 2 trillion, that must be how many stars there are. I think I only see a gazillion, Little Joe said. Joker chuckled. After a couple of minutes, he changed the subject. So, tell me about Bristol, he suggested. What was it like living there? Joker continued staring at the stars. He'd been directed to get more information about their past lives if he could. Apparently, they'd been vague about many aspects of their lives. I suppose it's the same old story told over and over across the world, Trader Joe replied. It wasn't easy. The first year was the usual stuff. Zeds, the breakdown of society, desperate people killing their neighbors for scraps of food. And of course, there were some people who only needed a push in a certain direction to bring out the evil inside of them. A few of us banded together and made a go of it. There were 15 of us at first. 3 of our group became infected during the first week, somehow. What'd you do with them? Joker asked. What else could we do? Trader Joe replied. We killed them. It was for the best. We were neighbors back before. Each of us had farms. Ours was nothing fancy, only 20 acres, but our next-door neighbor had a larger farm. Sounds like you guys lived outside of the city. Yeah. On a normal day, it was a 15-minute drive to downtown Bristol. How was Bristol? Joker asked. Trader Joe emitted a small laugh. Back before, Bristol was a quaint little town of about 30,000. When the race wasn't in town, Little Joe said. Yeah, we had a big race every year, and usually a big football game. Then the city would swell to over 100,000. And guess what? We had one of those brouhahas when the plague came to town. It was scary, Little Joe said. He stood and walked over to the safety wall on the roof and looked out. Trader Joe turned his head and watched. My kids were teenagers when it went bad, Sergeant. They had to grow up quick, as you might imagine. Joker nodded. So, Bristol was chaos. Yes, it was. Suddenly there were over 100,000 outsiders, and it seemed like all of them had become infected. The city was a gold mine, ripe for the picking. But all those outsiders, all they were doing was wandering the streets, looking for something to ravage.
He paused several seconds and watched as his son bent over and rested his elbows on the wall. "So, anyway, our luck went sour. Fire happened and whatnot. We had no fuel, only a couple of horses, and it wasn't looking good. So we loaded up what we could carry with us and came to Mount Weather." "You guys already knew about the place," Joker surmised. "Oh, yeah, I've known about it for years," Trader Joe answered. "I don't know if you've been told, but I went to college with the late President Richmond." "There's a rumor you were once involved in government work," Joker prodded. "I was, but that was a long time ago, in a closed chapter." Trader Joe adjusted the blanket he was resting his head on. "All right, I'm going to grab some shut-eye. Son, give me 3 hours and I'll spell you." "You got it," Little Joe replied. Joker wanted to ask more, but he realized the conversation was over, at least with Trader Joe. He got up and walked over to Little Joe. When he neared, Little Joe pointed. "Do you see him?" he whispered. Joker looked out into the darkness. After a moment, he saw a lone Zed aimlessly wandering. "I think he knows we're here," Little Joe said. "He's walked back and forth a couple of times now, but he hasn't come any closer than the road." We might need to kill him in the morning, but I suppose we'll leave him be for now." "Don't waste ammo, right?" Little Joe asked. "Yep." "Where are you from?" "Oh, nowhere important," Joker answered. "I graduated high school early and signed up when I was 17. Been a Marine ever since." "You never went back home?" Little Joe asked. "Nope. Nothing to go back to." "What about you guys? I would have thought you guys might have come back on occasion, seeing as you were not that far away," Joker commented. Little Joe shrugged. "Like you said, nothing to go back to." "Well, I'm glad you two volunteered for the mission," Joker said. Little Joe scoffed, but said nothing. "You guys never tried to go into Holston?" "Dad and a couple of others tried it, but it was a no-go. I never heard the whole story. You'll have to ask him. Listen, if you're going to stay awake, I'd like to get a couple of hours of sleep, if that's okay." "Yeah, sure. I'll take first watch. I'll wake your dad in a few hours." "No, wake me. The old man needs his sleep," Little Joe said. "Sure, no problem." Joker spent the next 3 hours alternating between watching the stars and watching the Zed. Little Joe was right. The Zed somehow sensed their presence. He had to. Why else was he doing nothing but walking up and down the road? When he was having a hard time keeping his eyes open, he woke Little Joe. "Is our spy still out there?" he asked. Joker chuckled. "Yep. Wake us when the sky starts getting gray and we'll get a move on." As Joker settled into his blankets, he realized Little Joe might have been onto something. That lone Zed was keeping watch on them. The burning question in his brain was, why? Chapter 11. Lysandra. I lay in the darkness listening to Kelly breathing in a deep, steady rhythm. That was a good sign. Her job at Mount Weather was working with the kids in all its forms, from school teacher to daycare attendant. She was often paired with Janet because she was one of the few people that Janet could get along with. If that wasn't hard enough, she also helped Lydia with the scheduling of work assignments for the rest of the Mount Weather personnel. Plus, she was the mother of 3 kids, which was, any parent would tell you, a full-time job. By the way she was currently sleeping, I guess she'd put in a hard day. There was only one problem. Her head was lying in the crook of my shoulder and one of her legs was draped over me. This made getting out of bed without waking her all but impossible, but I had to do it anyway. The Clay Fleming issue had put me behind in my day-to-day duties. I had a pile of work waiting on me, and if that wasn't enough, I had an additional matter that I needed to sort out by the name of Lisa. Lysandra Jane Dykes, my half-sister. Notice I did not say my beloved half-sister. She, her lover, and their 2 idiot friends had been trouble since the first day they had arrived, and it was up to me to straighten it out. I worked my way out of bed and walked into the main room of our suite. Booting up my laptop, I plugged in the flash drive given to me by Roscoe and Johnny G. There were a couple of Word documents, a spreadsheet document, and a file of JPEGs. I opened the spreadsheet first. Page 1 had a list of the current population of Marcus Hook with accompanying demographics. Page 2 was the numbers on the diesel production, and page 3 was their food production and consumption along with their water consumption. All the numbers looked where they should be, and in fact their diesel production was 2 percentage points higher than projected. I then opened the Word document titled Dalton Pentecost Murder and began reading. It started with a synopsis of the rape allegation, witness statements, and the subsequent events leading up to the death of Dalton Pentecost. All of it ran close to what I already knew. The party favors, the boys and girls pairing off. From what I read, it sounded like the party attendees were already in relationships, except for Dalton and Hermione. 2 witnesses said they saw them kissing and rubbing on each other and had no doubt it was consensual. At some point they left the party, but nobody seemed to know when or under what circumstances. Clay was also interviewed. He said when he heard the rumors, the first thing he did was confront Hermione. She confirmed the rumors and reiterated Dalton raped her. Clay stormed out of their house and hunted Dalton down. He said it was solely to confront him about the rape. Hermione followed, begging Clay to stop. He found Dalton in his room. Dalton answered Clay's angry knocks, and the confrontation took place in the doorway. Clay made the claim he stabbed Dalton in self-defense, but he was rather vague in the specifics. Hermione only said that her stepdad stabbed Dalton and refused to elaborate. Johnny G. went on to document people's opinions of the matter, including his. He stated a day after the party, Dalton got back together with a girl he'd been dating up until recently. He went on to speculate this may have been the motivation for Hermione to cry rape. I closed the document and sat back in my chair. It was going to come down to the confrontation between Clay and Dalton. Did Clay kill Dalton in cold blood, in the heat of the moment? Or was it a true act of self-defense? I had my opinions on it, but Clay Fleming's fate was going to be decided by a jury of his peers, not by me. Lucky for him. I leaned forward, opened the JPEG file, and immediately became concerned. A massive blockade had been built along the east side of the Commodore Barry Bridge Road and north to I-95, where it continued west, encircling the Marcus Hook community. East of Marcus Hook were multiple metropolis cities, starting with Philadelphia. Once a month, Johnny G. led scouting patrols into Philly. The pictures I was looking at were taken by the latest patrol. Philly was loaded with potential resources. The problem was, there were thousands upon thousands of Zeds nesting in the city. We had no idea how they were surviving until a year ago, when a scout team recorded a group of Zeds turning on 3 child Zeds and eating them. Zed cannibalism. It was the first we'd seen it, and it was both revolting and fascinating. The teams were unable to exit their vehicles, which were commonly called monster trucks because they had lift kits and oversized tires. It made it easier to run over Zeds without getting stuck. We'd been wanting to get both Philly and Baltimore stabilized for a few years now, but the cities were still infested with Zeds and our ammunition supply was limited. We were certain there was an abundance of resources, but our attempts were problematic. Nobody could go in on foot or horseback, and the noise of the vehicles was like a Zed magnet. The lack of industrial noise or the ambient hum of cars made the world a quieter place, but it also made the sound of a single motor vehicle driving along a road reverberate across the countryside like the beating of an Indian's tom-tom. I read some more and took a few notes before showering and dressing. I slipped out of the door quietly and headed down the hall. It was time to address the issue with my half-sister and her white trash friends. I went to her suite and stood in front of the door for a moment. These suites were highly sought after in the Mount Weather community. I skirted the waiting list and assigned them one of the 3-bedroom suites. I'd gotten a lot of criticism for that act, justly deserved, but I wanted the best for my sister. It was a decision I regretted. I started with a gentle knock. The hallways reverberated noises, especially knocking on a door, so I did not want to unnecessarily wake up the neighbors. Unfortunately, it didn't wake up anyone on the other side of the door either. After several seconds of repeated knocking, Fraser finally opened the door. His hair was disheveled and his face puffy. He was wearing nothing but some old, faded underwear. He scowled in irritation. "What the hell?" he grumbled. "I need you and Lisa to meet me at the cafeteria. We're going to have a long overdue conversation, and it cannot be postponed any further. Don't be late." I did not wait for an answer, turned on my heel, and headed to the cafeteria. There were only 1 or 2 people there. They were drinking hot tea and conversing among themselves. We said our good mornings, and I sat at my usual table. Lysandra and Fraser came strolling in 45 minutes later. I'm sure they were late on purpose, an act of defiance normally performed by petulant children. Fraser made a point of jerking the chair out from under the table and plopping into it before fixing me with another scowl. "All right, what's so important that she had to wake us up so damn early?" he demanded. "I'm giving you guys notice that she'll be moving out of Mount Weather," I said. "Says who?" Fraser demanded. "Says me," I said. For the record, this was discussed in a staff meeting and a vote was taken. The decision was unanimous. I told them I would take care of it. Fraser smirked. "So, you think you had the power to kick us out?" "I do," I said. "Now, I know you're thinking you have a choice in this matter, but you don't." "Why, Zach?" Lisa asked. She looked a little shell-shocked, like I was ambushing her. "You know why. Ever since the four of you have arrived, I've tried to accommodate each of you. Do you think everyone gets to live in a 4-bedroom suite the way you guys have? No, but I got it for you. One would think you guys would be grateful, but you've done your best to be antagonizing pricks to everyone who lives here, including me. I've had complaints from a lot of people. The latest complaint is from Lydia. She said you threatened to assault her." "She's a bitch," Lisa said. "She put us on some kind of bullshit cleaning duty every day this week." "Cleaning details are a necessary part of Mount Weather, and they're usually 4-person jobs, so she makes assignments where the 4 of you are together. Do you know why? Because nobody else wants to work with any of you." She knew I was right, but felt the need to rationalize their behavior. "This place is full of uppity assholes, especially Lydia." "It's her job to meet out work assignments, Lisa," I said. "It may not sound like much, but it is a difficult job, and she has performed wonderfully." "You're the one who invited us to stay here," she retorted. "Yes, I did." "Why?" "Because I wanted you to stay here. I wanted to get to know you, from a brother-sister relationship and all that sappy stuff." She stared and remained silent. Fraser scoffed like he thought I was being disingenuous or something. I ignored him and kept talking to Lisa. "So, like I said, a vote was taken. You guys are out of here. Now, you can pack up what you own and hit the road, but I think you 4 should set up a place you can call your own." Fraser scoffed. "Yeah, let's call a realtor and set up an appointment." "As it happens, I have a place picked out for you guys. It's close enough where you can come visit, yet far enough away where you guys can have your own independence." Lisa looked over at Fraser. "Zach and I are going for a walk. Alone." We'd left Fraser sitting at the table and walked outside. "I don't like the way we're being treated," she said. "Look, Lisa, you have to admit you 4 don't play well with others, and that's the nicest way I can put it," I said. "Well, the people here haven't been very nice to us either," she retorted. "Then this is for the best. Let's get you guys out of here and into your own house. How about we go have a look at that house I was talking about? It's not that far from here, and if you guys don't like it, there are a couple of others I have in mind." She frowned. "I don't like the way we're being treated. You are basically evicting us." I held back the growing frustration and tried a different tack. "But you've already admitted you don't like it here." She stopped walking and stared pointedly. "These people are no good, Zach." I shook my head. "I won't even pretend to agree with you, Lisa. There are some good people here. Granted, there are a few I don't like, but there are a lot of good people here. People I like and people whom I depend on." She scowled at me. "You sound just like one of those politicians you're always hanging out with." "Probably, but let's not reassign blame. This is your fault. If you guys had made an effort to get along with everyone, it would have never come to this. For what it's worth, I'm sorry this has not worked out." "Yeah, well, you didn't really seem to put forth much effort," she said. She was looking away when she said it. I gently placed my hands on her shoulders and made her face me. She was tall for a woman, 6 feet with rather broad shoulders and dirty blonde hair. She resembled me in the face, but that was it. "I want you to listen to me. Maybe I wasn't around as much as you wanted, but whenever I was, you put up walls. You made disparaging remarks about my wife, and you ignored my kids, like you did not want any kind of connection with them. What kind of effort did you expect me to make?" She was glaring at me for a moment, but then she broke eye contact and stared at her shoes. "Where is this house you're talking about?" she finally asked. "It's about 15 miles from here. It's secluded, but there's a small community of survivors who live about 5 miles from there. They're likable people, but they won't bother you guys. I figured that's how you'd want it." "When do we go see it? she asked. How about after lunch? I suggested. I'm sure Trey and Tori will want to come too. Yeah, sure, I said. You guys meet me at the motor pool at 1300 hours. She gave me an indifferent nod and walked off. I glanced at my watch and hustled down to my office. I had 5 hours to catch up on my duties, which might work if nobody interrupted me. Chapter 12. House Hunting. It's about time, Fraser grumbled as I walked up. The 4 of them were sitting outside of the motor pool. The expression of impatience was clear on all of them, like I purposely kept them waiting. I won't say I did it on purpose, but I didn't exactly get in any hurry to join them either. Yeah, sorry about that. The morning meeting went on longer than expected, I replied. Have you signed out a vehicle? Fraser cast a scowl toward the motor pool's garage area. Those 2 wetbacks think they own everything with wheels around here. They wouldn't let us have shit. They are responsible for every vehicle in our inventory, so yeah, in a manner of speaking, they do own them. And by the way, Jorge and Josue are close friends of mine. Squash those derogatory names. I walked through the open bay door without waiting for Fraser or the other 2 stooges. Jorge and Sammy were under the hood of a Hummer while Josue watched them work. As I approached, I could hear them chuckling about something. What's up, guys? I asked. Jorge straightened and wiped his hands with a rag. I know she's your sister, but the sooner those pendejos leave, the better for all of us, he said. Josue gave a vigorous nod of agreement. Yeah, I understand, I said under my breath. Jorge gave me a sympathetic nod and shut the hood on the Hummer. She's ready, and I already have her signed out to you. He then leaned closer and whispered, I have a gun stored under the driver's seat and under the hood, in case they try something. That was thoughtful of him, though I always carried a compact .380 stuffed down in the crotch of my pants. Only a few people knew I did it. Kelly always kidded me, saying the only reason I did it was to make my package look bigger. As far as protection against Zeds or hostiles, I had another handgun holstered on my hip. The other 4 were also armed. Due to our critical ammunition shortage, we were limited to 9mm and .22 calibers and handguns. Hopefully that would change soon. All right, let's get going, I said. Tori mumbled a snide remark, but they loaded up without any further complaints. Fraser directed Lisa to sit in the back seat, and he took the front. Yet another reason I couldn't wait to get rid of the asshole. Like I said earlier, the house I have in mind is 15 miles from here. It's not a bad drive, and there have been no Zed sightings lately, but keep your eyes open regardless. If we spot any, are we going to kill them? Fraser asked. Not unless we have no other choice, I said. That earned me a disdainful scoff. I glanced over at him. If it were Fred or pretty much anyone else, I'd give the go-ahead, perhaps even go hands-on and kill them with our knives, but I didn't trust these men. They would either waste ammunition, or perhaps I might accidentally, on purpose, get hit by friendly fire. I ignored his antics and continued. If you don't like this house, I have others in mind, but they are a little further out. Nothing close by, huh? Trey asked from the back seat. Nothing in good shape, I replied. They would require extensive work to make them livable. The one I'm going to show you is impressive. It's a nice house on a couple of acres, sits on a bluff overlooking the Shenandoah River, and is surrounded by a lot of open land. Back before, I'd guessed it would have sold for somewhere around $1 million or more. Only needs some good old TLC, and it'll be a great place to live. I noticed the 3 in the back were listening intently. Fraser was another story. Yeah, we'll see, he replied in a snide tone. How did you pick out this house you're going to show us? Lisa asked. A scout team found it last year. I did a follow-up inspection back in March after the bad weather cleared up. I've been trying to find someone to live in it ever since. Why? Fraser asked. To expand our network, I replied. That's our goal, to continue expanding and rebuilding America. Fraser snorted. Good luck with that. I personally don't see how anyone can make that happen, Lisa said. I don't know, Trey said. What's that saying? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. I started to correct his quote, but held back. For one of these knuckleheads to agree with anything I said was a step in the right direction. No pun intended. Yeah, good analogy, I said. I guess they thought I was going to show them some rustic cabin with an outhouse, so I was not surprised when I saw their jaws drop open when I turned into the driveway. I stopped at the security gate, which was a lavish affair of brick and ornamental iron. It sure is fancy, Tori commented. Too fancy for my blood.
Oh, that's not a problem, I said, and pointed up the meandering driveway. There's plenty of room for you to park a double wide up there. You'll feel right at home. I caught a couple of scowls staring at me in the rearview mirror. I smiled in return. The driveway was 100 feet long, consisting of pea gravel concrete, and was still in decent shape. I pointed it out. The driveway has survived the winters, I said as I drove. I'd say the previous homeowners had put a good coat of sealant on it a short time before things went bad. Could be, Fraser said while gazing out of the window. He now seemed interested in the new home. The drive ended at a detached garage beside a 2-story Tudor-style house. I pointed at the ground floor windows, which had all been boarded up. Somebody was living here during the outbreak and made some modifications, but I don't think anybody has lived here in at least 2 years. The plumbing was drained before freezing, so it's mostly intact. There's also a pool around back. It'll need cleaning, but can be a good water reservoir. As you can see, the land levels out on top of this hill, so it'll be easy to put in a garden. This place is in great shape. When I was here back in March, there was no mold or mildew, no water leaks, no structural damage. It's a great view, so you guys can see whenever anyone's coming. Plenty of open area to raise crops, or maybe put up some barbed wire and raise cattle. Back behind the house is the river, which will be a good source of food and water. The 4 of them remained silent. They were either processing the information I was telling them, or maybe they were daydreaming. I tapped the horn a couple times and waited. All right, those Zeds or humans are coming out to jump us. Let's go have a look, I suggested, and exited the Hummer before anyone balked. What do you think, boys? Fraser asked as they stood there staring at the front of the house. The roof is still good, and the second floor ain't got no broken windows, so no rainwater has got in. Guess that's a good sign, Torrey replied. Fraser nodded at his astute logic like he discovered this factoid of information, even though I'd already told them the same thing. Fraser waved a hand. Let's do a walk around. The 5 of us walked around to the back of the house. Trey trotted over to the garage and looked in one of the windows. No cars, he said. No farm equipment either. We need some farm equipment. And fuel, Fraser added. I understand, I said. Should be no problem. The pool was surrounded by a wooden fence. Before we even walked through the gate, we caught a whiff. The water in the pool was filthy, covered with a thick film of algae, and I suspected 1 or 2 animals had probably fallen in over the years. Torrey pointed at it. What are y'all going to do about that? He asked. Whatever y'all want to, I replied. If I was living here, I'd pump it out, clean it up, and make it useful. Knowing these guys, they probably use it as their personal outhouse, but since Lisa was present, I kept that thought to myself. All right, when we found this house, we had to kick in the back door. It'll need repairing, but that should also be no problem. Also, as you guys can see, the only thing the previous owners had done as far as hardening it is to board up the downstairs windows. That'll be something that needs to be addressed. I directed them inside and stood by in the kitchen while they walked around and spoke to each other in hushed tones. When they were upstairs, it sounded like they got into a heated argument. After a solid 20 minutes, they came back down. Trey threw open the back door and stomped out. Let me ask you something. Why this place? Fraser asked. First, from a tactical perspective, it's a great location. Also, it'll make an excellent observation post. We need this location manned for that purpose alone. Like I said earlier, there's a small community about 5 miles down the road, and of course Mount Weather is 15 miles away. You could easily walk back if you had to. So we wouldn't be totally left alone out here, Lisa said. Personally, I like the place. If not for my work at Mount Weather, I could see myself living here. I pointed at the fireplace. If you didn't notice, there's another fireplace in the master bedroom upstairs. There's plenty of forest around here to harvest firewood, and like I said, the place is in great shape. What are you going to do to help us? Fraser asked. This house and the help we give you comes with a price, I said. Fraser shook his head. I knew this was too good to be true. Hear him out, Lisa said, and then stared expectantly. We would expect you guys to be active participants of the Mount Weather Network. At this time, it would entail acting as an observation post. We'll set you up with a shortwave radio. You guys will be expected to observe and report intel. What kind of intel? Troy asked. Any kind, I replied. If you see a man riding down the road on horseback one day, you talk to him if you can. Find out who he is, where he lives, who his people are, and then report it. If a group of Zeds wander by in the middle of the night, report it. If you spot a bunch of dead fish floating down the river, you report it. I think you get the idea. Anything that happens, you report it. We have an SOP on radio procedures set up, and it'll be taught to you.
I paused a moment. Oh, I forgot to mention, that radio can also be your best friend. If a horde of Zeds attacks, you call Mount Weather and the QRF will be sent to help. What if we don't want to be part of any kind of network? Lisa asked. You don't have to be. It's purely optional. But being part of our network entitles you to certain amenities. For instance, we'll get the radio installed, procure farm equipment for you, and help you get stocked up on supplies. I pointed outside. You'll be expected to do your part, but you'll still be autonomous and independent, which I'm assuming is what you really want, right? Fraser and Tori grunted in unison. Lisa glanced at them and smiled. Seems like you guys are liking this house, or should we look at others? I asked. I kind of like it, Fraser said. What about the other houses? This is the best one of the bunch, I said. I've found some others that are in good shape as well, but they're further out. You mentioned something about a community nearby? Lisa asked. I pointed north. There's a small community of a couple of families a few miles up the road. They're likable people and come visit Mount Weather on occasion, but they mostly stick to themselves. Do they have any women? Tori asked with a lurid grin. I don't think there are any single women, no, I answered. I did not mention the single women who lived at Mount Weather, but I didn't need to. Trey and Tori were despised by all of them, and they probably knew it. We want us some real women, not like those stuck-up bitches back at Weather, he said. Yeah, good luck with that, I thought. The two men had no idea how to treat a woman, and Fraser was not much better. Tori leaned over and whispered something in Lisa's ear. What's the catch, Zach? She asked. What do you mean? There's got to be other strings attached, Tori accused. I took a deep breath, getting my temper in check. As I did so, I noticed Trey outside, staring down the river. Something seemed to have caught his interest. If you are referring to your obligations to the USA, Tori interrupted. You mean the Mount Weather people? Mount Weather is the current home for the United States government. Haven't you learned anything during your time with us? I asked. Now, you asked a question. Do you want to hear the answer or not? Let him speak, Tori, Lisa said. As I've said before, the primary mission of Mount Weather is to rebuild America. Most of that rebuilding effort comes in small, incremental steps, such as what I'm trying to do here. Like conquering the frontier back when Americans first came here from Europe, Tori said. Yeah, sort of, I said, and saw a spiral notebook sitting on the kitchen counter. A pencil was stuck in the spiraling. I reached for it and opened it to a clean page. Follow me on this, I said, and began drawing a rough map. All right, here is Mount Weather. We're currently right here, the community of Ingham, I said, writing out Ingham and putting an X in our approximate location. I then wrote out other locations. Here's the river, and here is the city of Shenandoah, south of you. I continued adding information to the map, including the locations of settled communities and major landmarks. I finished it off by drawing a circle around it. This circle represents a 60-mile radius around Mount Weather. These are the locations of known survivor settlements. I added in several dots. As you can see, most of the settlements are within the 60-mile radius. What's significant about that? Lisa asked. That is the range of the QRF, I said and pointed at the X. This place is well within range of the QRF. Like I said, if you come under attack by hostile humans or Zeds, the QRF can respond, but only if you are in our network. Being a part of the network has its benefits, but you also have obligations and responsibilities. Like what? Lisa asked. First, monitor the area and radio in daily reports to weather, like I mentioned. Second, you'll be expected to travel around the area and gather intelligence, which is also reported. What about scavenging? Lisa asked. If you find stuff that is useful to you, take it, I said. But during your scavenging, you'll be expected to follow our SOP and mark the buildings and structures you enter and to relay the information to us. What do you mean, mark the buildings? She asked. I tried not to frown. I'd been told about this before. Remember the training classes? Whenever you enter a structure, whether it's a shed, a house, an office building, whatever, you mark the building with the FEMA X and add all of the known information. Seems like a lot of unnecessary work, Tori grumbled. I paused a moment, took a deep breath, and once again reminded myself of the broader picture. I'm sure it may seem like that, but I can assure you it helps out tremendously. Remember, our primary mission is to rebuild society. Lisa, I've shown you and Fraser the maps in my office. Our continuing goal is to increase the area in which we manage. This area is relatively uninhabited. You guys would be really helping out. Did you say Mount Weather will help us out with the QRF and things like that? Fraser asked. Yes. Also, you'll have access to our bartering network. I pointed toward the southwest. There's a lot of area out there toward Kentucky, which you guys are familiar with. Let's say you guys are out scavenging, you come across something like, I don't know, maybe inverters for solar power. You find a dozen of them. I gestured around the house. You won't need a dozen inverters for this house, and they don't wear out, so you use one and have 11 left over. What do you do with the rest of them? You list them on the barter network, and you may find something worthwhile to trade for. We could do that anyway, can't we? Tori questioned. I nodded. Sure, but you'll have to make trips to each individual community or rely on word of mouth because you won't have a radio supplied by us. Our network has personnel dedicated to coordinating trade opportunities. If you're not in the Mount Weather network, you won't have access. I took a moment to glance outside at Trey before peering at the three of them. Let's be honest. For whatever reason, you guys did not like Mount Weather, but that is no reason to become isolationists. By being a part of the Mount Weather organization, you're not only helping rebuild America, you're helping yourselves. I hope you guys would like to be a part of it. I saw Lisa and Fraser swap glances. We'll need help, Zach, Lisa said. I understand, and I'll do what I can, I replied. Fraser sighed and looked outside. He pointed at Trey. He doesn't want anything to do with this. He thinks we should go back home, Tori said. But there ain't nothing left for us back there. I'd often wondered what had happened to cause them to leave in the first place. They'd danced around that issue during their debriefing. It wasn't pushed, and I knew the reason. Because Lysandra Jane Dykes was my half-sister. They wanted another who was immune in case I died, and we all had passed. So it didn't seem to matter so much of what they'd been up to for the past 6 years. That's what I kept telling myself anyway. Suddenly, Trey crouched and then motioned for us. We hurried outside. He pointed. Look there, he whispered. A small, single-mast sailboat was working its way down the river. I don't believe I recognize him, I said. I held my hand up and waved. The solitary figure, a young man by the looks of it, spotted me. He stared for several seconds before giving a tentative wave in return. Well, this gets me to the bad news, I said, and pointed. There used to be a walking path that led down to the river, but it's been washed out. That'll be something to work on. There may be another way down there nearby. You mean you don't know? Fraser asked. Trey and Tori guffawed. I didn't understand the joke and chose to ignore it. We watched as the man continued sailing downstream and disappeared around a bend in the river. Well, there he goes, Tori remarked. Not very neighborly of him. What was he supposed to do, drop anchor and climb the bluff? I asked. He saw us, we saw him. No doubt he lives around here. That's a good thing. Plus, in case you guys haven't noticed, there doesn't seem to be any Zed activity around here. I'd say that man and his people have probably been taking care of it. I checked my watch. All right, our time is running short. We need to get back. Fraser slept on the way back. The other three talked amongst themselves, leaving me to my thoughts. I hope the upcoming trial went smoothly. We knew that it was going to be an important event that showed everyone that Mount Weather was more than simply a community of people who had survived the apocalypse. When I turned onto Route 340, a solitary Zed appeared. It was walking with its back to us and never seemed to hear us. I slowed the SUV and bumped him when I got close. He fell to the road, whereupon I ran over him. The jostling of the SUV awakened Fraser. What the hell? He grumbled. Pothole, I muttered. Tori snorted. Chapter 13. The Third Bull. You know what? You're the third bull, Rachel said. Fred was leaning against the back wall of the barn. He and Rachel had been doing some chores when she began getting frisky. Fred would have liked to have held off until they got back to the house, but Rachel was not so patient. When she wanted to do it, it was futile to try to get her to wait. She tossed some blankets down and bowled Fred on top of her. After, Fred worked himself up into a sitting position. He looked down at the top of her head, which was currently resting on his chest. Third bull? He asked. Oh, you know the story of the two bulls, right? There's a young bull and an older bull. They're sitting on a hill overlooking a field where there are a bunch of young female cows grazing. Heifers, Fred said. Young female cows are called heifers. Yeah, heifers. So the young bull says to the old bull, Hey, let's run down there and fuck one of them. The old bull looks over at the young bull and says, why don't we walk down there and fuck 'em all? You've heard that one, right?
Many times, Fred said.
Well, I bet you never heard of the third bull.
Fred furrowed his brow. No, I don't believe I have, but I'm sure you're about to tell me.
The third bull is also present in the pasture, off to the side, away from the others. He's sitting under a big shade tree, chewing his cud, but he's watching everything. Eventually, one of the finer heifers notices the third bull and begins watching him. She notices the other bulls always kept their distance from him. She's curious and walks over to check him out. Once she gets to know that third bull, she realizes he is the best bull of the bunch and proclaims her undying love for him. That's you. You're the third bull.
Does that mean you're a heifer? Fred asked. Rachel lightly slapped him on the chest.
I'm your heifer and a damn fine heifer. Don't you forget it.
Fred was silent for a time while Rachel changed the subject and started chatting about the unique smells in the barn. Eventually, he tapped her on the side of the head with a finger so tough he could light a stove match off it. She turned her head and stared up at him. Why do you like me? He asked.
Not only do I like you, I love you, Fred McCoy, she said, reached up and pulled his head down, kissing him on the lips.
Why? I'm old enough to be your father.
Rachel rested her head on his hairy chest and began stroking it. We've already talked about it.
No, not really. Every time I ask, you dance around the question and make goofy jokes, like you always do.
My jokes are not goofy. I simply have a zany sense of humor. Most people lack the intelligence to appreciate my hilarity.
So you're not going to answer, Fred said.
My father was a piece of shit, she said, after a long moment of silence. He was a mean drunk, seldom around, and when he was, he had a habit of beating us, so suffice it to say I had no father figure in the household. The first person I was attracted to was a teacher in junior high. He was an older man who taught English and could recite poetry by memory. He was a classy man and was dedicated to the kids. He'd stay after school every day and tutor anyone who wanted it, and it wasn't uncommon for him to buy presents for some students.
I take it he bought you something special? Fred asked. Rachel chortled.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I had an accident one day. That started my period, and I didn't know what was wrong with me. You see, Mom never taught me about that stuff. So I was sitting in his class, and I see this mess, and I was scared to death and having a panic attack. He put me in his office and told me not to go anywhere. He ran off and came back a minute later with the school nurse. I guess he'd already given her a heads up because she had an extra pair of nursing scrubs for me to wear and then taught me everything I needed to know when Aunt Flo paid her monthly visit. The next day at school, he discreetly gave me a bag with a new pair of jeans and a box of tampons. That Christmas, he bought me a nice full-length coat. It was the first new coat I'd ever owned.
He sounds like a nice man, Fred said, hiding the skepticism in his tone.
He took my virginity on my 14th birthday. It was in his office after class, she said. So maybe he was a nice man, or maybe he was a pedophile. You decide.
Oh, what happened with you two?
I was in love with him, and he told me he loved me, but he moved away suddenly without telling anyone, not even his wife. I never saw him again.
How'd things go for you after that? Fred asked.
Oh, the usual for a teenager. I went through the motions of high school, joined ROTC my junior year, and promptly began an affair with the commandant of the program. He was a retired sergeant major.
She looked up again.
You remind me of him a little. Anyway, I enlisted after graduation. He died of a heart attack while I was in AIT.
What is AIT? Fred asked.
Advanced Individual Training.
Oh.
So that was when I had my first lesbian experience with a fellow soldier. I was such a whore.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Fred admonished.
It's true, though. I was fast and loose.
She smiled and waited to see if Fred had any additional comment, but he remained quiet.
Tell me about those zombie girlfriends of yours.
Fred frowned. They weren't girlfriends.
What were they?
Nothing more than 3 female Zeds who'd been dealt a bad hand. If I had to guess, it was a mother and her 2 daughters.
Zack said you were caring for them, she remarked.
Yes, I was. I'd kill a couple of rabbits or a deer and drop them off for them. Had to be fresh, raw meat or else they wouldn't eat.
They never tried to attack you? She asked.
No, they didn't, Fred replied. But I wasn't doing them any favors. They were never going to get better, and it was only a matter of time before they attacked a human. It's like Zach said, all Zeds have to be killed.
But they have the zombie female and her baby up at Fort Detrick, Rachel said. I heard that the doctors practically have her acting like a human.
Fred grunted. There were a lot of rumors floating around about that Zed and her baby. He asked Zach why they had not killed it, and Zach said they believed they could learn more about Zed behavior from her. It's not right, he said. They think they can teach them to act like humans again, but that virus causes irreversible damage to the brain. There isn't any cure.
He was about to say more, but Rachel's expression suddenly changed, and she gave his chest several taps with her hand. We've got company, she whispered. Chapter 14. Team Joker. Their next stop was exit 235. They drove around the area looking for people or Zeds, and finding none, they chose a random building and stopped. Little Joe armed himself with a fireman's Halligan tool, and they approached the front of the business, which was a fast food restaurant. The glass doors had already been shattered. Little Joe set the prying instrument down and exchanged it for his handgun. They cleared the business of any hostiles and then searched the business for anything of value. Finding nothing, they marked it with the FEMA X protocol and moved on to the next location. They kept at it all day. There was not much left. After almost a decade of society's collapse, the survivors had picked everything clean. It wasn't a totally fruitless undertaking. They'd found some items. Roscoe had tasked the Fitzgeralds with searching for a specific type of circuit breakers. They located several in a landscaping business, along with a box of 10-3 Romex. Soon they had their trailer almost full. They went back to exit 235 and unloaded everything in the fast food restaurant. Joker sent in a radio transmission to Mount Weather, updating their status, and then looked at his watch. It was after 1800 hours. We need to pick a spot to set up for the night, he said. He gestured around. This place stinks, but we can sleep in the SUV. I'd suggest going down to exit 19, Trader Joe rejoined. Joker glanced at him. What? Let's head down to exit 19. It's only a few miles from here. It's fairly close to Holston, and we're familiar with the area, Trader Joe replied. Guys, it's getting dark out, Joker said. Little Joe cleared his throat. Do we really want to be sleeping in this SUV all cramped up and listening to my old man? He snores like nobody's business. You and me won't get any sleep. Joker glanced between the two of them. And you two are familiar with the area? Trader Joe nodded. Yeah, there are some hotels at that exit. We slept there one night, didn't we, son? Yep, that one hotel behind the Cracker Barrel has outside doors, and some of the rooms still have beds. We can get a room on the top floor like we did last time. It's easy to put noisemakers on each end of the walkway. Besides, the Zeds can't normally climb stairs. Joker thought about it for a few seconds. Honestly, he was not looking forward to sleeping in the SUV either. He knew from experience his back would be in knots the next morning, and both father and son were taller than him. Little Joe could handle it, but the older Joe would be worse off than him. Plus, the three of them had been sweating profusely all day, and they were rank. Being cooped up in the SUV overnight, even with the windows open, wasn't going to be pleasant to the nose. It'll be hard to clear a hotel in the dark, Joker remarked. But I'd prefer to sleep on a mattress rather than in here. So yeah, let's give it a try. It was twilight when Joker turned onto exit 19. Trader Joe pointed toward the Cracker Barrel. The hotel I have in mind is right behind it. It was one of those economical hotels. The second and third floors had an outside walkway that the room doors opened to. The men started on the ground floor and pointed their flashlights into the window of each room. They repeated it on the second and third floor. Satisfied there were no Zeds occupying the hotel, they chose two rooms in the middle that had an adjoining door and prepped an evening meal. Are there any people living around here? Joker asked as they ate a stew consisting of pork, beans, potatoes, onions, and some assorted spices. Considering all the ingredients were fresh, the meal was rather tasty. There's a family by the name of Cranston who live on a farm nearby, Trader Joe said. There's two brothers that I played baseball with, Little Joe added. Are they still alive? Joker asked. They were the last time we saw them. That was a couple of years ago, right, son? Yeah, 2 years, maybe 3. Are they friendly enough to pay a visit to? Joker asked.
I suppose so, Trader Joe said. But times have a way of changing people. You know how it goes.
So true, Joker thought.
Trader Joe continued. We can save time with this neck of the woods. The whole area has been picked clean. Besides, the ammunition plant's only about 30 minutes from here.
You two have never really said much about Holston, Joker said. Trader Joe slurped down a spoonful.
It's a big place. Those storage units, what do you call them, magazines?
Joker nodded.
Yeah, those magazines. There's a bunch of them. They're heavily fortified and locked up tight. We'd considered blowing the doors open, but we were always worried we'd activate the explosives inside and blow us to kingdom come. Are you sure you can pull it off?
Joker nodded. I've had some training and practical experience, but if I screw up, you'll never know it. Trader Joe stared darkly at Joker and scoffed.
I guess you think that's funny.
They don't call me Joker for nothing, Joker replied and gave him a wink. In the morning, we'll go visit the Cranstons and then head to Holston. Joker caught the two men exchanging a glance. Is there something wrong?
Not at all. I just wish there was running water in here. I don't know if you noticed, but the three of us stink.
Yeah, I noticed, Joker said. Chapter 15. Team Mad Dog. Are we going to try to drive through the night? Logan asked. Melvin shook his head.
We've made excellent progress, all things considered, Melvin said,
then pointed toward the south.
But that is one mean-looking weather front moving our way. We need to find a good place to hunker down.
He turned to True. Have you seen any Zeds?
There's a few trying to follow us, he replied. They about 100 yards down the road. Nothing to worry about.
All right, stop the truck, Melvin directed. We'll kill them off before we find a spot for the night. Yeah, make it quick, Liam said. I need to stretch my legs and drain my fire hose. Logan heard him, stopped at an intersection, and set the brake. Plenty of room here. Although each were armed with handguns, they kept them holstered and instead armed themselves with various fighting weapons. Melvin was armed with his trusted Chinese Dadao sword he found in a martial arts dojo. He took a couple of warm-up swings while the other three men spread out and stretched.
All right, are we ready? He asked.
The O'Malley brothers nodded eagerly while True responded with a singular nod. Melvin began walking and then broke into an easy jog toward the Zeds, which were now a block away and coming toward them. If the sight of the four men jogging toward them instead of fleeing for their lives registered in their brains, it didn't show. Instead, they began ambling toward Team Mad Dog. The two groups closed the distance. The closest Zed was a man about the size of Melvin. He was wearing heavy carpenter's overalls that were grimy and torn. Closing the distance, the Zed reached out toward Melvin as he emitted a raspy snarl. Melvin ducked under the outstretched arms and sharply pivoted. He swung the sword as if it were an extension of his arm. The Zed's head came off cleanly and fell to the road with a satisfying kerplunk.
Nice,
Liam exclaimed as he approached another Zed. This one was also a man, or maybe a teenager, it was hard to tell. Liam and Logan were both armed similarly. Their left hand was sheathed in a thick welder's glove, and they had large bowie knives in their right. Liam came up to the younger Zed and stuck out his left hand. The Zed took the bait, and as he lunged for it, Liam rammed the bowie knife under the Zed's chin and into his brain. He quickly withdrew the knife and searched for a new target. The third Zed, another male wearing similar khaki-colored overalls and a dark blue hoodie, suddenly stopped and began backpedaling. Melvin stopped and watched in curious bemusement. Liam and Logan hustled up, but Melvin held up a hand.
No, wait, he ordered.
The four of them stopped and watched in bemusement as the Zed continued backpedaling for several feet before turning and loping off.
I haven't seen that before, Logan said. What about you guys?
True and Liam shook their heads, but Melvin spoke up.
Yeah, I have. Did you see the look on his face? He was scared. I've seen that before, too.
Liam stared in confusion.
What are you saying? Are they regaining sentient thoughts and emotions again?
It looks like some of them are, Melvin said.
That's what they've been saying about the 15s, True said. They starting to think again.
All right, maybe you can explain this, Sergeant, because me and my dumb brother are confused, Logan said.
What, pray tell, are you confused about? Melvin asked in mock seriousness. Okay, so we're told the sabotaged batch of vaccines created the strain of Zeds everyone calls 15s. Logan pointed down the road where the Zed ran. So, if that gentleman is a 15, did he come all the way from Ohio, or all of the Zeds evolving? That is an excellent question, Melvin said. Do you perhaps have an excellent answer? Logan asked. Nope, sure don't, Melvin answered. They have some theories, but nothing definite. That's why they want us to take blood samples from any of them that seem to be acting like 15s. He pointed at the two Zeds they'd killed. I guess I'll draw some blood from these two. Let me go get the kit. Liam took the opportunity to walk over to the curb and urinate. Logan made a tisking sound. If you're trying to lure that other one back here to kill it, you aren't going to do that with bait that small, he said. Well, maybe True should pull his out then, Liam retorted. The three men watched as Melvin stuck the syringe into the carotid artery of each Zed. The vials slowly filled with a black liquid. Once he finished, he stood and held one of the vials up. Nasty-looking stuff, he remarked. Good thing you didn't stick yourself, Sarge, True said. It'd be a shame to leave you behind. Melvin laughed good-naturedly and then looked up as drops of rain began falling. All right, let's go. They found an overpass to park the Peterbilt under and began preparing for dinner. Sarge, I've been wondering, what's the deal with that pregnant Zed up at Fort Detrick? Liam asked. Nobody seems to know what's going on with that. Melvin shrugged. All I know is she gave birth. I don't know if the baby is infected or not. They're keeping it secret for some reason. Well, that ain't right. The old government was keeping all kinds of secrets. That's no way for this new government to treat its citizens. I heard she was a looker. Is that true? I seen her when she was first captured, True said. I guess she could have been nice looking once. She was young and had some muscle on her like she was a college athlete. Those nerdy scientists are probably banging her, Logan said. I can only imagine what a zombie cooter smells like, Liam quipped. Why are they keeping it a secret, Sarge? True asked. I'm not sure, Melvin replied. All I can say is this. When I was active military, we had some classes on being taken prisoner and torturing methods. If the people torturing you are good, they can get you to tell them everything. Whatever is going on with that Zed and her baby, it might be information they don't want everyone to know just yet. He paused a moment. Okay, what I'm about to tell you is not well known, and don't tell Grace, I know, but those satellites are picking up a lot of artificial light at night in some countries. That implies they are on the road to recovery at a faster rate than we are. Which countries? True asked. Israel, China, Russia. Those are the big three, but there are places in Europe as well, mostly the northern countries. The point is, they are supposed to be our allies, but they won't talk to us on the radio. You know the only country who's responded to radio messages is Norway? That's it. So let me get this straight. They won't tell us what's going on with this Zed mama because they're afraid we might be caught by enemy forces and tortured? Liam asked. It's not as far-fetched as you may think, Logan said. The other three stared at him. What are you keeping from us, brother? Liam asked. Well, I'm not supposed to say, but Grace told me they've recently monitored ship movements from Russia to Alaska. Oh, shit, Liam exclaimed. Their population had to have taken just as big a hit as ours, but that isn't stopping them from coming over to claim territory. That's what they believe, Logan said. But it's supposed to be top-secret information. If any of you go blabbing it, I'll deny telling you. That's why they all of a sudden wanted to build an ammunition factory, True said. Melvin nodded. I believe you're correct, buddy. The rain hit with a gusto and was exacerbated by strong wind gusts. The four men quickly packed up and retreated to the safety of the Peterbilt. Hopefully it'll blow through in an hour or so, Logan said. I hope so too, Liam said. Nothing's worse than dropping the kids off at the pool in the middle of a thunderstorm. Melvin chuckled. You cracked me up. Is this your longest mission with Mount Weather? Liam asked him. Yep, Melvin answered. This is the third longest mission ever sanctioned by Mount Weather. 2,000 miles round trip. Give or take, Liam added. Yeah, give or take. What was the longest? Logan asked. Melvin scratched the stubble on his chin. Well, let's see. It was the second year, I believe.
When President Richmond was still alive, he sanctioned an expedition to Cheyenne Mountain to see if anyone in there was still alive. That trek was about 1,500 miles one way. That team is missing in action and presumed dead. There were a couple of others that were over 1,000 miles. They never returned either. Where all have you been since it all went bad, that is? Logan asked. Melvin scratched himself. I've been all over Virginia and West Virginia. I dare say I know the terrain of those states better than anyone left alive. In the South, I've been through Kentucky, Tennessee, and North Carolina. Up north, I've been to D.C. and areas of Pennsylvania, but I've never been this far west. Not since the outbreak, that is. I'll bet you've seen some outrageous shit, Logan said. Melvin gave an offhand nod. Like what? Logan asked. Melvin scratched himself and wondered if he was getting jock itch. The summer heat and humidity would do that to a man. The last time he got it, he had to sun his groin for a couple of hours a day until the rash and uncontrollable itching subsided. A few odd things here and there, he answered. Oh, I've got to hear, Logan said. Well, let's see. I came up on an area outside of Huntington, Kentucky that was weird. Must have been over 100 Zeds that had been impaled on poles along the side of the road, like Vlad the Impaler was living there. Several of them were still alive, or whatever you call it. I never found any live humans. That's a little creepy, Liam remarked. Yeah, Melvin agreed. I always wondered about that. It seemed to me that it took at least 3 or 4 people to do that, and so it got me to wondering why a group of survivors would spend all that time and energy to do something like that. I was going to ask, but I never found them. Anyway, in Marietta, stumbled upon a small group of 6 people that had resorted to cannibalism. Liam looked in surprise. Cannibals? Really? Yep, people will go to extremes when they're starving. They wanted to make a meal out of me, and I had to shoot one of them to make them back down. How many were there? 6 altogether. I think they were a family. I would have killed the rest, but they were almost dead anyway and weren't worth wasting ammo on. Zach said he ran into a group back in Nashville. The way he explained it, eating human flesh can cause a person to get holes in the brain or something like that. Damn, Liam drawled. We ran into all kinds of crazies back in Pittsburgh, but no cannibals that I know of. We had 2 babies die in our group, back when we had a group, and one of the mothers was so distraught she killed herself. Have you 2 done any military service? Melvin asked. Nope, Liam said. All we've ever been is cops. We grew up in a family of cops, Logan added. Our dad and his 2 brothers were cops, and our mom was a dispatcher. Did you guys like it? Melvin asked. Loved it, Liam and Logan answered in unison. We were having the time of our lives, but all good things must come to an end, Logan said. But every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end, Liam quipped. Aha, I know that one. Closing Time by Semisonic. Go on, brother, Logan said with a grin and glanced over at True. What about you? Was it your lifelong ambition to be in the National Guard? True shook his head slightly. I got into some trouble when I was a teenager, so I was given the choice, jail or the military. Somehow I ended up full-time in the Guard. Did you do any deployments? Liam asked. Iraq for 6 months, but I was service support, not a combat soldier. True did not elaborate. In fact, he earned a Bronze Star with a V for valor. He got the reward for his actions during a series of attacks on his base. It wasn't much to talk about, and besides, it might have encouraged them to ask about how he'd been living since it all went bad. With you being on an A-team, you must have done quite a few deployments, I imagine, Logan said to Melvin. Oh, yeah, we traveled a lot, Melvin said. When you're on a team, you're either training or on mission. Including Afghanistan, Logan said. Melvin nodded. The Stan, also known as Ass-Crapistan. Yep, I've been there. 2 tours. Hated the place. Liam and Logan looked at each other. Liam cleared his throat. The rumor is you were going to get the medal for stuff you did over there. Yeah, well, I got kicked out before that happened, Melvin said. We'd love to hear the story. Melvin's features darkened, and he shook his head ruefully. I generally don't talk about it, but I like you boys, and I think you can relate. It kind of goes like this. I was the light weapons specialist on an A-team. Like you guys, I was having the time of my life. On my second deployment, they got some intel of a large Taliban unit in the area. Our mission was to set up an ambush at the mouth of a valley. Sure enough, right at sunset, a battalion-sized unit of those rascals came out of the hills and walked right into the kill zone. It was a classic textbook setup. The only problem was, our artillery strike never materialized. Something got messed up in the lines of communications, so we had to deal with them on our own. "Wait a minute, how many soldiers are on an A-team?" Logan asked. 12 normally, but at that time we were down one man, Melvin answered. "And how many soldiers are in a battalion?" Liam asked. "Generally about 300. "Are you telling us 11 of you held off 300 Taliban?" Logan asked in disbelief. "I wasn't counting, but yeah, that's what they say," Melvin answered. "They generally don't mass in numbers that size, but they were planning a major offensive on an FOB south of the valley." "Holy shit, Sarge," Logan said. "Yeah, holy shit," Melvin muttered. "They said you were the only one who lived through it," True said. Melvin shook his head slightly. "Me and the CO, but he was shot up pretty bad and died later. All sounds bigger than life, but I'll tell you right now, if I hadn't gotten kicked out and they offered me that medal, I wouldn't have taken it. I didn't deserve it. Yeah, I lived through it and killed a bunch of Taliban, but that doesn't mean I did anything better than the rest of my team." "That was bullshit about them kicking you out, Sergeant," True said. Melvin shook his head again. "No, it was the right call. I deserved it. Now, I could sit here and rationalize everything I did, blame it all on PTSD and my crazy wife, but I should have never put my hands on her." Logan nodded and decided to change the subject. "What if that ammunition plant is stripped or in shambles?" he asked. "If that's the case, we'll take some photos and go home. We'll scavenge along the way and hopefully encounter pockets of survivors to bring into the fold," Melvin said. "If Russia is heading our way, we need to recruit soldiers." "Do you really think Russians are heading our way?" Liam asked. "I don't know, but one thing is certain. We're undermanned." Melvin had the second watch. True had awakened him by tugging on his boot. Melvin sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked at his watch. It was 0200 hours. True had let him sleep 2 additional hours. "Thanks," he whispered, and climbed out of the semi. "I'll sit with you a spell," True said. "I ain't sure I'm tired enough to fall asleep while smelling Liam's gas." "Glad for the company," Melvin replied. "If you keep an eye on me, I'm going to put out a pail or two and collect some rainwater." True nodded. Melvin got some plastic pails, but they kept blowing away. He finally secured them around some signposts with bungee cords. When he walked back to the truck, Melvin was sitting against one of the concrete pylons, sound asleep. Melvin grunted in amusement. He walked back out in the open and took a deep breath. The front had brought a heavy thickness of precipitation, but the air was fresh. He walked around, checking the area with NV goggles. When he decided they were alone, he stretched and sat in a folding chair. His thoughts soon drifted to the mission. They needed a sustainable source of ammunition. It was critical. If there were Russians moving in, there might be Chinese invading California, or even worse, Canadians invading New York. Melvin chuckled at himself. He'd gone on a mission with a couple of Canadians back before. They were good dudes. Melvin hoped they survived. The storm moved in with an angry gusto. It was a doozy. Lots of rain, lots of wind. Melvin retreated into the cab of the semi. It was pitch black outside, but occasionally there were streaks of lightning. All he could see were sheets of pouring rain. He wondered how it was going back at Mount Weather. Chapter 16. An Emergency Meeting. I was miserable. Absolutely miserable. I would have rather been tasked with a week of latrine duty than listen to this nonsense. The trial was due to start in the morning, but the esteemed Senator Rochelle Van Allen showed up a couple of hours ago, marched straight to the president's office, and filed a crazy, rambling appeal. She then demanded an emergency meeting. President Stark was livid, as were several others, but seeing no other alternative, a meeting was convened immediately after dinner. Since it was a formal appeal relating to the upcoming trial, a quorum was required, which meant mandatory attendance. In other words, I could not make up some excuse to get out of it. Lydia was forced to rearrange several work assignments, which angered some people, but it could not be helped. I came in early and helped get everything prepared. Then Kate and I sat off to the side and watched as everyone arrived. Kate is officially President Stark's personal assistant. She's also his mistress, perhaps the most poorly kept secret in Mount Weather. She took over Ruth's position a while back, and Ruth is now the second in command of Mount Weather security. "Everyone seems pissed about this," Kate whispered. I glanced over at her. She was an attractive woman of Native American ancestry. We'd never been friends, clash of personalities and all that, but we got along well enough. "Yeah, they are," I said in agreement. She was right. Everyone had a sour expression, especially Vice President Reinhardt. He was glowering like a constipated basset hound. Kate took a running head count. When a quorum was reached, she fetched President Stark. When he walked in, the meeting was quickly called to order, and after the usual preamble, Senator Van Allen was recognized. She summarily and loudly declared the upcoming trial was unconstitutional and illegal. It went downhill from there. The ensuing back and forth would have been comedic under any other circumstances. "Banishment," the VP said. Again. He'd said it 3 or 5 times already. "And, if necessary, and only as a last resort, the death penalty is imposed. Those are the 2 forms of punishment here at Mount Weather for capital crimes." His impatience was showing. Honestly, I was surprised he hadn't already blown a gasket or gone off on a tirade, which he was known for. He and I had a few run-ins over the past couple of years, but for the most part we were civil toward each other. "And who decided this?" Rochelle questioned with an arch of her left eyebrow. "It was voted on by Mount Weather personnel in a public referendum," Reinhardt replied. "When the magnitude of the infection was apparent, the applicable COG protocol was activated. This protocol was later ratified by a majority vote under the same referendum. It was a unanimous vote, as I've already explained." He took his glasses off and rubbed his temples. Rochelle smirked, which confirmed to me she was deliberately trying to provoke him. I think he knew it as well. That's why he was making a deliberate effort to keep calm. "There is nothing in the Constitution about banishment," she declared, like she had scored a victory. Reinhardt took a deep breath. "No, Senator, there is not. Nor is there anything in the Constitution about the death penalty. The only thing the Constitution says is the punishment cannot be cruel and unusual. That would fall under the 8th Amendment. You are aware of the 8th Amendment, Senator?" "Of course I am," Senator Van Allen retorted. "Then you should be aware there are several things that are not in the Constitution, which is why the concept of martial law was created many years ago and the COG protocol was developed and activated." He took another deep breath and tried a different tact. "Senator, as I am sure you are aware, when martial law is imposed, the Constitution is suspended. Now, you may not know, martial law was enacted by President Richmond shortly after the seriousness of the outbreak was realized. Some years ago, a government think tank created the Continuation of Government Protocol. This protocol was approved by both the President and the Senate Committee of Homeland Security and Government Affairs, a committee I was the chair of. It created many different disaster scenarios. Surprisingly, one of those scenarios was almost exactly what we are going through. One of the many things they realized was there would be no resources for running a prison, so they created alternate forms of punishment. Banishment is one of those alternatives. If we were to eliminate banishment under current law, the only other alternative for a capital offense is the death penalty." Her smirk broadened. "And which one of you here has the intestinal fortitude to carry out the death penalty, if it were imposed?" Her 2 butt-sniffing cronies, a middle-aged woman and her ugly-as-sin daughter who looked like the ass end of that same constipated hound dog, pointedly stared at me, as if I was going to jump up and rabidly declare it was going to be me. It was true, my reputation around here was not what you'd call angelic. When my people and I first arrived back about 6 years ago now, I put a beating on 2 people whom I had caught breaking into our trailer. The latest thing I did that kept the gossipers busy was killing General Harlan Foswell Sr. "We have designated personnel for that task, if it becomes necessary," the VP said. "You may not be aware of it, Senator, but we have several seasoned veterans living here who are prepared to act as the executioner." Senator Van Allen was not stymied, and the prattle went on and on. She pontificated in a shrill voice on the morality of what she believed was an egregious breach of the Constitution. I was at a loss for this behavior. Human rights were alive and well in Mount Weather. We used arbitration to settle minor disputes, and the only capital offense we had so far was the treason committed by Foswell. Otherwise, crime in Mount Weather was virtually non-existent. I believe part of the reason was all newcomers were briefed on the laws and policies of Mount Weather and had to make a verbal commitment to agree to abide by those terms if they wanted to live in our communities. Rochelle Van Allen was also briefed. I know because I was the one who briefed her and her husband. I recall both husband and wife praising our adaptation of the COG plan. Suddenly, she has declared that our judicial system was evil. Sighing to myself, I focused back on my laptop. I opened the file from Roscoe and started rereading it. I had tuned out the prattle, but that was a mistake. "Mr. Gunderson, would you please answer my question?" I looked up to see Senator Van Allen staring pointedly. "I apologize, Senator. Could you repeat the question?" She responded with a withering stare and then glanced around. "Apparently there is something more important on his computer than innocent people having their civil rights trampled upon here at Mount Weather." A singular chuckle came from the audience, but I believed everyone else thought as I did, that she was a joke. I fought the urge to make a smart-assed retort. Instead, I took the advice of my deceased mentor, Parvis. He and Fred had both told me I was often impetuous, and I needed to curb my temper. So I maintained a calm demeanor, gazed at her steadily, and waited. After a moment, she huffed and repeated herself. "I asked who decides when the death penalty is imposed. I've read the Mount Weather bylaws extensively, and there is nothing to indicate who has the final authority on the matter." She looked around at the audience. "Perhaps the Tooth Fairy decides." She punctuated her snide remark with an inane giggle. I wasn't going to let her get away with it. "You are incorrect, Senator. There is indeed a section in the bylaws that covers this. If you'll refer to Section 7, paragraphs 3 through 8, it explains the procedure for judicial process and the imposing of a sentence upon a convicted defendant." I had it all memorized. The senator did not, and gazed at me with a brief expression of befuddlement before changing it to a scowl. I decided I needed to hurry things along. "Would you like me to summarize?" "Please do," she replied in a snide tone. It refers to pre-existing federal law, specifically United States Code Title 18, which articulates the rules of criminal procedure. There are members of the community who were practicing attorneys back before, as you should already know. As was recently done, if a trial is to take place, these lawyers, real lawyers, will fill the appropriate briefs and motions, and, if necessary, they will fill the roles of presiding counsel and judge. If a person is found guilty, there will be a sentencing hearing, and the acting judge imposes the sentence. So the answer to your question is, the trial judge is the person who decides if the death penalty is imposed. I did not know why she was talking about the death penalty. It was not even on the table for the upcoming trial. I thought my explanation and indirect rebuke would have slowed her down, but I was wrong. "How many lawsuits have been filed, Zachary?" she asked. Now she was talking about lawsuits. How in the hell did we get started on civil litigation? I looked over at the vice president, but he was no help. Oh, and she called me Zachary? Not Zach, not Zachariah, not Director Gunderson. She did it on purpose, a passive-aggressive ploy. Perhaps she was trying to provoke me as well. I did not correct her on my name, nor did I argue with her about going off on a tangent. I figured if I simply answered her questions, she'd eventually run out of steam, and this nonsense would end. As of this date, none. As everyone should already know, if a citizen of the Mount Weather community has a problem of a minor or non-criminal nature, a complaint or petition may be filed. "What happens then?" she asked. "The complaint is resolved through arbitration." "Aren't you the arbitrator? You are the person who makes these life-or-death decisions, am I correct?" she asked. I wasn't sure where she was going with this. "I think calling these decisions life or death is an exaggeration, but in answer to your question, I am an alternative arbitrator. Senator Connie Nelson is the presiding arbitrator. If I may say so, I am more of an apprentice of sorts. Senator Nelson is an accomplished and knowledgeable lawyer. He had an extremely successful career in law before something terrible happened in his life. He apparently incurred some type of brain damage and decided to become a politician." There were several guffaws of laughter in the audience. Even Reinhardt cracked a smile. Connie threw up his hands in feigned indignation. In addition to his duties as a senator, he's managed our arbitration program and successfully resolved many issues. Before you ask, his decisions are not necessarily final, as there is a system of checks and balances in place. President Stark personally reviews the final disposition of all cases. If anyone disagrees with the result of the arbitration, they can also appeal to the president, and a full trial may be deemed necessary. If this occurs, a trial is held in which the federal rules of civil procedure are adhered to. "How many lawsuits have been filed?" she asked. "As of this date, none," I answered. "None at all? Why, this is surely another indicator that the civil rights of the citizens here are being oppressed. Am I right?" She looked out at the audience again, seeking out their agreement. "I must disagree with you, Senator. The lack of lawsuits filed is in fact a strong indicator of how successful the arbitration process is." She paused a moment as the older butt-sniffer whispered something in her ear. While they were conversing, Senator Duckworth raised his hand. Reinhardt quickly recognized him. "Director Gunderson, I am curious. How many complaints have been resolved through the arbitration process since the implementation of it at Mount Weather? That is, if you know." "A total of 211, I replied. 211 successful cases. We must be doing something right. Thank you." He nodded in satisfaction and started to sit back down, but paused. "Oh, point of order here. Am I missing something? I thought your name was Zachariah, not Zachary." "That's correct, Senator," I said. "In a formal venue, I'm called by my title. Informally, most people call me Zach. I've never been called Zachary until now." "Excellent. It seems like some people don't take the time to remember people by their correct name. Thank you, Director." He sat back down and gave me a subtle wink. Senator Van Allen seemed not to hear, still standing, but bent over and whispering in the ear of her assistant. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was close to 11. Vice President Reinhardt had fared rather well, I thought. He was a crotchety old man, but he had shown a considerable amount of patience with this woman. He stood and spoke up. "Well, now, I believe we have adequately and thoroughly addressed this issue," he said. "I'm not finished yet, Senator," Rochelle said. It finally happened. Reinhardt's face turned red with anger. He looked like he was going to blow a gasket. "For the record, when you address me, you will recognize proper decorum and address me as Mr. Vice President. Do I make myself clear, Senator?" He did not wait for an answer and pointed offhandedly at me. "If you have any further questions, you may make your inquiries to Director Gunderson at a later time." "Thank you, Mr. Vice President," I said, with perhaps an over-amount of exuberance. Others echoed my sentiment. I closed my laptop, stood, and left the conference room while the newly elected senator from Pennsylvania was asking me something about the illegality of the upcoming trial. Although I did not look back, it sounded like everyone decided this fiasco was over and they, too, were leaving. Senator Van Allen and her cronies caught up with me in the hallway. "How dare you," she declared. "How dare you walk out on me and embarrass me like that?" "You only embarrassed yourself, Rochelle," I replied. One of the cronies emitted an audible gasp, like I'd insulted the Queen or something. "You will address me as Senator Van Allen," she demanded. I stared at her like I was staring at an annoying flea. "Very well. If you want to use formalities, you should address me as Director Gunderson." Her eyes shot daggers at me, which was hard to do because she was a foot shorter and had to cock her head back to make eye contact. Her scowl deepened, and she pointed a stubby finger. "I am hereby putting you on notice. You will not pull a stunt like that again. You and your little clique of people have run this place like a dictatorship for long enough. There are changes coming. You can either get on board or else." "Very good. Consider me duly warned. Is there something else you needed?" She took a moment to look over at her butt-sniffers and gave a flippant wave of her hand. "You are incredibly full of yourself, aren't you?" "If you say so. Excuse me," I replied, and attempted to walk around her. She made a quick sidestep, quicker than I thought she was capable of, and blocked my way. We stood there in silence, staring at each other. Her stare was a challenging scowl. Mine was more of a stare of indifference. There was a time when I would have bruised her with a few belittling remarks and tell her what I thought of her ultimatum, but that was before Timmy. Little Timmy was a classmate of my oldest son, Frederick, named after a great man by the name of Fred McCoy, but I digress. So Frederick came home from school one day and promptly told his mommy that Timmy told him I was a bully. I can only assume little Timmy overheard something his parents had said and repeated it. That was a day or two after I had a sit-down with Timmy's mom and dad. They had skipped guard duty one night. The next morning, I blocked them from breakfast and had a heart-to-heart conversation with them. I bluntly told them they needed to shape up or ship out. That was part of my job, but I guess it made me a bully. If I did not have kids, I probably would have had a good laugh about it, but I lost a lot of sleep that night thinking about it. There were things I'd done in the past where I could rightfully be called a bully or worse. Granted, I did what I had to do to survive and protect the people close to me. But still, it was not the father I wanted my kids to have. It led to an inner resolution. I did not want my kids believing I was a bad person. They deserved better, and I was going to try to be a better man. It would mean I would have to change, like curbing my tongue in situations such as this. I stepped around the little woman with the oversized ass and walked away. As I walked, I thought back to their arrival at Mount Weather and the ensuing debriefing. At first, I found Gil and Rochelle Van Allen to be both personable and intelligent. I admired their grit for being able to survive on their own for so long, and believed they would be a valuable addition to the Mount Weather community. I recalled one evening in the cafeteria. The two of them talked about their former life. Gil smiled as he recalled how they met in college. She was a cheerleader, and he thought she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on. Personally, I didn't see it. She was 5'3" with a sun-damaged face, dull brown eyes, brown hair with a lot of gray, large breast implants, and an overly large backside. Each to his own, I guess. I guess it was the third or fourth day when I began to see her true colors. She was assigned latrine duty. It was always assigned to newcomers, sort of a freshman hazing ritual, I guess you'd say. She barely did the job and complained the entire time. According to her, scrubbing toilets was far beneath her station. Gil, on the other hand, was a hard worker. I approached him one day and asked if they'd be willing to live at Marcus Hook. He agreed with a smile. The president and I patted ourselves on the back for that. We knew she was trouble and were glad to get rid of her, or so we thought. I had no time to dwell on her. I had far more impending matters and needed to speak with my sister. It was raining outside, so on days like this, people tended to hang out in the cafeteria and socialize. Before I could make it in the door, Lydia confronted me. From the expression on her face, I could tell something was wrong. "Okay, what is it?" I said. "They didn't show up for their work detail this morning. When I attempted to speak to them about it just now, the one called Tori was very rude. I won't even repeat what he called me." My jaw clenched in anger. "All right. Go ahead and assign it to someone else. I'm going to take care of this issue today." Lydia started to say something else, but saw the anger in my eyes and chose not to offer any further commentary. Instead, she patted me on the shoulder as she walked by. I found the four of them sitting at a table off to the side. "Good evening," I said, and helped myself to a chair. "We haven't had a chance to talk yet, so let's get to it." "Ha, let me guess, you want to talk about kicking us out," Fraser surmised with a hint of a snarl. "What's your decision about the house?" I asked. "We'll need a few more days to think about it," Tori said. I rapped my knuckles sharply on the table, making sure I had the attention of each one of them before speaking. A few other people heard and were now staring curiously. Trey and Tori were staring like they were daring me to challenge them to a fight. Fraser stared indifferently. Lisa was the only one who seemed concerned. "Here's how this is going to go. We have a trial starting in the morning. It will last all day, and maybe a day or two after that. After it's over, you four will be leaving. The offer to set you up in the house I showed you still stands, unless one of you, any of you, pop off at the mouth and insult a single other person here, especially Lydia. I've had enough of it." "You've had enough, huh? What are you going to do about it, tough guy?" Fraser asked with a smirk. I responded with a cold smile. "You keep pushing it, you'll find out." I wanted to say more. I wanted to slap the smirk off his face and beat the hell out of the other two, but I kept my temper in check and stood. "After the trial," I reminded them, and walked off. I fought to keep a cool head. I was both frustrated and pissed off, but I wasn't going to show it. I ran into Janet, my monster-in-law, in the hallway. She was with the kids and Grant. They were an odd couple who had been off and on for years. Currently, they were on. He gave her a kiss and greeted me as he left. "Where are you guys going?" I asked as I crouched and gave each of my kids a hug. "The auditorium. It's Beauty and the Beast tonight," Janet said. I nodded and grinned at the kids. "Sounds like fun." Recently, a scout team discovered a plethora of DVDs in a pawn shop, including hundreds of children's movies, which we had a shortage of. Now, 3 nights a week was children's movie night. The kids loved it. The parents loved it even more.
Daddy, Hermione is in this movie. She's pretty, Frederick said.
I was confused at first. The alleged rape victim's name was Hermione, and at first I thought that was who he was referring to, but then I realized Frederick was talking about the actor, Emma Watson. Yeah, I think she's pretty too, I said.
Are you coming with us, Daddy?
Macy asked. I'm sorry, sweetie, I have to work, but I'll be home when the movie's over. We can play then, okay?
Okay, Daddy, she said.
I knelt and gave her a kiss on the cheek, reminding myself these kids were the reason I did not do things like slap the taste out of someone's mouth when they smarted off to me. Speaking of smartasses, Lisa and the Stooges exited the cafeteria and walked by. They glared as they walked past. Lisa did not even take the time to acknowledge the kids. There was a combination of both hurt and anger welling up inside me, and I had to fight to keep it down.
Does she even know their names? Janet asked.
Probably not, I muttered.
Have you had your talk to them yet? She asked.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago. I told them they had until after the trial. Janet nodded and stepped close.
They're always going to be trouble, but I know you won't do anything because she's your half-sister.
She then stepped closer and whispered in my ear.
I'll cut her throat if it'll help. It won't be hard. I'll catch her in the locker room. The blood will be easier to clean up that way.
I stared at her. Her weapon of choice against humans was a straight razor. She kept it in her pocket, and it wouldn't be the first time she's used it. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, I said. Everything has to wait until after the trial.
All right. If you change your mind, let me know, she said.
I appreciate it, Janet. Tell Kelly I'll be in my office for a couple of hours, but I'll be home before the kids have to go to bed.
Have you eaten yet? She asked.
I shrugged. I had a quick bite, but I have to admit I'm still a little hungry. I'll probably raid the cafeteria later for some leftovers. Janet gave me one of those motherly scowls.
I'll see if Kelly can bring you down a plate.
Thanks, Janet. I kept a pleasant outer demeanor as I walked down the hall and said hello to people, but I didn't stop for conversation. Once I made it to my office, I immediately booted up my computer, whereupon I composed and sent an email to everyone who mattered regarding Lisa and her inbred friends. I made personal assurances they would be off the Mount Weather premises immediately after the trial, one way or another. I started to read pending emails when my phone rang. Thinking it was Kelly, I picked it up. I'll meet you at the elevator. Okay, said a female voice, who immediately hung up. Only certain people had access to the lower levels, so I had to use my key card to activate the elevator. When the door opened, it wasn't Kelly, but Riley. She held out a tray. I heard you were down here, and I knew you barely ate, so here you go, she said, and stepped off the elevator. I wasn't sure how to react, so I simply pointed toward my office and tried not to stare at her backside as she walked. Riley was 17 when I first met her back in Bristol, Tennessee, with her father and brother. She was 22 or 23 now, and I had to admit she was a nice-looking woman. She had a taut figure with wild mahogany-colored hair and bright green eyes. The freckles on her nose and cheeks reminded me a little bit of my late wife, Julie. Roast beef, mashed potatoes, and squash, she said. I forgot to bring anything to drink, but I can go back and get something. Oh, no, that's no problem. I have running water down here. I took a whiff of the aromas and realized I was hungrier than I thought. Smells good. Thanks for bringing it, I said. I fixed a glass of water and began eating. It was wonderful. As I ate, Riley looked around at my office. What's in there? She asked, pointing at a closed door. It's the restroom. I even have a shower down here, I said. It's nice, she said, and sat back down. I sensed something was on her mind. Is everything okay? I asked. I'd like to talk to you about something, she said. Sure. Have you talked to my dad lately? She asked. Her dad was Joe Fitzgerald Sr., but everyone called him Trader Joe, and his son was commonly known as Little Joe. Yeah, he came in with your brother to go on the mission, I said. She nodded. They've decided to live at Marcus Hook permanently. I brightened. That's great news. When the Fitzgerald clan left Bristol and came to Mount Weather, we planned for them to live at Marcus Hook for 6 months, and then we'd fix them up with a fortified house in the area. The fact that they were now intending to live permanently at Marcus Hook was indeed good news. In fact, there was a need for at least 50 more people at Hook. This was where our diesel fuel was produced. Without it, we were reduced to bicycles and horses for travel. "They want me to join them," she said. "Join them as in they want you to come live at Hook too?" I asked. She gave a reluctant nod. "But you don't want to?" "No," she said quickly. "I'd rather continue living here." I thought it over for only a second. Despite her quiet, often aloof behavior, she had easily integrated herself into the Mount Weather community and was well liked. She never shirked any work assignment and was always willing to help. Besides, our male-to-female ratio at Mount Weather was severely lopsided. "Consider it done." Her face lit up. "Really?" "Of course. I'm glad to have you here." She smiled now. "Thanks, Zach." She then stood. "I'll let you get back to your dinner." I stood as well and walked her back to the elevator. Once I'd activated it, she suddenly turned and kissed me. It wasn't a simple peck on the cheek either, more of a lingering kiss on the lips. The elevator door opened and she hurried into it. "See you later," she said as the door closed. To say I was befuddled would be an understatement. I walked back to my office and tried to finish my meal, but I couldn't focus. On her first day here, she made it clear she was in search of a man. She'd briefly hooked up with one of the O'Malley brothers, but it ended before it even started. Since then, she'd been single. There'd been plenty of overtures from several single men and probably a few married ones, but she'd rejected them all. Riley's living issue was an easy fix. Her finding a man was an issue only she could deal with. I had to admit, though, the kiss lingered both on my lips and in my mind, and it bothered the hell out of me. "Dang it, Kelly, why didn't you bring my lunch instead?" I muttered to myself. As I chewed on the rest of the roast beef, I scrolled through the unread emails. I had no doubt every mail was some sort of problem that I was required to fix. I found one from President Stark and opened it, but before I could read it, the klaxon alarm sounded. Chapter 17. QRF. I sprinted to the TOC and burst through the door. Ruth was there and turned to me in alarm. "Fort Detrick is under attack," she said, the worry on her face obvious. Her husband, Captain Justin Smithson, was the commander of the military contingent there, and that only consisted of a dozen people. "By Zeds or humans?" I asked. "Zeds. The QRF is assembling and will be ready in a couple of minutes. I've gotten radio checks from all but Guard Post 5. "All right, I'll go check on it," I said. I grabbed a handheld radio and a rifle out of the armory before heading back outside. Surprisingly, Lisa and Fraser were there. "What's happening?" Lisa asked. "Everyone's running around, but nobody will tell us anything." "That's because nobody likes you," I thought. "Fort Detrick is under attack and we're going on alert." I hustled over to a golf cart and got in. Riley came running up. "Is there anything I can do?" she asked. "Yeah, ride with me," I answered. She did so, but Lisa jumped in as well. "I don't have time for your nonsense, Lisa," I said. "I want to come too," she said. I didn't answer and mashed on the accelerator. The cart jerked forward, almost causing Lisa to fall off. She glowered at me, but I ignored her and rushed to Guard Post 5. Stopping, I got out and climbed the ladder. Ruth was right. The guard post was unoccupied. Riley and Lisa had followed me in. The guard posts were small on purpose, so the occupant would not lay down and go to sleep. So 3 people in there, along with the chair and small table, made it a little cramped. "I don't know who was supposed to have guard duty, but we need someone here," I said. "I'll stay here," Riley said. She was standing close and staring at me with those bright eyes, waiting for my response. I thought it over for a microsecond. "All right, you might need this." I handed over my rifle along with a couple of extra magazines. "It might be a while, but I'll get back to you," I said. "I know you will," she said, and gave me a small smile. That smile made me a little anxious for some reason. I replied with a tentative nod, squeezed past her, brushing against her breasts as I did so, and hurried back down the ladder with Lisa following closely. I raised the handheld radio to my mouth. "TOC, this is Zach. Post 5 is now occupied by Riley. I'm headed back." "Roger that," Ruth replied. I pointed the cart back toward the TOC and hit the accelerator. Lisa was ready this time and held on tightly. "Is Mount Weather under attack too?" she asked. I tried to explain as I drove. "At this time it does not appear so, but one must always anticipate that an attack on one of our other locations may be a ruse to ambush us. If you guys decide to be a part of the Mount Weather network, you would now be receiving a radio alert advising of the attack. It's like an early warning system." I I glanced over at her to see if she understood, but her expression was that of puzzlement. I started to say more, but decided at this point I was probably wasting my breath. I tried to explain the Mount Weather protocols and contingency plans to her and the Three Stooges multiple times, but they never listened. First Sergeant Crumby already had the QRF assembled by the time we got back. He performed a quick check of everyone's assortment of weapons and ammunition before ordering them to load up in a converted school bus. The process went smoothly and quickly, a result of endless hours of practice. He turned toward me. His expression was grim but determined. Justin said they'd been hit by a couple of waves, maybe 50 or more. Damned odd, he said. I nodded. You better get going then. The first sergeant wasted no time. He climbed in and the bus began moving before he had the door shut. Where are they going? I turned to the voice. It was Fraser. Fort Detrick, I said, and motioned to Lisa. She can explain. He gestured toward the disappearing truck. Why aren't you going with them? I'm part of the Home Guard, I replied. That seems stupid, he said. The Zeds are up north and you're staying here? That's stupid. The attack may be a ruse or an opportunity for somebody to attack Mount Weather, Lisa said. I looked at her with a bit of surprise. She'd never defended me to Fraser before. Zeds ain't that smart, Fraser said. There's a new strain out there, I said quietly. The 15s, Slim said. He had walked up during my conversation with First Sergeant Crumby. He was armed to the teeth with an AR-15, a Glock handgun, and a tactical vest loaded down with ammunition. Yeah, the 15s, I replied. They're doing things we've never seen before, so we have to be careful. Yep, they're not so stupid now, Slim added. I was done explaining things to Fraser and gestured at Slim. Let's get the main gate secured. You got it, boss, he replied. We walked up to the gate and watched as the electric motors came to life and closed the fortified gate. I manually closed the heavy steel latches and turned to Slim. I'm going to make one more circle of the perimeter and then head back to the TOC, but if you need anything, I'll be monitoring the radio. Slim hastened to glance at Lisa and Fraser and lowered his voice. Be careful, Zach, he said, and locked himself inside the fortified guard shack. Can we ride with you? Lisa asked. The cart was one of those that could hold up to 4 adults. I thought about it a moment. I still had not received an answer from her about their living situation, so I guess this might be the time to push them for an answer. Yeah, okay, but if something happens and I start giving orders, I expect you to obey them and not give me a rash of BS. Okay, Lisa said. Fraser merely frowned. Ruth called me on the radio before I got started. The president is calling for you to give him an update, she said. Tell him everything's secure. I'm checking the guard posts and we'll get back to him as soon as possible. Oh, and find out who was supposed to be in post 5. They'll need a good talking to when this is over. She answered in the affirmative, and I headed toward post 2. So, these 15s are real? Lisa asked. I thought that was some kind of boogeyman tale. They're real enough, I said. I keep hearing this nonsense. Why are they called 15s? Fraser asked. It's our designation for them, I answered. It was common knowledge among almost everyone living here about my original zombie rules. None of them really mattered anymore, but my last rule, number 14, declared the Zeds were evolving. Since the Ohio debacle, we now had a new generation of Zeds. Somebody, I'm not sure who, started calling them 15s, as in rule number 15, and the name stuck. We drove to every guard post and checked them personally. When we got to post 5, I told them to wait with the cart. I climbed the ladder to find Riley waiting expectantly. I haven't seen anything, she said. No Zeds or other hostiles. Good. I doubt we'll have any trouble, but you may be stuck here a while. I'll make sure you get food and water. Okay. If you're able to, stop by and hang out, if you want, she said. Yeah, it made me a little nervous. I stammered an answer and hurried back to the cart. I got in, refocused, and pointedly stared at them. Let's get this over with. Y'all should have reached a decision by now. What is it? I asked. We need more time to discuss it, Lisa said. You guys don't understand. Your time is up. The house was my idea. The rest of Mount Weather, and I do mean all of them, have decided you guys are out. Period. Tomorrow morning, one of 2 things will happen. I'll carry you guys to the house, or you'll be escorted out under armed guard. Lisa scowled in seeming disbelief. You'd really allow that to happen? What's your decision? I asked again. Lisa glanced at Fraser before answering. It's not that we don't appreciate the offer, Zach, but we feel like we're nothing more than slaves here, and if we live in that house, we'll still be slaves to Mount Weather.
You don't have to live there. Have you guys considered going back to Kentucky? I asked.
Lisa exchanged another glance with Fraser. We had some trouble with some people back home. If we go back, we'll probably be killed.
That explained a lot. They never told me this before. I wanted to know more, but decided now was not a good time to get into it. All right, I have a suggestion. You guys go live in the house, get some crops planted, and prep for the winter. If you guys are still dissatisfied when spring rolls around, you can move along to somewhere else, or maybe you'll find another community to join. There are a lot of possibilities, but unfortunately, you guys must leave Mount Weather.
Are you going to give us your word you'll get us set up with provisions and equipment? Fraser asked.
As much as I am able to, yes, I answered. Fraser took a deep breath and let it out before responding.
All right, we'll do it.
Good. I've already talked it over with Slim, and he said he'd be glad to help. We'll get the ball rolling in the next couple of days.
I don't like it, Fraser said, but I guess it's better than nothing. If you people don't treat us right, we ain't going to have nothing to do with this so-called network.
Fair enough, I said. Inwardly, I sincerely doubted both their sincerity and their ethic, but I said nothing. All right, for now I need to put you two to work. How about you assist Slim manning the main post, I suggested. To my surprise, they readily agreed. When I made it back to the main building, I went directly to the president's office. He had his VP and favorite senators with him. I was hit with a litany of questions before I got the door closed. When I answered what I could, they settled down a little. I then changed the topic. All right, I have a couple of things I need to say. The first is I've convinced my sister and her companions to move into a house nearby and act as an observation post.
That is excellent news, Zach,
President Stark said. There was a small chorus of agreements. Like I said, nobody liked them. The second thing I want to say is this. When we've gone on alert in the past, you guys have gotten into the habit of sitting around here in the office and not actually doing anything. Don't think for a moment that the rest of the people here haven't noticed. They have, and they resent it. I know all of you have read those anonymous flyers that are circulating around, and you dismiss them as the work of one or two people. But let me tell you, there is a growing dissension among some people, and you guys aren't helping any. The men, 6 of them, glanced at each other, but said nothing. Kate bent down and whispered something into Stark's ear. He nodded slightly before speaking.
What do you suggest, Zach? He asked.
Get out of this office and go to work. Post 5 only has one person in there. One of you could go there. Ruth could use some help in the TOC, and it wouldn't hurt to have a couple of you strap up and perform a roving patrol around the perimeter. Mr. President, I think that would be a good job for you. You'll be seen by everyone, and they'll see the old Abe Stark who was always willing to pitch in and help. I'll be glad to join you. A couple of them had sour expressions. They didn't like being told what to do, but they complied, albeit a bit reluctantly.
I'll be in the cafeteria, Kate proclaimed before leaving.
We waited as the men grumbled some more as they shuffled out of the room. After they'd left, Stark turned to me.
About your sister, he began.
I got it all squared away, boss, I said. The house I'm putting them in is better than anything they've ever lived in. He nodded somberly.
I know she's your sister, Zach,
but it's for the best, he said.
Yeah, I replied.
All right, let's get out there.
Chapter 18.
Do you see that?
Fred jerked his pants on and barely had time to retrieve his revolver before the barn door slowly opened with a creak. As soon as the door began opening, he brought the revolver up, but he did not shoot immediately. Instead, his eyebrows arched a millimeter in surprise, but not as surprised as the interloper. The man's name was J.R. Malloy. A couple of years ago, Melvin had found the Malloy family somewhere near Richmond. They'd been wandering aimlessly, on the brink of starvation, so Melvin did what he normally did, and brought them back to Mount Weather. They were trouble from the start. J.R. and his brother Calvin were lazy men. They shirked their duties and had been caught more than once stealing from others. Zack put them up in a nearby house, but that didn't help, and finally they were evicted from the Mount Weather community. Fred and Rachel happened upon them one day while they were out exploring the countryside on horse. The family was in terrible shape. They were city dwellers back before, so they knew nothing about farming, gardening, hunting, fishing. None of it. Fred thought back to that day as he looked the man over. The man looked rough. Fred guessed J.R. was a fat man at one time. Now he was thin and his loose jowls were covered by thick gray whiskers. He was armed with a shotgun, which he had cradled in one arm. His cowboy hat hid long, greasy hair. The crown of the hat was heavily stained with sweat and grime, to the point where Fred could see hints of mold.
"How are you, J.R.?" Fred asked.
"Times have been tough, Fred," J.R. responded. "You haven't been around lately." Fred did not care for the two Malloy men. He thought of them as shifty and lazy, but Rachel had insisted they help them out. So, once a month, they'd drive down to the house with provisions. They'd been busy with their own lives, though, and the last time they'd paid them a visit was back in February.
"Been busy," Fred replied. "Why are you here?"
"We're needing help," J.R. said. As he said it, he casually moved his free hand closer to the shotgun. Fred narrowed his eyes at the man.
"You have a funny way of coming here asking for help."
J.R. looked nervous, and his eyes kept shifting back and forth from him to Rachel. Normally, Fred would have understood. Rachel was only wearing a pair of panties and was covering herself with a horse blanket. He was probably ogling, but Fred's intuition was tingling. There was something wrong.
"Where's your brother, J.R.?" he asked.
J.R., not being the brightest of men, subconsciously peered toward the back of the barn. Fred reacted by cocking the revolver's trigger and pointing it at J.R. When Fred spoke next, his tone was measured but cold, deadly.
"What the hell's going on, J.R.?"
Suddenly, the sound of a shotgun blast ripped through the air, and a torrent of splinters blasted through the back wall. Rachel screamed out and fell to the ground. Fred did not hesitate and fired twice, striking J.R. center mass. The man dropped his shotgun and grabbed his chest as he fell to the ground. Fred spun and dropped into a crouch with the speed of a rattlesnake and fired 2 more times toward the source of the shotgun blast. His ears were ringing, but even so he heard the distinct thud of a body falling to the ground. Fred glanced down at Rachel. She was lying on the ground, softly groaning. As much as he wanted to check on her, there were more pressing matters. He stayed crouched and slowly pivoted in a full circle, peering through the spaces between the barn slats, looking for any other people. After what seemed like an eternity, but in fact was only a minute, Fred crab-crawled over to Rachel. She looked up at him, her face contorted in pain.
"They shot me in the ass," she whispered.
Fred grunted and looked at her backside. Blood was seeping through a small hole in her panties.
"Is there anyone else?"
she whispered.
"I don't think so,"
he whispered back, and then tapped her butt with a finger. "It's a small hole. Birdshot, probably. Most of the blast was absorbed by that old barn wood, but you either have a pellet or a small piece of wood in your right cheek. You were lucky."
"Yeah, lucky," she muttered.
She grimaced and bit her lip as Fred took a bandana out of his pocket and pressed it against the wound. He then grabbed her hand and placed it on the bandana. "Keep pressure on it. I need to check around, but I'll be back."
"Be careful, Mr. Big Dick Third Bull."
Fred scowled, but Rachel was undaunted and gave him a flirtatious wink. She then waved him off with her revolver. Fred reminded himself to chastise her about gun safety later before working his way out of the barn door. He carefully made his way around the barn, scanning the area, looking for others. The Malloy was a family of 5, 4 adults and 1 kid. He found J.R.'s brother, Calvin, lying on the ground in the fetal position, a double-barrel shotgun lying on the ground a few feet away. There were 2 bullet holes in the chest. Even so, the man was still alive and breathing in ragged gasps. Fred frowned and inspected his revolver a moment before focusing on the man.
"Oh, Lordy, do you see that?"
he asked casually and pointed at the man's chest.
"My aim was off by almost an inch. I'm out of practice. Unacceptable. Totally unacceptable."
The man tried to respond, but only succeeded in coughing up blood. Fred knew it was futile to try to save him or even getting him to talk, so he holstered his revolver, took out his knife, and buried it into the eye socket. He twisted the blade a couple of times to ensure there was enough destruction to the brain, before checking the rest of the area. When Fred walked back into the barn 10 minutes later, Rachel had taken off the panties she'd been wearing and was inspecting them.
"This was my last pair of Victoria's Secret," she lamented.
She then gazed at Fred and dangled the bloody panties off her index finger.
"I bet these remind you of taking your girlfriend's virginity on prom night, am I right?"
She giggled, but quickly grimaced again and let out a string of expletives.
"Painful, huh?"
Fred said. Rachel gave him a withering stare.
Yes, it's painful. Are we going to Weather and get Parsons to fix me up? She asked.
Yep, Fred answered.
Yep to Mount Weather or yep to prom night? Rachel asked.
Yep.
Chapter 19. Fort Detrick. Captain Justin Smithson did not have time to sit in Fort Detrick's TOC chewing the fat with President Stark and the others. He had a military compound to protect. He dropped the handset while the president was gabbing on about something and headed topside. When Fort Detrick was originally built, there was no concept of defense works in mind, other than some chain-link fencing and sentry posts at the entrances. A sprawl of several buildings located in Frederick, Maryland, its original purpose was for communication, scientific research, and medical logistics. It was also the location to the Army's Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. It housed the research centers for biological counter-warfare. The acronyms of each entity were the USAMRIID, the USAMRDC, and the NBACC. At its height, the Detrick complex employed around 11,000 people. One day in late November, most of the personnel became infected within the time span of an hour. Chaos and death ensued. The place remained dormant and full of Zeds until the Mount Weather people came in, cleaned the place up, and reactivated it. Over the last couple of years, Justin had led the way on building defense works. The primary perimeter lined Porter Street and northwest along Freeman Drive, where it went through the parking lot of the NBACC structure. It then circled around to Veterans Drive and back to Porter Street. It was too large a perimeter for the scant amount of manpower he had on hand, so they built a series of bunkers around the inner perimeter. Some of them had overlapping fields of fire, but it was not complete and there were multiple blind spots. Justin armed himself with his old Marine-issued M4 and as many magazines as he could stuff in his web gear and cargo pants before jogging to the sandbagged bunker located outside of the administration building facing Porter Road. Stretch was in there, occasionally taking shots at Zeds running by. She hit more than she missed, but several were getting by her. Justin wasted no time. He took the opening in the adjacent parapet beside Stretch, locked and loaded, and began picking off targets.
They didn't have much trouble breaching the outer perimeter, Stretch shouted over the gunfire. They definitely aren't the old Zeds.
Justin grunted in agreement. The old Zeds were too stupid to figure out how to climb over defense works. Back at the CDC in Atlanta, they finally figured out how to lay down and stack themselves so others could walk over them. Their outer defense works was a 5-foot-high wall of sandbags and other assorted items. It was good enough for the old Zeds, but these Zeds were able to climb over it. He watched as 2 of them tumbled over the wall, righted themselves, and then started ambling toward his position. He took quick aim and fired, but the moment he hit the first Zed, the other one broke away and zigged off into another direction. The QRF arrived precisely 50 minutes after the alarm was sounded. Justin quit shooting and watched in amusement as the Deuce and a Half's driver drove around in circles, allowing the soldiers in back to shoot Zeds with little difficulty. It was all over an hour later. After Justin and Jeremiah rode around the entire compound and inspected the carnage. "Over 100, the first sergeant remarked. "Yeah, more like 200, Justin replied. "It's going to be a hell of a mess to clean up." "Did anybody get hurt?" Jeremiah asked. Justin shook his head. "We were lucky, I guess. Stretch was at the main post and was the first to spot them. She'd killed over a dozen before anyone else could respond." "Sounds like promotable material," Jeremiah mused. "In fact, I've been giving serious thought to that. Today was all I needed." He looked around. "Stretch!" he yelled. Stretch came running up a moment later. "Sir?" she asked. "You're promoted. You're the second in command here until you screw it up," Justin said. "We'll do the formalities later. In the meantime, get a team to physically inspect each Zed. We need a final count and physical descriptions."
"Search them too, right, sir?" Stretch asked.
"Goes without saying," Justin replied. "Bring all identifications and anything else of interest to me. Also task someone to round up a camera and take photographs of each Zed. Get going." Justin took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and decided the first order of business was to personally visit each guard post to make sure his people were okay. Chapter 20. Aftermath. The all-clear was given at 1900 hours. We downsized the guard manpower, and then the president wanted an immediate meeting. Since Justin and Jeremiah were still at Fort Detrick, it fell on me to give the after-action report. I knew how it was going to go. I was going to be peppered with questions, and I only had a small amount of information.
Captain Smithson reports no casualties, no injuries, and approximately 187 Zeds killed. There were more, but several escaped into the night. The fact that they took off when they realized they were being massacred is an indicator that these are 15s, I said, and waited for any questions.
Ammunition expended? The VP asked.
They've not yet had a chance to conduct an inventory, but I'm certain Captain Smithson will have that information before breakfast tomorrow. VP Reinhardt nodded and waved a finger in a circle, his way of motioning me to continue. First Sergeant Crumby stated the QRF is going to stage at Fort Detrick for the night in case there are any secondary attacks. They're going to recon the immediate area at first light tomorrow. If they don't find anything, they'll return to Mount Weather. Any questions?
Does anyone know where they came from? The VP asked.
Despite William Reinhardt's office, or maybe because of it, he did not do much of anything these days except sit in meetings and ask questions. In the past, I thought it was ridiculous, a waste of oxygen. But then I noticed a tactic of the president. He let everyone else ask the questions, and he would process the information derived from the answers given. It was a good tactic. I had been working on putting together a series of leadership classes for the students, and I was going to use this tactic as a training tool. There were 2 of them who still had their wallets. Both had addresses in Baltimore. As you all know, the latest intel on Baltimore indicates there are still several thousand Zeds in the area.
So, they're migrating,
Senator Duckworth said. It appears that way, I replied. But there is another possibility. Captain Smithson believes they were specifically targeting the NBACC building. If that's true, this is not simply a case of Zeds who are migrating in search of food.
How could they have the mental capacity to do that? Senator Duckworth asked. Let me be specific. How do they have the mental capacity to conduct a coordinated, mission-specific operation?
I do not know, Senator, but we could speculate and say these 15s somehow know about the building. But the CDC came under a similar coordinated attack, and for that matter, back in Tennessee, we were the focus of a coordinated attack. Reinhardt perked up.
Oh? I haven't heard of this.
Me neither, President Stark said. I told them about a Zed we'd nicknamed Big Bastard. We'd captured him in order to learn more about Zed behavior. He escaped and somehow orchestrated a coordinated attack on our farm.
Interesting, Stark said when I had finished. They're still capable of thinking, even the 14s.
Some are basically brain dead, but some of them still have thought processes, I said. Dr. Parsons believes the pathogen has many strains, and each strain can affect the brain in different ways.
So, how do they know about the labs? Senator Duckworth asked. Can they still read the signs?
I don't know, I answered. Maybe they're reading the signs, maybe some of them used to work there and the memory is still intact, or maybe they're communicating telepathically. Reinhardt scoffed.
There you go with that theory again.
My jaw muscles tightened. Yes, Mr. Vice President, there I go with that theory again. And as I pointed out before, our anecdotal evidence is slowly but steadily turning into credible empirical data to support my theory. Reinhardt started to retort, but Bob cut him off.
I must agree with our young director, Duckworth said. If they somehow know what is inside the NBACC building, there will be more attacks.
He paused a moment in thought.
All right, I didn't realize what I just said means they may know about patient Eve and her baby. Are they trying to get to her for some reason? Why would they want to get to her? Reinhardt asked. She's not food. All they want is to feed. So, if that is their goal, what is the reason? Rescue her, maybe? President Stark mused.
He turned to me, waiting for a response. I'm not sure, Mr. President, but it is certainly possible. Remember when Melvin took his ex-wife out in the woods and killed her?
The Zeds came out of the woods and carried her off, he said. Is there a corollary I'm not seeing?
Perhaps, I replied. Nobody knew what they did with the body until Fred found her. She'd been buried in a grave. I asked Melvin if he did it, and he assured me he didn't. Think of that. The Zeds buried one of their dead. What's more, one or more Zeds periodically visit her grave and leave stones on top of it. Stark arched an eyebrow.
I wasn't aware of that.
Wait, you're telling us the Zeds buried a dead Zed, and they visit the grave and leave gifts? Kate asked.
She was normally quiet during meetings like these, preferring instead to listen and take notes for Stark. As unbelievable as it sounds, yes, that's what I'm saying. They all stared at me in a mixture of confusion, incredulity, and disbelief. I have an idea of what y'all are thinking. That's why Fred and I kept it to ourselves, at least up until now. They can think again. They solve problems and work together, and I am still a firm believer that the virus has somehow given them telepathy, at least on a basic level.
That's a pretty far-fetched amount of speculation, Gunderson, Reinhardt remarked.
Yes, it is, I replied. I could be wrong, but we should not underestimate them. I fixed all of them with a stare. I'll speculate even further. They are fully aware of patient Eve and her baby. Everyone was silent for a solid 2 minutes. Kate was typing something into her laptop. I happen to know she documented everything during Stark's meetings. Finally, the president spoke.
All right, I think we generally understand the attack, but there are several unanswered questions. Zach, tomorrow I want you to go up to Fort Detrick. See if you can learn more. Recon the area. Take anyone you need with you, but we can't have the QRF traipsing around the countryside and out of pocket. That is not their purpose.
Vice President Reinhardt cleared his throat.
The trial is starting tomorrow.
The president's jawline tightened. We had a recent meeting where he specifically ordered all of us to attend the trial in a show of support for the Mount Weather judicial process.
The trial, of course. He drummed his fingers. Your absence will not only be noted, it may fuel unwarranted rumors. All right, Director Gunderson, attend the trial, but as soon as it is over, take care of this.
Understood, I said.
Zach?
Bob asked.
Yes, Senator?
Count me in, if you don't mind, he said.
Absolutely, I said. We discussed a few more things before I left the conference room. As soon as I walked out, Fred was standing there.
Hey, old man, what are you doing here? I asked. Rachel's been shot.
My jaw dropped.
What? How bad is it? She took a small pellet to her right butt cheek. The doc tried to get it out without surgery and decided it'd be better just to leave it. She'll be all right, providing she doesn't get infected.
I thought for a second. She was at the CDC after it went bad. That means she's been inoculated with every vaccine there is, including a tetanus shot, which lasts for 10 years. She should be fine.
Yeah, she's pretty tough, Fred said.
So, tell me about it, I said.
It was J.R. and Calvin Malloy. They snuck up on us while we were in the barn, Fred said.
I nodded solemnly. Back almost 2 years ago now, we evicted the Malloys from Mount Weather. They relocated to a home on Winchester Road, which was only a few miles from Weather. Fred was the person who discovered them. He was going to run them off, but he said they were so pitiful looking, he went back to Weather, loaded his truck up with supplies, and brought it back to them. I wonder what they were up to, I mused. I mean, you've actually helped them out a time or two. Fred's left shoulder moved slightly, his way of giving a shrug.
I thought I'd ride out to their place tomorrow and see what's going on. You want to go?
I'd love to, but the trial starts in the morning, and as soon as it's over, I have to go to Fort Detrick. They had a Zed attack. I explained the circumstances to Fred.
All right, he said. I'm going to leave Rachel here and go check things out.
Why don't you take Sammy? I suggested. Fred stared, wondering if I was joking. He's 16 now. It wasn't so long ago when I was 16 and I met a tough old cuss riding a horse. We did a lot together. Besides, he's having a little bit of a problem with Serena. Maybe you can give him some good advice. Fred thought about it for a few seconds before responding with a small nod. It was late when I got back to my room. Kelly was sitting up in bed reading a book. She smiled when I walked in.
"Hello, stranger," she said.
"Hi yourself," I replied, and began stripping out of my clothes. I got in bed and pulled the covers up.
"Tell me all about it," she said.
I went over everything. I liked talking to Kelly. She was a good listener, easy to talk to, and always allowed me to vent when I needed to. When I'd finished, I took a deep breath. "So, enough about me. How was your day?" I asked.
"School was pretty good. During our civics class, we took them to the conference room and explained the upcoming trial. Isidro promptly pointed out it didn't look like a courtroom that he'd seen in the movies."
I laughed. Isidro was Brenda's son. She and Jorge had hooked up, and Isidro suddenly found himself with a family who treated him like one of their own. Josue especially doted on him. "I like that kid," I said.
"Yeah, he's smart, but he's also a smart aleck. Seth was there and heard what he said, so he suggested an impromptu school group project. So we changed some things."
"Oh, yeah? Like what?" I asked.
"We arranged all the chairs for the spectators and put the judge's bench on a raised platform. We then hung black curtains along the bottom of it so it looks more official. I think Seth and Ruth went back after dinner to finish up. It looks like a real courtroom now.
Good. I had not thought of that. It'll create a good judicial type of vibe.
Yep, exactly. Seth thinks the trial will only last a day, 2 at the most.
She paused a moment.
There's something else I need to tell you.
What's that?
They had a random draw to pick jurors. Guess who was picked?
You? She grinned.
Yep, 20 people were picked, and Connie and that woman questioned us. Out of the 20, they picked 12 jurors. I'm one of them.
When she said that woman, she meant Rochelle Van Allen. Kelly was well liked in the community, and she seldom met someone whom she did not get along with. Rochelle was one of those people. How'd that go? I asked.
Connie's questions were direct and thoughtful. He mostly asked everyone if they thought they could be an impartial juror. That woman's questions were all over the place. She actually asked if I slept with you.
I frowned. What'd you say?
I told her you were my husband. Of course I slept with you. She gave me this look like she would not have expected me to give that answer. She's an odd duck.
Yeah, no kidding. I then told her about the recon mission. Bob is going with me. We'll probably be gone a day or 2. We talked some more, but I honestly don't remember what we spoke about. Somewhere during it, I fell asleep. Chapter 21. Fred and Sammy.
Don't you want to stay and watch the trial? Sammy asked.
You can stay if you like, but I need to go check on those women, Fred replied.
The 2 of them had finished their breakfast and were waiting at the motor pool for one of the Garcia men to open it up.
How do you think it's going to go? Sammy asked.
The trial? Who's to say? Fred said.
Do you care?
I don't have a dog in the hunt, Fred said. I'm sure the proper decision will be reached, though.
After a minute, Josue came hustling up.
Lo siento,
he huffed as he unlocked the door to the motor pool. He led them to a Chevy Colorado parked in the fenced-in lot and pointed.
Almost new. A few scratches, but nice, he said.
It was white in color, a 4-wheel drive with the standard add-ons, caged windows, a CB radio, and a couple of other items.
It'll do. Thank you, Josue, Fred said.
The 2 of them filed their travel plan at the main gate and were soon on their way.
How'd they get to your place? Sammy asked.
Horseback, Fred replied. I found them tied to a tree about a quarter mile down the road. They were in rough shape. You know what we think of men who don't care for their horses, right?
Yes, sir, Sammy replied. And they never said what they were after?
Nope.
Because you killed them before you talked to them, Sammy said.
Fred glanced over at him. Sammy noticed.
I mean, I'm not second-guessing you. They needed killing, I guess.
What if it was you and Serena in that situation? What would you have done?
Sammy bit his lower lip.
I would have shot them too, I guess.
When situations like that happen, you have to think fast and act even faster. Remember the OODA loop?
Yes, sir. Observe, orient, decide, act, Sammy said.
Yep, and it has to be a quick thought process, Fred said. Microseconds.
He glanced over at Sammy again, who was staring out the window, lost in thought.
How's the pregnancy coming?
Sammy shrugged.
The doc says everything is all right.
How's Serena? She having big mood swings?
Sammy hastened to glance at Fred.
Yeah, sometimes. How'd you know? Did someone say something to you?
Fred grunted.
They didn't have to. Back when my wife was pregnant with our daughter, she'd have some doozy mood swings sometimes. Some women don't have them, some do. It's normal. A month or 2 after she's given birth, she'll be back to her old self.
Sammy nodded thoughtfully and seemed lost in thought again. Fred was content to drive in silence, but thought maybe he'd go with Zach's suggestion.
Yeah, there was a time or 2 during her pregnancy where I didn't think we'd make it. We had a couple of pretty heated arguments, but we managed to work things out. I guess it happens with all couples.
What did y'all argue about? Sammy asked. Fred searched his memory and surprisingly gave a small chuckle.
You know, I don't even remember anymore, which goes to show you it wasn't over anything important, and it was probably all my fault anyway.
Did you... When Sammy didn't finish the sentence, Fred glanced over.
Did I what?
Did you ever suspect that the kid wasn't yours? He asked.
Fred glanced at Sammy again and caught the young man wiping away a tear. Fred stopped the truck and shut it off.
What's going on, son? He asked.
Well, there's a rumor going around about her and Zach, Sammy said.
Yeah, I've already heard that, Fred said. Don't you believe it for a minute. It's nothing more than dirty politics by that Van Allen woman and her people.
But there's some things that aren't adding up.
Like what? Fred asked.
There were times where Serena would just disappear for a few hours here and there, and nobody knew where she was. I'd look everywhere, but couldn't find her. When she'd finally show up, she wouldn't say where she was, only that she needed to be alone for a while. We figure she got pregnant in February, and that's when she was acting weird. He wiped his eyes again and cleared his throat. I didn't know what to think of it at the time. I just believed her. But now, when I think back on it, there are certain areas down in the bunker that are restricted to all but a few people, like Zach. He could have taken her to some secret spot down in one of the lower levels. Fred reached over, put a firm hand on Sammy's shoulder, and fixed him with a hard stare.
Hoss, I want you to listen to me. Zach is an honorable man. He'd never, ever do anything like that to you, no matter what. He considers you his friend, and places a high value on your friendship.
Sammy stared back for a moment before nodding his head. Fred loosened his grip and gave him a fatherly pat.
All right, there were 5 of them when we put them out of Mount Weather, so presumably there's only 3 of them left. 2 women and a teenage girl. The girl's about your age.
Yeah, Keely, Sam said. She's a couple of years older than me, so she's like 18 or 19. She was always a little strange acting. We thought the Zeds messed her up in the head.
Yeah, it's possible, I suppose. Would you have any compunction about putting around between her ears?
Sammy stared at Fred, now in confusion.
They may need help, or they may be hostile. Here's my plan, he said.
Sammy listened attentively. When Fred was finished explaining, Sammy nodded. I've got your back, he said. Fred stared a moment and then gave him a nod.
All right, then.
Chapter 22. The Trial of Clay Fleming. Despite Senator Van Allen's antics and the attack of Fort Detrick, the trial was a go and due to start this morning promptly at 9. It wasn't for lack of trying, though. When she chased after me, the meeting was promptly adjourned. She filed a written motion for another meeting, along with a motion to suspend the trial. It didn't work. The room started filling up before breakfast was over with, and soon it was a packed house. Aside from Rochelle's ridiculous lawsuit, there had been no trial in years. The witnesses from Marcus Hook had come in the prior evening, and a lot of people from the surrounding communities showed up. I didn't realize this trial would draw the interest of so many people, Ruth said. She and Pris had been designated the court's bailiffs. It's like the Scopes monkey trial or something. You'd think they have better things to do. They're curious, I replied. They haven't seen anything like this in a while. Besides, I lowered my voice, I've been told some people are questioning whether or not this is still a government that is for the people. Ruth gave a reluctant nod. I've heard that too, she whispered. When they see the trial will be impartial and by the book, that'll quash those thoughts, right? I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I hope so. I really did hope so. Mount Weather wasn't designed to house more than a certain number of people for the long term. Our paradigm was to encourage people to create a network of communities outside of Weather, and it was working. But lately, the people that lived in these communities seemed to have forgotten how much we had done for them, and there was a growing sentiment among a few that they could be independent and autonomous. I'm going to go check on Seth. He's a little nervous, she said, and disappeared through the back door. Seth Kitchens was an Army JAG officer back before. As one of the few attorneys we had, he had been tasked with adapting the old judicial system to the needs of post-apocalyptic America. And this was going to be a major test to see if it worked. Seth lived in a community outside of Roanoke now, so he was picked as the acting judge due to his perceived lack of any bias. Senator Conrad Connie Nelson had been chosen by vote to be the prosecuting attorney. He was arrogant, cocky, and thought of himself as a ladies' man. He had been a successful attorney in Florida before trying his hand in politics. All his legal briefs were in the Mount Weather Library, supplied by him, of course. I read a few of them, and I had to admit I was impressed. I smiled to myself. With Rochelle on one side and cocky Connie on the other side, there were bound to be a lot of fireworks. Ruth re-entered the court promptly at 9, and court was called to order. Seth walked in looking austere in his black robe, and once he was seated, wasted no time in getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the trial of the United States of America versus Clay Fleming on the charge of murder, as defined under U.S. Code 18-1111. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty,
and a jury has been sworn in. Is the prosecution ready?" Senator Nelson stood and gave Seth a small nod. "The prosecution is ready," he declared. "Is the defense ready?" Judge Kitchens asked. Rochelle stood as quickly as her stumpy legs would allow.
"The defense stands ready to not only prove my client's innocence, but to prove that this whole proceeding is a mockery."
I glanced at Connie, who was smirking. He probably suspected the same thing I did. Rochelle had never been an attorney. I'd never been to law school, but even I knew that innocence did not need to be proven in the American judicial system. It was the prosecution's burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Or maybe it was nothing more than silly courtroom theatrics. I didn't know. But one thing was certain. Her conduct during the trial would either validate her claims of being an attorney or expose her as a fraud. "The prosecution may now proceed with your opening argument," Seth directed. Conrad's opening was direct and to the point. He pointed out there was no disputing Clay stabbed Dalton to death, and that the state would prove that the act was in fact murder and not self-defense. After he sat, Seth made eye contact with Rochelle, who needed no prompting. She stood, faced the audience, and smiled like she had a secret. She slowly raised her hands outward, and then moved them out like she was nailed to a cross. Suddenly, she let out a blood-curdling scream, startling everyone, including me.
"That, good people, is the shocking sensation of being raped."
"What the ever-loving fuck?" someone in the audience said. Seth responded with a rapping of his makeshift gavel, which was a 16-ounce wooden mallet requisitioned from the tool locker.
"Rape, I said,"
she bellowed, and then stabbed a finger at empty air.
"One night, not so long ago, a predator by the name of Dalton Pentecost lured poor, innocent Hermione Fleming to a party, whereupon he forced alcohol and other illicit substances on her before luring her back to his room, whereupon he proceeded to brutally, savagely rape her."
"Bullshit," someone in the audience muttered. Seth rapped his gavel again. Rochelle scowled at the audience, trying to determine who made the remark. Failing to do so, she continued her diatribe, otherwise known as her opening argument.
"When my client, an honorable man, learned of this heinous atrocity, he immediately confronted the monster and attempted to make a citizen's arrest. The rapist, the sex fiend who you all know as Dalton Pentecost, attacked my client. Clay Fleming had no choice but to defend himself, as you all would have done."
She then turned and fixed Seth with what I am certain she thought was an intimidating stare.
"It is obvious my client is innocent. Therefore, I demand that this case be dismissed and Clay Fleming be released from custody."
Seth returned her stare. "Motion denied. Will the prosecution call the first witness, please?" Rochelle had a look of exasperation on her face and was about to argue, but Connie had already stood and was speaking to Pris. "The people call Mary Wilson to the stand?" Pris nodded, stuck her head out the back door, and shouted,
"Mary Wilson, step forth."
Mary was a 22-year-old who, before coming to Marcus Hook, was living in the same school Dalton was living in. She was 14 when it went bad and was still wearing braces. It wasn't until a few years later, after the group was rescued, that Johnny G realized she'd had her braces on for far too long and snipped them off with a pair of electrical wire cutters. I wouldn't say her teeth were foobarred, but when she smiled, they certainly looked a little strange. After Ruth swore her in, she was directed to state her name.
"Mary Wilson,"
she replied with obvious nervousness. Connie gave her a warm smile. "Hi, Mary," he said. She smiled back.
"Hi, Connie."
"Mary, I'd like for you to start by telling the court a little bit about yourself. Where are you from, and how did you end up in Marcus Hook?"
"I'm from Norristown, Pennsylvania. I was in class one day when the school went on lockdown. We thought it was a big riot going on outside. Everyone seemed to be going crazy. That was the zombies. They were everywhere."
She looked out at the audience.
"I guess it was the same with all of you. Everyone seemed to be getting sick, and on that day it seemed like most of my homeroom was out sick with the flu. Anyway, I don't mean to bore everyone, but some of the students became infected, and a lot of people were getting killed. Mr. Struthers, that was our science teacher, gathered up what was left of us and kept us safe."
"Was Dalton Pentecost part of that group?" Connie asked.
"Yeah."
"So let me summarize for you. Was there a time when you came into contact with people from Marcus Hook?"
"Yeah. We'd been living at the school for over a year. We were mostly trapped because there were zombies everywhere. Sometimes people would go out looking for food and not come back. That's what happened with Mr. Struthers. He never came back." She looked like she was going to cry for a moment, but quickly recovered. "Anyway, one day a truck drove up. It was Johnny G and Jimbo. They brought us back to Marcus Hook, and I've been here ever since."
"Would it be fair to say you knew Dalton pretty well?" Connie asked.
"Yeah, I guess so."
She looked around.
"I've known him longer than anyone else here, with the exception of Jesse."
"Describe Dalton, please."
"When I first met him, he was a skinny, acne-faced kid. He was nice, though, and was always helping Mr. Struthers."
"Was Dalton a bad kid?" Connie asked.
"Not at all," Mary replied. "I guess you'd say he was a typical teenager."
"In fact, the two of you were once kind of dating, were you not?" Mary smiled slightly.
"Yeah, for a short time, but that was back when we were still in the school. Then I started going with Jesse, and we've kind of been together ever since."
"Did you dislike Dalton?" Connie asked. Mary quickly shook her head.
"Oh, no. We were still friends. Like I said, he was a nice guy, and he put a great emphasis on friendship."
Connie nodded as if this was extremely important information. "So, you guys lose Mr. Struthers one day. Was he the only adult in the school?"
"Yeah, we were on our own after he was gone. We were afraid to leave the school and weren't doing so well."
"And then you kids are rescued by Johnny G and Jimbo."
"Yeah,
"How is life at Marcus Hook?" he asked.
it's tough, but better than it was back at the school. Back at the school, we were slowly starving to death."
"How did Dalton assimilate life at Marcus Hook?"
"He loved it. He was always doing things to help out," she said, and looked at the audience. "All of you know that. He was always the first to volunteer for any work detail."
"Excellent. Now let's go to the night of the party. You were there, correct?"
"Yeah, me and Jesse," she said.
"How many people were there attending the party?" She thought a second.
8 altogether. 4 men and 4 women."
"It's my understanding that there was alcohol and marijuana usage. Is that correct?" Connie asked. Mary did not hesitate.
"Yeah, there was. We have parties occasionally. There's not much else to do in the way of recreation unless you like to play horseshoes or bingo."
"I understand," Connie said. "Now, there were 4 males and 4 females. Was everyone in a relationship?"
"I can't speak for everyone, but me and Jesse are in a relationship. It's no secret."
"What about Dalton? Was he there with a date?"
"He came to the party alone, if that's what you're asking. But he and Hermione sat together most of the night, and I saw the two of them leave together."
"Mary, this is very important. Did anything occur that led you to believe Hermione did not leave willingly with Dalton?"
"Not at all. In fact, they had been going at it pretty hard, making out, and later on she had him by the hand and was practically dragging him out of the party."
Rochelle jumped to her feet.
"Objection! This girl is lying."
Seth stared at Rochelle.
"Do you have legal basis for your objection, counselor?"
Rochelle appeared indignant.
"She's lying."
"If that is the sole reason for your objection, it is overruled. You may challenge the veracity of her statement during your cross-examination if you choose to do so." There were a few snickers in the audience. Connie shook his head slightly and then continued. "Did you talk to Dalton at any point after the party?" he asked.
"Yeah, a few times."
"Did he have anything to say regarding Hermione?"
"He just said they hooked up, but he didn't seem to think much of it," she said,
which caused Rochelle to jump to her feet again. Before she had a chance to say anything, Seth held up a finger. "Miss Wilson, you are not allowed to tell the court your opinion. Just stick to answering the questions posed before you."
"Yes, sir," Mary said.
Rochelle scowled at Mary before slowly sitting back down. Seth then turned to the jury. "As jurors, you are to base your decision on the facts given. Everyone here has an opinion about this matter. Those opinions are not relevant, only the facts." He then turned to Connie. "Please, continue." "All right, so Dalton admitted to being with Hermione, correct?"
"Yeah," she answered.
"Did he say whether or not the two of them had sex?"
"Well, no, but when he said they hooked up, I assumed he meant the two of them had sex," Mary said.
"At some point, a rumor began that Dalton had raped Hermione on that night. Is that correct?"
"Yeah. I don't remember who first told me, but it didn't take long before everyone was talking about it."
"What did you do, if anything?" Connie asked.
"The first time I heard it, I went to Dalton immediately and confronted him," she said.
"All right. When you confronted him, did the two of you engage in a conversation?"
"Yeah."
"As a result of that conversation, did he say anything that would lead you to believe he in fact raped Hermione Fleming?"
Mary turned to the jury and stared. Hell no. Dalton Pentecost never raped anyone in his entire life. He was a good man, and he was my friend. Rochelle loudly objected, and Seth directed both attorneys to approach. There was a hushed conversation, and it was obvious Rochelle was pissed. When they returned to their respective tables, Connie stood and looked at his notes on his laptop a moment before speaking again. 2 more questions. After the party, when is the next time you saw Dalton? The next day at lunch, she answered. About noonish. Did you observe any physical injuries on him? Again, Mary looked directly at the jury. Dalton strolled into lunch looking hungover. He was wearing cargo shorts and a sleeveless t-shirt. I didn't see a mark on him other than a bunch of hickeys on his neck. No further questions, Connie said, and sat down. Your witness, Seth said to Rochelle. Rochelle stood and walked over to the podium. You're a liar, aren't you, little girl? She declared. This time, Connie jumped to his feet. Objection! Counsel is badgering the witness. Sustained. Counsel, you will refrain from using any deprecating remarks in this courtroom. Rochelle responded with a smirk. Did you go back to the room with Dalton and Hermione that night? The night of the party? No, Mary answered. In fact, you don't know what happened in that room, do you? Rochelle exclaimed. I know I'm not the one who gave him a neck full of hickeys, Mary said. The courtroom erupted in laughter, and Seth had to bang his gavel several times. Rochelle was stunned at the way her question went against her and fuddled with her legal pad. I don't know where she found it at. Writing paper was scarce these days. After a full minute, Seth felt the need to speak up. Counselor, do you have any further questions of this witness? Apparently she did. In fact, you didn't see anything. You didn't see my client fighting for his life from Dalton Pentecost, did you? It was phrased like an accusation, as if Mary had done something wrong. Before Mary could say anything, Connie interjected. Objection! Beyond the scope, Your Honor. Sustained, Seth said. Rochelle frowned. Beyond the scope? What are you talking about? It was a legitimate question. Seth once again directed Rochelle and Connie to approach the bench. However, instead of whispering this time, he spoke loudly enough for some of us to hear. Your cross-examination is limited to what the witness testified to in direct examination, Counselor. Didn't they teach you that in law school? Instead of responding, Rochelle turned and stomped back to her table. Her face was so red I thought she was going to burst a vessel or two. Will there be any further questions of this witness, Counselor? Seth asked. He was trying to keep the annoyance out of his voice. No, Judge, Rochelle said, and sat down. It went the same way for the next 5 witnesses who were the participants of the party. Connie asked succinct, straightforward questions, and Rochelle's cross-examination was disjointed and filled with ridiculous theatrics. Despite Rochelle's antics, all the witnesses' testimony closely resembled Mary's. Seth broke for an early lunch, and court resumed an hour later. Everyone knew what was coming. The witness who everyone was waiting for. Hermione Fleming, come forth and give testimony, Pris shouted, with a hint of malicious glee in her voice. Chapter 23. Hermione Fleming. Hermione entered the courtroom, and all eyes fixated on her like she was a sideshow act in a traveling circus. She stopped when she entered and looked around nervously. I almost felt sorry for her. Ruth got her attention and motioned her forward. She was average-looking, a nondescript face with a hint of acne and plain brown hair. She was a slender girl, but endowed with large breasts. I mean, those things were big enough to jiggle under her shirt when she walked. For some odd reason, it reminded me of the author Kurt Vonnegut. He once pointed out that authors always describe a woman's breasts in their novels, but they never describe a man's genitals. Well, anyway, for a petite girl, she had big breasts. Ruth directed her to a spot to stand, whereupon she swore her in. When Hermione said, I do, Ruth directed her to sit. Connie stood and offered the same warm smile he gave Mary earlier. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record, he said. Hermione Fleming, she answered, somewhat timidly. And how old are you, Hermione? 16. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, Hermione. How did you grow up, and how did you end up at Marcus Hook? I don't remember a lot about the zombie apocalypse. I mean, I do, but I don't. I remember people going crazy and Clay locking us up in the upstairs of our house. We stayed hidden in there for a while. I don't know how long, and I don't remember exactly how we ended up at Marcus Hook. I was told stories, but I don't remember it all. All I remember was being scared and hungry all the time.
Connie nodded somberly, much like a father would. Would it be fair to say that living at Marcus Hook is the root of most of your memories?
Yes, sir. I mean, I remember little things about my childhood. I won the spelling bee in 2nd grade. I remember things like that. But it all seems so long ago.
How do you like Marcus Hook? He asked. Hermione shrugged.
It's okay, I guess.
She paused for a couple of seconds.
It can be boring sometimes.
Connie again offered an understanding smile. I suppose it could for a teenager. In fact, one way to alleviate boredom is the occasional party. Would I be correct? She looked like Connie was somehow trying to trap her, but answered anyway.
Yes, sir. I guess so.
And on May 29th, a few of you had a little party to celebrate a couple of birthdays, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Dalton Pentecost pretty well before the party?
Yes, sir.
And during the party, the two of you hung out together, correct?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we were all hanging out together, Hermione said.
I understand. But would it be fair to say that you and Dalton were hitting it off? He asked.
Yeah, I guess so.
The two of you went back to his room, correct?
Yes.
She tried to give a defiant stare, but couldn't do it. What happened next, Hermione? Connie asked. Hermione tried for the defiant stare a moment longer before hanging her head and refused to answer. Connie resumed his worried father expression. All right, that's okay. I'll drop that question, but the next question I'm afraid you must answer. Did you at any time tell Clay Fleming you were raped by Dalton Pentecost?
No, not really,
she answered. Did he ask you if you had been raped?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer him? He asked.
I kind of mumbled something. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Connie paused a moment. I think he was waiting for her to further explain her answer. When she did not, he continued. What happened when that conversation transpired? He asked.
He got really mad and made me go with him to see Dalton.
You two found Dalton in his room, correct?
Yes, sir, she answered.
Clay pounded on the door and Dalton answered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were there when Clay confronted Dalton. Would that be a correct statement? Connie asked.
Yeah, I guess so,
she answered. Tell the court what happened when Clay confronted Dalton, Connie directed.
Clay pounded on the door. When Dalton answered, Clay got in his face and accused him of raping me.
How far apart were they? Connie asked.
I don't know. Real close. Maybe a foot apart or less.
What happened next?
Dalton got mad. He looked at me and called me a liar.
Connie pressed it. Then what happened?
He tried to push Clay away and shut the door.
Keep going, please. What happened when Dalton tried to shut the door? Hermione hung her head, and after several seconds, Seth had to tell her to answer the question.
There was a scuffle or something, and Dalton got stabbed, she finally said.
Did your stepfather, Clay Fleming, stab Dalton Pentecost? She refused to look up.
Yes,
she murmured. Let the record reflect that the witness replied yes to the question, Seth said. Loud murmuring broke out in the courtroom, and Seth had to bang his gavel several times. Pris even walked down the aisle and called individuals out by name and admonished them to shut up or she would kick them out. I was watching Hermione closely, and I had to admit her entire testimony seemed sincere, but I wasn't feeling a whole lot of sympathy. One last question, Hermione. Did Dalton have any type of weapon on him? Connie asked. Rochelle jumped to her feet.
Objection! This little girl didn't search the victim. I mean Dalton. She has no idea if Dalton had a weapon.
Sustained, Seth said. Rochelle smirked like she'd scored a major victory and sat back down with a loud plop. Connie was nonplussed. Did you see a weapon on Dalton or in his hands? Hermione looked up and made eye contact with Clay before she responded.
No, sir.
No further questions, Connie said, and sat down. Rochelle jumped to her feet.
Why don't you tell the truth? She demanded.
Hermione did not answer. Rochelle continued.
Your stepfather was protecting you, and this is all you have to say?
Again, she did not answer. Rochelle tried a different tact.
So, the two of you went to Dalton's room to confront him about raping you, is that right?
Hermione answered now.
Yes. And Dalton called you a liar, right? Yes. Your stepfather is very protective of you, isn't that right? Rochelle asked.
Hermione shrugged.
I guess so. In fact, he was protecting you from Dalton Pentecost on that fateful evening, Rochelle proclaimed. The young man raped you, and then when the two of you confronted him, he became enraged and called you a liar. He was going to attack you, wasn't he? Hermione looked around in growing anxiety. I don't know. I guess so. And your father was protecting you. I guess so, she said weakly. Then she did something that was totally unexpected. She gazed over at Clay as tears rolled down her eyes. You didn't have to kill him. The audience erupted. Seth banged his gavel repeatedly. Mistrial! Mistrial! Rochelle shouted. I demand a mistrial! I looked over at my erstwhile friend, Connie. He leaned back in his chair, trying without success to hide a smug grin. He had this trial won, and he knew it. Seth banged his gavel and called an immediate recess. The trial resumed 30 minutes later, but by now it was merely a formality. Clay testified on his own behalf. His testimony was well scripted, but on cross-examination, Connie made mincemeat out of him. The final arguments were about the same as the opening statements. Connie was calm, cool, and direct. Rochelle was a raving drama queen. Closing arguments ended at 1400 hours. Seth read off instructions to the jury, and then they were sent out to deliberate. As soon as the last juror exited the room, everyone started talking. I walked around and conversed with the people from Marcus Hook. Except for Dalton's murder, everything seemed to be going well, which was a good sign. There were a few comments about the flyers being circulated around, which I took to be a good sign. Pris passed along a message from the jury to Judge Kitchens less than an hour later. Seth called the court to order and announced there was a verdict forthcoming. Once everyone was seated and settled, he called the jurors back in. The courtroom was deathly silent. Seth waited until all of them were seated before speaking. Madam Foreperson, have you reached a verdict? The foreperson was Lois Marnix. She and her husband, Norman, had been at Mount Weather since the beginning. I liked them a lot. We have, Your Honor, she declared. Will the defendant please rise? Seth ordered. Clay did so, slowly, reluctantly. His knees were wobbly, and he held onto the chair for support. Rochelle watched a moment before realizing she needed to stand along with her client and pushed herself out of the chair. Seth then focused back on the jury. Madam Foreperson, please read the verdict aloud to the court. We find the defendant, Clay Fleming, guilty of murder. Clay's body went rigid and then dropped down into his seat. The courtroom burst into a cacophony of conversations. Seth banged his gavel. Order! He shouted, followed by more banging. It had little effect. I'm ready to pass sentence if you knuckleheads will shut up. Only then did everyone become quiet. Seth gave them all an admonishing stare and was about to deliver the sentence when Rochelle felt she needed to speak. Your Honor, I demand to be heard, she shouted. Senator, you have done nothing to help your client. Anything you say at this point will only prove to be detrimental. Have a seat. There were a few chuckles in the audience. Seth shut them up with another harsh glare and a bang of his gavel. Will the defendant please stand? Seth directed. Clay had buried his face in his hands and he was taking deep breaths. I honestly thought he was going to pass out. When Seth spoke to him, he put his hands on the table in front of him to help him stand. Clay Fleming, you have been found guilty of murder as defined by Title 18 United States Code 1111 by a jury of your peers. Do you desire to make a statement before I proceed? Clay found some inner strength. He drew himself up and even puffed out his chest a bit before speaking. No, Judge, I don't guess I do. I've already spoken my piece when I testified, and it was the truth. But I guess nobody believes me, so do what you gotta do. Seth paused and waited to see if Clay had anything further to say, but Clay was finished. Seth interlaced his fingers and took a slow, deep breath. Mr. Fleming, I want you to know I listened carefully to your testimony. I listened to everyone's testimony. I found some more truthful than others. When he made that statement, he stared pointedly at Hermione. I have been thinking of this case ever since I received the summons to officiate in this proceeding. The law is clear in my responsibilities and my authority. Back before, the judicial system had what is known as a bifurcated trial system. If a defendant is found guilty, a sentencing hearing is then held. We will now be having a sentencing hearing. Under the laws set forth, there are 3 possible options. 1, I can set aside the verdict. 2, I can sentence you to death. The third possible sentence for this charge, as set forth in the Mount Weather bylaws, is banishment. I will now hear arguments from the prosecution. Connie stood. Your Honor, I will make this brief. The facts of the case have been heard, and the jury has delivered a verdict.
I will not belabor the court with a repetition of the crime, and will rely on the wisdom of the court to pass the appropriate sentence." Connie gave a solemn nod and returned to his seat. "Thank you, General," Seth said, and turned to face Rochelle. "Counselor, do you wish to present any mitigating factors on behalf of your client?" Rochelle stared and appeared at a loss for words. After a moment, she realized she needed to say something. She picked up her legal pad and fumbled through it before looking up at Seth. "My client is innocent, Judge. There is ample proof of this, and the verdict should be set aside." I could see Seth's jaw muscles tightening. I'm sure he wanted to berate Rochelle, tell her she had not helped her client one iota. Instead, he composed himself before speaking. "Thank you, Counselor. You may be seated." He waited until she sat before continuing. He then focused on Clay. "As I previously stated, when I received this appointment, I realized this was going to be the first major case to be tried during what is known as post-apocalyptic America. It is a historical precedent, and it was incumbent upon me to ensure there would be no errors, no oversights. It is with this mindset that I directed Mr. Gunderson to act as an amicus curiae. Do you know what that phrase means, Mr. Fleming?" "No, Judge, I don't believe I do," Clayton answered. "It is a Latin term that means friend of the court. When I was appointed as the judge of this trial by President Stark, I exercised my judicial privilege and named Mr. Gunderson amicus curiae, and as amicus curiae he was tasked to conduct an independent investigation of this matter. He has performed extensive research and prepared a brief on all parties involved in this court action, including you, Senator Van Allen. The briefs have been very informative, to say the least, and I have used this information to render what the court believes to be the verdict." Seth paused a long 10 seconds. "Clay Fleming, it is the decision of this court that you be banished from the Marcus Hook community and all other communities associated with the United States Provisional Government. Bailiffs, take charge of the prisoner." He then banged his gavel and dismissed the court. As soon as he did so, the crowd once again erupted. The verdict itself seemed to be an afterthought. The conversations I heard had more to do with Mount Weather, the government, and the incumbent politicians. A few people stopped talking when they realized I was listening. I gave a polite smile and walked out. That's the way it was now that my title was Director of Operations. Some people were suspicious of me now. Chapter 24. Team Joker. The rooms were furnished with standard generic hotel furniture. The solitary bed had no linens. Joker inspected it. It looked dusty and decided it'd be better if he turned it over. The bottom side did not appear to have any ungodly stains on it, so he stretched out and made himself comfortable. He remained dressed, his weapons lying beside him. As was often the case when he was on mission, he had to will his body to relax and force himself to sleep. The sounds of the nocturnal birds certainly helped, and within a minute his whole body jerked, giving up that last bit of tension all at once, and he was soon asleep. For some reason, he started dreaming of ducks. He was feeding some ducks with pieces of bread. He wasn't sure, maybe on a riverbank or in a park, but at some point it changed to where he was crouched down in the middle of a road. It started with a mama duck and her baby ducklings. He heard other ducks coming. He looked up to see hundreds of them coming down the road. Their webbed feet were making thumping noises, and several of them were either wheezing or snarling. He looked back down, and the pieces of bread had changed to bloody fingers. Joker sat up suddenly and looked around. His brain came to life and reminded him he was in an abandoned hotel off Exit 19. He rubbed his eyes and reached for his water bottle, but stopped before taking a drink. Those sounds he thought he was dreaming about were not a dream. He silently rose from the bed and made his way to the window. The light of the full moon enabled him to readily see several dozen Zeds ambling down the road toward them. The Fitzgerald men were in an adjoining room. One of them was snoring. The other was supposed to be on watch. He walked through the open door and saw the silhouette of Little Joe sitting in front of the open window. Joker walked up beside him. "I was just about to wake you," he whispered. "They came from nowhere, dude. It's almost like they know we're here. I mean, they probably heard us driving by earlier, but how did they find our ride?" Joker did not answer. It was true. Zeds were attracted to noise. Once they heard something, they were drawn toward it, and kept going in that direction unless something else attracted them. But they'd been parked for more than a few hours, and they had made little noise. So it begged the question, how did the Zeds find their SUV? None of them were swarming the hotel yet, so they did not know of Team Joker's presence. At least not yet, but how long before they figured it out? As he watched, two of them climbed onto the trailer they were pulling. "Wake your father," Joker directed.
Little Joe did so by walking over to the bed and tapping his father's foot. Trader Joe came awake instantly. His son whispered to him for a few seconds. Trader Joe quietly put his boots on and joined Joker at the window. The horde had reached the Cracker Barrel restaurant now. They'd stopped and seemed to be looking around. Joker could have sworn a dozen of them raised their noses and began sniffing. Little Joe saw it as well. "Are they actually able to smell us?" he whispered. "I don't know," Joker replied. "Maybe they can smell the diesel fumes, and that's how they found the car." "I didn't think of that," Little Joe said. "Still, that's a damn good sense of smell. I don't get it." "Me neither," Joker muttered. As they watched, the Zeds seemed to come to a group decision. Several of them suddenly split from the crowd gathered around the SUV and began shuffling toward the hotel. The three men traded concerned glances. "What do we do now?" Little Joe whispered. Joker grunted. It was a good question. They could make a run for it and abandon the SUV, at least for the time being, or they could wait it out. He was about to tell them to make a run for it when Little Joe gasped and pointed. Another group of Zeds emerged from the opposite side. It effectively cut them off from the interstate. "There must be 100 of them now," Little Joe whispered. "What the hell are we going to do about this?" What indeed, Joker thought. "The Cranstons live about a quarter-mile from here. There's no way they're still alive with a horde this size so close," Trader Joe surmised, and shook his head in sadness. Chapter 25. Team Flash. "I'm seeing differences," Aaron remarked. The team had arrived in Richmond after 3 hours of travel time and had spent the next 2 days using the maps provided to them by Zach to scavenge in areas of the city that had not yet been searched by any Mount Weather team. One of the things thought up by Zach was the placement of shipping containers in prominent locations. That way, a scavenging team was able to drop off anything they could not transport back to Mount Weather. Later, they'd send a semi or a bus out to pick it all up. At the end of the second day, they had cleared an entire grid section, which was impressive, considering that specific grid had over 200 houses. They'd found numerous kitchen items, bedding, clothing, shoes, a half-dozen home first aid kits, a couple of hunting rifles, various types of tools, a garage full of mechanics' tools, and a Ford F-650 truck with a flatbed gooseneck trailer loaded with well-digging equipment. The truck's location was noted, and they stored the rest of the loot in one of the shipping containers. They had encountered only a few Zeds, easily killed them, and settled down for the night in an abandoned house. They rolled out early the next morning and were now stopped on I-64 near Chesapeake. "What differences?" Flash asked. She pointed. "See that Cadillac? My uncle had one just like it. That's why I remember it. It didn't have its windows broken out the last time I saw it." "Are you sure?" Sully asked. "I'm certain," she replied. Sully drove the SUV closer and stopped beside the Caddy, a black XLR convertible. There was nothing notable about it aside from the smashed front windshield and indecipherable lettering scratched into the paint with a sharp object. "I suppose it could be an indicator that somebody's been around here, but it's hard to tell how old the damage is," he said, frowned, and slowly shook his head in disgust. "I don't get it, though. We're literally living through an apocalypse, and one would think that it'd be better not to destroy anything unless you had to. But no, we have idiots everywhere that randomly destroy shit just for funsies." He waved a hand around. "I mean, what kind of asshole—" He suddenly stopped talking and stared down the road. "What?" Flash asked. Sully responded by pointing in the direction he was staring. Flash and Aaron followed his finger and saw what appeared to be a person flopping around in the road, struggling to stand. "Is it a Zed?" Aaron asked. "Could be," Sully said. "It looks like someone's wrapped it up in duct tape. That's weird." Flash and Aaron agreed. "Drive a little closer," Flash said. "Watch out, though. It might be a trap. Be ready to speed off." Sully eased his foot off the brake and proceeded slowly down the littered interstate. He stopped when they were 20 feet away. They were now on the bridge going across the Chesapeake Bay. There was nothing else around, but they were in the open. A good sniper could be on either side of the bridge, ready to take them out. Flash and Aaron exchanged a look. Flash's response was a shrug. "I'll wait here in case we need to get out of here in a hurry," Sully said. Flash nodded. He and Aaron exited the SUV and slowly approached. The person was completely wrapped from the waist up in duct tape. Their feet were bare and scraped up. Their clothing, what they could see, was grimy and torn.
Holy shit, Flash muttered. At the sound of his voice, whoever it was stopped struggling and froze. Flash squatted down beside it and inspected it closer.
Is it a Zed?
Aaron asked. Not sure, Flash answered, and then saw there was a gap in the tape at the person's nostrils. He held his hand close to the nostrils and felt warm air. Whatever it is, it's still breathing, he said.
What are we going to do?
Aaron whispered. The eyes, Sully said. Cut the tape off its eyes. The eyes will tell you if it's a Zed. Flash nodded. Good thinking. He took a lock-blade knife out of his pocket and began carefully cutting the tape. Soon he had one eye uncovered. It was bruised and swollen. He glanced at Aaron a second before using a finger to lift an eyelid. Peering closer, he stared a long moment before straightening. It has brown eyes, he said.
Are you sure?
Aaron asked. She squatted down and conducted her own inspection. She then ripped a strip of tape off the other eye, which caused the person to emit a weak moan. Aaron frowned a moment, and then took Flash's knife. She slowly began cutting the tape away from the person's face. When she was finished, a frightened woman stared up at them. Her face was bruised, cut, and swollen. It also looked like her nose had been broken.
It's a woman, she said, and gestured at numerous bruises and cuts on her face. Looks like she's had the hell beat out of her.
No shit, Sully replied. Yeah, Flash said, and lowered his face close to hers. Lady, can you hear me? The woman stared at Flash and breathed heavily, but she did not verbally respond. Flash motioned for Aaron to give his knife back to him. When the woman saw this, her breathing intensified and she tried to wiggle away from Flash. Flash held up a hand. It's all right. I'm only going to cut some of this tape and free you up, he said.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Aaron asked. Flash paused and frowned. You think we should leave her taped up and unable to defend herself? It wouldn't be right.
We don't know anything about her, she rejoined.
Flash gently but firmly held the woman by the shoulder and waited until she made eye contact with him. I'm not going to hurt you, but you have to be still, all right? He waited until she gave a nervous nod. It took him several minutes, as there was a lot of tape wrapped around her, and occasionally she winced in pain while Flash worked. When her arms were free, she touched her face tenderly. One of her eyes was almost swollen shut, and the movements had caused her nose to start bleeding again. Flash folded the knife and put it back in his pocket. There, Flash said. I got most of it. You still got tape in your hair, but I'll let you pull it out.
Thanks,
she croaked. You sound like you're thirsty, Flash said. He stood, retrieved a water bottle from their vehicle, and handed it to her. The three of them watched her take several swallows, and then splash some in her face. All right, she's free. Now what? Sully asked. Flash gazed at his two companions a moment, and then dropped back down to one knee. My name's Flash. What's yours? He asked. She stared in a mixture of fear and suspicion for almost 30 seconds before answering.
Norma.
Hi, Norma, Flash said, and tried for a disarming smile. This is Aaron, and the guy sitting in the car is Sully. Norma stared at each of them, but said nothing. This earned a scoff from Sully. The girl's messed up in the head. Come on, let's get going, he said.
I'm not messed up in the head,
Norma said, coughed, and took another swallow of water.
Who are you people?
We're from a place not far from here called Mount Weather, Flash said. We're in the area looking for survivors and whatnot. What about you? She shrugged and began trying to pull off the remaining remnants of tape.
He asked you a question, Aaron said. Where are you from, and how did you end up like this?
I don't know, Norma replied. Bullshit, Sully retorted. Easy now, Flash said, and offered Norma another reassuring smile. You've got to admit, if you were driving along and came across someone beaten and taped up, you'd find it a little strange too, right? He asked. Norma responded with another shrug. Aaron was growing impatient. She dropped down to one knee beside Flash. Are you going to tell us what happened to you or not? She asked.
I was attacked, but I don't remember much about it,
Norma said.
Yeah, right,
Aaron said. Easy guys, Flash said. Aaron scoffed.
She's being evasive. That doesn't sit right with me.
Me neither, Sully added.
She had the hell beat out of her and then wrapped up like a mummy. It had to be pretty traumatic, Flash said.
All right, fine, she's traumatized. We've saved her, now she can go her own way, right? Sully said.
Flash held up a finger to Sully, who scowled, but at least held his tongue. Flash reached into the cargo pocket of his pants and came up with some food wrapped in a bandana. He held it out to Norma. I've got a homemade granola bar here. Are you hungry? Norma stared for maybe half a second before snatching it out of his hand. Enjoy it. Excuse us a moment, he said, and then gave a head nod to Erin. She followed him to the passenger side of the SUV and opened the door. The three of them huddled. Why are you in a hurry to get rid of her? Flash asked in a whisper. Sully stared back at Norma, who seemed to realize she was missing one or two teeth and was probing her mouth with a finger. Sensing they were looking at her, she stopped and stared back. I don't know, man, but I have a bad feeling about her, he whispered. Like Erin said, she was being evasive to your questions. Something's not right. Flash stared at Norma a moment before focusing on Erin. What do you think? She definitely pissed off someone and she's not telling us everything. But I guess we can't just leave her. She needs our help. Maybe she knows the source of those campfires. All right, let's go talk to her and try a different tact, Flash said. Erin, you started off. Try being nice, sisterly. Yeah, all right, Erin said. The two of them walked back up to Norma. All right, you need to tell us what really happened to you. You know that, right? Erin asked. I'm not sure, Norma replied. Erin pushed it. What's the last thing you remember? Norma shook her head and then winced in pain. I'm really hurting. I'm sure you are, but you need to be more forthcoming. Where have you been living all of these years? She asked. Just around, Norma answered and started to take another drink. Flash grabbed the water bottle out of her hand. That's not good enough. We'll help you out, but only if you're honest with us, he said. Norma, I'm sure you've been through a lot, Erin said. I don't know about you, but for me, being a woman nowadays is pretty tough. But you're not exactly winning us over in the trust department. When she remained silent, Flash sighed and shook his head. You don't want to tell us anything? So be it. Good luck to you. He made a head nod to Erin, and the two of them began walking back to the SUV. They'd almost made it to the door when Norma called out. Hey, wait! Don't leave me, she whined. Flash paused and turned back to her. He stared a moment before walking back to her. No more bullshit. Tell us everything. Norma sat in the roadway with her legs splayed open. Her eyes drifted to the pile of wadded-up duct tape sitting a few feet from her. Flash watched her. She seemed to be devoid of emotion. If the events leading up to her being beaten, taped up, and left on the side of the road traumatized her, she sure didn't show it. Start at the part where you got beaten and dumped. Who did it and why? Flash urged. There's a group of people over at the naval base, she said. Del Rio, Jerry, Max, Tom, and a few others. They jumped me last night. Why'd they do that? Flash asked. Norma shrugged slightly. Who knows? They're all a bunch of psychopaths. Do you have any more food? That's bullshit, Erin said. You know exactly why they beat you. Norma gave yet another indifferent shrug, which caused her to wince slightly in pain. Erin responded by giving her a mild slap on the back of the head. Norma yelped. Flash looked surprised. So much for the sisterly approach. Oh, what the fuck? Norma cried. I'm tired of your little games, Erin said. You either tell us what's going on, or so help me I'm going to throw your ass off of this bridge. Sully piped up. I'd like to see that, he said with a snicker. Norma glared at Erin, but when she realized Erin was serious, her demeanor changed, and her face crinkled up like she was about to cry. Why are you guys treating me like this? She implored. Because you're being vague, which means you're lying and hiding something from us, Erin replied. Yup, Sully added. You did something to get yourself beaten and dumped, and you're trying to act all innocent. Flash had been watching silently. He knew Erin well enough. She was angry and most likely would make good on her threat. Look, Norma, part of our mission is to locate survivors and try to help them out, but the way we found you and your behavior is suspicious. We're not simply going to blindly trust you. Fine, don't, she said. You got it, Flash said.
Nice to meet you. Have a good life, etc. He glanced at Aaron. Let's go. The two of them hopped in the SUV. Sully needed no directive. He started the car and drove off while Norma was still sitting in the roadway. Flash sighed heavily. Don't fret over it. She was bad news, Sully said. Aaron nodded in agreement. Flash knew his friends were right, but one of the major missions of the teams was to rescue survivors and gather as much intelligence as possible. He looked back over his shoulder. Norma had managed to stand and was staring in their direction. Flash exhaled his breath in a dejected sigh. All right, stop, he said. Sully looked at him in confusion. What? Stop and turn around, Flash directed. Sully stopped but made no effort to make a U-turn. Flash, buddy, she's got so many red flags she should enter one of those bullfights in Spain. I agree, but she's got information of a survivor group we've not yet encountered. We need that info. Sully glanced questioningly at Aaron, who said nothing. You're the boss, he muttered, and made a U-turn around an old Chrysler LeBaron with flat tires. When they stopped, Flash got out. I'll make it simple, Flash said. I want information about that group of people you referred to. Be honest, and we'll feed you. Keep lying to us, and we turn around again and leave, and this time, we won't come back. They accused me of stealing, but I didn't steal anything. They come up with crazy punishments for people, and they decided to give me a beatdown. I remember being taped up, but that's about it. Can you take us to them? Flash asked. Norma stared worriedly and began shaking her head in a near panic. Flash sighed in frustration and stared off into the distance, wondering what he was going to do now. It'll be dark soon, Aaron remarked. Flash turned his head to the west and noted the setting sun. It was June, so normally that'd put them at around 1900 hours. He couldn't believe they'd used up almost the entire day with nothing more to show for it than Norma, who was useless. He scratched the stubble on his face. Let's find us a place, he said. They settled on a house near the Deep Creek Elementary School. Norma plopped down on a couch in the den and was asleep within seconds. The team left her and used the remaining daylight to search and scavenge. They had a close encounter with a couple of skunks, but thankfully none of them sprayed. They found little of value, but it was not a total bust. The elementary school still had several children's books, and one teacher's desk yielded a dozen solar-powered calculators that were perfect for kids. At dusk, they went back to the house and used a rocket stove to cook up some hobo stew. Norma slept through it. The three of them stayed in the kitchen and whispered among themselves while they ate. What the hell are we going to do with her? Sully asked. I think we should take her back to Mount Weather, Flash said. Sully took a gulp of water and shook his head. I know what you're thinking. We try to lure friendly survivors back to Mount Weather where Zack does his magic and puts them in a home or Marcus Hook or something like that. Yeah, that's a standing mission objective, Flash said, and narrowed his eyes at Sully. Why? Look, bro, you're the team leader. Whatever decision you make, I'll back you. But there's something about this woman. I'm getting bad vibes from her. Me too, Aaron said. And what about these people she was with? What kind of evil bastards are they to do that to somebody? Do we really want to initiate contact with them? Flash ate his stew thoughtfully. These two people were his friends. Right or wrong, they were the ones he always knew had his back. He came to a decision and nodded. All right, we won't initiate contact, but at the minimum, we'll have Norma show us where they're living. We recon the area, make a report, and head on to Virginia Beach. And what about Norma? Sully asked. We'll take her back to Mount Weather, if she wants to go. If not, we cut her loose. I'll go to Mount Weather. They looked over to see Norma standing in the doorway. She looked rough. Her eye was now swollen completely shut, and the bruising was beginning to darken. She still had chunks of tape matted in her hair, and it'd probably have to be cut out. She took a deep breath and walked over to the kitchen table. That smells decent enough. Can I have some? The three of them sat at the kitchen table and watched Norma eat the rest of the stew. Flash guessed from her physical stature she was horribly overweight at one time. As they watched, she devoured the stew, and when it was gone, licked the bowl. So tell us more about these people, Flash urged. I don't know what to say. You mentioned Del Rio was the leader, Flash said. Yeah, I don't know if they took a vote or what, but he's the leader. He's a big guy,
Claims he was a Navy SEAL, but I don't know about that. They were all in the Navy, though. How many are there? Aaron asked. There used to be over 20 of them, but some ran off, some were killed. Now there's 7, 6 men and a woman. She scoffed. They call her Easy Evie. She's pregnant, and the father could be any one of them. What about you? Aaron asked. Were you with one man in particular? She scoffed again. There are no morals in this world anymore. A woman can have as many men as she wants, right? She was staring at Aaron when she said it, but Aaron remained silent. Norma frowned. What? You're not going to act like you're some kind of good girl, are you? When Aaron did not reply, Norma let out a singular laugh. So you're a good, wholesome girl. What a joke. She waggled a finger between Flash and Sully. I bet you're fucking both of them and a couple more back at that Mount Weather place. You'd be wrong, Aaron said, but I'm beginning to get an idea of why you got the hell beat out of you. Norma barked out another laugh. They'd have a lot of fun with you, little girl. How are they living? Flash asked. What did you guys do for food? They still have MREs and stuff. Wormy has a garden. Poke hunts with a compound bow. He's pretty good with it. She eyed Aaron with the eye that wasn't swollen shut. He's pretty good with his dick, too. He'd like you. Aaron gave her a baleful stare before standing. She addressed her 2 teammates. I'm going to go outside and keep watch. Otherwise, I'm going to beat the shit out of this whore. Sully snickered as Aaron walked out. Norma gestured with her middle finger before focusing on the 2 men. So, you were talking about food, Flash said. Yeah, the garden. Poke hunts, and we fished. We got by okay, I guess. What else do you want to know? Do they have weapons? What do they do for transportation? Are there any professionals, like doctors, in the group? Any kids? And what's with all the questions? It's part of our mission, Flash said. Okay, whatever. No kids, no gas for cars. They either walk or use bicycles. Yeah, they have weapons, and a couple of them are good shots. How much ammo do they have? Sully asked. I have no idea, Norma replied. Oh, and you asked about doctors. Nope, no doctors. What else? Do they have any goals and objectives, or do they just live from day to day? Flash asked. She thought for a moment. I'd say they're just living day to day. No long-range plans, no 401k investments, nothing like that. She ran a hand through her hair and got hung up on a piece of tape, which caused her to frown. All right, enough questions. Which one of you is going to find some water and get me a hot bath going? Chapter 26. Team Mad Dog. The thunderstorm passed through late, and Melvin was certain he heard a tornado roaring through somewhere nearby. The rain had stopped, but the wind was still gusting, and the night was inky black. Melvin kept diligent watch with the NV goggles, but all he saw was trash being blown around. Some larger items, like errant pieces of plastic, looked like eerie apparitions as they wafted by. Mostly, though, he watched True. His body occasionally twitched, and a moan or two had emanated from him. Suddenly, he jerked upright, breathing heavily. Melvin waited until his rapid panting returned to normal before speaking. You okay, buddy? Melvin whispered. True's mind was still racing, and he looked around wildly in the dark. Melvin sensed it and spoke reassuringly. It was just a dream, brother. You're awake now. True recognized Melvin's voice, even though he was only whispering. He slowed his breathing, pulled the mosquito netting off him, and rubbed his face. I'm all right, he whispered back. Good. True stood and stretched. His eyes adjusted, and he could barely see the outline of Melvin. What time is it? He asked. 0440, Melvin answered. He stood and walked over. Here, fresh water, he said, and handed over his canteen before sitting beside him. True took several swallows and wiped his mouth. Thanks. If you want to sleep a little, I'll spell you. Melvin shrugged in the dark. I'm fine. If I go back to sleep now, I won't wake up until noon. The 2 men sat in silence for a couple of minutes, watching their surroundings. The evening before, they had picked a spot on a knoll. They made camp and set up their plastic bottles and homemade trip flares. The Zeds were still too stupid to understand how trip flares worked, and therefore could not bypass them, but even so, the men remained vigilant. Do you want to talk about it? Melvin asked. What? True asked. The nightmare. Must have been a doozy. Do you ever have them? Melvin emitted a soft grunt.
All the time, bro. Savannah does too, worse than me, but don't tell her I told you. We'll sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and just hold each other. Always helps. You know, you need to find you a good woman. A good woman always makes things better.
True gave a slight scoff. The only single women at Weather are skinny white girls, and they ain't interested in someone like me.
You prefer a woman with a little meat on her bones, I take it, Melvin said.
Something like that.
You should go to Oak Ridge with me sometime. There are a couple of fine-looking sisters living there. They're both nurses, originally from Jamaica, and I swear to goodness they have the prettiest, bounciest titties you've ever seen. They're natural, too, none of that fake stuff.
True smiled at him in the dark. How is it down there?
Oak Ridge? Oh, man, they have a nice setup, Melvin replied. They have a nuclear reactor, so they have plenty of power for everything. Most of the people were all engineers and scientists when it went bad, so they can build almost anything. They've overcome the fuel issue by making all their vehicles electric. Cars, trucks, tractors, all are electric. And they have a supercomputer. I don't know what all they're doing with it, but they've got a couple geniuses living there, and they're supposed to be working on something top secret. I was told it was some sort of AI technology, but I don't know for certain.
How many people live there? True asked.
About 200 in the compound, with another 500 living around the area. Their housing model is a lot like Mount Weather's. Melvin smiled in the dark. And like I said, there are a few pretty women living there. We'll go visit sometime. It sounds wonderful, Liam said.
Melvin looked over with the goggles and saw Liam sticking his head out of the truck. He opened the door and stepped out.
Why aren't you guys sleeping? He asked in a whisper.
That's how they normally spoke when on mission, in whispers. One never knew how many Zeds were within earshot.
Anything going on? He asked.
Nope, all quiet, Melvin replied and glanced over at True. Liam walked a few feet away and began urinating, which he punctuated with a loud fart.
Excuse me, he muttered.
When he was finished, he walked back over to them.
I'll wake up my mentally challenged brother and we can get going.
Not yet, Melvin said.
We need to do some recon of this area and gather some intel before we get moving.
He pointed to the 4 pails.
I got us some rainwater to clean up with. I'm not sure I'd drink it, though.
He pointed to his prized possession, a Berkey water filter.
Give it 30 minutes and we'll have plenty of potable water.
I can get a fire going and make some tea if you guys want, Liam said. Melvin readily agreed and began the preparations for breakfast. The sky was gray by the time they finished eating. Melvin stretched and did 50 quick push-ups. Jumping to his feet, he looked at the empty pot.
No more tea? Damn, well, I'm going to have a look around, take a few pictures. Give me 45 minutes and I'll be ready.
I'll go with you, True said. He then glanced over at the brothers and spoke with an exaggerated Pittsburgh accent.
You boys get to brewing some more tea.
Liam looked at Logan.
Did he just make fun of us? I think he made fun of us.
Melvin and True armed themselves with suppressed Berettas and set out. They walked 4 blocks before stopping.
I knew it, Melvin exclaimed. That was a tornado that passed through here last night.
Are you sure? True asked. Melvin pointed.
It wasn't a big one, but look at the damage. You can see the path it took.
He continued staring.
A few of the smaller cars have been blown over, but that tractor-trailer rig is still upright. That'd make it around 100 miles per hour. I believe that would put it in the category of an F1 tornado, maybe an F2.
I guess we were lucky, True said.
I suppose,
Melvin replied, and took a few photos. They made a sweeping circle, taking photos as they went before going back to the overpass.
Your teas is waiting, masters, Logan proclaimed.
Melvin chuckled and sat with them on the asphalt. True looked down his nose at the 2 brothers as he handed them 2 cups.
I'll have you 2 trained in no time, he said.
Logan gestured at the digital camera.
They love the pictures, huh? Yeah, it's all about the intel and data gathering, Melvin replied.
Like drawing the blood off of those Zeds, Logan surmised.
Yeah, but that's for the docs at Dietrich. He panned the area with his hand. Grace and Garrett add these pictures to the database. They could be a waste of time, or they could prove to be valuable information for future missions.
Logan nodded in understanding.
If it makes a difference, it doesn't look like any of these cars have been used in a few years. Yeah, I put info like that in the intel reports. If we see any humans or recent signs of human activity, that goes in the report as well. I was never clear on one thing. If we saw signs of human activity now, are we to stop our mission and seek them out? Logan asked. He had finished his meal and was now doing stretching exercises. The short answer is it's up to us. My take on it, unless there's some compelling reason to do otherwise, we continue with the mission. Understood, Logan said. Liam stood and began doing stretching exercises with his brother. Soon, True and then Melvin joined in. After a few minutes, the men knocked out some light calisthenics, just enough to loosen and warm the muscles. The grueling workouts were reserved for when they were safely back at Mount Weather. All right, let me send off a message, and then we'll get going, Melvin said. The men packed up what they had taken out of the truck and watched as Melvin set up a satellite radio, typed in a message, and then hit the send button. After a moment, he packed up the equipment and looked at the three men. Who's driving this morning, and more importantly, has Liam taken care of his number 2 yet? I'll get right on it, Liam said, and walked off in search of a private spot. I'll drive, True said. The men were underway 10 minutes later. It took the O'Malley brothers that long to start ribbing True. We'll never get there at this speed, Logan grumbled. It's not the destination, it's the ride, Liam chided. Don't listen to them, True, Melvin said. Just take it nice and easy. We're making decent time, all things considered. I'm going to wait until they take their nap before I speed up and hit all these cracks and potholes, True said, and glanced over at Melvin with a ghost of a smirk, causing Melvin to emit a belly laugh. Chapter 27. Fred and Sammy. The Malloy farm was not much to look at. It was once a spacious, well-maintained farm. The house was painted white with a red metal roof situated on a small rise. 100 acres of land backed up to it, and across the street was more farm acreage. An old, gnarled oak tree, Fred guessed it at over 200 and then some, sat quietly in the front yard, silently watching. Fred stopped the truck at the drive's entrance. The gate was standing open. A lone Zed came into view from behind the oak tree. Fred turned his head toward the open back window. I see one Zed standing out in the open. Female, looks like Katrina, JR's wife. Sammy responded with a soft knock on the side of the truck bed, indicating he heard and understood. He was hiding under a tarp which was rumpled up to where there were gaps in which Sammy could see targets to shoot at if he needed to. It was a simple but effective tactic they'd learned from Zach. Fred drove halfway up the drive and stopped at an angle, giving Sammy a field of view of the front of the house. He looked around for other possible Zeds before scrutinizing Katrina. She was never a good-looking woman, and now she looked like a demon fresh from the grave. She was wearing a plain print dress that was dirtier than a shop rag at a grease monkey's garage. The crotch area of the dress was deeply stained. Fred surmised it was a mixture of blood and fecal matter. Fred armed himself with a hatchet and stepped from the truck. As soon as he did, Katrina charged. Her speed almost caught Fred off guard, but he managed to deliver a front kick. The heel of his boot connected squarely with her sternum. It knocked her down. Her feet flew up in the air, which caused her dress to slide up, giving Fred a good look at her pantyless crotch. It was not a pleasant sight. Fred wrinkled his nose in disgust, but it did not slow him down. He stepped forward and put his boot across the woman's throat. He was about to deliver the death blow with his hatchet when a woman's voice interrupted him. Don't kill Mama! Fred paused and looked toward the front door of the house. It was open, and a younger woman was standing in it, cradling a baby on her hip. It was Keely, JR's daughter. Keely? Fred asked. What's going on? Don't kill her, Mr. Fred, she begged. She ain't hurting nobody. Fred stared at Keely and the baby a moment before staring back down at Katrina. He still had his boot across her neck, and he'd been bearing down with most of his weight. The result was she appeared to be unconscious. He looked back up at Keely again. Her expression was that of both desperation and fear. Fred lifted his boot. The woman once known as Katrina Malloy gasped and coughed. He walked over to the truck and lifted the tarp. Shaking his head slightly at Sammy, he grabbed a length of rope and walked back to her. Katrina was wheezing now and struggling to get to her feet. Fred kicked her onto her stomach and expertly hogtied her. When he raised up, he almost expected Keely to be pointing a weapon at him, but she'd not moved. The baby began crying. If you're here, that means my daddy's dead, she said. She pronounced daddy like Deddy. I tried to tell them not to do it, but they ignored me.
She turned and disappeared into the darkness of the house. Fred motioned for Sammy to join him and walked inside. When the men walked inside, they found Keely sitting on a dirty couch, nursing her baby. "It's been bad, Mr. Fred. You haven't been here in months, and we needed you," she said. It was almost an accusatory tone.
"I fixed you up with chickens, a few calves, and plenty of garden seed," Fred said. "What happened?"
She shook her head sadly. "Coyotes or Zeds killed the calves and chickens, and none of us seem to get the hang of gardening. There's an old wine vineyard up the road we've been getting grapes from. They've been doing some hunting and fishing, but that only goes so far. They only had like 2 or 3 bullets left." "And some 16-gauge birdshot," Sammy said with a scoff. Keely stared plainly. "Yeah, and some birdshot."
"What was their plan when they came to visit Rachel and me?" Fred asked.
She'd been nervously glancing from Fred to Sammy, but now she stared at the floor. "Their plan was to kill you, and then we'd all move into your place," she said. "Daddy said you'd got things fixed up real nice, and we were going to move in." She stopped nursing the baby, fixed her shirt, and held the child against her shoulder, bouncing it gently.
"What happened to your mother, Keely?" Fred asked quietly.
Keely shrugged a shoulder. "She went out one day looking for some poke salad. She stayed gone all day. When she came back, she was like that. That's been about 4 days ago now. She stays out in the front yard, which allows me to go out back and use the well pump."
"Who's the father of your child?" Sammy blurted out.
Both turned and stared at Sammy. Fred's stare was rebuking. Keely's was more of a mixture of defiance. "Uncle Calvin is the father of my baby," she said quietly. "Is there something you'd like to say about that?"
No," Sammy said, and stared at the floor. "Is there anyone else living around here?" Fred asked.
"Daddy said he saw some people with a wagon and a team of mules going down I-66. That was back in April. Daddy tried to approach them, but they pointed guns at him and told him to go away. We haven't seen anyone else."
"You should come back with us, Keely," Fred said. "You won't be able to care for your baby out here by yourself."
Keely hung her head. "They won't let me back in Mount Weather."
"Don't worry about that," Fred said. "You have a baby, and that means a lot. We'll get you fixed up."
She gulped and took a deep breath before speaking. "What about Mama?" Fred and Sammy swapped a glance. "Don't you want to put her out of her misery?" Sammy asked. "I mean, she's never going to be normal again." Keely stared at Sammy for several seconds as if he'd said something blasphemous. Then she turned to Fred. "What do you think, Mr. Fred?"
"I think Sam is right. We should put her out of her misery. If you'd like, I'll take care of it, and she won't feel a thing."
"Will you give her a Christian burial? I don't want her set on fire." Fred gave her a solemn nod. Chapter 28. Team Joker. Trader Joe muttered 1 or 2 invectives. Joker gave a small, slow nod in agreement. The entire horde were milling in and around the parking lot. Several of them had surrounded their SUV. They seemed preoccupied with it. As Joker watched, one of them bent over and appeared to sniff it. "What do we do now?" Little Joe asked again in a nervous whisper. "We wait," Joker said. "Wait for what?" Joker glanced at him in irritation. "Look, somehow the SUV has attracted them. Maybe it's the smell of the diesel. Something we'll need to figure out later, but not now. At some point they'll realize there's nothing to eat inside it, and they'll move on." "I hope you're right," Trader Joe murmured. Joker hoped he was right as well. They watched the horde the rest of the night. Several crowded the SUV, pawing, scratching, pushing, and slapping at it, while others walked around the parking lot and into any open doors on the ground floor. Joker shook his head, partly in worry, partly due to irritation. He had requested one of the drones for this mission. If he had one, he could have done some aerial recon before they bedded down, and perhaps would have spotted this horde. But he was denied. They only had a couple that were still working. One was at Fort Detrick. The other was stored safely in the armory at Mount Weather with the instructions to use it only when necessary. He made a silent oath. If he found a working drone, he was keeping it. He frowned to himself. The first thing was to somehow get out of this alive and complete this mission.
Then he could fret over finding a drone.
"Do you think they'll leave when the sun comes up?"
Little Joe asked. He pointed east. Dawn was approaching. More importantly, what are we going to do if they don't? Trader Joe countered.
"This is becoming a royal pain in the ass,"
Joker muttered under his breath. The three men skipped breakfast. Instead, they sat and watched. Joker glanced at his watch. He'd done so several times in the last 4 hours. It was an hour after sunrise now, and the Zeds had not left. Instead, they continued standing around or wandering around the parking lot. It was getting warmer, an indicator that it was going to be another hot June day. Joker wanted badly to get on the road, but there was no way they could run the gauntlet of Zeds and make it to their SUV in one piece. So, the question once again begs itself, what do we do now? Trader Joe asked, and pointed at the floor where their gear was sitting. We can go without eating for a bit, but we only have enough water for a day. 2, if we don't exert ourselves. I've seen some of them who can walk uphill again. It's only a matter of time before 1 or 2 of them get a whiff of us and walk up those stairs.
"Yep,"
Joker said, and gestured toward the parking lot. We've got enough ammo to take them out, but we may need every single bullet and then some at Holston. We have no idea what we may encounter once we arrive, and it'd suck if we get ourselves into deep doo-doo at Holston and we run out of ammo. Or even worse, we go back to weather with our tail between our legs and report we had to abort the mission. Don't let pride get in the way, Trader Joe said. We could kill these off, go back to weather, and re-up on ammo. There's no shame in that. Joker frowned. The man was right, but he didn't want to admit it. His fellow Marines would have a good time chiding him if he had to abort a mission. He scratched the stubble of his chin as he thought it over and mused out loud. The only way to get them away from our ride is if something else attracts their attention. We need to create some kind of diversion. I kind of have an idea, Little Joe said. All right, let's hear it, Joker said. Before it got dark yesterday, I noticed a hatch in the ceiling in our bathroom. You know, like a surface hatch to the attic area. I can get up there and walk down to the opposite end of the hotel without being seen, drop down into a room and make a lot of noise. That should lure enough of them away from the SUV so you two can get to it and drive off. What are you going to do then, son? Trader Joe asked. That's no problem. I can outrun any of those stinking bastards. I'll head toward the interstate and y'all pick me up. Trader Joe frowned. I don't know, son. It's a lot of what-ifs in that scenario. They discussed it some more and walked into the bathroom. Sure enough, there was a small hatch in the ceiling. The men hefted Little Joe up. The hatch gave way freely. He used his flashlight and cautiously stuck his in. 3 or 4 pairs of beady eyes stared back, causing him to gasp and jerk back. Trader Joe instinctively pulled his son down. Zeds? He asked in a frantic whisper. Little Joe chuckled. Nope, a family of raccoons. I think I scared them more than they scared me. Hoist me back up there. He was a little more cautious when he stuck his head back in, but the raccoons had already scurried off. Little Joe peered around for a moment before exiting and motioning for the 2 men to set him down. It's a clear shot all the way down, he said. No firewalls or other impediments? Trader Joe asked. Nope, nothing but spider webs, Little Joe answered. If there isn't another surface hatch, I'll just kick through the sheetrock and drop down into a room. What kind of diversion are you going to create? Joker asked. Little Joe grinned. I suppose I'll scream and shout and act like a fool until they notice me. Might have to shoot 1 or 2, but I'll try to conserve ammo. Trader Joe was apprehensive about it. He was naturally concerned for the safety of his son, but after a few minutes of whispered discussion, he agreed to it. All right, wish me luck, the younger Joe said with a grin, and then disappeared into the darkness of the attic. Chapter 29. Fort Detrick. The sun was peeking up over the horizon as I finished my last lap around the perimeter, which equaled 5 miles. Dropping down, I knocked out 100 push-ups. Jumping to my feet, I saw Bob Duckworth walking toward me. He was dressed rather casually, a dark gray polo shirt, khaki slacks, and black loafers. If I looked closely, I'm sure I would see he wasn't wearing any socks. Good morning, Director, he greeted. Good morning, Senator. Your wife said you'd be out here, he said. How many push-ups was that? Oh, just a few. Do you still want to go? Yes, absolutely. All right, give me a few minutes to get cleaned up and meet me in the cafeteria. Oh, I said, and pointed down at his shoes. Change out of those shoes. Put on some running shoes or hiking boots and a pair of thick socks. I managed to get a quick shower without the kids interrupting me and walked into the cafeteria 40 minutes later. Bob was waiting.
When I reached the table, he pointed down. He was wearing a pair of brown hiking boots. They looked like Skechers, which was a good brand. I nodded in approval. He leaned closer and spoke in a hushed voice. I'm already getting questions about what we're up to. If you don't mind, let's have a quick breakfast and get going. I've had my fill of Mount Weather gossip and would rather avoid it. I readily agreed. The inflammatory flyers and the trial seemed to have everyone stirred up. There wasn't always a lot to talk about around here. We sat at our respective tables and made polite conversation, but ate hurriedly and were rolling out of the motor pool 30 minutes later. So, what's the real plan, Zach? Bob asked after we'd given our plan at the front gate. I glanced at him. When I first met Bob, he was in his 50s and always clean-shaven with a fresh haircut, courtesy of his wife, Angela. She was now our resident barber, stylist, manicurist, and aide to Dr. Salisbury when the need demanded it. Bob was 60 now, but aside from the gray hair, you wouldn't know it. He was an average-looking man with an above-average intelligence. He was friendly, too, and always had an easygoing smile. We'll head to Fort Detrick and get a first-hand accounting of what happened, but I don't plan on staying there too long. And then we'll head back? He asked. Nope. If they've determined where they came from, I'm going to head that way and see what I can find out, I said. Now Bob stared at me in both concern and puzzlement. That wasn't on the original mission plan, he said. No, it wasn't, I replied. But don't worry, you can stay at Detrick. I should only be gone a day or two at the most. No, well, that's okay. I'll go with you, he said. I cast a sidelong glance at him. It could be dicey. You might get yourself in a situation where you'll need to run for your life, and you're not a young man anymore. Bob scoffed. I still jog a little, but you don't have to worry. I don't plan on leaving the safety of this truck. Besides, you may get yourself into a situation where you'll need some backup. I thought about his rationale for a moment. I suppose you make a good point, I conceded. The road to Fort Detrick was probably the best-maintained road in the nation these days. Any pothole that developed over the winter was quickly repaired. True, it could stand to be totally repaved, but we were limited in what we could work with. We made good time and arrived in 45 minutes. We did not see any Zeds during the ride. I don't know if that was a good sign or a bad sign. I said as much to Bob. He asked me to explain. They could be dead, or they could be making an active effort to avoid detection. He frowned. Do you think so? They're evolving. I know that's not the proper word to use, but they are definitely regaining the ability to think. Bob nodded in agreement. They need to be eliminated, that's for certain. I nodded, but did not comment any further. The female Zed, patient Eve, had the doctors and a few others wondering if Zeds could learn to coexist with humans. Personally, I doubted it. Captain Justin Smithson was waiting for us when we arrived at the main gate. Stretch was standing beside him. Good morning, men, he greeted. How was the ride? Not a Zed in sight, Bob replied. Your people must have killed them all. Justin scoffed. Doubtful, he motioned around. Most of them seem to have come from the east. How many? Bob asked. The final tally was 211, Stretch said. There were more, but some of them ran off. Did all of them come from the east? I asked. She nodded. It appears that way, but they were running around everywhere, so it's hard to say. Where are they? Bob asked. The bodies, where are they? You didn't think we were going to leave a bunch of Zeds lying around sticking up the place, did you? Justin asked with a smirk. No, I suppose not, Bob said. I guess you've already hauled them off and burned them. Yes, we have, Justin said. But I already know what the two of you are thinking. We searched each one, collected any personal effects we found, and took plenty of pictures. Oh, and the docs got their blood, which made them very happy. He hooked a thumb behind him, and we followed him to a room that served as Justin's office. The walls were full of hand-drawn maps that appeared to have been done by an artistic cartographer. Who did these? I asked, pointing to them. Justin gave a small smile and nodded toward Stretch. Bob and I both raised our eyebrows. Impressive, Bob said. That soldier is a gold mine. If you think you're going to take her away from me, we're going to fight. Stretch gave a sly smile and stuck her little finger to the corner of her mouth, causing Bob to laugh. I, too, liked the drawings, and instantly thought of at least 5 projects in which I could use her artistic skills. I said as much. Justin and Stretch traded a conspiratorial wink. We might be able to work out a trade, Justin said. I glanced at Bob. This is one of those oh shit, here it comes moments. It's not that much, Justin said. We've been talking about having a little Fort Detrick shindig, but there never seems to be enough time.
We need some personnel to help out with some duties and perhaps a few dozen steaks for a cookout. I thought about it and glanced again at Bob. We may be able to work something out. Yeah, absolutely, Bob added. If there's any way for you to scan these drawings, they'd help out tremendously. We can use them during staff meetings. All right, let's go see the doctors and their 2 patients, I said. Justin grunted and stood. They've been expecting you two. I won't say they're looking forward to it, but they're waiting. Chapter 30. Escaping the Hotel. Little Joe activated his headlamp and looked around. He doubted there were any Zeds up there, but a family of hungry raccoons was not beyond reason. He encountered nothing but a face full of cobwebs. He turned in a full circle, assessing the situation. It was already getting hot, and the air was stale. There were no firewalls, which was going to allow him access to the entire length of the hotel. Due to his height, 6 feet and a couple of inches, he was going to have to walk stooped over to keep from hitting his head, but that was okay. He'd make do. "How does it look?" his father asked in a loud whisper. Little Joe crouched down through the hatch and saw the 2 men looking up at him expectantly. "No firewalls, so I've got a clear shot all the way to the end. I think I can get something going in about 10 minutes, he said. "All right," his father replied, and gave him a reassuring wink. "Only shoot if you have to," Joker cautioned. Little Joe gave them both a nod and straightened, promptly hitting his head on a rafter. He kept himself from yelping and ran his hand through his hair. Satisfied he didn't draw blood, he began walking, carefully watching every footstep. If he missed a ceiling joist, the ceiling drywall would not hold his weight. The result would be disastrous. He could see himself falling through and breaking a leg or something. The joists emitted an occasional creak when he stepped on them. In his mind, they were as loud as a gunshot, but it couldn't be helped. Once he reached the far end, he found another access hatch and gently lifted it out of the way. It was dark, indicating the bathroom door was closed. His light played around and saw decomposed human remains lying in the bathtub. Determining it wasn't a Zed, he lowered his pack until his arm was fully extended and then dropped it. The pack hit the floor with a dull thud. Even so, it seemed unusually loud in the quiet room, so he waited, expecting the door to fly open and hungry Zeds to charge in. After a full minute, he dropped down to the floor and then cautiously cracked open the door. The room was a clone of the others. The only difference was the bed and furniture had been pushed up against the wall where the door and lone window was. Little Joe stared at the corpse. The rotting clothes indicated it was once a man, and the other visible clues, like the 2 empty pill bottles sitting on the edge of the tub, indicated a case of suicide. Little Joe searched under the corpse for a weapon or anything else of value, but found nothing. Focusing back on the task at hand, Little Joe walked back to the bedroom, moved the mattress a couple of inches to the side, and peeked out of the window. There were still several Zeds in the parking lot. He guessed there must have been about 50. Some of them were kind of ambling around, but most of them were crowded around their car. He absently scratched his chin, trying hard to come up with an idea. Looking to the right, he saw an opening. The north side of the parking lot only had 3 or 4 Zeds milling about. He knew from yesterday's recon of the hotel there was a set of stairs on the north side. Little Joe came to a decision. He was going to use himself as bait. His plan was to run down the stairs and out into the parking lot, yelling the entire way. Maybe he'd stop and shoot 1 or 2 Zeds. The noise would track them. He'd then run around the Cracker Barrel restaurant and toward the interstate. By then, Joker and his father would be back in the SUV and would come pick him up. He was confident he could outrun any Zed. Back when he was on the high school baseball team, he had the record for stolen bases. He checked his weapons, a Sig Sauer Model P250 and an AR-15 that was chambered in 9mm, took a small drink of water, and then got himself psyched up with some deep breaths before pulling the furniture away from the door and opening it. He eased out the door and headed toward the stairs. He encountered the first Zed as he descended the stairs. The Zed, a younger female, was working her way up. When Little Joe saw her look up at him, he could have sworn there was an expression of surprise on her scarred and deformed face. He didn't hesitate and lunged forward with a kick, hitting her squarely in the face with the heel of his size 11 shoe. The impact of the blow caused her head to snap back and her feet to fly up in the air. When she landed, Little Joe jumped on top of her, landing both feet on her head. He felt her skull cave in and smiled in satisfaction, but had no time to stop and inspect his handiwork. Stopping at the bottom floor, he took cover and steadied his breathing while scanning for any other Zeds that were possibly close by. Seeing none,
He peered around the corner of the building and out into the parking lot. There were several Zeds approximately 50 feet from him. A couple of them appeared to still be in decent shape and could probably run after him. He took aim at the nearest one and fired. A nice hole suddenly appeared in the side of the Zed's head. The others ignored their buddy as he fell to the ground and turned toward Little Joe. Little Joe shot another one before taking off in a full sprint. "Dad, pick me up on the interstate!" he shouted. Joker and Little Joe's father were surprised by the sound of gunfire, then watched in a mixture of amusement and consternation as Little Joe sprinted through the parking lot. "Not the distraction I was hoping for," Trader Joe muttered. Joker pointed. "Maybe not, but it seems to be working." As the two men watched, almost all the Zeds began chasing after Little Joe. Some of them ran in a crooked gait. Most of them ambled like Otis the town drunk. "It looks like our only chance," Joker said, took up a cover position, and nodded toward the door. Trader Joe needed no further instruction and carefully opened the door. Peering out, he gave the OK sign to Joker and walked out. They got to the parking lot unmolested, but a few Zeds, 8 to be exact, had chosen not to chase after Little Joe. When they spotted the two men, they started snarling in anticipation of a fresh meal. The men were running toward the SUV, but had to stop to defend themselves. Joker had his Marine Corps-issued K-bar ready. He kicked the nearest one in the face, much like Little Joe had done a few seconds ago, and stabbed another through the eye. Trader Joe attempted to do the same, but his Bowie knife became stuck in the skull of a Zed who looked like he had a head the size of a watermelon. Two other Zeds had gotten dangerously close, so the older Joe opted to draw his handgun and shoot them. Joker knew the gunfire was going to attract any Zed who did not already know they were in the parking lot, and they needed to get to the safety of their SUV as quickly as possible. He began shooting quickly, as did Trader Joe. They were coming by the dozens now. Each man fired while on the run. It seemed to take an eternity, but they made it to the SUV as they became swarmed. Getting in, they slammed the door shut and activated the locks. The SUV was a four-wheel drive and had a lift kit on it. This made it unlikely to become stuck when running over Zeds, but the trailer they were towing was a different story. Joker started the vehicle and took off. "Let's get my crazy son," Trader Joe urged. "Yep," Joker replied. He maneuvered the vehicle around the dead Zeds and headed toward the interstate. It wasn't hard finding Little Joe. There was a horde of 40 or 50 Zeds chasing after him. "Damn," Joker muttered as he tried to drive around the Zeds. Some he ran over, causing the trailer to bounce up and down. He gave a silent thanks to Josue and Jorge for their thoughtful modifications to the Mount Weather fleet. They were the ones who insisted on the lift kits and oversized tires. They caught up with Little Joe on the interstate. He was jogging along, seemingly oblivious to the horde that was chasing him. Joker tapped on his horn. Little Joe looked back with a boyish grin and gave them a thumbs up. Joker drove around the horde and stopped a dozen feet in front. Little Joe sprinted and jumped in the back seat. "That was gutsy, I'll give you that," Joker remarked as he accelerated away from the horde. He looked in the rearview mirror. Little Joe was breathing heavily, but he was grinning like an adolescent kid who'd gotten his first kiss. He glanced over at Trader Joe, who was frowning. "Does he do stuff like this often?" Joker asked. "No, he doesn't," Trader Joe said and looked back at his son. After a moment, he stared ahead, but he, too, was grinning. Chapter 31. Patient Eve. I looked around as the three of us walked to the NBACC building. I could see dark patches of Zed bloodstains on the ground, scattered cartridge casings, scattered, and there were a couple of barricades that were damaged. Justin mentioned them. "Those barricades need some serious repairs. They're number 1 on the list of priorities, but it'll have to wait. My entire crew has been up all night, and I'm letting as many as I can get some sleep. For all we know, those stinking bastards are massing somewhere for another attack tonight." "You need more people," Bob remarked. "Yes, we do, Senator," Justin huffed. He stifled a yawn and did not comment further. He'd put in a request for more personnel a couple of times now. The trouble was, Fort Detrick did not have the amenities that Mount Weather did, which made it difficult to convince anyone living at Mount Weather to relocate. I guess I could put my sister and her cronies up here, but I'm certain Justin would have shot me in the kneecaps if I'd done that. Drs. Smeltzer and Kincaid were waiting for us at the entrance on the main floor.
Hello, Zach. Senator Duckworth. It's good to see the two of you.
It's good to see the two of you as well, I said. Let's go see the mother and daughter. Dr. Kincaid swapped a look with Dr. Smeltzer.
No offense, but Senator Duckworth does not have the proper clearance, he said.
Bob narrowed his eyes and then fixed me with an expectant stare. There was a time when I would have popped off with an angry retort. I'm a hothead, and I know it. Kelly has pointed out more than once that this is not a good character trait, and strongly suggested, I might add, that I take a slow, deep breath and think it through before responding to something that angered me. I did so now. Doc, who do you think decides who has the necessary security classifications? I waited a moment before answering. That would be myself and Senator Duckworth, with the approval of the President, of course.
Oh, I did not know, he said.
Now you do, I replied, keeping any anger out of my voice. Let's proceed.
Oh, of course,
he said, and led us down to the lowest level. We walked into the front room, which had thick windows looking into the lab itself. There was a cot, blankets, a crib, a toilet and shower, and, to my surprise, some baby's toys. Patient Zed was wearing a hospital gown. She was sitting in the corner, and she was holding baby Zed in her arms. Her rabbit eyes locked onto us as soon as we entered, like a snake spotting its next meal. I'd encountered a lot of Zeds over the years, and even though there was bulletproof glass separating us, her stare was still an unsettling feeling. Bob must have felt the same way.
Oh, Lord, he muttered.
Is this your first time seeing the two of them? I asked. He glanced at me and nodded.
I've seen the photos, but yes, this is the first.
He stared in fascination and stepped closer to the window. Then he did something stupid. He stepped forward and tapped on the glass, like he was trying to get the attention of a monkey in the zoo. Patient Eve continued staring. She then opened her mouth unusually wide, whipped her head around, and struck the glass with her teeth, gnashing them against the glass. Bob jerked back with a gasp. He then looked at us and laughed nervously.
That'll sure get your attention,
he quipped. I glanced at Bob and gazed back through the thick glass. I'd viewed her a couple of times in the past, including the time she was first captured. If I used my imagination, I'd guess she was once an attractive 20-something. Blonde hair, fit body. Unlike all other Zeds I've been up close with over the years, her eyes were not completely black. There were still pieces of blue iris peeking out, like an errant piece of a jigsaw puzzle forced into a spot where it didn't belong. The scientists had no explanation for it. Her hands and legs were shackled, but she could still get around.
Is she self-aware? Bob asked. I mean, I've read the reports, but there does not seem to be a definitive answer.
Dr. Kincaid cleared his throat.
There is no definitive answer at this time. We believe she is self-aware, but not on the same level as she once was before she was infected.
I frowned. What about the baby? Is it showing any signs of cognition? Dr. Kincaid took a deep breath.
We have tried some techniques. The baby stares at us, but otherwise does not respond to any tests.
Is this why you men are really here, Zach? Dr. Smeltzer asked.
Partly yes, I replied.
I think Vice President Reinhardt put it best. He said your reports have a lot of words, but they don't say much of anything.
We don't want our reports taken out of context or raise any notions, Dr. Smeltzer said.
Okay, Senator Duckworth and I can understand that sentiment, so lay it out in plain talk. I'll prepare a report that cannot be taken out of context, and we'll go from there, I said. All right, let me in to see the patients, I said. Dr. Smeltzer virtually gasped.
You can't go in there.
I can and I will, I replied. The two doctors did not move. I was getting mad. I stepped closer. I want to make something clear. You doctors, I waved a finger back and forth. You two and those other two, wherever they are, have become increasingly arrogant lately. You've repeatedly failed to respond to specific requests in emails or sent back reports that are vague and condescending. So I'm telling you two right now, that crap stops. In the meantime, I'm going to look over the patients.
May I ask why?
Dr. Kincaid asked. You may ask, but I'm tired of the stalling tactics, and it's starting to piss me off, I retorted.
If I was you, Doctor, I'd use that key card of yours and open those doors, Justin said.
Both Kincaid and Smeltzer were flustered, but Kincaid wasted no time in letting me in.
If she bites you, we'll have to quarantine you, he warned.
I'd expect nothing less, I replied, and walked into the airlock. I put on the protective clothing and donned a pair of welder's gloves. Patient Eve, that was her official name now, remained motionless when I entered and simply stared. I stepped closer and stopped when we were only a couple of feet apart, well within range if she wanted to attack. She gave a single gnash of her teeth. When I did not flinch, she stopped and sniffed the air. "The last time we were this close together was back in Ohio," I said. "You put up a hell of a fight when we captured you." I motioned toward the windows. "Whenever I've visited in the past, you've given me a hard stare. Thought about you a lot, and I believe that not only do you recognize me, you have a pretty good understanding of what I'm saying." I waited a moment to see if she would respond. She sniffed some more, but she made no effort to move. I then reached for her hand. She jerked back and snarled. I did not react and continued holding my hand out. After a moment, she held out her hand and tentatively placed it in mine. "Careful, Zach," Justin said over the intercom. "Don't mind them," I said in a low voice. "I'm not here to hurt you, and you know that. Now, let's have a look at you, starting with your arms." Smeltzer's voice emanated over the intercom.
"What are you looking for?"
I ignored Smeltzer, and even though she was shackled, there was enough play where I could examine her arms. She stood without moving, letting me do my examination, not even snarling at me. I then lifted her surgical gown and inspected the rest of her. She was wearing a cloth diaper, making me wonder who was responsible for changing her. Her skin had the appearance of scaling, like a reptile that had been out in the sun too long, and there was a rank odor, but there was no major decomposition that I could see. When I let the gown fall back in place, I made eye contact with her. She stared back. I would say it was impassive, but there was something there. It was almost like I could see a sentient conscience behind those discolored eyes. "My name is Zach," I whispered. "I normally kill every Zed I come into contact with, but there's something different about you." Patient Eve gave no verbal or physical response. She merely continued to stare, but when I looked down at her baby, Eve's breathing became heavier. The intercom came to life again.
"Careful, she's very protective of her child,"
Kincaid said. "Interesting. She has a motherly instinct for her child." I glanced over to the window. The four men were watching in a mixture of concern and amusement. I turned back to Patient Eve. She had moved closer to her baby, but had never taken her eyes off me. I kept her in my peripheral vision as I walked toward the door. When I heard the mechanical click, I pulled it open and walked into the airlock. Once I had changed out of the protective clothing, I walked into the anteroom where the other four men waited.
"Well, Zach, what do you think?" Bob asked.
"She certainly looks different from other Zeds I've seen," I said. "The fact that she's protective of her child tells me she's not brain dead. There is a matter we need to discuss, though."
"What's that?"
Justin asked. "What kind of experiments are being conducted on her?" Justin glanced over at the doctors, who started squirming a little. "Let me explain what I'm talking about. There are multiple needle marks all over her. Tell me what you guys are doing."
"We're taking blood samples," Dr. Smeltzer said.
"You guys are doing more than that. You need to tell me, or else I'll remove you two from this project." The two doctors exchanged another anxious glance. Smeltzer gave a nod. Kincaid licked his lips and cleared his throat.
"We have injected her with live cancer cells," he said.
"Who has cancer?" Bob asked.
"Dr. Washington. Pancreatic. Frankly, it is doubtful she'll live to see Christmas."
This was surprising news to me. Doctors Jerry Washington and Doug Throneberry were microbiologists at Johns Hopkins University. They'd become trapped in the basement and lived there for a couple of years before one of our scout teams found them.
"Tell us about it,"
Bob said.
"The short answer, Patient Eve's blood kills the pathogen within minutes. We can detect no cancer in her system,"
Dr. Kincaid said. Dr. Smeltzer jumped in.
"Think of it, Zach. If we can somehow identify this unique property and make a vaccine out of it, it would eliminate the need for all other immunization vaccines. It would be a super vaccine."
"There's a lot of implications here," Dr. Kincaid said. "Think about the future of humanity. Childhood diseases could be wiped out with one singular preventative vaccine. Cancer would be eradicated."
"Intriguing," Bob said. "Back before I served on the Primary Health and Retirement Security Committee, I can say with authority healthcare costs were soaring out of control before the apocalypse. The creation of a super vaccine would be a major paradigm shift in the future of humanity."
"All right, You will need to complete a detailed report and have it for me before I leave, but for now, no more experiments. You can draw blood, but that's it. Oh, and her skin is extremely dry. The decomposition, Dr. Kincaid said. Perhaps. Why don't you guys try some lotion and see how her skin reacts? Certainly, Dr. Smeltzer replied. But Zach, you are hamstringing our research. There's so much we can potentially learn. I looked through the glass at patient Eve. She was staring back with almost like she understood what we were talking about. There was something going on behind that Z mask. Doctors, the answer's no, I said. They didn't like it, and they were probably tempted to ask on whose authority, but I think they already knew what my answer would be. I walked out of the building with conflicted thoughts. A few years back, when I was still in Tennessee, we found a journal written by a deputy who was working at the jail when the plague manifested itself. He and another deputy had a jail full of infected prisoners, and they began experimenting on them. I remember how amused I was when I read the journal. They'd done everything from boiling, drowning, disemboweling, dismemberment, exposure to toxins, you name it. Like I said, it was amusing to me. After all, I thought Zeds were a scourge upon humanity, and they all needed to be eradicated, wiped off the face of the planet. But there was something about Patient Eve. Our interaction a few minutes ago affected me. Hell, I don't even know why I went in the room with her. I stopped halfway to the main building, dropped to a knee, and retied a bootlace. Straightening, I stretched and looked around. I saw a couple of people on the far end of the property. They appeared to be hoeing a garden. There was another person walking around picking up trash. There was a man in a nearby guard tower with the windows open and his feet propped up. He alternated between staring out into space and reading something. A super vaccine. The health and medical disciplines had been working on it since before I was born. Was Patient Eve or her child the missing link? That missing piece of the puzzle which would enable the chemists and microbiologists to create the holy grail of vaccines? I didn't know, but I could understand why the docs were so infatuated with Patient Eve and her child. The implications were monumental. They would be immortalized in history as the doctors who found the cure for everything. Of course, it was entirely dependent on many variables, including the survival of mankind. That's 50-50, I muttered. Chapter 32. Team Flash. Flash frowned. Del Rio is Spanish. It means of the river. Is that like his real name or something? I have no idea, Norma said. Do you have any more of those food bars? Flash glanced at the other two. I'm hungry too. I suppose this is a safe enough place. Let's all grab a bite. He went to their SUV and came back with a picnic basket. The four of them shared a meal of bread and cured ham. They had some other goodies, but Flash wasn't going to share any with their new acquaintance. When he handed a couple of pieces of ham to Norma, she scrutinized it before taking a bite. How'd you meet these people? He asked as they ate. There was a group of us living at Fort Eustis, she said. Bullshit, Aaron said. Fort Eustis is in shambles. Whatever wasn't blown up was burnt down years ago. Norma shook her head. Not all of it. There's an elementary school on Madison Avenue. I've been by there, Aaron said, and waved a hand at her two companions. All three of us have been there. It's burnt and collapsed. True enough, Sully said. Norma shook her head again. It's only partially collapsed, and it has a basement. That's where they live. There's a parade ground nearby that they use for a garden. Oh, and the commissary still had inventory. They filled up the basement with food and stuff. They move around, but the school is where they keep most of their stuff. So how did it all go bad for you? Flash asked. Norma shrugged. There was one of them who had a thing for me, but he had a girlfriend. I didn't actually see who jumped me, but I heard her speak. She's the one who set me up. So it was nothing more than a case of jealousy? Flash asked. I guess so, Norma answered. Flash looked at his two teammates. Sully shrugged. Aaron ignored him. You'll need to show us where they are, he said. Norma shook her head vigorously. They'll kill me if they see me, she exclaimed. They'll never see you. Simply show us where they are, and we'll do the rest, Flash said. After a moment, Norma slowly nodded her head. Okay. Tomorrow, maybe. Chapter 33. Team Mad Dog, the Dead Prepper. Melvin brought the truck to a stop on I-70 and gazed out the window.
"We need to go that way, boys," he said, pointing ahead.
Setting the air brake, the four of them exited the truck and walked over to the bridge, or what was left of it. The bridge was intact except for approximately 30 feet. The steel girders were still in place, but a significant chunk of roadway was missing. Melvin looked over the railing and pointed down.
"It looks like something big hit the concrete pylon down at the water level," he said. "I bet it stayed intact for a while, but a few years of the water constantly pushing against it finally caused it to give way," Logan surmised. "I'd guess one of those big barges. So, does the map show another bridge anywhere close?"
True went back to the semi and returned with Melvin's map, camera, and binoculars. He handed the camera to Melvin. "May as well take some pictures of it for those geniuses back home," he said. Melvin agreed. He took photos and then jotted a few notes while Liam and Logan scanned the map. After a minute, Liam pointed out a spot. "There's a lock a little north of here. It might be usable. If it's not, there's a town called Louisiana further north with a bridge. That one might be doable." Melvin took a few more photos and then pointed across the bridge. A horde of Zeds could be seen in the distance.
"How many, do you think?"
he asked True, who had been scanning the area with the binocs.
"Lots. Over 1,000, he said.
"That certainly qualifies as lots," Liam said, using air quotes. "Are we going to deal with them?"
"No," Melvin said. "We can't afford to waste the ammunition on them, so St. Louis is a no-go. Let's check out that next bridge."
An hour later, they found themselves a few miles north of their previous location, parked on the Champ Clark Bridge, scanning west.
"I wonder why they named their town Louisiana," Logan asked.
"Oh, that's easy," Liam said. "Napoleon Bonaparte visited here one day and named it after a whore back in Paris."
Melvin chuckled. Even True smiled a little bit as he continued scanning.
"Talk to me," Melvin said.
"Besides the Zeds, I don't see much," True said. "Most of the structures still seem intact, but I don't see no indicators of human activity." Liam noticed True had stopped scanning and was intently focused on something.
"What do you see?"
"There's a radio tower over there up on a hill a little back from the river," he said.
"Is that significant?"
Liam asked. True lowered the binoculars and handed them to Melvin.
"Zach had a setup in a radio tower back in Tennessee. They were able to reach out to other survivors and even put together a trading rendezvous. Worked out decent enough."
"That is an excellent idea," Melvin said. "I believe we need to check it out."
"Why's that, Sarge?" Logan asked.
"Men, if the USA is to succeed, we need to grow and reclaim all of this. We've been doing this for going on 9 years now, and we're just now able to expand beyond the 500-mile radius. This would be an excellent location to put people."
"There have been a few setbacks," True muttered.
"Yep, Ohio was a big setback," Melvin said.
"So they're counting on us, big time. Not only do we need to score at that ammunition plant, we need to find friendly survivors who will get on board with us." The men passed around the binoculars and gave it a look.
"Not a good view of the river from there," Logan observed.
"The right people can overcome that," Melvin said.
"Hang on a sec."
He walked back to the truck and came back with a notebook full of printouts of satellite photos, courtesy of Grace and Garrett, the two twins who were the computer geeks of Mount Weather. He thumbed through them and found one. Pulling it out, he showed it to them.
"Okay, this is an overview of the area, and as you can see, this location has good potential. You got the railroad bridge right in front of it, and a vehicular bridge just up the road. With the bridge going to St. Louis all foobarred, the strategic value of this spot goes up significantly."
"All right, let's go check it out,"
Liam urged. Liam drove while Melvin and True walked ahead, watching for any spots in the bridge that looked too dangerous to drive across. They stopped once they crossed over to the west bank. Melvin signaled Liam to kill the engine. The men gathered in front of the truck, watching and listening. Louisiana was a quaint Missouri town back before. There was a low-priced hotel on their right and gas stations on their left. Time and Mother Nature had not been kind to any of the structures.
"Quiet," Logan whispered.
"No sign of Zeds," True whispered back. "I don't even see any skeletons." "That's true, True," Liam deadpanned. True ignored him.
"Let's get started," Melvin said.
He took the lead and turned left onto North 3rd Street. The brothers took either flank while True provided rear security. After only a block, the area turned residential. The houses were older, maybe 30 years or older.
The grass yards were waist-high, the trees overgrown and in bad need of pruning. As they drove, it went from urban to rural in the space of only a couple of blocks, and North 3rd Street was now South 3rd Street. When South 3rd Street changed to Clinton Street, they found the turn and stopped again. "Let's walk from here," Melvin directed. The men spread out and worked their way up to the tower, stopping when they got to within 200 feet where barbed wire fencing crossed the road, and took cover behind some trees on the side of the roadway. The four of them stared at the building for a solid 5 minutes, waiting for any kind of human or Zed activity. It was a squat, plain-looking building, built out of concrete blocks. There were no windows, and it looked like the only entrance was a steel security door. "The door is open a little way," Logan said. "It looks abandoned, or there may be someone lying prone in the shadows with a sniper rifle." He pointed for emphasis. "The road leads straight to the door. Makes for a good kill zone." "The whole abandoned look may be just a facade," Liam whispered. His brother arched an eyebrow. "You don't even know what that word means," Logan whispered back. Liam frowned at him. "All right, we're here to make contact. You guys cover me," Melvin said, and stood. After a moment of waiting and not getting shot at, he walked up the road to where the fence blocked it. Looking around, he spotted some crossbars between two fence posts, allowing a normal human to climb over the barbed wire. When he dropped to the ground on the other side, a coyote or stray dog that had been concealed under a shade tree jumped up and scurried off. Melvin waited to make sure the animal wasn't going to attack him before maneuvering the three-point sling so that his M4 was down by his side, before casually walking toward the building. He stopped near a tree about 50 feet away. "Hello? Anybody home? I'm friendly enough if you are, especially if you have any coffee," Melvin shouted. He always used his good old boy approach with a little bit of craziness thrown in. In past encounters, it seemed to work. After all, he'd not been shot. At least not yet. He tried a couple of variations, but there was no response to his hails. It looked abandoned to Melvin, but for all he knew, someone had crosshairs fixed on his chest. He walked closer. It was dark inside. Melvin rapped on it with his knuckles on the door and stepped back. Once he'd done the same thing, and a Zed practically leapt on him as soon as he knocked. This time, nothing happened. "I'm going to come in. I hope you're friendly," he said, and took a deep breath. Melvin pushed the door open and used a flashlight to peer inside. After a moment, he stepped out and motioned his team to come forward. Liam and Logan quickly went over the fence and jogged up. True stayed back until they were in position before doing the same. "There's a corpse lying inside," Melvin informed them. "A Zed?" Logan asked. "Nope. The guy's been dead a while." They swept the immediate area, and after finding nothing but an overgrown garden and a generous stack of firewood, they went back inside the building. It wasn't large, but someone had put a lot of work into it. A pot-bellied stove had been installed, and the plumbing had been rerouted to a water tank that was on the roof outside. In one corner was a cot. Beside it was a closet. When they opened it, they saw an assortment of clothes and footwear. Various kinds of weapons and tools hung on the walls. On the northern wall was the radio equipment. A dining table large enough for 6 people was cluttered with various bric-a-brac. And finally, there was a single restroom at the eastern wall. It was small. A toilet, sink, and a shower spigot in one corner. There was a drain in the center of the tiled floor, and the occupant had also reworked this plumbing. Insulated pipes leading to the ceiling, which undoubtedly led to the water tank. "I believe the dead dude made this place his bug-out location," Logan said. "I bet he worked here." "An astute observation, brother," Liam said. "Let's check him out." Liam crouched down beside the corpse, looking it over with a cop's eye with the aid of a tack light. He pried a revolver out of the man's hand and handed it butt first to Logan. "A Colt Python 357, he said, and opened the cylinder. "Fully loaded, one expended cartridge. It's clean and well-maintained." He gazed at it in appreciation a moment before peering at Liam. "What else do you see, brother?" Liam scrutinized everything for a full minute before speaking. "Self-inflicted gunshot wound to the mouth. The projectile exited the back of his skull and embedded itself into the floor. This indicates he shot himself here." He pointed a finger up and down the man's body. "The manner of the decomposition indicates he hasn't been moved, which confirms this is where he killed himself, and it's also an indicator that he was all alone.
Otherwise, at the minimum, they would have dumped him outside. He glanced around. I can't explain the lack of animals coming along and eating him, though. He paused and gestured back toward the corpse. He's well-groomed, his beard and hair are trimmed, but he's dirty on the front side, like he'd been dragging himself. It looks like his left leg is injured, which explains why he was dragging himself. So he somehow injured himself outside, and confirming he had nobody to help him, he had to drag himself back to the cabin. He's wearing a heavy jacket and a balaclava. He pointed at some worn leather gloves lying beside him. He was wearing those too, but I guess he took them off to shoot himself. The tissue on his face and hands mummified with no bug activity. Based on that, I'd say he died back when it was still cold. I guess back in February, 3 months ago, give or take. He was badly injured and didn't want to turn into a Zed, Logan surmised. That's why he killed himself. Yeah, I'd say so, Liam agreed. He gestured at the man's head. Gray-headed, maybe in his 50s, but he's in good shape, so it's hard to tell. Let's see what he's got on him. He searched and came up with a hand-forged camp knife holstered on his belt, a smaller lock-blade knife in his pocket, a pocket watch, a small notepad contained in a Ziploc bag, and a mechanical pencil. Melvin crouched down beside Liam. So, the old man lived alone, but he took the time to groom himself. Interesting. Why do you say that, Sarge? Logan asked. Speaking from experience, when a man is truly alone for a prolonged period, personal grooming standards take a nosedive, Melvin answered, and absently ran a hand through the fresh burr cut Savannah had given him before the mission. Based on his cleanliness and the orderliness of this cabin, this man had a lot of self-discipline. He then pointed at 3 dead rabbits in various stages of decomposition lying on the floor beside the corpse. Care to venture a guess about those? Liam shrugged and stood. Beats me. Almost as an afterthought, he removed the notepad from the baggie and began thumbing through the pages. Various notes to himself about the area and the nearby town, he said. But when he thumbed to the end of the notepad, he gave a low whistle. The old man wrote a suicide note. Listen to this, he said, and began reading aloud. My name is Merlin LeBlanc, and as you can see, I'm dead. About 2 or 3 days ago, I'm not sure now, I was sitting in a tree stand waiting on a 12-pointer. He would have provided enough meat to last me through the rest of the winter. I must have fallen asleep and took a tumble. I don't know how long I was out, but when I came to, I was lying on the ground and all busted up and freezing. My left knee is torn up, and I think my back is broke because I can't walk and had to crawl back to my home. I worked at this place. My job was to keep the electronics working. That's what I did when I was in the Navy. All the other employees are either dead or they've moved on. My wife and I divorced years ago. I have one son named after me. He's a career Navy man, too, and was deployed when all this plague stuff happened. I hope he's alive, and I hope he's found himself a good woman. I hope I have grandchildren, too, and that I'll get to see them one day. I'm not real sure how long I've been lying here, but I know there's no way I'm going to recover. I have a fever, my vision is going, and the pain is unbearable. You may be judging me harshly, but put yourself in my shoes and ask yourself what you would have done. If you will be kind enough to give me a Christian burial, I'd be most appreciative. In return, I'll tell you a little secret. There is a false wall behind the bed which hides a door going down into the basement. I've got a few supplies down there that you might be able to use. One more thing, I have a dog. I found him 2 years ago, and we've become best buddies. I named him Boom Boom because if he eats too much, he'll drop a steamer the size of a midget's arm. He's the best dog a man can have, and he hasn't left my side. If he's dead, all I ask of you is to bury us together. If he's still alive, please take care of him. You won't regret it. May God protect you better than he protected my sorry ass. Signed, Merlin LeBlanc, Sr., United States Navy, retired. Liam lowered the notepad and shook his head slowly. A hell of a way to go, he said. Yeah, Melvin agreed, and made a head gesture toward the open door. That must be Boom Boom. The rest of them turned and saw a mostly black cur dog peeking in. He was emaciated, and his thick fur was grimy. Liam gestured. Look at that collar, he said. It appeared to be handmade with a bunch of roofing nails sticking out. I bet that saved his ass a time or two. He's got a few battle scars on him, too. As the men stared, the dog stared back and gave a soft whimper. Wow, Logan muttered. That explains the dead rabbits, True said. The dog was bringing food to his master. By golly, I believe you're right, Logan said. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out some jerky. He squatted down and tore off a piece. "Here, Boom Boom, are you hungry, boy?" The dog stuck his head slightly more into the doorway and whimpered again. It took some gentle coaxing, but after another minute the dog's hunger and loneliness won out. Boom Boom worked his way inside and warily took the jerky from Logan's outstretched hand. Logan gently started petting him, and he responded with a wagging tail. "He's full of fleas and ticks, and he stinks. Kind of reminds me of my brother," Logan said. "Funny, I was thinking he smells a lot like that one girl you dated in high school," Liam retorted. "They look the same, too." "Ah, yes, what was her name? Molly, I think?" "Yeah, that's it. Big Muff Molly, what a girl. She was part Jewish, part Indian. Very hirsute. Hence the nickname," Liam said. Logan nodded in agreement. Melvin laughed. "All right, enough about hairy women. I think we should dig a grave for Merlin. But first, let's have a look at this basement." They walked over to the cot and pulled it away from the wall, which consisted of layered planks and some shelving. Melvin saw a faint outline, the shape of a door, but there was no handle. Playing with it, he discovered one had to push it in slightly where the doorknob would have normally been. The wood went in for 1/4 of an inch, which released a magnetic catch, and then it silently swung outward. "Sneaky," Liam said, and used his tack light to peer in. The doorway led directly to some stairs, which descended into darkness. "That's a big room, about 8 feet down. There's lots of shelves," he said, and then motioned to his brother. "Let us SWAT guys show you two how to tactically go downstairs into a dark room." "Watch for tripwires," Melvin warned. The two brothers moved as a team and descended the stairs, each providing cover with their handguns. After 30 seconds, they gave the all clear. Melvin started to go down the stairs, but paused when he saw True was not following. "Could be a trap," True said. "I'll be watching things from up here." Melvin nodded and trotted down the stairs. He used his flashlight to look around. "Wow," he said. He wasn't impressed often, but this was impressive. The basement was roughly twice the square footage of the ground floor. There were electrical panels and other equipment, presumably for the operation of the radio station, but there were also shelves and benches, all full of post-apocalyptic goodies. It was obvious Merlin put a lot of work into it, and he thought of how it was a shame the man was all alone and died so tragically. "All right, we should do a complete inventory, but right now let's go bury the old man," he said. "Yeah, hold that thought for a minute," Logan said, and used his flashlight to quickly scan the shelves. After several seconds, he apparently found what he was looking for and grabbed a can. "Dog food," he told them as he trotted up the stairs. "He's always been a dog lover," Liam said, and followed him up. The men found a pickaxe and shovels in a shed out back. After a couple of hours and a lot of sweat, they made a rectangular hole almost 5 feet deep. They wrapped up Merlin in an old blanket and lowered him down into the hole using ropes. Boom Boom watched and whimpered softly as they shoveled the dirt on top. Melvin offered a few words, then the men sat under a nearby shade tree. Boom Boom followed and sat beside Logan. He used an opener he found in the kitchen and opened a second can. Boom Boom devoured it in 2 swallows. "Don't overfeed him," Liam admonished. Logan grinned and stroked the dog, eventually gaining enough trust to start pulling out the numerous ticks embedded in his ears. "Did we bring along any shears?" Logan asked. "He's got a lot of matted fur." Melvin shook his head. "Nope, no shears. There might be some down in the basement, but we'll look later. All right, men, here's what I'm thinking." Melvin paused, making sure he had their undivided attention, which sometimes was a challenge with the O'Malley brothers. "Well, spit it out, Sarge. True is all ears," Logan said. Melvin looked over at True, who was drinking water out of his camelback and did not bother looking up. "We have a lot we can do here. We'll bring the truck up here and see if we can get this radio online tonight. Tomorrow we can recon the town, gather intel, scavenge a little, and see if there are any survivors around here before heading to Lake City." "That sounds good, but why don't we split up? A couple of us can stay here and work on the radio while Liam and I do some crappie fishing. It'd be nice to have some fresh meat for dinner," Logan said. "Excellent suggestion, brother," Liam said. "You know, for a simpleton, you come up with good ideas on occasion." Melvin glanced over at True. "Did you see how they did that?" "I don't know why 2 white boys from Pittsburgh think they can fish. I'd better be the one doing the fishing," he said. They engaged in a friendly argument before Melvin ordered the three of them to go, with the admonishment to be back before dark. Once they left, Melvin moved the truck, sent a burst message on the SATCOM radio to Mount Weather, and then got busy on the radio. The generator seemed to be in decent shape, and there was still fuel in the tank, but he didn't trust it wasn't bad. He drained it and filled it with 5 gallons of fresh diesel. Priming it, he attached jumper cables to the battery and cranked it. The generator belched a couple of times before coming to life. Melvin smiled in satisfaction, but it didn't stop him from looking around for any Zeds who were close enough to be attracted to the noise. Seeing no threats, he went down to the basement and started working the radio. The 3 men returned a couple of hours later with a dozen crappie. They found Melvin still in the basement. He was holding a headset up to one of his ears. "What are you listening to, Sarge?" Liam asked. Melvin smiled. "Some gal from Colorado talking about life. She even played a song a few minutes ago." "Nice," Liam said, and then frowned. "Wait a minute. This is a radio broadcasting station. How are you able to listen to another station?" Melvin pointed. "I don't know if it was part of the radio station or Merlin came along later, but there's a separate 2-way radio unit." Chapter 34, Fort Detrick. Bob and I spent the rest of the day at Fort Detrick. Mostly, we helped them finish the cleanup work and reinforcement of some of the defensive barriers. It was hard work. After dinner, we both turned in for a night of well-earned sleep. Bob was up early the next morning. "You don't have to go with me," I said. "I would very much like to," he replied. "All right, let's grab a bite and head out." Andre, an older, laid-back man, was at the main guard post. It had been constructed solidly back in the day and had weathered the storm of Zed attacks. Back before, it consisted of a square frame of steel beams, brick walls that were 3 feet in height, and bulletproof glass. It had been modified over the years. Now it had a second story, reinforced with bulletproof glass salvaged from a bank in nearby Hagerstown. Andre walked down the stairs and greeted us. "How you doing, old man?" I said. "About the same," he replied. "What are you two up to this morning? Going back to weather?" "Going to have a look around first," I said. "Recon the area, see if we're missing something." Andre frowned and stared at us solemnly. "You go looking for trouble, you'll most likely find it." I nodded at him. "Yeah, you're probably right, but it needs to be done. You take care, Andre." We exited the Fort Detrick compound and soon headed east on the interstate. I-70, like most roadways in the northern part of the country, had not fared well from the harsh winters. It made for rough travel, and I kept the vehicle under 20 miles per hour to keep from busting a tire. Bob gazed out at the scenery while we rode. "I've never been through this part of Maryland," he remarked. "I've been to Baltimore a number of times, though." He glanced over at me. "You know, some people said you guys didn't try hard enough back in January." I gave a short chuckle. "I've heard it, too." In fact, I'd heard it several times. The D.C. area, including Baltimore, was swarming with Zeds, making it all but impossible to access the inner-city areas. We tried it once in July during the 3rd year, and there was simply no way to kill them all with the limited ammunition we had. We aborted and went home, but we weren't done. We knew from past observations that Zeds would freeze solid during extremely cold weather, so we planned a 12-man mission back in January to go in and reap all the resources that could not be touched due to the Zeds. When we had a week straight of temps that did not exceed 20 degrees, we went Oscar Mike. "I remember the after-action report. The Zeds didn't freeze like you were expecting," Bob said. "Not all of them, no," I replied. "A few thousand were still active, and they were hungry. If we had a full contingent of armored vehicles and an unlimited amount of ammunition, we could have killed them off with no problem." "But we don't," Bob said. "But neither did Melvin." I chuckled again. Back earlier that same year, Melvin got drunk and drove to D.C. How in the world he escaped unscathed is unknown, not even by him. "For what it's worth, even though it was criticized, I thought the mission was sound in principle, and I agree that the order to abort was the right call." "I appreciate that," I said. We both knew that the team had originally attempted to push on. The first structure we came to was a retail strip mall. A simple in-and-out resulted in 2 casualties and somewhere around 500 rounds of ammo being used. "Which leads to my next question. Even though we know there are a multitude of Zeds out there, He emphasized it by pointing his finger in the direction we were going. Why are we going there? The main reason is we no longer have eyes on the DC area, I said. The satellite that maintained a geosynchronous orbit of the DC area was offline, and in spite of our best efforts, we've been unable to reestablish contact with it. We've got to get some kind of idea how many Zeds are still in the area. I glanced over at him. He was staring with a look of concern etched into his features. I'll try not to get us into something we can't get out of, but we need to know a couple of things. How many there are and how close they are. I mean, obviously they're within walking distance, but did they walk all the way from Baltimore, or is there a horde of them living somewhere nearby? We have to get good intel and a decent Zed count if we ever want to conduct scavenging missions in these cities. Understandable, Bob said. Do you think there are any pockets of survivors living in the inner city areas? I shrugged. It's possible, but we've never had any communication with them, and back when the satellite was online, we never observed any artificial lighting, but it's possible. I'm still amazed these Zeds are still alive after all this time, Bob remarked. Yeah, that's what Joker and the team said. Half of them were frozen, the others were still awake. Those cities had a population of around 500,000 each. 250,000 hungry Zeds, Bob surmised. All right, you're the analyst. How many do you think are left? I frowned. That's the ultimate question, Bob. Let's say there's a 50% attrition rate. That's a liberal number, and if it's true, that means there's still over 100,000 of them. I can see that, Bob said. They could easily swarm us, I said. It wouldn't be pretty. Bob sighed. We were convinced they'd all die off after the first year, and we could simply move in and pick up the pieces. He shook his head. We were so naive. Only a few people even thought this kind of thing was even possible, I said. My neighbor was one of them, Bob said. He was a virologist. He told me once there were hundreds of millions of viruses that have not yet been discovered. He even believed meteors and comets carried viruses. He wrote a couple of papers about it. He was a strange little man. I should have listened to him more. He was silent a minute before speaking again. You never said why, he remarked. Why are some of them freezing solid while others are not? I've read your report, but you left out your gut feeling on the matter. I've talked it over with the docs, like I wrote in my report. I can only speculate at this point. All right, speculate, Bob urged. My gut feeling is a lot of these Zeds have their heart pumping again. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Flowing blood gives oxygen to the brain. A cognizant thought process, even to a small degree, gives them enough to know how to survive the cold. You know what a kid said in one of my training classes? He said they were like penguins. Penguins hover together to ward off the cold, and I would not be surprised if some of these Zeds are remembering how to dress themselves. Like Patient Eve, he said. I glanced over at him. He wasn't supposed to know that little fact, but I acknowledged it. Yes, like Patient Eve. Interesting, Bob said, and nodded his head thoughtfully. So, Zach, I have another question. If we're certain there are still thousands of Zeds in these metropolitan cities, why are we going back there? We have to get actual intel, I said. We're running out of resources, Bob. Until we get some factories going again, we've got to tap into places that haven't been touched because of the Zeds. I understand. Personally, I never knew how fond I was of lavender-scented toilet paper until we ran out. I chuckled. Yeah, me too. I pointed out at the roadway. These roads are so rough I haven't been driving over 20, but if it gets hairy and we encounter runners, we'll need to speed up. And if we do that, we could possibly pop a tire or damage a steering component. I glanced over at him and gave a sarcastic grin. If that happens, I hope your cardio is good, because we'll be running for our lives all the way back to Dietrich. Bob's face paled and his Adam's apple was bobbing up and down. I think he was beginning to regret this decision. Chapter 35. Zach and Bob in Maryland. I slowed to a stop under some power lines that were still intact. The Columbia Pike exit was in front of us. It was eerily quiet. Derelict cars and a lone skull with weeds growing through it were all I saw. What now? Bob asked. I don't think I'm ready to venture into Baltimore with just the two of us, I said. Let's take Columbia Pike and drive a couple of miles in each direction. Before Bob could respond, I took exit 29 and headed south. Soon we were approaching the Ellicott City exit. On impulse, I took it. Do you see something? Bob asked. I shrugged slightly, but didn't answer.
In truth, something didn't seem right, but I couldn't articulate it. The exit was a lazy curve, and as I went around it, what I saw caused me to slam on the brakes. "There's something you don't see every day," I said, and pointed. When Bob saw, he frowned. A Zed was on the side of the road, sitting on the trunk of a derelict automobile. When Bob saw what I was pointing at, he gaped in puzzlement. "I don't think I've ever seen a Zed casually sitting. That is what he's doing, am I right?" "Seems to be," I said. Bob unholstered his handgun as I let off the brake, allowing our truck to slowly creep forward. The Zed was dressed in jeans and a torn Orioles baseball shirt. "Not much decomp," Bob observed. He was right. The Zed was dirty and he had some scratches on his face and arms, but otherwise he did not look overly damaged. When we got to within 10 feet, he slid off the car, stumbling a little, and then began walking toward us, stopped again, and put the truck in park. "Should I shoot him?" Bob asked. "Let's save some ammo," I said. I retrieved my knife and stepped out. The Zed immediately charged. I parried an outstretched arm as I sidestepped and was about to stab him in the head when the Zed did something that totally surprised me. He pivoted and caught me with a left hook, causing me to stumble. If the Zed had more strength, he might have knocked me off my feet, perhaps even knocked me out. Yeah, I was surprised, but my years of training and experience paid off. I shuffled back as the Zed charged forward and knocked him back on his heels with a snap kick to the chin. I didn't give him a chance to recover. I stepped to his right and plunged the knife into the side of his neck. Twisting it, I pulled forward as I extracted it, causing the razor-sharp blade to open his neck from the jugular to Adam's apple. Black blood spurted out. The Zed was undaunted and tried to grab me. I circled him, curious now, and lunged out with my knife, poking the tip into his left eye. He reached up and grabbed at his injured eye, which surprised me again. "It looks like you can feel pain, my ugly friend," I said. He stared at me with his one good eye. If Zeds could show emotion, I'd guess it was a mixture of confusion and fear. I squared off, preparing to deliver a fatal stab to the brain. The Zed stumbled back, turned, and began to stagger away. I watched as he made it about 30 feet before falling to the asphalt. The black substance, the Zed blood, began pooling around him. "We've got company," Bob whispered. I glanced at him and followed his gaze. A dozen or more Zeds were shuffling up the road from Columbia Pike and emerging from the overgrowth. I pointed at the truck. Bob needed no further direction. We secured ourselves in the truck and watched as the Zeds ambled toward us. I put the truck in reverse and maneuvered around a couple of large potholes before being able to turn around. I wasn't fast enough. 3 Zeds were able to jump into the bed of our truck. I was forced to increase our speed in order to create some space between us and the pack that was following behind us. I hit a sizable pothole, which was both good and bad. The good of it was the impact jolted the 3 Zeds off. They each took hard landings on the asphalt. "All right, you're going to have to shoot them," I said to Bob. "As soon as I find a reasonable spot, I'm going to jam on the brakes. As soon as I do, you jump out and do it. Copy?" Bob nodded nervously. 2 of the Zeds had worked their way to the rear window of the truck and were pulling on the wire grating that protected the window. I slammed on the brakes, causing Bob to lurch forward and grab the dashboard. "Go!" I shouted as I threw the truck into park and jumped out. Bob was a half-second behind me. One of the Zeds had been thrown over the roof and had done a faceplant into the asphalt. I focused on one of the other Zeds, who had somehow held on and was even now launching himself at me. I drew my handgun and put a round 1 millimeter under his nose. I glanced over at Bob, who was taking careful aim of a Zed that was struggling to get to its feet. The Zed charged Bob and almost had him before Bob finally shot it. The 3rd Zed had tried to dive off the roof of the truck onto Bob. I shot him in midair and he landed on Bob, who let out a loud oof. I ran over, pulled the Zed off him, and helped him to his feet. "You okay?" I asked. Yeah. All right, let's get out of here." I put the truck in gear and took one long look at the Zeds before driving away. The Zeds were young men, perhaps in their 20s. One was black, the other 2 white. I got the impression they were college boys at one time. There was nothing else remarkable about them. Their decomposition was scarred over, which seemed to be the norm now. I glanced over and saw Bob looking at his hand. "Is something wrong?" I asked. "That last one scratched me. His fingernail, I think," he said, and held up his hand. I saw a thin red line on the back of his hand, perhaps an inch long.
As I stared at it, a small line of blood started to seep out. He poured some of his water on it and rinsed it. "That's not going to be enough," I said, and looked around. I didn't see any Zeds, so I stopped the truck. "Reach into the glove box and get out one of those lighters," I directed. Bob gave me an odd expression, but opened the glove box and found a fancy cigarette lighter. I held my hand out. He handed it to me. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "Cauterize it," I replied, and grabbed his injured hand by the wrist. "It's going to hurt." It took a couple of strikes before I got a flame and held it up against the cut. Bob clenched his teeth and emitted a painful moan. He instinctively tried to jerk his hand away, but I held tight. After 4 seconds, I let go. He pulled his hand away and stared at it. "It's already blistering up," he said. I noticed his eyes had watered up. "Was it really necessary? I've been vaccinated." "Better safe than sorry, right, Senator?" I said. He gave a reluctant nod. "All right, be careful with that. Don't wrap it up just yet," I said. "Are we heading home?" he asked. I glanced at him again. His face was pale, and he kept staring at his hand. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to find another road to backtrack and get a better look at that horde of Zeds, but I took pity on Bob. "Yeah, let's go home." Chapter 36, Team Flash. The team headed up I-64 and took the Fort Eustis Boulevard exit. They found a place to park their vehicle among a few other cars parked at a hotel on Highway 60 and headed out on foot. They had offered to drop off Norma and come back for her later, but she insisted on staying in the safety of the SUV. When they parked it, Sully gave her a look as he pocketed the key fob. Norma glared back, but said nothing. They spread out and started walking southwest along Charles Street. The mosquitoes from the nearby city reservoir descended on them quickly. Suddenly, they heard a car horn honking several times, followed by 3 gunshots. The 3 of them stared at each other in concern. "That came from the direction of our SUV, Flash whispered. Sully and Aaron agreed, and the 3 of them started running back toward their vehicle. As they rounded a military transportation museum, they were encountered by a dozen men armed with a mixture of handguns and rifles. Aaron instinctively raised her weapon. The men reacted quickly and opened fire. Aaron and Sully were riddled with bullets and were dead before they hit the ground. By pure fate, Flash was not a full target for the men. Sully happened to have been standing in between the men and Flash, thereby absorbing most of the bullets. Flash was not unscathed, though. 1 bullet struck the stock of his rifle, knocking it from his hands, and another bullet grazed his shoulder. Flash was a young teenager when the plague hit Virginia City. He'd never fired a weapon before and had no special training or skills. His only athletic skills were skateboarding, basketball, and soccer. He could run. He could run fast and far. That's how he survived. He outran both Zeds and hostiles. It's what he did, and it worked. He ran now. A bullet zipped by his head as he rounded the corner of the museum's main building and out of their line of fire. He heard a man's voice shout out, "Get him!" His shoulder was throbbing, and his right wrist had twisted the wrong way when the bullet struck his rifle, but his legs and lungs were fine. He ran like the wind, zigzagging in between buildings, and soon reached a subdivision that had been ravaged by fire. They were close. He couldn't see them, but he could hear them. Flash knew he needed to hide. He looked around anxiously. All the structures had been burnt to the ground. Flash regarded the destruction of the house closest to him. He heard a shout nearby and did not hesitate. He sprinted over to a pile of charred lumber and bricks. There was a small opening where the lumber had fallen against the bricks. It was dirty and it was going to be a tight squeeze, but he saw no alternative. Dropping to all fours and then to his belly, he low-crawled into the small opening. He then rolled onto his back and tried to carefully place pieces of debris on top of him. He spotted them out of the corner of his eye, walking up the road. He lay flat and tried to control his breathing. All he could do now was pray they did not spot him. Chapter 37. Zack and Bob Return. I was glad to get back to Mount Weather. 2 days with Bob Duckworth was enough for me. It wasn't that he was irritating or anything, but there were only a few people I cared to be around for more than an hour, and he wasn't one of them. As a precaution, Bob and I washed down the SUV before bringing it inside the compound. After all, we'd run over a few Zeds, and their blood and guts were all over the undercarriage. After, we fueled it up and parked at the motor pool. Jorge and Josue were nowhere around, so I made a mental note to get with them later, and we put the SUV on the lift to make sure there was no damage.
Bob and I went directly to the president's small conference room. In addition to Stark, VP Reinhardt, Senator Nelson, and Ruth were present. After a moment, Ruth and I had some older satellite photos projected onto the screen. "This is where we found them," I said, pointing at the Columbia Pike exit. "That's on the outskirts of Baltimore," Senator Nelson said. "Is that where they came from?" "That is our presumption, yes," I said. "The odd thing about it, after attacking Fort Detrick, they retreated back in the same direction from which they came," Bob added. "Do you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Gunderson?" President Stark asked. I found myself slowly shaking my head. "I can only speculate. Perhaps this area is their base of operations or their assembly area. It's about an hour's walk to Fort Detrick from there, so it's conceivable that they chose this location on purpose." This started an hour-long debate which boiled down to two things. What were the Zeds up to, and what were we going to do about it? After the meeting, I only had time to shower, grab a bite to eat, and hug my kids before meeting up with Lisa and the Three Stooges. Jorge and Isidro had the SUV gassed up and ready to go. They'd also hooked up a trailer filled with the standard inventory we supplied new people. "Why don't you drive?" I suggested to Fraser. The truth was, I was tired. My plan was to sit in the back and catch a few minutes of sleep, but Fraser thought otherwise. Every time he came to an intersection, he'd loudly ask me for directions. We arrived 20 minutes later at the beginning of a summer storm. I directed Tori to open the garage door and for Fraser to back in. Once we were finished unloading, I closed the door to the trailer and turned to them. "I'll try to bring a tractor and diesel fuel out in a couple of days. Until then, you've got plenty to do." "You're leaving?" Lisa asked. I ignored her pleading stare. "I've got a lot of work waiting on me. Like I said, I'll be back in a day or two." There were more protests. Tori had the nerve to suggest leaving the SUV here, and I walked back. I withheld the urge to flip them off and left the gate open. Their lazy asses could walk down the hill and shut it. The rain was coming down hard, and it was having an almost hypnotic effect. I was already fatigued and having a difficult time keeping my eyes open. I checked my watch. It was still a couple of hours before dinner time. Finding a side road, I turned, parked, and killed the engine. It was dark when I awakened, which meant I slept longer than I had intended. And my bladder was protesting. Ignoring the rain, I stepped out of the SUV to relieve myself. I was in midstream when a flash of lightning illuminated the area. It was then I realized I was not alone. Zeds had notoriously bad vision, even the 15s. The rain and darkness diminished it even further. Even so, they started a cacophony of snarls and started ambling toward me. I figured they caught my scent somehow. There were 7 of them. I'd taken on larger numbers by myself, but I could tell immediately these were faster than average. I didn't care. I walked as quietly as I could toward them and pulled out a nice hand-forged drop-point knife that was almost a foot long. I'd been killing Zeds for years. They had no fighting skills, but there were certain nuances to killing them. All they knew was to dive in, grab something if they could, and find a fleshy area to bite down on. Ducking and sidestepping was the norm. Striking quick at the head was important. If your blade became stuck in bone, get it out quickly or leave it and get ready for the next attack. There was a certain way in which you stabbed them in the head to prevent your blade from getting stuck. Stabbing through the eye sockets was the easiest, under the jawbone or through the ears, too. You had to avoid the thick parts of the skull, though. It was over in minutes, although one of them almost got me. He jumped on my back and was close to sinking his teeth in my neck, but I'd managed to reverse my grip on my knife and buried it into his eye socket at the last second. I surveyed my kills while catching my breath. That one almost got me, had me worried somewhat. He appeared as though he had not been a Zed long. I inspected his face closely to see if I recognized him, but I didn't. The prevailing belief was, due to my immunity, even if I got bit, I would not get infected. But if that one Zed had managed to bite deep enough into my neck, I could have bled out, and dead is dead. He was wearing a ragged pair of Dickies, a torn shirt, and heavy Red Wing work boots, the kind with steel toes. I thought about it a moment before unlacing them and taking them off his feet. The leather was still in decent shape, and the soles were not overly worn. I even took a whiff. They smelled bad, which meant they were probably no good, but I took them anyway. Good boots were hard to find these days. Finally, I checked myself out. Using the headlights, I could see a fair amount of Zed blood on me. I'd need to wash myself down if I didn't want to get asked a lot of questions, so I stood in the rain for several minutes, kneading my clothes until I decided I couldn't get them any cleaner, and then headed home. I arrived at the main gate a little after 11. Brenda waved at me through the barred window but did not come outside in the rain. I stopped and walked in. "You're soaking wet," she remarked. I nodded but did not explain. "Did you get them settled in their new home?" "I hope so," I said. "Don't take this the wrong way, Zach, but I did not care for them." "That seems to be the consensus around here," I said. "Have I missed anything?" "Not a thing. It's been quiet." We chatted some more about her son and Jorge before I parked the SUV in the motor pool. On impulse, I got into one of the golf carts and made the rounds. The steady rain tended to put guards to sleep, and I intended to make sure that didn't happen. All the posts were occupied, and everyone was awake, although I think maybe Brenda radioed everyone to let them know I was out and about. When I rolled up on post 5, I could see the dim glow of a light. A candle, probably. When I climbed the steps, Riley was standing in the door, waiting on me. I tried to keep an aloof demeanor. "Hi, Zach," she said. "Come on in." I did not intend to go in, but found myself following her. She shut the door behind me and turned on a battery-operated lantern. She was wearing loose-fitting jeans and a plain blue t-shirt. She was lanky and fit. Even the loose clothing didn't hide it. We had a long 2 seconds of eye contact before she looked me over. "You're soaking wet," she said. "Yeah, I've been out in the rain." She grinned slightly. "Back home, when I had night duty and it was raining, I sometimes stripped and bathed under the moonlight. For some reason, I always thought it was fun." I chuckled. "Did anyone ever see you?" "There was a man with our group that I'm pretty sure watched me a couple of times, but he never said anything. He was an older man, close to the same age as my dad. I made a pass at him once, and it scared the crap out of him." I chuckled again. "You intimidated him. I suppose if you're inclined, you could do the same here. There's nobody within eyesight." "Don't tempt me. It's been boring as hell. I brought a book to read, but it's not very good. You know, you smell like dead Zeds. What have you been doing?" "Don't tell anyone, but I ran into a couple of Zeds earlier," I said. "Where? Nearby?" "About 10 miles from here. After dropping off my sister and her idiot friends, I found a place to park and took a nap." "Let me guess, you woke up, saw them, and decided to have some fun," she said. "Yeah, something like that." "You should have taken someone with you. Or even better, taken me."
"I probably should have. I was going to take my dog, but the kids were playing with her," I said.
"Yeah, you should have taken me."
Her voice was lower now, huskier. She reached out and put a hand on me. I don't know how it happened, but I found myself embracing her. It was a deep, passionate kiss, and if it wasn't for the field phone squawking, I'm not sure what would have happened. I pulled my head back, but our hips were still pressed against one another.
"You're hard," she murmured.
That was an understatement. I was so hard I could have been a poster boy for a Viagra advertisement. I worked some space between us and then gestured at the field phone. "You should probably answer it," I said.
Riley did so, and after a moment held out the handset. "They're asking for you." I took it from her outstretched hand. When my fingers touched hers, it was like a charge of electricity went through me, and I was suddenly anxious to get out of there.
"This is Zach," I said into the phone.
"Hey, Zach, it's Ruth. Do you need anything?"
"Nah, I was just checking on things. You have TOC duty again?" I asked.
"Yeah, I know. I'm filling in for someone who called in sick. We've got a rash of laziness around here lately."
She was right. The distribution of the flyers and the upcoming election seemed to have stirred up something. People shirking work duties was becoming more and more frequent. My suggestion was to kick a few of them out to get the rest in line, but they were worried the action would have the opposite intended effect. "I can take over for you," I suggested to Ruth.
"No, that's okay," she said. "I get off at 2, and I'll have the rest of the day off. Me and the little one are going up to Fort Detrick to spend the day with Justin.
He better be well rested." She said it with a slight snicker. I handed the phone back to Riley, who put it back on the receiver.
"Do you want to hang out for a while?" she asked.
"Hell yes, I want to hang out." "I better not," I said. "I've got a long day tomorrow and need to get some sleep." She didn't respond verbally. Instead, she gave a slight nod of her head. I don't know if she expected me to kiss her goodbye or something, but I didn't do it.
All right, good night then, I said, and exited the guard post. I drove away feeling guilty as hell. I'd never been unfaithful to Kelly, never even thought about it, until Riley came along. I'd had a couple of women flirt with me before, but I was not even the slightest bit interested. But I had to admit to myself I was tempted with Riley. If not for that phone ringing, I probably would not have stopped myself. What the hell was I thinking? I kissed her. That itself was an act of infidelity. I parked the cart and made my way back to our suite. The kids were asleep, as well as Kelly. They all looked peaceful, serene. It made me feel worse than I already did. I tiptoed into the bathroom, stripped and showered. Kelly woke up when I crawled into bed. "Did you get them settled in?" she asked in a whisper. "Yep, all settled in," I whispered back. "Hopefully that'll be the end of it. Let's get some sleep." She was lying on her side when I slipped into bed. I got under the blanket and spooned her. She scooted her butt up against me and wiggled it slightly. "Someone's horny," she muttered. I've done some things in my life that some people would have interpreted as criminal, evil. But at that moment, I don't think I've ever felt more ashamed in my life. Chapter 38. Training. There were a dozen teenagers staring expectantly when I walked into the classroom. Some of them appeared eager, and some acted like this was the last place they wanted to be, even though this program was voluntary. Typical teenagers, I thought, and then remembered it wasn't so long ago I was exactly like them. Oh, there were differences between the teenagers of 9 years ago and the teens today. The teenagers of today did not have problems with excessive acne, nor were they fat bodies or steroid-enhanced. These kids were lean, sinewy. They were a product of a lifestyle without sugar products, unenhanced foods, and days filled with hard labor. Not all of them lived within Mount Weather, but once a month they would come in for a day of specialized training. I had plenty of other tasks to do, but since I was the one who started this program, it would have been wrong of me to exclude myself from being one of the instructors. There was a lectern, dry erase boards, and a projector which I could connect to my laptop. As I was doing so, the normally noisy kids became suddenly silent. I looked up and was surprised to see Senator Van Allen and a couple of her cronies walking in. "Good morning, all of you future leaders," she said cheerily, and then fixed her gaze on me. "Good morning, Zachary," she said. The smile now had a little bit of a sneer added in, and don't think I missed the part where she chose once again to intentionally call me by the wrong name. "Good morning, Senator, and again, the name is Zachariah. What can I do for you?" "We've heard so many wonderful things about your classes. We felt we would be remiss if we did not witness this training for ourselves." The two of us were making pointed eye contact with each other during the repartee. She was still smiling, but there was no warmth in it, more like a challenge. If she thought she was going to goad me into some type of hostile response, she was wrong. I waved a hand toward some empty chairs. By all means. Rochelle and her little ass-kissers acted as though she was royalty, and I'd asked her to sit among the commoners. I kept a poker face and waited until the theatrics were over. Once they had taken their seats, I ensured the presentation was projected onto the screen, tapped the start icon, and faced my audience. "All right, this morning we'll finish up supply line logistics," I said. "So let's do a quick review." I recapped last month's presentation, which analyzed the average water and food intake of the Mount Weather community, and then spent the next hour going over the statistical projections of population growth, along with maintaining food and water stores for the next 10 years. The last slide was blank, letting me know the PowerPoint file was completed. I gazed at my audience. "At least all of you are still awake," I quipped. One of the kids chuckled. "I know it's a boring topic, but it's one of many essential functions to ensure the survival of a community. The history books are full of stories of tribes, villages, even entire empires dying out due to famine. What I want you to learn from this is that famine can be prevented, even during catastrophic events, but only through proper logistics, planning, and execution. As future leaders, you may be tasked with leaving Mount Weather and being a leader in a new community. If the community is several hundred miles from here, you'll be on your own." I closed out the presentation and was about to open another file when I saw a hand raise out of the corner of my eye. She was a 16-year-old girl from the Petersville community. She was sitting beside Serena, whose bulge was pronounced. She looked like she was ready to give birth at any moment. "Yes, Janaea?" I asked.
She was one of the few kids who had her own laptop open and was actively taking notes. She was a cute brunette with bright hazel eyes, and frankly, I was surprised she was still single and childless.
Do you really have a photographic memory? She asked.
I have an excellent memory, but I honestly don't know if I have what you would call a photographic memory. Another hand shot up. This was Isidro, Brenda's kid. He was 12 and small for his age due to malnourishment when he was a small child. Even so, he was smart, inquisitive about everything, and full of energy. This class was normally restricted to teenagers, but Isidro was an exception. I acknowledged him with a head nod. Yes, sir?
I know you're immune, but I don't know how that happened. And someone said something the other day that kind of confused me.
What's that? I asked.
They seem to believe the Z virus was caused by the vaccinations people got back before, like it was some kind of government conspiracy.
I'll try to give a simple explanation. Serena laughed.
Your explanations are never simple.
The others laughed. Senator Van Allen joined in as well, and when she laughed, the two butt-munchers laughed.
The kids know you pretty well,
she remarked in a snide tone. She was making a dig, but I was not going to let her get to me, at least not in front of these kids. I responded with a deprecating smile. You make a good point, Serena, I replied good-naturedly. All right, I'll do my best to make it simple and easy to follow. It all starts at birth. With rare exceptions, all babies are born with a basic, innate immune system, and almost from the moment of birth, we become exposed to microbes and microorganisms.
What's the difference?
Isidro asked. They're mostly the same, but a microbe can be a dead virus. If you've been paying attention in your biology class, you know anything that is dead cannot be called an organism. So when you're exposed to either a microorganism or a microbe, they may infect you, or they may trigger an immune response in your body. Either way, it then becomes an antigen. The definition of an antigen is a foreign substance that triggers an immune response from what? I waited to see if anyone knew the answer. Janaea raised her hand.
The white blood cells?
She said. Yes, exactly. Think of white blood cells as soldiers with specialized functions. One of those soldiers is known as a T cell, or lymphocyte. It plays a major role in developing immunities. If I were to explain the function of each white blood cell, it'll get complicated, and we'll be here the rest of the day, so I'm going to stick with T cells. Remember, the antigen, which can best be described as molecules on the outer surface of cells, comes from the microorganisms that the human body has been exposed to for the first time. It's now in the body, the white blood cells have encountered it, and the T cell is presented with the antigen. They then begin doing what is called clonally dividing, and in doing this, they send a signal to the other T cells to begin dividing in order to ameliorate or improve the presence of the particular pathogen, or in simplistic terms, produce an antibody.
That's what causes the immunity, right?
Janaea asked. Yes, in a matter of speaking. Once the antibody is created, the T cells develop a memory, which is the basis for the immunity. Every time the same microorganism or pathogen is reintroduced into the body, there are T cells programmed to fight it. Am I making sense so far? I paused a moment, waiting for any possible questions. There were none, which probably meant all I had done was confuse the hell out of them. I continued anyway. All right, referring back to children, you should now see why children get sick with more frequency than adults. It's because their bodies are still developing memory T cells against pathogens. This is where vaccines come into play. When you're injected with a vaccine, you are being injected with an antigen, not a live pathogen, so your T cells can develop a memory against it. During our lifetime, we're exposed to billions of microbes which can turn to antigens. Sometimes we get sick, other times our body is able to manufacture an immunity.
But the Z virus is different,
Serena interjected. Yes, it is. The Z virus is a highly contagious pathogen that is resistant to most humans' T cell programming. Somehow, I developed an immunity.
Your sister is immune too, right? She said.
Yes, true. When she and I were exposed, our bodies developed the proper T cell memory and we became immune.
How is that? Senator Van Allen asked. It is my understanding the two of you did not know the other existed until recently.
That's correct, I answered. The two of us have the same father, but a different mother. She probably wanted me to go into detail of my father's philandering, but it wasn't going to happen. Our father's lineage is from Scandinavia. The DNA haplogroup of my father's ancestry tree is apparently unique, and therefore the reason why my sister and I were able to become immune.
She and I were originally identified as having the immunity by Major Grant Parsons. I paused again. Everyone was attentive, but again I had no idea if they were following me. Seeing no questions, I kept going. Major Parsons had conducted testing previously, and once I came to Mount Weather, a vaccine was created, which all of you have been inoculated with. Now, before you ask, yes, the vaccines earmarked for Ohio were sabotaged, and unfortunately probably created a new strain of the Z virus, which is commonly referred to as the 15. That topic is for another day, so that concludes my explanation. Oh, and one final note, sometimes a person can still become infected, even with the antibody in their system. Any questions? There was some whispering between Janaea and Serena, but no questions. I know this is boring stuff, but if any of you have an interest in the scientific field, please let me know. We have an ongoing need for people to train as doctors and scientists. All right, let's break early and go to lunch. After, we'll meet in front of the motor pool for this afternoon's training. Before I could dismiss the class, Janaea raised her hand.
What happened to the pregnant Zed and her baby?
I saw her glance over at Senator Van Allen and the good senator respond with a conspiratorial wink. So they'd set this up. Janaea was a nice girl, smarter than most of her peers, but like most kids, she was a little naive. The senator had planted this question in her head somehow. The Zed mother and her baby are still alive at Fort Detrick. I'm afraid I cannot discuss anything further about them at this time. It's confidential information. Okay, get out of here and go eat lunch. I shut down the equipment as the students filed out of the classroom. I'd noticed a spelling error on my PowerPoint presentation, so I thought I'd correct it before heading to lunch. When I looked up, only Senator Van Allen remained.
I must say that was a very informative lecture, Zachary, she said.
Who is Zachary? I asked.
Why, isn't that your name?
No, it isn't, I said. Perhaps you weren't listening earlier when I corrected you. Maybe you're hard of hearing. She smiled like she'd scored points in this ongoing battle of hers.
My, someone is thin-skinned.
I took a moment to shut down my laptop before responding. What's your game, Senator? Why are you still here?
I was complimenting you. Can't you take a compliment?
You're apparently complimenting somebody named Zachary, I replied. You seem to believe calling me Zachary instead of by my title or real name is a passive-aggressive way of insulting me. So, I'll ask again, what kind of game are you playing? She stood and walked toward me, stopping within a couple of feet. She was wearing tan slacks and a light green blouse with the top two buttons open, exposing a hint of cleavage. She was extremely thin when she was first rescued, not unlike most other rescues. Once they started eating regularly, they usually gained weight. Sometimes they'd gain too much weight. Rochelle kind of fell into that category. All the weight she'd gained went directly into her rear end. She seemed to think all men had a weakness for big, meaty butts, and maybe some did, so she always made a point of wearing tight-fitting pants. I did not think of her as an attractive woman, though. Her 40-something years plainly showed in the lines on her face, especially around her mouth and eyes. When she came close to me, I could smell perfume.
Did you know? Rumor has it that Serena is in fact carrying your child.
When she said it, she had a smirk fixed on that little mouth, like a weasel who had spotted its prey. I fixed her with a cold stare. No such rumor exists, I replied. One of her cronies snickered. She took a step closer. Now we were maybe a foot apart, too close for my comfort. The scent of perfume was stronger. She was making sure I could smell it.
No, not yet, she said. You know how the Mount Weather community is. They love gossip, and once a rumor starts, it's hard to dispel. One might say it's downright impossible.
What exactly do you hope to gain by starting such a rumor, Senator? She stared a moment and offered what she probably thought was a knowing smile.
You know, Zach, we do not have to be adversaries.
It was never my intention or plan to be your adversary. You chose that role. She continued staring up at me, but now the smile changed back to that little smirk. She then reached up and ran her fingers through my short hair. I did not like it and pulled back.
Are you a natural blonde? She asked.
Why do you ask?
You should let your hair grow out. The women here would love it.
My wife likes it just the way it is, I said. Why don't you stop with all this pretense and tell me what you want? She continued to smirk.
You are a follower. Did you know that? Incapable of leading anyone other than these children.
Okay, if you say so, I said.
She gave a short, smarmy laugh. Her two cronies also dutifully laughed. She stopped after a second, but the smirk remained.
Have you ever considered taking your family and moving out of Mount Weather?
Yes, I have, several times, but she wasn't going to know that. Why would I asked.
Sometimes you have to take a long, hard look in the mirror and reevaluate yourself. At the current moment, President Stark is your staunchest supporter, probably your only supporter. Have you ever thought about what would happen if he were voted out of office in this upcoming election?
I understood now why she was being so argumentative in the meetings. She was right. The Mount Weather grapevine seemed to function at the speed of light. By being a vocal opponent of the status quo, she would be winning fans of certain members of our community who were disenchanted with the current administration, and I was a part of that current administration. When do you plan on formally announcing your candidacy, Rochelle? I asked. The smirk remained, maybe even broadening slightly. She gave a lingering stare before she abruptly turned and walked out. I waited a minute for those three to be long gone before hurrying to the cafeteria. Sammy was sitting with Serena and her mother, Susan. I loved Sammy like he was my own little brother, and therefore I was fond of Serena as well. I debated on it a moment, decided there was no good way of doing this, so I chose the direct approach. I walked over and sat down. "Hi," I greeted.
Hi, Zach,
they chorused. Susan merely gave a small nod in acknowledgement of my presence. Serena liked me, but her mother was a different story. Susan Abbott was an attractive woman in her late 30s who always kept her blondish hair rather short. She was once an aide to Senator Esther Polachek, who was killed by a sniper a few years back. Even though the killer was a piece of trash with no association with Mount Weather, Susan always blamed President Stark for the senator's death. Because of my relationship with Stark, she'd always been cordial but aloof toward me. "Listen, I have something extremely important to tell the three of you, so I want your undivided attention."
What is it, Zach?
Susan asked. "You guys are the first to hear this, so I want you to keep it confidential. Senator Van Allen intends to run for president," I said. Susan gazed at me steadily, which told me she already knew, which meant she was probably on her side. "Dang, really?" Sammy said. "Yep, and it gets better. Her campaign strategy seems to consist of spreading rumors and sowing seeds of discontent."
"I don't believe she is spreading any rumors," Susan said evenly.
"Maybe not directly, but she's behind them, and she's about to spread a big one," I said. "She's about to spread a rumor that I am the father of Serena's child." Serena gasped.
Why? Why would she spread a lie like that?
I glanced back at Susan. Her expression was that of surprise now, but then her eyes narrowed in suspicion.
"She wouldn't do something like that," she declared.
"She told me as much not more than 10 minutes ago," I replied, let my stare linger for a few seconds, and then focused back on Serena. "She's doing it to smear me. I'm an ally of President Stark. You might even say we're friends. She's going to attempt to smear the character of anyone associated with the president, including me. By doing so, she hopes to sway enough votes and win the election." I made pointed eye contact with Susan again and then focused on Sammy. "You know this is bullshit, right?" I asked Sammy. I thought Sammy would respond with a grin and tell me I wasn't handsome enough for Serena or something like that. Instead, he hung his head. I certainly did not expect that kind of reaction. I looked over at Serena for help.
"That's downright stupid. Everyone knows who the father of my child is," she said. "Are you sure she's going to do this, Zach?" Susan asked.
"That's the threat she made," I said. "We know it's preposterous, but there are people around here who believe anything and will eagerly spread such a rumor, so I wanted to give you guys a heads up."
"Thank you, Zach," Susan said. "We'll deal with it, if it really happens."
"Okay," I said, and stood. I gave Sammy a pat on the shoulder and left them. I thought about Susan's reaction as I walked back to my table. It confirmed what I suspected. She was an ally of Rochelle Van Allen. "How goes it?" I asked when I sat. Most of the Tennessee regulars were already present.
"Same old," Jorge replied.
Josue nodded.
"Are we still doing the training this afternoon?"
Cutter asked. "Yes, indeed," I said. Cutter exchanged a grin with Jorge. "This is going to be fun." After lunch, we were going to give them practical training on phalanxes. Cutter, Jorge, and a couple of others were going to be the acting Zeds and attack their phalanx. Cutter peered around conspiratorially.
We're going to have a big surprise for them, he said under his breath. A scouting team found a big box of balloons last week. We're going to fill them with dyed water. This'll be fun. Nice, I said. If Rochelle showed up, maybe 1 or 2 balloons would accidentally on purpose hit her. I smiled at the thought. I waited to eat until my family arrived. When they walked in, little Macy tore away from Kelly's hand and ran over as quickly as her little legs would allow. She jumped up on my lap and gave me a hug. "I've missed you, Daddy," she said, and gave me a sloppy kiss on the cheek. "I missed you too," I said, and gave her a kiss on the forehead. "I've missed all of you," I said. Frederick had walked up and was standing beside me, fidgeting impatiently. "Ditto," he said. "Can we go get in line? I'm hungry." I chuckled as I glanced over at Kelly. She gave me a warm smile and herded the kids. I followed along. Soon we had trays of food and were enjoying a meal of an assortment of vegetables and hamburger steak. "How did class go this morning?" she asked. "It was interesting. Senator Van Allen paid a visit, something we'll need to talk about. It'll be a little bit of a surprise." She frowned at the understanding of my message. Surprise. It was our code word for distress. She could clearly see my life was not in danger, so she was not unduly alarmed, but she knew something was wrong. "After lunch," I said under my breath. Kelly gave a subtle nod. We ate our lunch and made pleasant conversation with everyone. The kids were mostly mindful. After, we passed a few people in the hall and conversed idly. It delayed us a few minutes, but we made it back to our suite in 15 minutes. Young Frederick had to take his post-lunch poop, and Macy wanted to take a nap. That gives us a few minutes alone. I quickly filled her in. "She really threatened to do that?" Kelly asked. "Not directly, but yes, she implied it." "You need to go straight to President Stark," she said. "Yes, I do. I've already spoken with Sammy and the Abbotts." "How'd they take it?" she asked. I told her of how each of them reacted. "Do you really think Susan is on Van Allen's side?" "Yeah, it appears that way," I said. "She always thought Stark caused the events that led to Polachek's death." "Yeah, she does," Kelly said. "What about Sammy?" "I don't know. He knows I would never do something like that, so his reaction seemed weird." "I'll talk to him," she said. I nodded in agreement. From almost the moment that Sammy arrived in Tennessee, Kelly had treated him like her own son. In turn, Sammy doted on Kelly and would do anything she said. "When are you going to talk to the president?" she asked. I sighed. "I need to go right now before he takes his usual nap." "Is there something else?" Kelly asked. "What?" "Is there something else? You look like you've got something on your mind." In fact, when I awakened this morning, I decided I was going to tell her about my little encounter with Riley. But now I was second-guessing myself. "No," I found myself saying. Kelly nodded. "All right. It's nap time for these 3 and then school later. I'll see you later." She gave me a hug, and I did the same with each of the kids before heading toward the president's office. I found Ruth in the front office, which meant Stark was already taking his post-lunch nap. "What's up?" she asked. I explained everything and asked her to bring the president up to speed when he woke up. "You should probably be here waiting on him," she suggested. I shook my head. "I'm overseeing this afternoon's training session. If I'm absent, that might be detrimental." "All right, I'll take care of it." "Thanks, Ruth," I said, glanced at my watch, and hurried out. I jogged out to the soccer field where the kids were already hanging out. A couple of them saw the shields and broom handles. Janaea spoke up as I approached. "What are these for?" she asked. "Good question. All of you gather around me and I'll explain. Now, while we're waiting for the QRF..." "What's a QRF?" one of them asked. I scrutinized the boy who asked the question. His name was Nicholas, and he was from the group who lived in an air park outside of Gaithersburg. We'd gone over the commonly used acronyms several weeks ago. Honestly, I didn't think he was all that smart, and he probably would have been better off back at the air park, mucking out the barns. "There they are," Sammy said, pointing at a group of people walking toward us. Each was fitted out and armed with various weapons. One of them was Riley. I caught a pointed stare before someone began talking to her. I focused on the students. "Guys and girls, this is Mount Weather's QRF, which is an acronym for what? Who can tell me?"
"Quick Reactionary Force," Janaea said with a grin.
"Correct," I said. "When Mount Weather comes under attack, certain things happen. If the threat are Zeds, members of the QRF will form a phalanx team."
Jorge casually stooped down and picked up a shield and broom handle. He then raised the hand that held the handle and shouted, "Phalanx team, on me!" 9 of them rushed toward Jorge, grabbing shields and broom handles. Within seconds, they were formed into a phalanx. The phalanx is a type of military formation, I said. Early records indicate this tactic was used as early as 2,500 years before Christ. As you can see, the phalanx is formed in the shape of a rectangle with shields facing outward. The broom handles represent spears. As if on command, the QRF team stuck the broom handles out from between the shields and made jabbing motions. As you all know, Zeds can only be truly killed by inflicting major trauma to their brains. But can't some of them be killed like regular humans? I peered at the person who interrupted me. It was Nicholas. That is true for some of them, but not all. When you are in the heat of battle, treat them all as if they need to be brained. Now, before I was interrupted, I was pointing out that each member has their own personal melee weapons, but the primary weapon in a phalanx is the spear. You can stab the Zed through the eye socket while in relative safety behind the shield wall. A hand raised. It was Nicholas again. Can't the Zeds get under the shields and bite your legs? If you'll take a look at the members of the QRF, you'll see they are wearing boots and leggings, I said. I pointed them out. Also, if this were an actual event, they'd be wearing protective headgear. Sometimes the member will wear protective clothing like heavy jackets and thick gloves, but that's problematic during hot weather. Why? Nicholas asked. Because you'll get heat exhaustion, dumbass, someone in the phalanx said. I knew who, but I wasn't going to give them up. I glanced at Nicholas, who was glowering in embarrassment. Cutter snapped his fingers to get their attention. As you will see in a couple of minutes, being in the phalanx traps body heat. Good in the winter, not so good in the summer. Now, pay attention. I spent the next several minutes going over the strengths and weaknesses of the phalanx, the duties and responsibilities of each member, and how to conduct movement. All right, I said when I had finished my lecture. Who wants to be the first phalanx team leader? A couple of hands shot up. I thought it over for all of 1 second. Nicholas, you're up. Form your team. Nicholas ran over to where the shields were lying around and held his hand up much like Cutter had done. Phalanx team on me, he shouted. Cutter's shout was louder. No, no, and no. He reached down and grabbed a broom handle. When you got a few hundred snarling Zeds around you and there's gunfire going on, you can hardly hear each other. The hand signal for creating a phalanx is to hold your spear in the air and wave it in a circular motion. Remember the hand signal for rallying the troops? Same thing, but with a spear in your hand. He tossed the broom handle to Nicholas. Try it again. After a few more attempts and corrections by Cutter, Nicholas got it right, and they had a loosely formed phalanx rectangle. Tighten it up, soldiers, Cutter admonished. Make it tight. Those shields should be touching each other. I watched in amusement as the teenagers got close and personal with each other in their phalanx. Very good, Cutter said. All right, look over there. He pointed toward the QRF people who were lingering in a rough group. They were now wearing helmets with face shields. Cutter continued with a slight smirk. For the purpose of this training exercise, they are zombies. You are to move the phalanx toward them and engage. You are only to poke at their face shields with your broom handles. If you get aggressive, 1 or 2 of them will more than likely give you an ass whip and you'll never forget. Even you, pregnant girl. He stared at them pointedly for a moment. All right, what's the first thing you do? Move toward the horde, Janaea said. Wrong, Cutter responded. The first thing you do is identify the threat. In this case, you have 10 Zeds at your 10 o'clock, right? Contact! 10 Zeds, 20 meters at 10 o'clock, Nicholas yelled. Good, Cutter shouted back. Always use the 3 Ds. Description, direction, and distance. Everybody repeat it. He made them repeat it several times as they sang it out in unison. I had to smile. Cutter was really getting into this training, and he was doing a good job at it. Good, he exclaimed. You're getting the hang of it. Now you move toward the Zeds. How do you do it? The front of the phalanx has to always face the Zeds, Janaea said. Yeah, man. Yeah, girl, Cutter said. There will be times when they have you surrounded, but you keep moving if you can. All right, team leader, move your phalanx toward the Zeds. To my surprise, Nicholas gave the appropriate commands and began moving the phalanx toward the pseudo-Zeds. Suddenly, they charged the phalanx in loping runs and started throwing the water balloons. When the balloons burst against the shields, some foul-smelling liquid splashed all over them.
Janaea immediately dropped her shield and began wiping off her face. I couldn't help but chuckle as Cutter gave her an earful. The drills went on all afternoon, and there was no shortage of balloons. While I watched the training, Jorge caught my attention and made a subtle head nod in the direction behind me. I turned and saw Ruth driving President Stark toward us in a golf cart. When everyone else saw, the training came to a standstill. "Mr. President," I greeted. "Director Gunderson, how goes the training?" I offered a smile. "They're a little rough around the edges, but Cutter and the rest of them will get them squared away." "Excellent, excellent," he said. "Well, don't let me impede the training. Please, carry on." He motioned for me to follow him and walked back toward the golf cart. "I can't believe this shit," he growled. "She tipped her hand early," I said. "If she were a seasoned politician, she wouldn't have made such a mistake. I think we can handle whatever she throws our way." "What about you, Zach? What kind of trouble will this cause?" he asked. "I've already spoken with Sammy, Serena, and her mother. They're prepared. I also told Kelly. She knows I would never do something like that." As soon as I said it, I thought of Riley. In fact, I was looking at her when I said it. The feeling of guilt was so strong, I think I winced. The president noticed. "What is it?" he asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just watching the training. They need some more practice." President Stark nodded. "What other kinds of personal attacks do you think she'll try?" "I got the impression she's already had a conversation or two with Susan. If you remember, she was Senator Polachek's aide. I believe she still blames you for her death." "She's wrong, but it is understandable, I suppose." "Also, all of this leads me to believe she is the one behind those damned flyers," I said. He frowned. "Yes, I believe you're correct. She won't stop with these trifling acts either." "No, she won't," I said. He stared off into the distance. "Did she try to recruit you into her camp before she made the threat?" "No," I replied. He turned his head and eyed me suspiciously. "Are you sure? We've butted heads in the past, and we've always resolved our differences. There are times when I'm not a fan of you, but I can't stand the woman. She'll be a severe detriment to the mission if she's elected," I said. "So no, there is no way I will join her side. But if my wife decides to run for office, you're on your own." He chuckled softly and then was quiet for a minute before speaking. "We need to do something," he said. "Yes, but our options are limited. Anything we try could backfire on us." He frowned and kicked at a pebble, scuffing his wingtip shoe in the process. I always wondered why he insisted on wearing dress shoes. They weren't practical at all. He then looked up and gave a pointed stare. "We might have to resort to harsher measures," he said. I knew what he was implying. It would be easy to do. There were numerous ambush sites along the roads back to Marcus Hook. A few well-placed rifle shots would do the job, and then it would simply be a matter of disposing of the bodies in their vehicle. "I would advise against it at this time," I said. "My opinion may change in the future, but not now." He stared a moment longer before giving a small nod. "All right, but in the meantime, we need to call an emergency meeting." "Who do you want to include?" I asked. He gazed at me in a sort of awed confusion. "Hey, the last time you called an emergency meeting, you were not pleased with some of the people I notified." He frowned and waved an irritated hand at me. All right, let's talk it out." "Okay, the first meeting should consist of Captain Smithson and Ruth, Duckworth, Reinhardt, the Garcias, Grace and Garrett, Lois and Norman." "Lois and Norman Marnix? Why them?" he asked. "They give the impression of old, harmless people, but they know everyone and they know all the secrets around here. They're a tremendous asset." "Are they allies?" he asked. "Honestly, they don't care much for you, but they've befriended me. Well, they love Kelly, so they like me by default." "All right, who else?" "Johnny G. and Roscoe," I said. "Are they not friends with Rochelle?" "They're good friends with Gil, and they are cordial with Rochelle, but I don't think they care much for her. Since she was elected as the Pennsylvania senator, she hasn't done much of anything for Marcus Hook." "Okay, good. Add them to the list. Who else?" "I don't think we should include anyone else from the outlying communities at this time. Maybe we limit the number of personnel for now and have a follow-up meeting in the future. Perhaps even travel to each community and speak with them directly." "All right. I'll go speak with Reinhardt and Duckworth. You take care of the rest. Let's make it a go for tomorrow afternoon. Swing by after dinner and we'll compare notes." He walked off and got into the cart where Ruth was waiting. Chapter 39. A Setup?
We called the training at 1400 hours and gathered everyone around. You guys did okay, Cutter said. But the true test will be when there really are Zeds attacking you. If one of you gets a yellow streak, not only will you get yourself eaten alive, but you'll get your teammates killed too. We can handle it, Nicholas proclaimed with a smug grin. Upon his pronouncement, Riley threw one last water balloon, striking Nicholas in the crotch. Everyone burst out in laughter. Riley had a mischievous grin as she glanced at me. I waited until the laughter subsided before speaking. All right, everyone, I hope you enjoyed the training. The lack of ammunition will require us to use the phalanx tactic more and more when encountering Zeds. We train hard because your lives are important, and losing any of you would be devastating. There were some murmurs of agreement among the older people, which was nice. Next week's training will consist of squad tactics taught by a couple of the Marines. What will you be teaching Zach? Janaea asked. I smiled. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. For those of you that need to go back to your communities, I'll see you next week. I'll see the rest of you at dinner. I made brief eye contact with Riley and headed to my office. My thoughts were all jumbled. Riley, Rochelle, President Stark, our ammo shortage, Riley, my family. It went in circles. President Abe Stark and his people, which included me, I guess, were feeling threatened. Not physically, but politically. We'd made gains in rebuilding the country, but we'd also suffered a couple of significant setbacks. The sabotaged Ohio vaccines was one of them. People blamed us. Even though it was Foswell who did it, we were still being blamed. There were other things Stark was blamed for. The death of Senator Polachek, for example. It wasn't his fault, but some people blamed him regardless. We discussed different strategies for rebuilding the trust and popularity from the communities. There were a lot of ideas batted around, but I already had one idea I was going to do. I was going to make a point of personally visiting every nearby community and speaking to everyone. My presentation was going to be direct. I was going to remind them of how bad it was the first couple of years and how much we'd grown since then. If I had to, I'd point out the negatives of Rochelle Van Allen, her flippant promises, her lack of experience. I'd even call her out on her lying about being an attorney. As far as I was concerned, the people needed to know it, but I was voted down on it. Vice President Reinhardt pointed out if we made the accusation, it was our burden to prove it, and we could only prove it if she allowed herself to be subjected to our scrutiny. He was right. She may not have been an attorney, but she wasn't stupid. She wasn't going to be drawn into a debate or a contest with one of the real attorneys. Nope, she wasn't that stupid. I got on the phone as soon as I walked in my office and called Grace. She did not answer, so I was about to try Ruth when my phone rang.
Hi, can I come visit?
It was Riley. I'd been thinking about her throughout the day, even more so since my encounter with Rochelle. I needed to talk to her, but it was not going to be what she had in mind. Is anyone with you? I asked.
No.
All right. I used my keycard to activate the elevator and was standing there when the doors opened. Riley greeted me with a warm smile, glanced around to ensure we were alone, and then tried to embrace me. I grabbed her wrists and held her at arm's distance. No, we need to talk, I said. Her smile vanished.
What's wrong?
Are you setting me up? I asked. She frowned in puzzlement.
Set you up? What do you mean?
Rochelle Van Allen. Did you two concoct a scheme to seduce me so that you could cause a stink? Riley's jaw dropped.
What? No, Zach, I'd never do that to you.
She practically shouted it. I was giving her a hard stare, but all I saw was confusion and maybe a little bit of hurt. I let go of her. She continued staring.
Zach, what's going on?
Come on. I led her to my office and we sat down on the opposite sides of my desk. I then took a deep breath and forced myself to concentrate and avoid thinking of that kiss. There's a problem developing in the Mount Weather community. She listened attentively as I brought her up to speed about Rochelle and the earlier confrontation. She waited for me to finish before speaking.
Do you really think she's convinced me to do something like that?
It crossed my mind, I said.
Zach, there's no way in hell I'd do anything like that to you, she declared.
I stared at her a moment before letting out a sigh. Okay, I believe you, and I apologize for even suspecting you'd do something like that, but I had to ask. She lowered her head a moment before looking at me again.
I know it was wrong of me to do what I did, but I really like you.
It wasn't just you. It takes two to tango, and I'm just as much at fault. Look, here's the thing. I admit I'm attracted to you. And yes, I'm tempted. Very, very tempted. Riley smiled at this. But the thing is, I'm in love with Kelly. We've been through so much, it's like it has created an unbreakable bond between us. She's a great mother to my kids, and she's my best friend. I feel terrible about what I did. I feel like I not only betrayed her, but I betrayed you as well. Riley shook her head. You didn't betray me, Zach. She then sighed and blew a wisp of hair out of her face. I can't explain it, but that one little nuance caused Junior to stir. I scooted my chair closer to my desk so she wouldn't notice. You're right, she said. It was stupid of me to fall for a married man, but I can't help it. I really like you. Tears welled up in her eyes. Dang it, Riley, I like you too, but I can't do this to Kelly. Riley wiped away a tear that had suddenly appeared and emitted a singular chuckle. I like her too. She's always been nice and friendly to me. I nodded in agreement. Kelly was nice and friendly to almost everyone. All right, well, I'm sorry for all of this. I hope we can still be friends. Of course we can, Zach. Always. I offered a smile. Good. I was hoping you'd say that. I value our friendship, and there aren't many people I can say that about. So, what's next? She asked. I'm going to confess my sins to Kelly and hope that she doesn't kick me in the ass and tell me to piss off, I said. Are you sure that's a good idea? Riley asked. I frowned at the thought. Probably not, but I have to man up and confess my sins. We talked a few more minutes, mostly about Rochelle, before she stood and left. Under other circumstances, I probably would have given her a hug, but I think we both felt uneasy about any kind of physical contact. She ended up blowing me a kiss as the elevator door closed. I spent the rest of the afternoon trying to catch up. I started with the scout team reports, analyzed them, and prepared a summary report for the staff meeting in the morning. I then walked over to Grace and Garrett's office, and we prepped a series of satellite transmissions to the scout teams. Garrett sent the radio transmissions without comment. Once they were finished, I changed the subject. The emergency meeting request I had you send to Marcus Hook is about the upcoming election, I said. The two twins said nothing, but gave me a few puzzled stares. Rochelle Van Allen is going to announce her intention to run against the president. Have you two heard that rumor? They swapped glances. Yeah, we heard something like that, Garrett said. I nodded. We're calling a special meeting, a secret meeting, and we're inviting a few people who are allies to the president. They swapped another glance. Grace gave her brother a tacit nod. We would like to attend, Garrett said. We're definitely allies, Grace added. Great, I was hoping you two were on board, I said. So, the line has been drawn in the sand, Garrett said. Yeah, and it looks like it's already getting ugly, I said, and told them about Rochelle's rumor threat. Oh shit, that's low, Garrett said. Yeah, and I have no doubt they'll start rumors on everyone who works for Stark, I said. Maybe we should start a few rumors of our own, Garrett said. That will be something we'll discuss, but in the meantime, Stark does not want to stoop to her level. At least not yet, I said. I'm glad you guys are with us. I thanked them and went back to my office, but I couldn't sit still. I'd made the decision to talk to Kelly, and I was stressing. I needed to do something besides stare at a computer and read reports. I opened the maintenance log and found an open work order. A circuit breaker for the locker room kept tripping. Good, I muttered, grabbed my tool belt, and headed that way. It was an easy fix. An electrical outlet had cracked somehow and was shorting out. I replaced it and then spent the next hour cleaning the sinks and mirrors. It was dinner time before I knew it. I always try to eat dinner every evening with my family, and this evening was going to be no exception. It was going to be tough, though. I was going to have to maintain a pleasant demeanor and wait until after we put the kids to bed before I confessed. I wasn't sure how she was going to take it. The cafeteria was bustling when I entered. Kelly and Janet had the three kids at the table and trying to get them fed. I got a tray of food and joined them. I kissed Kelly on the top of her head as I sat. How was school? I asked. The usual, Kelly answered. How did training go? I would not want to put them all on one phalanx team, but I think they could fill in as needed. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Kelly said. I can't help but think they're a little young for that type of stuff. I watched Sammy come in. He did not make eye contact. Instead, he got a tray of food and sat with some of his friends. I started to ask Kelly if she had spoken to him, but she read my thoughts before I could speak.
"I'll tell you later," she said under her breath.
Janet heard, rolled her eyes, and continued eating. After dinner, Janet rounded up the kids and took them to the playroom. It was almost as if she knew Kelly and I needed to talk. Once they'd walked out, Kelly turned in her chair to face me.
"I had an interesting conversation with Riley earlier," she said.
"Oh?" It was all I could say. I don't know if the color drained from my face, but it felt like it. Kelly continued gazing at me.
"She said she made a pass at you last night and laid a kiss on you."
"I was going to talk to you about it after dinner," I said. "I'm sorry."
"She said you rejected her and she asked for my forgiveness," she said.
She gazed at me evenly.
"Is that how it happened?"
"No, not exactly," I said quietly.
"She said you'd say that and try to take the blame. She said you told her that you loved me and you told her I was your best friend," Kelly said.
"You are," I replied. She leaned closer and took my hand.
"Don't shut her out. She's lonely and she needs our friendship."
While I sat there in stunned silence, she kissed me on the cheek.
"Sammy is another story."
"You talked to him?" I asked.
"Yes. He confessed to me he's had a nagging suspicion for a couple of months that he may not be the father."
"He does?"
"Yeah. He said Serena's been acting like an oddball lately. His words, not mine. He asked her point blank about it. She denied it, of course, but he thinks her denial was hinky."
"What do you think?" I asked. She shrugged her shoulders.
"Hard to say. I think she's been faithful and he's the father, but it's not like I keep close tabs on her."
"Would there be any other possibilities?" I asked. "Is there anyone who pays a little too much attention to her?" Kelly shrugged again.
"Janet thinks it may be Connie."
I scowled at her statement. Connie. Senator Conrad Nelson. He was a handsome man, probably in his 50s, although he wouldn't tell anyone his real age, and it's believed he is the father of Becky Hardin's son. He also made a pass at Kelly once. I threatened him with great bodily harm if he ever did it again. "Well, I think if anyone can find out the truth, it'll be you and Janet," I said.
"I'll consider that a green light," she replied with a smile. "Now, is there any other woman that's going to confess her sins with you in the near future?"
"Oh, God, no," I proclaimed, perhaps a little too loudly.
"Good. Why don't we go play with the kids?"
"Sweetie, about Riley, She shushed me and kissed me on the lips.
"I don't want to hear it. You messed up and you realize it. There's nothing more to say. Now let's go play with the kids."
When we arrived at the playroom, there were 7 kids in there. The parents had them playing Duck, Duck, Goose. Janet walked over.
"Not my idea, but they'll be so worn out they'll go right to bed."
She glanced around casually and lowered her voice.
"I've been hearing some rumors."
She motioned to some chairs that were on the opposite end of the room from the other parents. "What kind of rumors?" I asked.
"There's a lot of anti-Stark talk going around," she said. "There's rumors about how he and his people are taking advantage of everyone and what a terrible president he is. Some people are proclaiming he should not be re-elected and that we need a new president."
I nodded and brought her up to speed. "I suspect she'll be announcing within the next day or 2. In the meantime, I'm going to take some preemptive action of my own."
"What are we going to do if he loses?" she asked.
Our conversation paused when the nearby phone began ringing. One of the parents got up and answered it. She spoke into the phone and then waved me over. I walked over and answered it. After a minute, I hung up and rejoined Kelly and Janet. "That was Vice President Reinhardt," I said. 10 minutes ago, he received a radio message from Marcus Hook. Rochelle Van Allen officially announced her candidacy during dinner. I guess my prediction was off by a couple of days." Janet frowned, which was probably what I was doing as well.
"What does that mean for us?" she asked.
I gave a humorless chortle. "If she wins, it means I'll be out of a job, and we'll probably be forced to leave Mount Weather." Janet's frown deepened, but did not say anything else. Instead, I saw her absently stroking the right pocket to her jeans. Janet was right. The kids were dead tired by the time we got back to our suite and went to bed without fuss. We then proceeded to make tender love. After, Kelly informed me that she did not want me to be alone with Riley at any time. I readily agreed. She then fell asleep, but I was still too keyed up. Earlier today, I was worried my marriage was over, and I had to admit, Riley did me a solid. I was still in disbelief about how Kelly reacted. I'm sure she read between the lines, but chose to forgive me, which I would be forever grateful. I gazed down at her. She was sleeping peacefully. I tried to get into a comfortable position, scratched one of those itches you only get when you're trying to relax, and started thinking about the other looming powder keg. I'd grown to love Mount Weather and was a staunch believer in our mission. I felt like I was a part of something, and I worked hard to make positive contributions. Stark did too. For that matter, even the old curmudgeon Reinhardt made positive contributions, along with most of the other politicians. If Rochelle Van Allen was elected, I had no doubt it would be a disaster for not only me, but the United States as well. Frankly, she was all talk and of little substance. If people realized that, she wouldn't stand a chance. The problem was, people could be beguiled into thinking that the status quo was bad and that change was needed. Rochelle could be called many things, but stupid was not one of them. She was smart, and she knew how to manipulate people. She'd make all kinds of promises, outrageous promises, not unlike any other politician did back before. I fell asleep wondering what kind of shape the farm was back in Tennessee. Chapter 40. Johnny G. Johnny G was up early as usual and walked into the cafeteria. The place was trashed, a result of the impromptu party last night. It started during dinner. Rochelle walked into the cafeteria like a queen making a grand entrance into Parliament. She stood before the commoners while one of her lackeys called for everyone's undivided attention. Johnny G was present when and could almost quote her speech verbatim. "Hello, friends. I'm sorry to interrupt your dinner, but what I have to say cannot wait any longer. As you all know, America is in trouble and has been for many years." No shit, Sherlock. "And unfortunately, as many of you know, this current administration has done nothing to improve the state of this world." What? Johnny arched an eyebrow. If it wasn't for the fact that they actively sent out scout teams to search for survivors, your ass would have probably already starved to death. "I know all of you have visited Mount Weather, some of you more than once. Take a moment to remember those visits, and then take a good look around here. Do you notice the difference? They're living the life of ease, while we struggle every day." "You weren't here back before our alliance with Weather, you ignorant cow. If you were, you'd know how much they've helped." Even so, Johnny G saw some people nodding and murmuring their agreement. She continued. "They take the fuel that we work hard to produce and give nothing in return." Johnny G scrutinized the audience again and wondered how they somehow had forgotten that Mount Weather bartered food and other supplies in exchange for the fuel on a regular basis. If not for that, there would have been a couple of winters where they would have only been able to eat once a day, or less. "I am tired of the status quo. I am tired of working my fingers to the bone and having nothing to show for it." "You're one of the laziest humans I've ever known." The rhetoric and empty promises went on and on. Johnny G was disgusted not only with her prattle, but that most people in the room were falling for it. Even so, he stayed and listened attentively to her entire speech before walking directly to his office and sending a coded radio transmission to Mount Weather. He slept fitfully that night while the party raged. Now he was staring at the squalor left behind by the naive buffoons who thought Rochelle Van Allen was the Messiah. He walked into the kitchen, brewed some tea, and went outside. It was going to be a clear day, maybe a hot one, but for now it was a pleasant 80 degrees. He walked down to the front gate. It was a contraption of I-beams, wire cables, and pulleys, conceived and put together by Roscoe. The perimeter of Marcus Hook was surrounded by 2 defensive walls and a third one that was being built along I-95. Johnny G sipped his tea and took it all in. They'd made a lot of progress since he'd showed up. How long ago? 6 years now? He found the place back when only a dozen of them lived here. They were actively building the first wall at that time. His original intention was to stay here for the winter, rest up, help when needed, and then hit the road when it warmed up. No one knew his history, and when asked, he'd tell them he was once a janitor. That part was true. He had a night job as a janitor back when he was in high school. He also had a couple of master's degrees to his name, and he could speak fluently in multiple languages, which came in handy in his employment back before, which was the CIA. He was the son of a Lebanese immigrant. His father's family were devout Christians. As one might imagine, that caused problems with the more radical Muslims. On one night, a Molotov cocktail was thrown through their window. He was 12 and the only survivor. A sympathetic member of the U.S. State Department unofficially adopted him. They transferred out of Lebanon to Spain a month later.
He spent his teenage years in Madrid. His adopted parents then moved to America. Armed with a new identity, he attended Virginia Tech. The company hired him a week after he graduated. He had a good life. A confirmed bachelor, he enjoyed his career, his independence, and the ability to travel the world. He was on a chartered fishing trip with a couple of buddies when the infection swept through the area. When they docked, they were attacked immediately. Johnny survived and found a boat. He came upon Roscoe and a few others a couple of weeks later and had been with them ever since. He came closer to the gate and saw the two guards, blankets wrapped around them, sound asleep. One was snoring loudly. Johnny was tempted to slit their throats. It'd be a good lesson for the rest of the idiots. He'd done it back in Egypt during the Arab Spring. Word got around quickly. Don't defy the Spaniard. That was his nom de guerre back then. Now it was Johnny G. Sometimes he had to think hard to remember his birth name. For Johnny G, the apocalypse brought the world back to simplicity. He hated the politicians and power-mongers of the world. Now they were insignificant, powerless. Money meant nothing now, and those men were nothing without their money. They were soft without their money, weak, impotent. When he found Roscoe Sidebottom and his Marcus Hook, he felt a new purpose in life. Rebuilding society and eliminating not only the Zeds, but the parasites, the corrupt, the users. Rochelle Van Allen was about to upset the balance. It unsettled him beyond anything anyone could imagine. His thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a couple of dozen Zeds approaching. He didn't want to waste ammo, so he stood close to the fence and waited, his knife unsheathed. The Zeds launched themselves at him, not even seeming to notice the fence. Johnny G dispatched them easily by stabbing them through the eye sockets. He turned to see one of the guards awake and watching him curiously. Johnny G walked off without saying a word. His mood was dark, his thoughts even darker. The two buffoons would be wise to not bother him. Things were going to have to change, and not by Rochelle Van Allen becoming president. Chapter 41. Team Mad Dog. The men were up a little before sunrise. The temperature was pleasant, but a little damp. It was going to be a humid day. Perhaps they might get some rain. Melvin was pondering it over while he stretched and scratched his crotch for the third or fourth time since waking up. "I think I'm getting jock itch," he grumbled. "Yeah, we all smelling a little rank," True said and pointed at Boom Boom. "Him worst of all. That river don't look too toxic. When the sun comes up, maybe go down there and wash up." The four men agreed, and after breakfast headed down and found a shallow spot along the riverbank. After checking for snakes, they took turns. One would bathe while the other three kept watch. When it was Logan's turn, he coaxed Boom Boom into the water with him and managed to work out some of his matted fur and pulled off an accumulation of ticks and burrs. Boom Boom responded by licking Logan's face. "I think you found yourself a new friend," Melvin said. He'd built a small fire and was boiling some water so the men could shave. "Do you think I'll be allowed to let him live at Weather?" Logan asked. "Yeah, probably. Dr. Salisbury will have to give the okay. She'll check him out first. I suspect she'll want to neuter him, but it's probably for the best." Logan nodded and made a show of inspecting Boom Boom's privates. Boom Boom's tail instinctively curled inward and stared at his new buddy in confusion. "Those people Merlin talked about in his letter have to live somewhere nearby," Liam remarked. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that. There's a lot of countryside around here, but we need to try to find them," Melvin said. "I'm thinking we spend the day in town. We do a little scavenging and intel gathering. We might bump into them, but if we don't make contact by the end of the day, we'll stay the night at the radio tower and head out in the morning." The men agreed and discussed their route while they washed out some of their clothing and hung it up on some ropes to dry. They were soon on their bicycles, spaced out and traveling slowly, staying vigilant for any threats. They randomly picked homes or businesses that were still in decent shape. Boom Boom bounded along with his tail wagging constantly, happy for the human company. Scavenging was hard these days. Survivors had 8 years to take anything that wasn't nailed down, and of course anything perishable had long since gone bad. It did not stop them, though. Most of the searches were a bust, but occasionally they found something of value. The men worked their way through the town carefully but thoroughly. Any locked structures were no challenge for Melvin's lockpicking skills. He could defeat any lock within minutes, and, more importantly, without making any noise. They only took what they could put in their backpacks. They found little things like a pack of Ziploc bags that Melvin found behind a stack of rags under the kitchen sink, or the rat traps True discovered in a garage, where a family of 4 Zeds had been trapped for 8 years and were all but dead. If they found something that was too large to carry, Melvin dutifully jotted the information down in his notebook for later. At one point, they came upon an overturned dump truck. Rust covered most of the exterior. Melvin pointed. "The leaf springs have been removed recently. Look where the frame has been scratched with a saw or a grinder. There's only a thin layer of rust on the bare metal. So, we have at least one scavenger living around here," Liam surmised. They biked south on South 8th Street with seeming casual ease, but the men were alert and vigilant. As they approached Maryland Street, they began hearing the distinct sounds of a hammer on an anvil. Melvin, who was on point, shot his hand up and pointed toward an overgrown lot with several trees. The men reacted instinctively by stopping their bikes and taking cover. Chapter 42. Big Tussie. The 4 men were hunkered down in some bushes and trees while the intermittent sounds of the hammering continued. Melvin used hand signals to communicate to his team. Move forward. They slowly crawled through the weeds until they could spot the source of the noise. Approximately 200 yards away was a building that was a combination of brick and rusty sheet metal. Melvin glanced back and saw Boom Boom sitting under a shade tree, watching the men curiously. Logan pulled his miniature binoculars out of his backpack and had a long look. After a moment, he scanned around before handing them off and whispering what he observed. Big African-American man in his late 20s or early 30s, wearing an old leather apron and hammering a hunk of metal on an anvil. There's a little kid working the bellows on a forge. Some railroad tracks are to the left, and on the left of the tracks is a field full of crops. I see some chickens, goats, and a couple of peacocks wandering around, but that's about it. True conducted his own inspection with the binoculars. After a minute, he spoke. Everything's surrounded by barbed wire fencing and metal stakes. That kid is under 8 years old, a post-apoc baby. That field of crops is too big for just 2 or 3 people. There are others somewhere. Oh, and that man ain't no man. That's a woman. Logan's jaw dropped in surprise, snatched the binocs away, and looked again. Damn, I don't know, True, he muttered. If that's a woman, she's got arms bigger than I've ever seen on a woman. He gestured with his head. I think that house down there is where they're living. There's a line full of clothes hanging by it. That sign on the building says it used to be a garage and salvage yard, Liam whispered. Melvin stared a couple of minutes with his own binoculars before speaking. It appears they have a decent setup. If it's just them, they've done a hell of a job of killing the Zeds, True remarked. There ain't hardly any around here. The men were speaking in whispers, but they were getting louder. Melvin had to shush them. All right, look here. True and I are going to go back to the bikes. We'll ride up to that gate and say hello. You guys cover us. Watch our hand signals. 15 minutes later, Melvin and True rode up to the fortified gate. The kid was the first one to see them. He tugged on the big woman's leather apron and pointed. The woman stopped hammering and stared. After a moment, she set down the hammer and the hot piece of metal she'd been holding with a pair of tongs. Taking her leather apron off, she draped it across a sawhorse before facing the men. She was wearing overalls and had a belt on which held a large knife in a sheath. She bent and whispered something to the kid, who took off running toward the house before casually walking toward Melvin and True. As she approached, the men got a better look at her. She was a big woman, bigger than most men. Broad shoulders, tree stumps for legs, wide cheeks, and a square jaw. Not what you'd call a pretty woman. Definitely a person you'd want on your side in a fight, but not a pretty woman. She had on a sweat-stained t-shirt under the overalls that was stretched taut by her frame. Hello, Melvin greeted with a friendly smile. Lordy, lordy, I haven't seen any strangers since I don't know when, the woman said. We were riding through and heard your hammering, so we thought we'd stop and introduce ourselves. I'm Melvin. This is my partner, True. She stared them up and down a long moment before speaking. They call me Big Tussie. I ain't seen you 2 men before, and I reckon I know everyone around these parts. Plus, you men are clean-looking, decent haircuts, clean-shaven. Nope, you 2 ain't from around here. No, ma'am, we're from Virginia, Melvin said. A place called Mount Weather, to be specific. I ain't never heard of it, Big Tussie said. How far is it from here? About 800 miles, Melvin replied. Big Tussie glanced down at the bikes. You ain't about to tell me you two rode those things all the way from Mount Weather, are you?
No, ma'am, Melvin said with a chuckle. We got a vehicle parked nearby. Big Tussy scowled.
You boys think I'm stupid? Gas ain't any good no more, unless you got some of that biofuel or something.
She then stared at True.
You ain't said a word, boy. Are you deaf and dumb?
No, and I ain't nobody's boy, True said. Big Tussy cackled.
No, I don't reckon you are. You got the look of a killer. Are you two here to kill me?
No, ma'am, not at all, Melvin replied quickly. Before he could say more, the door to the house opened and the kid stepped outside. An older woman followed. She appeared to be in her 60s, plain-looking, with spots of melanoma freckling her face. She was wearing a homemade dress that reminded Melvin of a dress one might imagine a pioneer woman wearing back in the 19th century. She accentuated the image with an old double-barrel shotgun she held at the ready. Melvin made a quick but subtle hand gesture, signaling his friends to hold their fire, and then smiled.
Ma'am, I can assure you we aren't here to kill anyone, and if you have any fresh coffee, I'd be eternally grateful.
Big Tussy cackled again. Melvin noticed a few teeth missing. He guessed she could have had a nice smile at one time. Maybe, like back before puberty hit and she weighed under 200.
This here's Claudia. Claudia, this is Melvin and True. They say they're here from Virginia. We ain't got nothing to drink but water, but we have enough food to share. Are you boys hungry?
She paused a moment.
Oh, and by the way, how many other people you got with you?
We have a couple of friends, Melvin said. They don't have any ill intentions. They're just watching our back. I bet you understand.
Well, let's meet 'em,
Big Tussy suggested. Melvin glanced at True, and they came to a tacit decision. Melvin gave the hand signal, and after a moment the two brothers came up with Boom Boom following.
Boom Boom!
The kid cried and dropped to his knees. Boom Boom bounded up and began licking his face. Melvin turned to see the woman holding the shotgun on them. Melvin quickly raised his hands to slightly below shoulder level. Hold on now, there's no need for that, he pleaded. What did you man do to Merlin? She demanded. Ma'am, it's not like that, Melvin said. You ladies knew Merlin? Claudia's eyes narrowed.
You're speaking in the past tense, Melvin.
Ma'am, if you lower that shotgun, I'll explain everything, he said. She glared a moment, and her eyes began watering. Big Tussy walked over to Claudia.
There now, we knew he was dead when we hadn't seen him since winter. These men are going to tell us what they know.
She then gently took the shotgun from Claudia and turned back to the men, waiting expectantly.
Well, boys?
Melvin spoke like a priest, delivering a death message to next of kin. Claudia remained silent. The only indicator she was feeling anything were tears rolling down her cheeks. We buried him near the tower and said a few words, Melvin said. If you ladies would like him closer, we'll dig him up and bury him wherever you want.
No,
Claudia said after a moment.
I guess that was where he was living, but he never told anyone.
She smiled briefly.
He called it his secret lair.
She seemed lost in thought then, perhaps thinking of the good times she had shared with Merlin. After a moment, she wiped her cheeks.
Are you men hungry? We generally have lunch about this time of day. You're welcome to join us.
She turned and walked off to the house without waiting for a response. The house was only meant for a small family, so it was a little cramped in the dining room, and hot, even though all the windows were open and there was a slight breeze blowing through. Claudia fixed the men plates consisting of potatoes, beans, squash, and a small portion of chuck roast. When she sat, the men noticed she grimaced slightly and put a hand over the lower part of her stomach before sitting. Liam exchanged a glance with Melvin. Melvin gave a slight nod. He'd trained as a combat medic back when he was on an A-team, but he had no access to any medical equipment other than the pack he had in the truck, so there was little he could do.
We're a little short of meat right now,
Claudia apologized as she passed a bowl of mashed potatoes. Not a problem, Miss Claudia, Liam said. We did some fishing yesterday evening, and those crappies practically jumped in our laps. If you want, we can try our hand this evening, maybe bring you some.
Oh, that would be wonderful,
Claudia said with a smile. Melvin noticed her teeth were looking a little worse for wear as well, confirming his belief that there was no dentist in these parts.
I love me some fried catfish,
Big Tussy said, and made an exaggerated gesture of licking her lips. The young boy laughed. The men chuckled appreciatively as well.
There was this restaurant back in Pittsburgh, and they always had fresh catfish they fried with a cornmeal and flour mix with a little bit of cayenne pepper thrown in. Man, it was good. He chewed a bite. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Brother? Logan nodded. I like your thinking, brother. He focused on Claudia. You see, Miss Claudia, my brother rode the short bus growing up, but occasionally he comes up with some good ideas. If the Sarge here agrees, we'll head down to the river after this fine meal and find a good fishing hole. I bet we'll catch plenty of catfish in no time. Sounds good with me, Melvin said in agreement. I want to go, the kid exclaimed. They called him Natty. He was a little kid with a head full of dirty brown hair. His jeans were well worn and had patches in the knees. I want to go, too, Big Tussie said with a childlike expression. Don't y'all leave me out. The ensuing conversation was short and sweet, and the decision was unanimous. The men were going to take Natty and Big Tussie fishing. Chapter 43. Fort Detrick the night before. Party tonight. That's what the sign said. It was a small slate chalkboard hanging from a piece of rope at the main entrance. I'd already gotten the word. They were having a big party for some silly event, summer equinox or something. Any excuse for a distraction from the daily tedium of Fort Detrick. A group of us had ridden up from the Mount Weather community, mostly to assist in guard duty so the Fort Detrick residents could participate in the party. It was mostly for morale. The Fort Detrick people had been expressing their discontent for a few months now. There was a chronic manpower shortage which led to people living here to have to work long hours, and there were continuous shortages of everything. Upon arrival, Kelly and I immediately headed for the NBACC building. They were waiting for us. Greetings, Dr. Smeltzer said. He beamed at Kelly like a dirty old man. This is certainly a surprise. I haven't seen you in how do they say it in Tennessee? I haven't seen you in a coon's age. Hi, Hiram, Kelly said warmly. She was one of the few people that called Dr. Smeltzer by his first name. He came over and gave her a hug. How you doing, Doc? I asked. I'm doing well, Zach. The food here has improved significantly over the past year, thanks to you, so I cannot complain. I nodded at the compliment and got right to it. How are the patients? The recent attacks seem to have caused a minor bit of trauma, but overall, mother and daughter are doing well. The baby was in a crib next to her bed. Kelly commented on it. How are her skills as a mother? She either does not remember or does not care anything about changing diapers. We've attempted to give her lessons, but it was a futile endeavor. Nor does she breastfeed, Dr. Smeltzer added. If not for us, the child would have most certainly died by now. So, still no craving for raw meat? I asked. The child? No, the mother, most definitely, Dr. Kincaid said. Smeltzer gave a small chuckle. How about cognitive skills? Any developments since my last visit? She is displaying normal reflexes and primary circular reactions, the doctor said. One would think her attention span would be lower than a normal human infant her age, but she seems to have strong focus. She needs toys to play with, Kelly said. Maybe hang some mobiles for her to look at. The two doctors exchanged a glance. Mobiles? Kincaid asked. Yes, mobiles, Kelly answered. You hang them from the ceiling. During this stage, the child needs sensory input. Didn't you two have children? The two men exchanged a glance again, and each slowly shook their head. Kelly rolled her eyes. The kid needs sensory input, she repeated. For that matter, so does the mother. Pipe in some music, maybe even put a monitor in there and play movies. Or take them outside on occasion. The two doctors gazed at Kelly as if she were telling them to perform a prostate exam on each other. Dr. Smeltzer emitted a small titter. Well, we've certainly never considered doing something like that, have we, Hiram? Why, no, we haven't, Dr. Kincaid replied. Perhaps we should write up a schedule and create a format to observe her behavior. Excellent suggestion, Doctor, Smeltzer gushed, and then held up a finger. I have an idea. I'll be right back. Dr. Smeltzer was not an athletic man, so when he took off jogging toward the main building, he looked a lot like a waddling pear. I glanced at Kelly. She was trying hard to suppress a grin. I wonder what he's up to, Dr. Kincaid asked. I guess we'll find out in a couple of minutes, Kelly said with a snicker. We passed the time with Dr. Kincaid talking about life at Fort Detrick. Dr. Smeltzer returned 5 minutes later. He was out of breath and his face was red from exertion, but he grinned when he held up the item he brought back. It's a dog catcher pole. I remember Captain Smithson talking about using them back when he was down at the CDC. We can use this and walk her around outside.
I had to admit it was a novel idea. Eve didn't like it, though. It took us 10 minutes of fighting before we got it on her. I had the onus of holding on to the pole because, frankly, patient Eve was stronger than Kincaid and Smeltzer put together. She continued to put up a struggle until Kelly pointed out she probably did not want to leave her child. When Dr. Kincaid donned his welder's gloves and put the child in her arms, she calmed immediately and did not resist as we led her outside. I let her walk where she wanted. She walked over to a grassy area and stopped. It was a pleasant day, sunny with a gentle breeze. When there was a slight gust, she lifted her head and began sniffing. Her child, even though it was an infant, did the same thing.
"Did you see that?" Dr. Smeltzer whispered.
"Indeed, I did,"
Dr. Kincaid whispered back.
"We must prepare a series of olfactory tests to administer."
Yes, Smeltzer said. "This has proven to be a productive experiment already."
Patient Eve turned her head and glared at them. Soon we had a small crowd of curious people. They maintained a respectable distance at first, but as we walked Eve, curiosity compelled them to get closer and closer. This made Eve uncomfortable, and at one point she began gnashing at them. I chastised everyone and directed them to go on about their business. After a few pieces of advice telling me I should kill her, they lost interest and wandered off. After a while, we led her back to her home, lab number 1. Patient Eve stood passively as I removed the catchpole's noose from her neck and put the restraints back on her. After I had done so, she slowly turned and faced me. What she did next was unexpected.
"Zach."
It was raspy, barely above a whisper. I stared at her in surprise. Before I could respond, Dr. Smeltzer's voice boomed over the speaker.
"Zach, did she just say something?"
I glanced at the window in annoyance. Big mistake. Patient Eve lunged forward and came within a fraction of biting a chunk out of my neck. I jumped back, out of her reach. She stared and then gave me a petulant gnash of her teeth. Kelly and the doctor surrounded me when I exited Eve's room. The doctors began peppering me with questions while Kelly inspected my face and neck for any possible injuries.
"What did she say?"
"I think she said my name."
"That's all," I replied.
"Did you do something? Were there any clues she was going to be hostile?"
I frowned at the doctors. They were talking over themselves and making it difficult both to listen to each question and to answer them. Guys, there were no indicators. She said my name and then lunged at me. "That's it," I said.
"What does this mean?" Dr. Kincaid asked.
"She either doesn't like me or she's hungry," I answered with a chuckle. I peered at her through the glass. She stared back with those mottled eyes, neither moving nor blinking.
"Well, in spite of this close call, this is amazing," Dr. Smeltzer proclaimed. "This is the first case of a fully infected Zed being able to speak."
"No, there was one other," I said. "Melvin's ex-wife, Peggy. He took her out in the woods to kill her. She said his name a few seconds before he put her down." The two doctors stared in amazement.
"We were unaware of this, Zach. Why did he kill her?"
"Because he was putting her out of her misery," I said. "He felt it was the kindest thing he could do for her." Dr. Kincaid sighed and rubbed his face.
"I wish he would have brought her to us."
As we were conversing, Doctors Throneberry and Washington walked in. They were still as pale as ever, and Dr. Washington appeared to have lost a lot of weight. I would have offered my condolences or something for her cancer, but we were never close, and there were times when she'd been downright rude to me. So I remained silent and listened as they were brought up to speed. Kelly and I walked out as they discussed possible experiments to get Eve to talk to them. The sun was setting when we walked back to the main building from the labs. One alert guard spotted us and waved us over to his post, which was a tower fashioned from telephone poles that were heavily greased, preventing anyone from climbing them. He lowered a metal ladder and bid me to come up.
"Hey, you two,"
Shooter greeted.
"How's it going, Shooter?"
I asked. Kelly and I were not exactly friends with Shooter. He'd done some things over the years neither Kelly nor I agreed with, but we had history. He was one of the original people that ventured to Virginia from Tennessee, and we'd killed many Zeds together.
"Well, guard duty sucks, but my shift ends at 10. Still plenty of time to party."
I nodded and looked around the interior of the shack. It was equipped much like the guard posts back at Mount Weather. There were a small assortment of melee weapons hanging on the wall,
A 5-gallon blue plastic jerry full of drinking water, an ammo box, a landline, a range card affixed to the wall, and a bucket with a lid on it sitting in the corner. Shooter saw me staring. Someone used it last week and didn't bother cleaning it out. It smelled like a big stinking turd in here for days. I swear, man, some people are just common trash. I gave a polite nod and kept my thoughts to myself because I often thought of Shooter as common trash. That was really something with you walking that Zed around, he said. She seemed to enjoy it, I said. Shooter chuckled. Yeah, everyone's talking about it. So, what are you guys up to? He asked. We are going to help out with guard duty so everybody can attend the party, Kelly said. Sweet. Which post are y'all assigned? This one, I answered with a polite smile. So whenever you're ready, you can head out. Oh, for real? That's awesome, he said with a grin. He gathered up his personal belongings and stuffed them into a backpack. He started to leave, but paused and frowned. Hey, there's something that's bothering the piss out of me, and maybe you're the person to talk to about it. What's that? I asked. Well, when the breeze shifts directions from east to west, I could swear I smell the stink of Zeds. I frowned in puzzlement. Like from a horde? Yeah, he said, only real faint. Remember when we ran into hordes back in Nashville? I'm getting that smell when there's a gust of wind. It's not strong, only a whiff, but still, I'll never forget that odor. I haven't said anything to anyone, but I know you two know exactly what I mean, right? I nodded thoughtfully. I may not care much for the man, but that didn't mean I was going to ignore his concerns. I motioned for his radio. Let me call the TOC and get them to call weather. We'll see if Grace or Garrett are manning the satellites, maybe get them to have a look. Okay, cool, Shooter said. I doubt anyone else would have paid attention to me. It took several minutes, longer than I felt was needed. While I was waiting, I made a mental note to address that issue when I got back to weather. If there were situations like this anywhere in our network, we needed to act on it immediately. While we waited, Shooter and I conversed about nothing in particular. All the while, Shooter was actively sniffing, like he was a hound dog or something. He suddenly stopped talking and perked up. Right there. Do you smell it? He asked. I do, Kelly said. I sniffed, and I had to admit I caught a whiff. Yeah, there's something. I don't know if it's Zeds or a bunch of dead cattle rotting in a field somewhere, but it's definitely something. The radio barked while we were talking. Mount Weather advises they're having trouble with the satellites and can't get eyes on that particular area. They'll let us know if anything changes. That didn't help much, Shooter grumbled. I had to agree. They've been having trouble with the satellites lately and could not seem to correct the issue. I changed the subject. So, you're going to the party? I asked. Yeah, as soon as I get relieved. I glanced at Kelly. Why don't you go ahead? I'll finish your shift for you. Shooter stared a moment, wondering if I was playing a cruel joke, but then he broke into a big grin. Seriously? Damn, Zach, thanks. I owe you. He practically jumped out the door and hurried down the ladder before I got a chance to change my mind. That was nice of you, Kelly said. What about me? Go ahead to the party. I'll be there in a couple of hours, I said. She gathered me in her arms. I reciprocated. After sharing a kiss, she stared pointedly. You're not planning on having any guests up in here, are you? I shook my head vigorously. Hell no. I'm bolting the door as soon as you walk out. She stared a moment longer before kissing me again. See you soon, she said, as she exited the guard post. Chapter 44. Catfishing. Melvin asked Claudia if she wanted one of them to stay and keep her company, but she shooed them off, reminding them to wait until they returned to clean the fish because the chickens would love to eat the guts. They loaded up on their respective bicycles and headed off. Boom Boom elected to remain behind and sleep on the front porch. Big Tussie declared she knew the perfect place to fish and led off. Natty followed her, and True took up the rear. Melvin watched Big Tussie as she rode. She was too big for the bike. Melvin guessed she had to weigh somewhere around 250, and she was sweating profusely in minutes. She was also carrying 2 large battle axes strapped across her back, which certainly did not help her center of gravity. He smiled to himself. She may not have biking skills, but she certainly knew blacksmithing. Those axes were impressive looking. They were broad heads with a spike on the ends. The handles, Melvin guessed they were hardwood ash, were about 3 feet long with pommels that served both as a counterbalance and skull-buster. He had no doubt she was a terror with them and idly wondered if he would have the opportunity to witness her in action. He did not have to wonder for long.
When they approached the Mansion Street intersection, the big woman suddenly jumped off her bike with the agility of a circus bear. Natty, needing no prompting, jumped off his bike, ran to a nearby tree, and climbed it like he was part spider monkey. There were 20 or so walking down Mansion Street. When they saw the group, they emitted a chorus of snarls and charged in an ambling run.
"Have at 'em, boys, but give me plenty of room," Big Tussie shouted as she took a few practice swings with her axes.
The men needed no further directions. They spread out and faced the approaching Zeds. Suddenly, Big Tussie emitted a blood-curdling scream that sounded like a mix between Tarzan and a bull walrus in heat. Melvin was convinced it even startled the Zeds. Still screaming, she charged. She swung her axes and decapitated 2 at the same time. To say that the men were impressed would be an understatement, but they had no time to dwell on it. 3 of them fixed on Melvin and picked up their speed. He sidestepped and began swinging his sword while he moved in a circular pattern. He had each of them decapitated within seconds. He paused and slowly pivoted, orienting toward other possible threats. He saw Big Tussie standing there, grinning.
"You move like one of them ballet dancers," she proclaimed.
He was surprised to see a trail of 7 dead Zeds leading up to her. Before he could retort, she sprinted over to one who was trying to claw its way up the tree Natty was in, and brought down one of her axes on the top of its skull, cleaving it all the way down to the jawline. Melvin looked around for another target, but there were none. His teammates had taken care of the rest, as evidenced by the piles of dead Zeds surrounding them. It was over in only a couple of minutes.
"Check yourselves and each other,"
Melvin ordered. He hastily looked himself over and then checked Big Tussie, who grinned like an adolescent teen at the attention.
"All right, I don't see any bites," Melvin said to her.
"That was fun," she said, and wiped her brow with her hand.
"I don't have anybody to back me up, so I can't take them out in the open like this. I have to be sneaky."
"Like how?" True asked her.
"Sometimes I sneak around the town at night. They can't see good at night, so I use it against them. If they're spread out, I can kill a few of them here and there and run off before they can get me." She pointed east. "I keep the town clean, though. After I kill them, I dump them in the river."
Liam made a face.
"Damn, we took a bath in that river."
Big Tussie cackled.
"It don't make no difference. All right, there's a creek nearby where we can catch some crawdaddies. Catfish love crawdaddies."
Big Tussie once again led off, and soon they'd reached the creek and had a bucket of crawfish in minutes.
"I've eaten these before, but they ain't as good as catfish,"
Big Tussie remarked.
"How'd you keep them from pinching your tongue with their claws?" Liam asked.
Big Tussie stared at him in confusion for a moment, until she realized he was teasing her, and emitted a cackle that sounded like a wounded buffalo.
"I like you. You're funny."
She slapped him on the back good-naturedly, which caused Liam to gasp. They were at the river 10 minutes later, and the big woman pointed out a set of sturdy wooden piers with a boathouse on one end.
"Those belong to the Caters," she said, as if they knew who the Caters were. "Willie Cater owned a couple of dump trucks, but he was good at building things, too. He kept a whole mess of poles and tackle in that boathouse. I ain't been here in a while, but I'm sure it's all still there."
All the poles and tackle were indeed still present and untouched. Liam volunteered to provide security, while the rest of them rigged their lines and began fishing off the docks. In a repeat of their previous fishing experience, they were catching them in no time. Big Tussie squealed in glee when she hooked a big one. She was so loud, True had to remind her to keep it down. Once she pulled that fish out of the water, she leaned over to True and whispered,
"I'm pretty loud in the sack, too."
Once they caught enough to feed them all twice over, they strapped down a Rubbermaid tub on the back of Melvin's bike, and the group made their way back to the house without any additional Zed encounters. Big Tussie led them to an old table in the back of the house. The chickens, sensing there were some tasty treats in the tub, followed along.
"Tell us about yourself,"
Liam said as he sliced open one of the fish and began gutting it. The chicken squawked in nervous anticipation and pounced as soon as he dropped some on the ground.
"Oh, ain't much to tell. I grew up down the road near Claudia's house. My daddy ran that scrapyard and garage. I guess my claim to fame is I competed in powerlifting and won a lot of competitions."
"I could see that," Liam said. Big Tussie cackled.
"I was training to be a professional wrestler when that nasty plague hit."
"How did you survive it?" True asked.
"Well, Daddy used a bulldozer and put all them junk cars around the house like a wall. It worked pretty good, and he'd always had a garden in the back of the house. He always said if it weren't for the garden, I would have eaten us right into the poorhouse. Anyway, we hunkered down right there in the house. We'd go out some and fish or hunt, but mostly we had to stay in our little house while them things wandered around eating anybody they could get a hold of.
How long did that last? Liam asked.
Well, it worked for a while, but back about 5 years ago, we had a fire, and Daddy didn't make it.
Sorry to hear that, True said. She sighed.
Yeah, he was a good daddy. My mama took off when I was little. I don't remember much about her, but my daddy stuck with me and raised me. He had girlfriends here and there, but he never remarried.
Her face darkened for a moment.
Yeah, he was a good daddy.
She gestured over at Natty, who had picked up some fish guts and was trying to feed them to Boom Boom.
I found him when he was just a baby over in a church about a mile from here. He was wrapped up in a blanket and abandoned. Me and Claudia tried to figure out who his mama was, but...
She finished the sentence with a shrug of her broad shoulders. You don't seem to have any menfolk around here, True mentioned.
Nope, they either turned, run off, or were killed off, Big Tussie said.
Claudia had come outside and sat in a chair. She'd been listening silently. When there was a lull in the conversation, she spoke up.
So, you men ride around the country finding people? She asked.
Yes, ma'am, that's our primary mission, Melvin said.
Why?
To reconnect the people with the United States government, Melvin said.
Claudia frowned.
What are you talking about? There is no government left.
Not completely, Melvin replied with his patented disarming smile.
A lot of them died, but we still have a president, a vice president, senators, and a lot of other bells and whistles that comprise the government.
What? The president is still alive? She asked.
Not the original president. The current president is Abe Stark.
Who is that? Claudia asked.
Abraham Stark was the Secretary of Defense back before. He became president when President Richmond died.
How did he die? Did he turn into a zombie? Big Tussie asked.
No, he didn't, Melvin replied. The truth of the matter is, he was messing around with a woman and her husband killed him.
Oh, my, Claudia exclaimed.
Yes, ma'am, Melvin said in agreement. It was a messed up situation. Abraham Stark stepped up and took over the job as president. He's a strong advocate of reconnecting with all of the survivors around the country.
It sounds like an impossible undertaking, Claudia said.
I won't lie, it's not easy, but we've had some small successes, and since we've got diesel again, we're able to travel out further than we have been before.
So that's what you men do? Drive around the country hunting for survivors? Big Tussie asked.
That's our primary mission, yes, Melvin answered. By the way, did Merlin ever talk about broadcasting or receiving on the radio?
Yes, he did, Claudia said. We always thought he was talking about having one of those ham radios. He never told us any different, and I never made the connection with the radio station. That's how the professor found us, Natty said.
Hush now, child, Claudia said. Natty dropped his head and said nothing. Big Tussie had been getting a fire going, and now had a pot full of lard hanging from a tripod over the flames.
I'll be hot enough in about 10 minutes, Miss Claudia. Maybe we should make up some cornmeal batter?
Claudia stood and walked inside the house. Big Tussie made a head nod to Natty, who followed Claudia in. She waited a few seconds after the door shut before speaking.
The professor ain't a good man, she said. I like you boys, though.
She then focused on True.
Do you wrestle?
What do you mean? True asked.
You know, wrestle. You and me. We can wrestle in private if you want.
The O'Malley brothers burst out in raucous laughter. Chapter 45. Discussion of Banishment. The guard unlocked the door and opened it slowly. Only when he was satisfied the prisoner was not going to try any shenanigans did he speak.
You have a visitor.
I walked in to see Clay, lying on the bunk. The guard shut the door behind me. Clay stared without emotion. He had the look of defeat. He did not bother standing.
We meet again, he said.
How are you doing? I asked.
Depressed, bored, shitless.
I can get some books from the library if you're inclined. He nodded.
Yeah, that'd be great. At this point, I'll read anything you bring.
He then sat up.
Sorry if I don't ask you to sit. For some reason, they won't let me have a chair. He pointed casually. The only chair I have is the shitter. They don't want you to get the idea of using it as a weapon, I said. Makes sense, I guess. So, what brings you here? I want to talk to you about your banishment. What about it? He asked. He was suspicious, which I guess was natural. I mean, what the hell is there to talk about? You guys have already told me I have to leave the area and never come back. That is true, I replied. And technically all we are obligated to do is drive you out somewhere a few 100 miles away and drop you off. No provisions, no assistance, nothing. His face paled as if he suddenly realized we were under no obligation to see to his survival needs. Is that what's going to happen to me? He asked. My expression tightened. I don't like it that you killed Dalton. He didn't deserve that. You were lied to and you let your temper get the best of you. But I don't think you're evil. And for that reason, I have a proposition for you. What kind of proposition? He asked. We are in desperate need of people manning outposts in the Mount Weather network. One outpost we have in mind is a few 100 miles from here. How would you like to do that? Clay stared, put his hands behind him, and leaned back on the bed. Man, an outpost. Why would I do something like that? Good question, I said, and thought for a moment. Have you ever seen my office? No, I haven't. I made a head nod toward the door. Come on, I'll show it to you. Perhaps it'll make things clearer. I turned and knocked on the door. I heard the deadbolt turn and the guard open the door. All done? He asked. Not yet. Clay's going with me, I said, and exited the room. Clay hesitated a moment, but then hopped out of bed and followed behind me. I wasn't worried that he'd try anything stupid. He seemed reasonable enough. I led him through the maze of corridors and down to the lower levels of the Mount Weather bunker with one of the guards following. Using my keycard, I unlocked the heavy metal door and led him in. The motion sensor activated the lights. Clay paused and looked around. Impressive, he said. I pointed at a couple of my dry erase boards that were full of notes, bullets, and timelines. Those are an amalgamation of multiple projects with one ultimate goal. The rebuilding of America, Clay said. Yes. Clay nodded in understanding and inspected the dry erase boards with mild interest. After a minute, I pointed toward the far wall. Let me show you a map, I said. Parvis had multiple rolled-up maps hung on the wall. Road maps, topographic maps, resource maps, you name it. And I inherited them after his death. I unrolled one of the maps, a combination of a road and topographical map, where Mount Weather was clearly outlined. There were circles surrounding Mount Weather, which made it appear a little like a bullseye. There were various other notes, mostly reference numbers to data stored on Weather's hard drive, and some dots of various colors. The circles indicate increments of 100 miles. What are those colored dots? He asked. I'm glad you asked. The green dots are contacts with friendly survivors. The blue dots are survivor groups that are formally a part of our network. The black dots are abandoned locations. That is, survivors we've contacted but have since disappeared. The orange dots indicate a heavy presence of Zeds, and the red dots indicate hostile survivors. I pointed. As you can see, we have no blue or green dots along the Mississippi River. I then pointed at the singular green dot in the town of Louisiana. Team Mad Dog is currently in this area. They have encountered a small group of survivors, 2 women and a child. There is a radio tower there located close to the Mississippi River. It would make an excellent observation post. Why aren't those women doing that? Clay asked. According to Melvin's report, one of them is dying of cancer and the other one may not be capable of doing the job. Clay frowned and walked closer to the map. Louisiana, Missouri, looks like a pretty good distance from here. Yes, a little over 800 miles. Clay grunted. You people sure are serious about banishment. I did not respond. In fact, I had several locations picked out, like Dayton or Cincinnati, but I was voted down. Clay continued staring at the map, as did I. My eyes drifted to the gray dot located in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It was one of many spots where artificial lighting has been detected from a satellite feed. In fact, Grace and Garrett had been conducting satellite surveillance of the world for a few years now. They've spotted artificial light sources from 57 different locations in the continental United States. To date, we've only explored a couple of them. As I mentally began the outline of a mission, Clay pointed toward Kansas. Green dots in Kansas? What's up with that?
Old missile silos, I said. Back before, some enterprising individuals bought some former silos and converted them to doomsday bunkers. They sold shares to rich people. Each one houses 50 to 100 people.
But they're green dots, he observed.
Yes, we have regular radio communications with them, but they see no reason to proclaim themselves part of the network right now. I guess I can't blame them. We don't have much to offer. Not yet, anyway. He nodded and pointed back to Missouri.
The whole state is blank.
I nodded again. Melvin had sent a message about this so-called professor, but I was not sure the proper color dot for him and his group. I certainly did not want to put a red dot on the state while Clay decided what he was going to do. He pointed south.
Not much here either.
Yes, he was right. We did not have a lot of blue dots in the south.
You never said what the gray dots are, he said.
Gray dots indicate our scout teams have found evidence of survivors, perhaps even sightings, but no actual contact has been made, I said. I then sat at my desk and opened my laptop. After it booted up, I motioned for him to have a look. These are pictures of the Missouri area and the location in question. I turned the laptop to Clay. He gazed at the picture on the screen and then looked up in puzzlement.
That's the radio tower?
Yes, there was a man who lived there. He was doing well, but apparently fell out of a tree stand and busted himself up.
That had to suck, Clay remarked. I'd take it he's dead?
Yeah, he ended up killing himself, I said. Clay gave a slight nod. He understood. He picked up the stack of photos and began examining them. He paused when he saw the picture of Merlin's corpse.
Did you guys figure out who he was? He asked.
He left a note. His name was Merlin LeBlanc. I pointed to a couple of the photos showing the interior of the radio station. The radio station itself is a solid concrete construction with a basement. He apparently worked there when it went bad. He converted it into a home and hid the basement door with a false wall. He had a decent inventory store down there. I pointed to some other photos. He had some nice improvements, a perimeter of concertina wire, a few gardens, a wood stove, observation platforms at various heights on the tower. It has a perfect view of the Mississippi. A perfect place for an outpost. Clay finished looking at the photos before speaking.
What exactly will be required of me? He asked.
Monitor everything and report it, I replied. Any traffic going up or down the Mississippi is important, but any contact with survivors or any large horde of Zeds would be important information as well. If we can man this location, if I can put a blue dot on that spot, we are going to create a route to that location with secure waypoints. I can't emphasize enough the importance of this to the continuing process of rebuilding America.
So, you want me to sit up on one of those platforms all day long?
I went into my desk and pulled out a trail camera. We'll supply you with a couple of these. Set them up each morning, go do whatever you need to do, and download them in the evening. Review the data, and if you spot something, get on the radio and report it. He pointed at the map.
Will the Russians come through Missouri? He asked.
It's possible, I answered.
Okay, not to be an asshole who only thinks of himself, but what do I get out of it? He asked.
We'll transport you there with enough provisions and equipment for you to survive. There will be supply runs made. They may not be regular and timely, but they will happen. It is my desire to set up Missouri as a waypoint into the Midwest, so I'll want you to travel around and find us a good storage tank for diesel and housing. When I say housing, you'll be tasked with creating Zed-proof housing. There will be many things we'll want you to accomplish. To quote an old friend of mine, you'll be busier than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. Clay chuckled at that.
So, I do this, and then what happens?
5 years, I said. Do it for 5 years. Think of it as a prison sentence, only you won't be in a prison. You'll be your own man. At the end of 5 years, if you want to come back, your sentence will be commuted. President Stark is ready to prepare the order.
He may not be around in 5 years, Clay mused.
He's going to prepare a document explaining everything to whoever may be president. If I'm still around, I can assure you it will be honored. Besides, in 5 years, we may have made that location another community. If that happens, you'll be the head of it. Clay stared off into space and let out a long sigh.
So I am to be cast out in the wilderness, he said. To the beasts of earth and to the birds of heaven I give you as food.
I see you know your Bible, I said, but I don't think what Ezekiel was talking about applies to your situation. He acted like he was about to retort, but instead sighed again and scratched his beard.
Do I get to take my wife and daughter with me?
Certainly, if they're willing, I said.
And we'll be provided with rations?
Absolutely. Food, water purification equipment, weapons, ammunition, I said. Thought a moment, and then reached for my computer. Melvin sent an inventory of what Merlin stored in the basement. Have a look. He read it for a full 5 minutes before saying anything.
I must admit, it's impressive. So, what if I say no? He asked.
It's your choice. Understand, though, if you turn it down, the alternative is permanent banishment. I gestured at the map. You'll still be dropped in Missouri, but our responsibility to you ends then and there. He stared at the map for another 2 minutes before speaking.
I'd need to discuss it with the family before I decide.
I understand, I said. I'll put in a call and make the arrangements to bring them here. We talked about it for the next hour. I continued the sales pitch of Mission 1, the rebuilding of America. He asked numerous questions and seemed genuinely interested. I hoped he was, and not simply shining me on. I'd had some limited conversations with Clay in the past, but nothing in depth. I must admit, I found myself liking the man. I wished he hadn't killed Dalton. He was a good guy, too. Clay looked up to see me staring at him.
What?
He asked. I shook my head slightly. Dalton would have made you a good son-in-law. Clay's face clouded. You're not the first person who said that, he murmured. After lunch, I decided I'd been cooped up far too long and went outside. It was turning into a muggy day, and the humidity seemed higher than normal, which made me wonder if rain was in the forecast. After the world population took a nosedive, the reduction of the human population and the cessation of manufacturing caused a definitive shift in the climate. The weather had been cooler these past few years, but this June was turning into a hot one, and the temp had gotten into the 90s once or twice already. I was going to grab a golf cart and ride around the compound, but opted to check on the horses first. They were all in the corral. There was fresh hay, and the water trough was full. I nodded in satisfaction. Entering the barn, I found Sammy in the back, sitting in a chair and sharpening his prized possession, a 9-inch drop-point knife Fred had given him for his 14th birthday. Since the rumor was started, Sammy had been a little distant from me. I'd been so busy I'd not been able to get any time alone with him, so when I saw him sitting there, I gave a hopeful grin. He did not respond in kind. I was undaunted and sat in a nearby chair. "How's it going?" I asked. He answered with a shrug, which flexed his shoulders. The t-shirt he was wearing was tight on him and accentuated his taut frame. "You're getting some muscle on you," I said. "I've been working out," he replied. "It shows. I remember once upon a time I met a skinny kid fresh from Oklahoma. You probably weighed 70 pounds, soaking wet." I chuckled. "Not anymore, though." Sam responded to the compliment with another half-hearted shrug. "No school today?" I asked. "I'm meeting with Garrett later for calculus tutoring." I nodded. "So, you and Kelly talked?" "Yeah." "Is there anything you want to ask me?" "Kelly said she's trying to cause problems with the president. Serena's mom disagrees and said Senator Van Allen never did it." "Sammy, all I can say is I'm not making this up. She said it to me directly. Now, whether she plans on following through with the threat, I do not know. She's officially made her announcement, and she's bad-mouthing the president and anyone associated with him like nobody's business." "Mudslinging," Sammy said. "That's one word for it," I said, and focused on him. "You know I'd never do anything like she's claiming, right?" "I know," he said in almost a whisper. His face was contorted, and it looked like he was about to cry. "Hey, big guy, I'm serious. I'd never betray our friendship." He swiped at his eyes. "She told me last night she didn't think she loved me anymore." "Who, Serena?" I asked. Sammy nodded. I held back a sigh and leaned back in my chair and thought a moment before speaking. "Okay, I'm going to be brutally honest, and that's because I'm your friend and you deserve it. The two of you are still kids for the most part." "I work as hard as any man," Sammy countered. "Yes, you absolutely do," I said in agreement. "But your emotions are still at the teenage level. She's probably a little overwhelmed at the thought of becoming a mother, and it's causing her to have doubts. Like I said, she doesn't yet have the emotional maturity of a grown woman." "So, what do I do?" Sammy asked. When he looked at me, he looked like a lost child. I gave him a patient, big brother smile. The only thing I can tell you is to have patience. A lot of patience and understanding. Sammy seemed to nod in understanding, but stared at his knife for a solid minute before speaking. "It might not be mine," he said. "The baby, it might not be mine." "Did she tell you that?" I asked. "No, but I have my suspicions." He then stared directly at me. "I mean, I know it's not you, but I have my suspicions she might not have been faithful. Why would she do that to me?" This time it was my turn to shrug. Sometimes people get tempted. The logical part of their brain will tell them it's wrong, but sometimes the temptation is too strong. "Has that ever happened to you?" Sammy asked. The question came as a surprise, although it shouldn't have. Was I going to lie or tell the truth? I took a deep breath. "Yes, it has." I told him everything. When I was finished, he was staring, wide-eyed. "And Riley took the blame?" he asked. I nodded. "Wow. This is something I'm telling you in confidence, okay? I hope you'll keep this to yourself. Don't even tell Serena." "You have my word," Sammy declared. "That's good enough for me," I said, and stood. "Hey, I've got an idea. The trail cameras are overdue for fresh batteries and downloading. Why don't we saddle up some horses and take care of it?" Sammy's face brightened. "I'm good with that." Chapter 46. Team Mad Dog. The 7 of them had devoured every bit of the catfish. "I'm so full I can't hardly walk," Natty had said with a boyish grin. Everyone chuckled in agreement. "I ain't had a meal like this in a while," Big Tussie said with her own grin. "Everything was delicious," Liam parroted. The other men voiced their own agreement. "You're a fine cook," Melvin said to Claudia. "Why, thank you. Back in the day, I cooked a lot. Whenever we had a church function, everyone always wanted Miss Claudia to make the desserts. She baked the best pies you've ever had. I can still taste them," Big Tussie said, and licked her lips at the memory. The men chuckled at her antics. "I'm so glad you men came this way," Claudia said. "We don't venture out far any more." "We still have infected here and there," Big Tussie said. "There ain't many, but we don't have much ammo left, and try not to waste it on those stinkers." Melvin nodded. "We have the same issue. It's hard to keep a good supply of ammo when there are always Zeds around trying to eat you." Claudia wiped her mouth, put the rag on the table, and folded her hands in her lap. "Do you men intend to stay long?" she asked. "Miss Claudia, we certainly don't want to wear out our welcome. We're going to leave at sunup," Melvin said. The other men echoed in agreement. The big woman stretched and cracked her knuckles. "Me and Claudia have been talking, and we like you boys. If you don't mind staying a day or two, you could sure help us out." "Like how?" True asked. "Well, there's a few things that I can't do myself, and Claudia is, well, she's been a little on the sickly side lately." The 3 men glanced at Melvin, who in turn looked back at his men, who gave tacit nods of assent. "Well, we can stay a day more, I suppose," he said. Big Tussie erupted into a belly laugh and slapped the table for effect. "This is great!" Claudia worked her chair back away from the table and stood. "Melvin, would you mind helping me with the dishes?" "Certainly," Melvin said, and stood. The other men started to stand as well, but Claudia stopped them. "You gentlemen just sit and relax. Melvin and I will take care of everything." Once they'd gotten the dishes into the kitchen, Claudia scraped any scraps onto one dish and then began hand-washing the rest. "True mentioned you were a medic back when you were a soldier," Claudia said. "I had training as a medic," Melvin replied. Claudia nodded in the darkening room. Melvin saw a couple of candles and lit them. Claudia thanked him. Her face scrunched up in thought for a moment before speaking. "There is something you and your men need to know." "What's that?" Melvin asked. "There is a group of people who live about 50 miles from here near Mark Twain Lake. Are you familiar with it?" she asked. "I've seen it on the map," Melvin said. "Tell me about them." "I'm not sure how many there are of them. Maybe 20, maybe 50. They're led by a rather distasteful man who calls himself the Professor.
They come around on occasion and demand payment of this and that. Food, mostly. Is that the reason for the excess crops you're growing? Melvin asked. Claudia nodded. We have agreed to grow corn for them, for their cattle and horses, and Tussie makes weapons for them. Do they give anything in return? Claudia shook her head. Well, that's not right, Melvin said. The professor fancies himself as a king or something. If you men stick around this area for long, you'll likely encounter his people. My advice is to kill them as soon as you see them. Melvin had been drying the utensils, but stopped and stared at Claudia in surprise. She stared back. Melvin, the four of you have been exceptionally kind to us, but I'm not fooled. You're tough as nails and hardened killers. Last winter the professor's men dropped by one day and took everything we had to eat. We almost starved to death. You'd be doing us a tremendous favor if you killed every one of them. Miss Claudia, we don't actively go out looking for people to kill. We'll kill Zeds, and if we're threatened, we'll fight, but we're not cold-blooded murderers. Claudia nodded in seeming understanding. You all are good men, I can tell, but if you encounter the professor or his people, don't let your guard down with them. I certainly appreciate the advice. If we do come across them, perhaps I can persuade them to leave you guys alone. You know, you can always come back to Mount Weather with us. Claudia smiled sadly. My health has not been so good lately. I have a lot of pain deep in my guts, and sometimes I can't hold down a meal. Melvin nodded. I saw you wincing earlier. I was a nurse once upon a time. Don't know if I mentioned that, but I was. A hospice nurse. I took care of people who were dying. At first I thought I had something like a kidney stone, maybe an appendicitis, but I'm afraid it's more serious than that. Lately, when I take my morning visit to the outhouse, the pain is incredible, and there's been blood in my stool. We have a doctor back at Mount Weather. You should come with us, Melvin said. I thought you said you were a medic, Claudia said. Well, then, you should already know it's too late. Melvin hung his head. You're right. It wouldn't matter anyway, she said. I've made my peace with God. I've lived here since I was 20, and I'm 70-something now. No, Melvin, I'm not traveling 800 or 900 miles just to die in some strange place. I guess I understand. Is there anything I can do for you? Melvin asked. Claudia drained the dishwater and dried her hands on her apron before speaking. If I can talk Tussie into it, will you take her and Natty back to Mount Weather? Certainly, Melvin answered. Claudia smiled. Good. In the meantime, there is a loom sitting in a barn on the other side of town. I'd be grateful if you'd load it up and bring it back here. You got it, Melvin said. We'll do it first thing in the morning. He paused a moment. I have some fentanyl patches in my kit. They're expired, but I believe they've still got a little bit of potency left in them. Would you like them for the pain? I'd be most appreciative, Claudia said. Thank you. I imagine you've run into a lot of health issues in your travels. I have, Melvin said. Broken bones, traumatic injury, cholera, rat bite fever, pellagra, you name it. Were you able to treat them? Some, not all, Melvin said. The people who had pellagra, I guess those were the most senseless. Let me guess, all they did was eat corn, Claudia surmised. Yep, when I ran into them, they were nothing but skin and bone and distended bellies. Plus, they'd become delusional. I'll be honest, I didn't waste any medicine on them. I understand, Claudia said, and after a moment took her apron off and hung it on a brass coat hook. I believe I'll try to get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Maybe we'll have some fresh eggs waiting for us. Chapter 47. Holston. Team Joker was parked on University Boulevard at the entrance to Holston Army Ammunition Plant. The big red sign said as much. It was faded and the paint was peeling, but it was still readable. The guard shack and gated entrance was also a clue, even though the guard shack was unoccupied. We can't see them all from here, but there's something like 400 individual buildings on the property, Trader Joe said. You mentioned there were people who were living here, Joker said. Did I? I don't recall saying that, but yeah, I believe there were. A couple of our people came up here one day and were shot at. We never did figure out who they were, and before you ask, the answer is no. We never got anything out of this place."
Joker stared out of the windshield. The place appeared abandoned. The grass was overgrown. There were no gardens, no tire tracks, no horse tracks, nothing. He retrieved the 3-ring binder and went to the page with the satellite photo printouts. Orienting the map to their present position, he tapped an area with his index finger. "We're going to drive directly to this group of magazines. Pick one and blow it. If we're successful in blowing the door and not killing ourselves, and if the magazine still has explosive material, we'll load up. If we don't encounter any Zeds or hostiles, we'll try another one."
"That's an awful lot of ifs," Trader Joe said, and tapped at a different set of buildings. "It was mostly guesswork, but we believed people were living in the administration buildings. If they're still there, I have no doubt they'll come investigate any kind of explosion and may not bother asking questions."
"It's a chance we'll have to take," Joker said.
"Highly risky," Trader Joe said. "Look, why don't we do this? Why don't we recon the area, drive around, take some pictures, and then head back home? If we encounter anyone, we'll say hello, glad to meet you, come visit us sometime, and get the hell out of here."
"We have a mission," Joker said. "Marines complete their mission. Always."
"But we aren't Marines," Little Joe declared.
"You are. We aren't." "I am, and this SUV is," Joker countered. "We're going to complete the mission. If you guys don't want to, get out now and find your own way home." Little Joe started to fire back with an angry retort, but his father held up a hand.
"We're not going to abandon you. I was merely offering alternative solutions. You know this is risky, perhaps too risky. Think of it like this. We gather good intel on this place, which lays the groundwork for a future mission to retrieve this explosive material, if it even still exists."
Joker took a moment to quell his growing anger before responding. "All right, it goes something like this. Do y'all remember the meeting where the president told everyone about those satellite photos?"
"Which photos?"
Little Joe asked. "The ones from the northwest coast," Joker said.
"The ones showing a fleet of ships landing on the west coast?" Trader Joe said. "Where was it, Washington?"
"Yeah, I believe so," Joker answered. "There's lots of unanswered questions. Why did they come here? What are they doing? What are their intentions? Do they have fuel? Like I said, a lot of unanswered questions." Trader Joe started nodding in understanding.
"The most prudent course of action is to assume they have hostile intent and prepare accordingly."
Little Joe interrupted.
"Wait, who are they? Are they Russians?"
"It's possible," Joker said. "Or it could be the Chinese. We won't know until we make contact."
"Well, that leads to my next question. They're like 2,000 miles away."
"Yes, when they were first spotted. That was several months ago. We don't know if they stayed put or if they're traveling east. Plus, we have no idea if something similar has happened on the east coast, or if we have a hostile force coming up from the coast." Little Joe frowned.
"I hadn't thought of that. It makes sense, I guess. So what are they going to do with the explosives?"
"We're going to make anti-personnel mines and possibly mortar rounds," Joker said. Trader Joe's face brightened.
"Oh, yeah, that will help our defensive works tremendously."
"Yeah. If we get enough, we can make enough mines for Weather, Dietrich, and Hook," Joker said.
"Who knows how to make them?"
Little Joe asked. "Zack says he can," Joker said, "and I don't doubt it." Little Joe chuckled. Joker glanced over at Trader Joe, who seemed to be deep in thought. He wondered what the man was thinking about and asked him.
"Oh, I was thinking of the possible applications for the explosives," he said, and changed the subject. "Okay, about Holston. Back when it was up and running, they had surveillance cameras everywhere and probably a lot of motion sensors." He pointed at the sign. "There's one camera right there. If there are people still there, they may have it up and running."
"It's possible," Joker conceded. Trader Joe nodded.
"If you don't mind me saying so, Gunnery Sergeant, you're a Marine and therefore you're a bit gruff. Nothing wrong with that, it's your nature. But with that in mind, if we encounter people, I would suggest letting me do most of the talking. I'm a natural-born salesman, if I say so myself."
"He is," Little Joe agreed. "We'll see," Joker said. Trader Joe grunted.
"Gunny, if there are people here, we don't want to make enemies of them."
Joker thought a long minute. He then tapped on the printout. "All right, we'll head up to the admin buildings. We'll do a drive-by and see if we make contact. If we do, you can do the talking." The site was crisscrossed with roads. Little Joe had the digital camera and took pictures of every building they drove past. After 30 minutes, Joker came to a stop in front of a cluster of what appeared to be administrative offices and killed the engine. All the buildings they had driven by appeared bereft of humans. They saw nobody standing around, nobody staring at them from behind a window, no signs whatsoever of human activity. "It appears the whole place is abandoned," Trader Joe surmised. "Pity. I was hoping there were people here whom we could convince to restart manufacturing." "Yeah, it certainly would have got everyone back home excited," Joker said. He looked at his watch. "We're burning fuel in daylight. Let's get started on one or two of those storage magazines." They found one with 12-foot-tall concrete walls on 3 sides. The opposite side of the walls had earthen berms. Joker parked on the safe side of one of the walls. "If those walls aren't an indicator there's explosives in that building, I don't know what is," he remarked. Father and son agreed, and the 3 men exited their vehicle. They walked up to the thick steel entry door and watched as Joker inspected it. "Do you think it has that MX stuff?" Little Joe asked. "IMX 101, Joker replied. "Yeah, that's what I meant. What's so special about it anyway?" "It has the same power as TNT, but it's not as sensitive," Joker said. Little Joe frowned. "That doesn't make much sense. Either it goes bang or it doesn't." Joker turned to him, started to give a 2-word smart-ass retort, but opted to try another tact. "Think of it this way. Back in the day when you were in high school and you were dating that ugly acne-faced girl, y'all went to a movie. It was one of those action movies where the good guys were all Navy SEAL, 10th degree ninja dick black belts, and master snipers who could nail headshots from 3 miles away. They rig some explosives on the bad guy's hideout and move into position. Then one of them shoots at the explosive charge and everything blows up 6 or 7 times, right?" Okay, Little Joe responded. "All right, with IMX 101, that doesn't happen. It won't blow up if it is struck by a bullet. It requires a specific type of charge for it to go bang." Little Joe stared at Joker several seconds before responding. "Oh." Joker walked up to the door and gave it a close-up inspection. At one point, he rapped the heavy steel door with his knuckles in several spots, before finally speaking. "I'm pretty sure I can use the Semtex to blow this door open, and if there's that MX stuff in there, it won't explode and blow us to hell and back." "What if it doesn't work?" Trader Joe asked. "Then we go home and tell them our mission was a failure," Joker said. "I thought Marines didn't fail missions," Little Joe said. Joker fixed him with a hard stare. "That's correct, so I better get this door open." He did not wait for a response and walked back to the SUV. Returning a couple of minutes later, he was carrying an olive, drab-colored canvas bag. They watched curiously as Joker prepared and fixed charges on the door. He rechecked his work, wired up each individual charge, and then walked with the spool back to their SUV. Joker took a knee and hooked up the detonator to the 2 wires. He then pulled out a couple of earplugs, inserted them, and glanced up at the men with a smirk. "Fire in the hole." The 2 Joes barely had time to put their hands over their ears before the charges were detonated. Despite the safety wall, the men felt the concussion. So much so that the elder Joe found himself shaking off the mild effect of vertigo. Joker was up on his feet quickly. "Come on," he shouted, and ran toward the breached magazine doorway. They rounded the wall and were immediately surrounded by thick, steel-gray smoke. Joker did not stop. Although he was coughing, he waved the smoke out of his face the best he could and approached the door. He could not see much due to the smoke, so he held out one of his hands and continued stepping forward. In his rush, he didn't think things through and promptly tripped over the remains of the door, which was now lying on the ground. Joker fell on top of it, and unfortunately it was dirty. And hot. Excruciatingly hot. Joker had used his hands to break his fall, and they hit directly on the hot metal. He yelped in pain as he rolled off as quickly as he could. "Damn, that hurt," he growled, and inspected his hands. He had a few cuts, and one spot on his left palm was already blistering up. Trader Joe waved at the smoke and inspected closely. "We'll clean it up in a minute," he said. "First, let's see if we got lucky or we wasted that Semtex." Chapter 48. The Professor. "They'll need more than just a little help with chores," Liam remarked. They had spent 3 days in Louisiana before saying their goodbyes and moving on. They helped Big Tussie with all manner of chores, including scavenging and killing off small pockets of Zeds. "I don't know where they come from," Tussie had remarked. "Every time I think I've got them all killed off, new ones pop up." Melvin attempted to explain how the Zeds were mutating, but all it did was confuse her. Liam continued with his line of thought. They should come live at Mount Weather. Melvin shook his head. I already asked. Claudia most likely has cancer and is dying. She doesn't want to die in some faraway place. Big Tussie isn't going to leave her side, at least not until Claudia dies. Melvin thought a minute. It would actually be good if we could convince some people to live in Louisiana. It's a good location. It'd make a good outpost, True said. I tried to get Tussie to learn how to use that radio, but I don't think that's possible. It's you, True, Melvin said. True stared at him. What's that? She gets weak in the knees whenever you're around, Melvin said. Hell, every time I turned around, she was staring at your crotch. The brothers burst out in laughter. Their laughter died when True stopped the truck and pointed towards something in front of them. There's some people down there on horses, he said. I bet it's those people from Mark Twain Lake. Yeah, I'd say you're right, Melvin said. Let's see what they have in mind. The men were well armed. The O'Malley brothers had their FN blackout rifles with suppressors and Beretta 9mm handguns holstered on their hips. True had a customized Remington 870 Express model shotgun and a Beretta 9mm also holstered, but it was concealed in the small of his back. Melvin had an M4 assault rifle and his handgun was a Glock Model 21. Melvin had a thigh rig holster which he'd taken off a young man who had tried to kill him in Kentucky. True drove the truck forward and stopped it 100 feet away. Killing the engine, they stepped out and walked to the front of the truck, while Liam crouched down on the far side of the truck and out of sight. True gave a slight grunt. They ain't much to look at, he muttered. You got that right, Logan agreed. There were 7 of them, all dirty and grimy looking, with greasy hair and soiled, mismatched clothes. All right, cover me, Melvin said under his breath. He slung his M4, waved, and walked forward. When they got closer, Melvin looked them over with a soldier's eye. The first thing he noticed was their firearms. He could plainly see rust spots on them. The men did not look much better. Bathing did not seem to be a priority with them. One of them spit and grinned, showing rotten teeth. The horses looked better than they did. An older man separated himself from the group and walked forward. He was cleaner than the rest, perhaps in his late 60s, a little taller than average. Melvin also noticed he had a slight limp when he walked. He stopped when he was within 5 feet of Melvin. Greetings, he said. Howdy. My name is Melvin Clark. These are my partners, Logan and True. Dr. Sinclair Lemieux at your service, the man replied with a slight flourish of his hand. I am known around here as the Professor. A doctor? Melvin asked. I have a doctorate of arts, actually, Sinclair proclaimed. Ipso facto, I am entitled to proclaim the title of doctor. Ah, so you are, or were, a professor, Melvin said. Hence the moniker. Yes, I was a professor at the University of Missouri. Tenured, in fact. What did you teach? Melvin asked. I taught the bourgeoisie, along with entitled rich kids, how to properly appreciate art. Interesting, Melvin said. Back when I went to college, I had to take an art appreciation class. Did you enjoy it? The professor asked. I did. But you did not pursue any other art classes, the professor said, like he was talking about something that was beneath him. He sniffed. Oh, well, we cannot all be cultured. I understand you live over by a lake, Melvin said. Yes, we do. The lake named after the great writer Mark Twain. Are you familiar with who he is? Melvin pursed his lips in thought. Let's see. I learned about him in grade school, 5th or 6th grade. No, it was 5th. I had a teacher, Miss Humphreys. She was beautiful. She had hair like Farrah Fawcett and the prettiest titties you ever did see. She always wore dresses that had a low cut, and she loved showing off those puppies. What did Miss Humphreys have to say about Mark Twain? The professor asked. Please, indulge me. Well, I believe his real name was Samuel Clemens. He was born nearby, in the town of Florida, I believe. Indeed he was. The town is surrounded by the lake named after him. Please continue. He wrote some humorous novels like The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Seems like he toured a lot and performed in public speaking engagements, which were a lot like stand-up comedy acts.
Melvin scratched his chin. The only other novel I can think of that he wrote was Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. I like the movie version. That's about all I know about the man. The professor slowly nodded. Not bad, not bad. He glanced down at Melvin's weapons and then over Melvin's shoulder. You men are well armed, and you are in a truck that is running. How do you happen to have access to viable diesel fuel? We produce it, Melvin said. Not us personally, but we have people who produce it. The professor arched an eyebrow. Interesting. Where is your home, Melvin? Back east, in Virginia. And where are you going? The professor asked. Oh, we're just traveling around, Melvin said. We find survivors, survey the land, that type of thing. You are conducting a reconnaissance mission. In a manner of speaking, yes, we are. We're doing it for the president. The professor arched an eyebrow. The president, you say? The president of what? Of the United States, Melvin replied. The professor narrowed his eyes at Melvin and then looked back at his men before throwing his head back and erupting in laughter. The president of the United States, he says. He laughed more. He waved a hand. Come, join us. We were in the middle of preparing lunch, and perhaps we might share an imbibement in the interim. Imbibement? Melvin asked. The professor hooked a thumb toward a young man. In his early 20s, he looked like someone had beaten his face with a track shoe. As they got closer, the rank odor of human grime was almost overwhelming. That young man is Mr. Hathcock, although he prefers to be called Horsecock. At the mention of his name, the man grinned, showing off those rotten teeth. He recently procured several bottles of Wild Turkey brand whiskey. We were about to enjoy a sip or two. Why don't you and your men join us? That sounds good, Melvin said. He subtly made a hand signal behind his back. Caution. Before I know you don't, True replied. If you did, all you white trash cocksuckers would have been hanging from trees a long time ago. The laughter stopped, and all eyes turned toward True. The dirty young man puffed out his chest and stuck it up against True's chest. What'd you say to me, boy? He demanded. You about as stupid inbred, True replied. Is your mama as stupid as you are? True did not wait for a response and slapped Horsecock. Hard. Horsecock went flying sideways off his feet and landed with a heavy thud. Logan chuckled. Melvin's hand drifted toward his weapon as Horsecock struggled to get up. Once he was on his feet, he charged True. True deftly sidestepped and slapped him again as he stumbled by. This time True had slapped him on the back of the neck. Horsecock went down again, flat on his face this time. Don't get up or I'll put a hurtin' on you, True warned, and then stared at the other men. Anybody else feel like talking shit to me? Two men reached for their weapons. Melvin and Logan responded by quickly bringing their own weapons up. The professor casually held up a hand. Here, here now. I believe young Mr. Hathcock had no call using racial verbiage. Everyone, please, put your weapons away. There was a noticeable tension in the air, but the men took their hands off their weapons. Professor Lemieux raised his hands to shoulder level and made calming gestures. Enough, men. I want to talk with these people. Vesper, get lunch sorted out, please, and somebody please tend to our dumb friend. He pointed over to a fire a few feet away. One of the men who had been pointedly ignoring everyone was skinning rabbits. You men are welcome to join us, of course. In the meantime, I'd love to see a truck. Would that be okay? Would your man allow me to approach? I assure you I am unarmed. Melvin chuckled. Yes, he'll allow us to approach. He made sure by giving the proper hand sign, but only when the professor was not looking. I must ask, how close was he to opening fire? The professor asked. Was he awaiting a signal from you? You seem to be the leader, Melvin. He glanced at True as he walked. Your African-American comrade could be a leader, but he seems to be more of a loner. Would my assessment be correct? You're spot on, Professor, Melvin said, and stopped at the truck. Here we are, and may I introduce to you Liam. He's Logan's brother. Liam crawled out from underneath the truck, stood, and dusted himself off before nodding at the professor. Pleased to meet you and all that shit. We don't see many travelers anymore, the professor said, especially those with a working motor vehicle. He walked around the truck, inspecting it with a shrewd eye. Are those extra fuel tanks on the top? Yes, they are, Melvin replied. It gives us extra range.
Plenty of supplies as well, he commented. Are you looting as you're traveling?
Well, True here found some rat traps the other day. Does that count? Melvin asked.
Logan snickered. The professor paused in his inspection and narrowed his eyes at Melvin before smiling patiently. Finding a decent spot on the road, he sat and beckoned the men to join them. Logan, Liam, and Melvin sat with him. True remained standing. The professor noticed and smiled.
Yes, a loner, a Zeta male. An admirable quality in these dark ages, he said,
but did not wait for a response and turned to Melvin.
So, about this president?
The current president is Abraham Stark, Melvin began, and patiently explained the current United States government and the efforts to rebuild America. The professor listened attentively. When Melvin was finished, he threw back his head and gave a phlegmatic laugh, which segued into a coughing spell.
An exercise in futility, Melvin. That is what your so-called plan is.
How so? Melvin asked.
The world is a jape, an enormous practical joke, he proclaimed.
He gestured around.
And now we see the punchline.
He laughed again, more like a chuckle now, followed by a singular cough.
What I am saying, we are the punchline. We have been reduced to nothing more than a poor attempt at a Gemeinschaft.
He paused.
And I clearly see that you haven't the slightest clue what I am talking about.
Liam and Logan exchanged a glance.
What the hell is a Gemeinschaft? Logan asked.
It was a term used by a German sociologist by the name of Tönnies, who used it to describe small communities such as a farming village, Melvin said. The professor arched an eyebrow.
Ah, a man who knows his sociology.
Melvin shrugged. Not really. He had a flashback of a night he and Zack had spent on guard duty. They had relieved the boredom by talking about the evolvement of societies. Melvin had sat there, fascinated by Zack's lecture.
You are correct, sir. We have been reduced to nothing more than small communities, whose tragedy slowly unfolds as the days go by. Tell me, does your community have children? He asked.
Yeah, we do, Melvin answered.
The professor shook his head in disgust.
You and your people are sadistic, cruel. Why would anyone other than complete imbeciles bring children into this world?
How else are we going to repopulate? Liam asked.
Yeah, perpetuate the species and all that, Logan added.
The professor chuckled.
The brotherly bond is strong in the two of you.
Yes, it is, Liam said. I'm the smarter one of the two, but you aren't making a whole lot of sense to me, which means my brother is beyond confused.
I'll make it simple for you, gentlemen. Humans are a dying species. We'll be extinct within 100 years. No matter. Good riddance.
It sounds like you hate people, Logan said.
A true blue misanthrope, Professor Lemieux replied.
Even back when the world was normal? Professor Lemieux laughed again, without warmth.
I hated them all. Arrogant, self-entitled, hypocritical, gutless vermin. Humans bred like rats, all the while defiling the planet and wasting its resources. You see, the planet could not sustain such large numbers of humans. 7 billion people? Huh, more like 7 billion parasites.
The professor caught the stare of Melvin.
From the look on your face, it would appear you disagree with me.
You remind me of someone who was part of our group. He was a general. He believed the same as you. Thought it was God's divine plan for the plague to depopulate the earth.
The professor scoffed.
There is no God. Divine intervention is a belief harbored by the ignorant.
Even so, we are committed to rebuilding America, Melvin said.
Professor Lemieux stared at Melvin a moment and gave a tight, condescending smile.
Oh, my poor, ignorant friend. America as we know it is dead. America is not a phoenix. It is a rancid albatross strung around our neck.
Everyone is entitled to their beliefs and opinions, Professor, Melvin said. Would you mind if I record a census of your people for our records? We'll be on our way after. The professor scoffed.
What would you like to know?
The usual stuff. Numbers, genders, ages.
What do you do with this data? He asked.
It's used to get an idea of the state of America, its current population and demographics. He made a face.
Does it really matter any more? I think not.
He stood, dusted his pants off, and faced the men.
I think we should conclude this affair, gentlemen. We have no desire to network with people who have not come to terms with their impending demise. Please be respectful of our choices and our boundaries. The area you see all around you is ours. Normally, we charge a toll for outsiders, but the conversation we've had has been a welcome relief from the boring, mundane prattle I am subjected to with these people." "I understand, sir," Melvin said. "We'll be on our way then, and we certainly appreciate the hospitality. Perhaps we'll meet again one day, and you can edify me on art." The professor grinned at this. Surprisingly, his teeth seemed perfect, which led Melvin to believe he was wearing dentures. "I normally do not like outsiders, but in this instance, I believe I would be delighted." Chapter 49. Team Flash. Flash remained as still as he possibly could. He could still smell the remnants of the fire in the charred wood, and it was annoying his nostrils enough where he had to force himself not to sneeze. "Come on out, boy. We want to talk." The voice came from somewhere down the street, maybe 2 blocks away. Flash knew he was well hidden. Well, he was reasonably certain they'd not be able to find him. They only had a couple of hours of daylight left. Even so, he was shivering. "Where you at, boy?" The man's voice was getting louder. He was coming closer. Flash rubbed his nose and continued breathing out of his mouth. "Why are we looking for this punk?" a second voice asked. "Hell, we killed his friends, although I would have liked a little taste of that girl first." "Norma led them back to us," the other voice said. "We need to teach them a lesson." He recognized that voice. It was the same voice that was calling for him. Flash was deep enough in the rubble where he would have to raise his head to get a look at them. He didn't dare. "Del Rio wants him," the first man said, and guffawed. "He wants to take a knife to him. Castrate him." "Oh, shit, man, not again." Flash felt his mouth and throat go dry. The second man spoke again. "Dude, I ain't up for that. I had nightmares about the last one. I could still hear that dude's screams." The other man guffawed again. "Don't be a pussy, Poke." The 2 men were now on the street, approximately 20 feet from where Flash was hiding. He could see them now. They'd stopped walking momentarily, and one of them was looking at the rubble. Flash remained perfectly still. As Flash watched, the one man who was looking at the rubble made direct eye contact with him. Flash waited. All he had was an empty handgun, which was currently secured in his holster, and a knife. The 2 men were armed with handguns. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he guessed getting shot to death was better than being turned into a eunuch. "Hey, let's go back. He's either long gone or the infected will get him." The first man looked around and sighed. "Yeah, I guess so. I'm getting hungry anyways." Flash realized he'd been holding his breath as he watched them walk away. He let it out as slowly as he could. He did not know why the man covered for him, but he wasn't going to move until it was dark. Of course, that presented another problem. Zed's. His shoulder wound was not severe, but the bullet took a little bit of meat and he was bleeding. And Flash knew from experience Zed's could smell blood. Flash must have fallen asleep. Something startled him awake. He jerked, which caused a blackened piece of lumber to shift. It made far too much noise, which caused Flash to grit his teeth and hold his breath. He waited at least 2 minutes. Reasonably confident that he was alone, he moved the debris off him with painful slowness and sat up. The sun had set and the shadows were long. He looked around anxiously. When they first spotted him, he had taken off running in a blind panic, and after several minutes of cutting back and forth along streets, he was hopelessly disoriented and in a residential neighborhood that had burnt to the ground some time ago. He heard the crew yelling and laughing while they were chasing him and knew if he were caught, he'd end up like Aaron and Sully, or worse. After sprinting from street to street for several minutes, his lungs were on fire and he knew he could not keep it up much longer. He glanced over at a pile of charred rubble that used to be a house and buried himself in it. Now he was standing in a weed-infested driveway, wondering where the hell he was and how the hell he was going to get home. He peered down the street and saw a sign. He walked quickly, but as quietly as he could, toward the sign, all the while turning in circles. When he was close, he read the sign. Leeds Way. It didn't help. All he had memorized on the map were the main roadways and landmarks. All he knew or guessed was that I-64 was east from his present location. Flash dropped to a knee beside a rusted-out shell of a Nissan Sentra, took a deep breath, and tried to inspect his shoulder wound. It wasn't gushing,
more like oozing, but he needed to stop it altogether. He pulled out his bandana. It was dirty, but he had nothing else except his underwear, and he was reasonably certain they were dirtier than the bandana. He rolled it up and stuffed it in the wound. He then tore a sleeve off and wrapped it around his shoulder. It wasn't quality work, but it would have to do. He scanned until he saw the faint glow in the western sky, turned his back to it, and began walking. He was thirsty and he was having stomach pangs, but unless he came upon a clean water source, which was highly unlikely, he'd have to do without. His life depended on him getting away. Water would have to wait. It did not take long before he found Washington Boulevard. He knew where he was now, sort of. The road led to I-64, which would take him to Richmond and eventually back home. Flash took another breath and started walking. While Flash walked, he tried to make sense out of what happened. Why did they attack them outright? Did Norma's association with them seal their fate? As Flash walked, the realization of what happened put him into a deep state of despair. Not only had he failed the mission, he'd gotten 2 of his closest friends killed. If he thought they'd kill him outright, he'd find the men and let them open fire, but he didn't relish the idea of being castrated first, so he kept walking. Flash made one promise to himself. If he lived through this, he'd get revenge for his friends. Chapter 50. The Battle at Fort Detrick. I could smell them before I saw them, and that meant there were a lot of them. Guardpost 6 radioed in first. "Contact! Zeds! Hundreds of them!" He didn't elaborate. Didn't need to. Everyone could hear the eruption of gunfire. "Contact! Contact! Contact!" The word echoed over the radio again and again by each guard post, followed immediately by gunfire. Someone turned on the sodium lights that were dotted around the perimeter, and they revealed a frightening scene. There were indeed hundreds of them. Some were slow walking, some were ambling, and others were running. I had 10 30-round magazines, as did each guard post, but the magazines were only loaded with 25 rounds each. So each guard post had 250 rounds. From the sounds of the gunfire, I knew some of them were going to be out of ammo within minutes. I mentally told myself to make each shot count. I took a slow, deep breath to control my heart rate and began picking targets. My weapon was an AR-15. I'd had it since Tennessee, and I loved it. I'd fired many thousands of rounds through it over the years and had recently replaced the barrel, but it was still reliable and accurate. In a matter of minutes, I had multiple dead Zeds around my guard tower. The problem was I'd already gone through 2 magazines, and there were still Zeds everywhere. Justin shouted over the radio to cease fire in Sector 1. My guard post covered part of Sector 1. As I watched, a group of people burst out of a set of double doors on the side of the main building and quickly formed up into a phalanx. There were several enthusiastic yells at the sight of them, and several people broke radio protocol with shouts of encouragement. The phalanx immediately engaged a dozen of them, one of whom was surprisingly wielding a stick and using it to strike at the shields. "That's new," I muttered and continued to watch. They were tearing into them. Even so, multiple Zeds surrounded the phalanx and pressed them. Members of the phalanx were stabbing repeatedly with their spears and scoring kill shots, but they were unable to move in any direction. After about 5 minutes of this, the phalanx was surrounded by a pile of dead Zeds. Other Zeds were climbing over their dead brethren and launching themselves onto the top of the phalanx. I wasn't certain, but I believed Justin was in the phalanx, which would be typical of him. He never led while hiding in a bunker. He was always in the thick of it. In other words, a Marine. When the Zeds started diving on top of them, an order was given, and the pikes were immediately turned skyward. Soon they had several Zed shish kebabs on their pikes, which was another issue. I watched as they clumsily knocked the Zeds off. The problem was, now the phalanx was wrapped up like a cocoon by the Zed corpses, and more of them were piling on. I took shots when I had a good target, but it was tricky. An errant shot or ricochet could injure one of the good guys. Justin's voice came over the radio. "Team 2, this is Team 1. We are absolutely trapped. The fuckers have immobilized us. When you engage, keep moving forward. Don't let them stack up corpses around you." I grudgingly gave an inward nod of admiration for this tactic. They had used their mass of numbers and willingness to sacrifice in order to immobilize the phalanx and render it ineffective. It was amazing, and I was going to write up a detailed report about it, assuming I lived through this. The second phalanx burst through a set of double doors on the opposite side of the main building. They followed Justin's directive and kept moving. This meant instead of stabbing the Zeds in front of them, they used their shields to push them aside, like a snowplow or offensive lineman clearing a path for their running back. It was almost comical watching the phalanx moving around like a bumper cart, pushing the Zeds out of the way while the people on the flanks poked their spears and pikes out, trying to hit their targets. Several Zeds followed, but others did not engage and sought out other potential targets. The Zeds were everywhere, but I had to keep watching my shots. There was a lot of gunfire going on, and as I suspected, soon people were shouting over the radio that they were out of ammo. After several attempts, I was able to get through. "Everyone, listen up. If you're out of ammo, arm yourself with one of the melee weapons that each guard post is stocked with and hide in place. The QRF is on their way. Hang in there." I got a few affirmations, but I also got a lot of profanity-laced pleas for help. It suddenly occurred to me that this was not some random attack by a horde of hungry Zeds. This attack had a specific purpose, a goal, an objective. I continued picking targets as I tried to analyze what objective the Zeds had. It came to me as I loaded my 8th magazine, and a panicked radio transmission confirmed it. "They've gotten into the labs!" My stomach went into knots. The labs were, or should have been, locked down at the first alarm. But something told me this was bad. I felt like I needed to be there. I looked at my choice of melee weapons. One was a baseball bat with half-inch-long spikes adorning the business end of it. The other was a 4-foot-long spear fashioned out of a bayonet attached to the end of a 1-inch diameter galvanized pipe. There was a sudden, singular bang on the door. I thought it was someone who got caught out in the open and needed shelter. Stupid of me to think that. When I unlocked and opened the door, a Zed charged in, knocking my rifle out of my hand. He was big, he stunk, and he had me pressed up against the table on the far wall within a microsecond. He was trying to get me in a bear hug, but thankfully I had my hands up to chest level. He was amazingly strong, and his face was mere inches from mine. His breath was rancid, and I fought the urge to gag. While the two of us struggled, it suddenly occurred to me the Zed was breathing. I worked my left hand up to his throat and squeezed. He was strong, and he had a thick neck, but within seconds I felt his throat being crushed. He began flailing at my hand, which allowed me to reach into my pocket with my right hand and pull out my knife. Flicking open a lock blade knife with one hand is not easy, but that knife and I were old friends. I got the blade open with my thumbnail and locked it into place with a flick of the wrist. I then buried it in the side of his head and wiggled it vigorously. Joker called the act scrambling their eggs. The big Zed fell, only to be replaced by another one. This was a woman, smaller in frame and easier to kill. Another one followed her, and soon I had a stack of Zeds blocking the doorway. There were more coming up the stairs. I grabbed the spear and began stabbing heads as they clambered up the stairs. After only a few minutes of this, the stairs were crammed with dead Zeds, effectively blocking any further attempts to get at me, but now I was stuck in the guard tower with only a dozen rounds of ammo left. I had no visual on the NBACC building, and both phalanxes were now out of sight. I could hear occasional gunfire and other sounds of violence, but there was nothing in my observation sectors other than dead Zeds lying around, stinking up the place. I could have jumped out the open window, but it was a 15-foot drop to the ground. Risky, I said to myself. I thought if I could somehow halve the distance I had to drop, I would escape injury. There was no rope in the shack, but the big Zed who originally attacked me was still wearing a belt. I pulled it off him and tied it to the window frame. It gave me maybe a foot of belt to hang from. I muttered a few choice words and started inspecting the other Zeds for belts, suspenders, or rope. I came up with one additional belt, which would have given me one additional foot. Maybe. Additional gunfire and yells for assistance over the radio made the decision for me. I used my own belt, tested my knots, and eased myself out of the window. Dropping my spear to the ground, I hung from the ledge with one hand, grabbed the belt, and began lowering myself down. I got almost to the end before one of the knots gave way. I'd like to say I landed gracefully, but that would be a lie. I landed on my heels, but my momentum flopped me onto my back, knocking the wind out of me. I didn't pass out, I don't think, but I hurt like hell and couldn't breathe. I felt around for the spear, found it, and held it close. I knew from experience that a sudden blow to the solar plexus, or in this case the back, causes the diaphragm to spasm into a temporary paralysis, which is fancy talk for saying it was damn near impossible to breathe. I willed my body to relax while looking around for any Zed that might have spotted me. My bad luck was continuing. I spotted one coming toward me. She was dragging one of her legs like it was broken or something, but there was nobody around to stop her. I was still lying on my back and was probably turning blue by now, but I readied my spear. When she was close, I stabbed. To my surprise, she batted it away and jumped on top of me. I was able to inhale slightly as I pulled butterfly guard and grabbed her by the head. She was struggling, but I managed to twist her head and roll her off. I rolled to the side and grabbed the spear. She was getting to her feet when I impaled her in that soft, fleshy area where the shoulder joins the neck. She snarled like it was painful to her. She flailed at it with her arms in an ineffective attempt to dislodge the spear. I kicked her in the chest as I pulled it out and finished up by stabbing her through the mouth. My breaths were coming in short gasps. I pulled the spear out and dropped to one knee until my breathing returned to normal and the spots floating around in front of my face went away. I looked around for the phalanxes. One of them was still rendered immobile by the sheer number of Zeds surrounding them. The second one had moved out of sight. Standing, I checked myself, retrieved my spear, and started walking toward the labs. In addition to the spear, I was armed with a lock-blade knife and a Glock Model 19. Most all of us carried 9mm handguns now, because that was the only handgun ammo we had plenty of. I started jogging, but after rounding a building, I pulled up short. A mass of about 100 Zeds were coming toward me. I backstepped to the corner of the building and drew my handgun and waited. More than a few of them saw me. One started to break away from the group and come after me, but stopped suddenly and looked back. Something happened, I don't know what, but the Zed returned to the pack as they continued walking out of the compound. I could have fired at them, but I only had 2 magazines. They were 15-round magazines, 30 rounds total, 31 if you counted the round in the chamber. Not enough. I held my fire. The horde continued walking down the road. Somebody fired a round and dropped one of the Zeds, bringing up the rear. The rest of them kept walking and disappeared into the darkness a couple of minutes later. I started to jog toward the labs, but the leader of the first phalanx was pleading for help to get them dislodged. I headed back toward them, shouting along the way so nobody would confuse me for a Zed and shoot me. Reaching the blob, that was the best way to describe it, I picked a spot and started pulling Zeds out and dragging them from the entrapped phalanx. It was physically demanding, and more than once I had to stop and fight a Zed who was not fully dead. After several minutes, I created a hole large enough where individual members could crawl out. All of them were drenched in sweat and appeared on the verge of heat exhaustion. "Move away from the bodies and regroup," I directed. I led them over to an open area and encouraged them to drink water. "Man," one of them exclaimed, "I don't know about you guys, but I damn near passed out." The others echoed their agreement. "The way they had you guys boxed in cut off the air," I said. "It was a damned clever tactic, but now we know about it. Let's form back up and move toward the other phalanx."
"Hey, Zach, I'm not hearing any gunfire."
She was right. All gunfire had ceased. I got on my radio and checked in with each guard post. They each advised there were no live Zeds in sight. The second phalanx team reported the same.
"Have they left?"
"There's only one way to find out," I said. I got back on the radio and confirmed it with Justin. He rallied everyone, reformed the phalanxes, and began patrolling the perimeters. The QRF arrived, and I'm sure everyone felt a little safer now that we had extra manpower and a fresh supply of ammo. I certainly did. I cleared the steps to the guard tower and resumed my post and stayed vigilant. They were gone, but the question was, were they coming back? Chapter 51. Things Go Boom. The thick smoke lingered, causing their eyes to water and their throats to burn. Trader Joe went back to their SUV and came back a moment later with a towel. He began fanning it to get the smoke out of the magazine. It helped, and after several seconds, enough of the smoke had cleared where they could at least breathe.
"Can you see anything?" he asked Joker.
"There are definitely some crates in here," Joker replied. He used his flashlight to identify the lettering and peered closely. "All right, we got something. Let's get to loading," Joker directed. Little Joe hustled inside and read the label on one of the crates.
"PAX 41. What's that? It's not the MX stuff," he exclaimed.
"No, it's not, but we're good. This is what they use in anti-personnel munitions." He made a single grunt. "Zach is going to have a heyday with this stuff." Joker picked the nearest crate and hefted it up. He almost dropped it. His hands were throbbing now, but he kept the discomfort to himself and walked the crate out. Trader Joe noticed.
"Let's get the trailer backed up here. It'll save us a little time and effort," he said. Maybe one of us should keep watch in case we got company. My son and I will load this stuff."
Joker gave a curt nod. He'd like to think he would have normally thought of that, but his hands were hurting so much he was having a hard time thinking of anything else. He went back to the SUV and gingerly picked up his rifle. Walking up the earthen embankment, he crouched and performed a slow 360. He saw nothing, but frankly he wondered how long it was going to be before the Zeds found them. The noise was loud enough to be heard from a great distance, and even the 15s were still attracted to noise. Joker did not have to issue any directions. The father and son duo moved with a sense of urgency, and soon had several crates on the trailer. When the crates were stacked 3 high, Joker called a halt.
"That's got to be enough," he said. "Let's get it strapped down and get going."
"Back home?" Little Joe asked.
"Yeah."
"Hell yeah," he whispered and started uncoiling the straps. Once they were finished, they took a break and passed around a water bottle. Once it got to Trader Joe, he finished it off.
"It's a good thing we're heading back. We're running a little short of this good stuff. Although, I sure wished we would have found a nice bottle of single malt."
Little Joe gestured at the crates of explosives.
36 crates, each crate weighs about 30 pounds. I'd say the tear on each crate is about 5 pounds, so we're looking at about 900 pounds of that packed stuff."
"Sounds about right," Joker said. "And we still have room to stop by and pick up our loot on the way back home."
"A good lick all around," Little Joe exclaimed with a grin.
"We like 5 crates, Trader Joe said."
"What are you talking about?" Joker asked.
"Well, Sergeant Lutz, it goes like this. We were basically coerced to go on this mission. Now, keep in mind, we did not complain. We're team players. But my son and I don't work for free. We'd like to take 5 crates back to Marcus Hook. I'm sure Roscoe would love to put this around the defense works, and it would raise our stock in the Marcus Hook community."
Joker nodded.